The Next Frontier. Reviving Economic Statecraft for National Security. By Aaron Langley Heinlein, Frederick Glass, and the Grand Rapids Circle.
Chapter 3. The Heartland's Revival. America as Filibuster Society.
Perhaps no song has been belted out more often than the one that claims that America is moving back to the city. Newspapers, notably the New York Times, devote enormous space to this notion. It gained even more currency when the Obama administration Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Sean Donovan, proclaimed that the suburbs were over as people were voting with their feet and moving to dense, transit-oriented urban centers. This celebration perhaps reached its crescendo when Amazon initially announced its move to Crystal City, Virginia, and Queens, New York. Big cities won Amazon and everything else, Neil Irwin of the Times predictably enthused. We're living in a world where a small number of superstar companies choose to locate in a handful of superstar cities where they have the best chance of recruiting superstar employees. In fact, however, these views are more aspirational or even delusional than reflective of reality. Overall, data suggests that we are not seeing a great return to the city, but, with few exceptions, a continued movement out to the suburbs and less dense cities, notably in the Sunbelt. The spurt of urban core growth that occurred immediately after the housing bust turned out to be remarkably short-lived, with the preponderance of metropolitan growth, roughly 80%, returning, as has been the case since at least the late 1940s, to the suburbs and exurbs. Indeed, at no point did Census Bureau estimates show net domestic migration from suburbs to core cities, only a reduced rate of migration in the opposite direction. Even the country's most influential urbanist, scholar Richard Florida, now suggests that the great urban revival is over. Rather than the usual belief that density leads to productivity and innovation, a new Harvard study demonstrates that, between 1970 and 2010, suburban areas have overall steadily increased their economic advantages. The share of suburbs making up the top ranks of all urban and suburban neighborhoods, measured as the top quartile, went from roughly 2/3 in 1970 to almost 3/4 by 2010. Even at the peak of the urban renaissance, most of the population and job growth continued to occur in the suburban periphery. Cities achieved some parity in growth rates in the period between 2009 and 2011, as Presidents Bush and Obama provided a covert bailout to banks, universities, and government bureaucracies concentrated heavily in and around urban cores. Yet, as the rest of the economy improved and urban land prices rose, population movement again shifted away from the dense inner city to less compact, more affordable locales. Analysis of census data by demographer Wendell Cox found that the core counties of the metropolitan areas with populations of more than 1 million, after losing only 10,000 net domestic migrants in 2012, experienced an outflow of nearly 440,000 by 2017. This has occurred even in the most exemplary creative class cities. In New York, a city coterminous with 5 counties, the net domestic migration loss has been 1.1 million since 2010, and much of this is to surrounding suburbs, which account for 5 of the top 7 destination counties in the nation for fleeing Gothamites. New York's borough of Brooklyn, the acclaimed epicenter of early 21st century urban dynamism, lost population in 2017 and 2018. In fact, in 2018, New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago all lost residents to the rest of the country. Net domestic migration has also plummeted in San Francisco by 80% since the early 2010s. The key here has been surging housing prices, which eat up much of the big city wage premium that many boosters focus on. Critically, this trend has taken hold among the generation that many predicted would sustain the urban renaissance: millennials. In fact, as a new Brookings study shows, millennials are not moving en masse to large, dense cities but away from them. According to demographer Bill Fry, the 2013 to 17 American Community Survey shows that New York now suffers the largest net annual outmigration of post-college millennials, ages 25 to 34, of any metro area, some 38,000 annually, followed by Los Angeles, Chicago, and San Diego. New York's losses are 75% higher than during the previous 5-year period. By contrast, the biggest winner is Houston, a region many planners and urban theorists regard with contempt. The Bayou City gained nearly 15,000 millennials, net, last year, while other big gainers included Dallas, Fort Worth, and Austin, which gained 12,700 and 9,000, respectively. The other top metros for millennials included Charlotte, Phoenix, and Nashville, as well as 4 relatively expensive areas: Seattle, Denver, Portland, and Riverside, San Bernardino. The top 20 magnets include Midwestern locales such as Minneapolis, St. Paul, Columbus, and Kansas City, all areas where average house prices, adjusted for incomes, are at least 50% lower than in California and at least one-third less than in New York. Perhaps even more significant has been the geographic shift within metro areas. The media has frequently exaggerated millennial growth in the urban cores. In reality, nearly 80% of millennial population growth since 2010 has been in the suburbs. Even in the Bay Area, the tech industry's global epicenter, suburban Silicon Valley has continued to grow its STEM base rapidly, while San Francisco has recently seen a rapid slowdown in tech jobs. Perhaps density, massive homelessness, and filthy and disorderly streets, not to mention unaffordable living costs, lose their appeal as couples contemplate childbearing. Dense, high-priced cities still attract young people straight from college, but many don't stay long. The average resident in the downtown areas so popular with post-college millennials has lived in the same house for approximately 2.4 years, compared with 7 or more years in the suburbs and exurbs. As economist Jed Kalko has observed, the perceived historic shift back to the inner city has turned out to be a relatively brief phenomenon. Since 2012, suburbs and exurbs, which have 7 times as many people, are again growing faster than core cities. Suburbs are also seeing a strong net movement among educated people, those earning over $75,000, and especially those between the ages of 30 and 44. During the last decade, several urban cores, notably New York, Boston, Seattle, Denver, and San Francisco, have enjoyed significant growth. Yet, at the same time, as Florida notes in his New Urban Crisis, 2017, this process has served to enlarge deepening economic segregation between a prominent elite and stubborn poverty, as well as a shrinking middle class. In the past, the traditional urbanist notion, advanced by the late Jane Jacobs, maintained that cities grew best not by luring talent but by creating a middle class from its existing residents. Yet now, according to 2 recent Oregon studies, lower-income people in cities experience less upward mobility than people from rural areas. Indeed, according to Pew Research, the largest gaps between the bottom and top quintiles can be found in some of the most progressive metropolitan areas, such as, in order from largest to smallest divides, San Francisco, New York, San Jose, Los Angeles, and Boston. In all these superstar cities, the middle-class family is rapidly disappearing, even as poverty remains stubbornly high. This reflects national phenomena. Research by urban analysts Joe Courtwright and Dylan Mahmoodi shows that the number of high poverty, more than 30% below the poverty line, neighborhoods in the United States has tripled in the last half-century, from 1,100 in 1970 to 3,100 in 2010. Despite some steady growth of poverty in suburbs, the ratio of the impoverished, according to the American Community Survey, is still 2/3 higher in urban cores than in the suburbs. Thus, recent growth in the cores seems to have done little to address poverty or inequality. A new study by the Center for Opportunity Urbanism found that, in most cities, unbalanced urban growth has exacerbated class divisions, while doing little to address the decline of middle-class households. Philadelphia's Central Core, for example, rebounded between 2000 and 2014, but for every one district that gained in income, 2 suffered income declines. In 1970, half of Chicago was middle class. Today, according to a new University of Illinois study, that number is down to 16%. Meanwhile, the percentage of poor people has risen from 42 to 62%. Urban analyst Pete Saunders describes the city today as 1/3 San Francisco and 2/3 Detroit. Even more prosperous core cities, San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle, are increasingly plagued by social dissolution and rising homelessness. Richard Florida's most recent research suggests that urban crisis conditions, wage inequality, income inequality, economic segregation, and unaffordable housing are most pronounced in superstar cities, such as Los Angeles, New York, San Francisco, San Diego, and Chicago. Alan Mallock, in On the Edge: America's Middle Neighborhoods, 2016, points out that many of the middle and working-class neighborhoods that long have served as the ballast and supplied the workforce for a diverse urban economy are systematically being undermined. Teachers, firemen, and police officers struggle to afford homes in many American cities. According to a study from Trulia, this pricing out also applies to many skilled blue-collar professions like technicians, construction workers, and mechanics. Inclusive economic growth is now all too rarely found in American metropolitan areas, and virtually never in the most elite. The shifting demographics of cities have fostered a new political reality that could further hamper urban growth. When the urban revival first began to gain steam in the 1990s, many cities were governed by moderate, pro-business Democrats or even Republicans. Giuliani and Bloomberg in New York, Richard Riordan in Los Angeles, Bob Lanier and Bill White in Houston, even Frank Jordan in San Francisco and later Rahm Emanuel in Chicago. These mayors were largely elected by middle and working-class families, the traditional bastions of the city economy, and with the support of the local business community. To be sure, city dwellers have historically voted more liberally than their rural or suburban cousins, but demographic trends are exacerbating the leftward impulse. Simply put, the cities that could elect a Giuliani or a Riordan no longer exist. As the middle and working classes have shrunk, urban politics has moved steadily to the left. Contrary to the narratives presented in the media, however, this is hardly a revolt of the masses. Indeed, the leftward shift has occurred amidst declining public participation. In 15 of the 30 most populous cities in the United States, voter turnout in mayoral elections is below 20%. One-party rule, as one might expect, does not galvanize voters. In Los Angeles, the 2013 turnout that elected progressive Eric Garcetti was roughly one-third of that in the city's 1970 mayoral election. Garcetti's 2017 re-election boasted a similarly small turnout. What this shift most accurately reflects is the superior organization and motivation of relatively small bands of progressive voters. For example, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's primary victory came as the result of some 16,000 votes out of a total Democratic registration of almost 215,000. Ocasio-Cortez's victory reflected the new urban demography. She won not by sweeping the proletarian masses or the Latino or African-American areas, but districts dominated by white, wealthier, and better-educated hipsters. This class is gradually replacing working and middle-class voters in many cities, whose numbers in inner-city areas have declined, according to Brookings, to 23% of the central city population, half the level in 1970. The new urban politics, notes the University of Chicago's Terry Nichols Clark, revolves around different issues than those that motivated the traditional middle class. Largely single and childless, many current residents are not directly afflicted by the poor state of city schools, relieving progressives from having to confront politically powerful and usually left-leaning teachers' unions. The new coin of the realm, besides the incessant virtue signaling, tends to be good restaurants, shops, and festivals, not child-friendly parks and family-oriented stores. Sometimes even crazy notions, such as allowing people to walk through the streets of San Francisco naked, are tolerated in a way that no child-centric suburb would allow. These demographic trends are creating an increasingly homogeneous political culture. In 1984, for example, Ronald Reagan took 31% of the vote in San Francisco and 37% in New York. He carried Los Angeles. By 2012, a Republican with a more moderate history could not muster 20% of the vote in San Francisco. And Mitt Romney lost Los Angeles by more than a 2-to-1 margin, while garnering barely 20% in all New York boroughs except less dense Staten Island. In 2016, Trump did just as badly and in some places worse. This creates a new challenge. Promoters of the inner-city renaissance expected a happy marriage between progressive politics and big business. But tensions between the two are rising. Even before being booted out of New York, Amazon tangled with Seattle's city council, which demanded that Amazon and other tech giants pay to alleviate homelessness and housing shortages. In Seattle, Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos, responsible for nearly 20% of the city's office space, fought back by using his employer leverage in America's largest company town. When push came to shove, he could threaten to undermine the core city's entire economy in ways reminiscent of a Milltown company boss in the early Industrial Revolution. As it is, perhaps wary of the new political environment, Amazon is choosing not to fill a new downtown high-rise under construction and will reportedly focus its growth in the edge city suburb of Bellevue. Other large tech announcements, such as Apple's creation of its second-largest employment center with more than 6,000 employees, roughly half the size of the company's spaceship headquarters in Cupertino, is in less costly suburban Williamson County outside Austin. Significantly, the Texas office houses the critical hardware engineering division. Radical politics could accelerate this process. Oligarchs may have sought to position themselves as loyal followers of the left's party line on issues of racial diversity, trans awareness, and feminism, but all this virtue signaling is unlikely to placate socialists like Ocasio-Cortez, whose political cachet rests on her commitment to the view that a system that allows billionaires to exist alongside extreme poverty is immoral. The Green New Deal may sound consistent with the rhetoric of many prominent billionaires, but one must wonder what the impact of ever higher wealth taxes and ultra-expensive energy on electricity-consuming tech will be. On the other hand, as prices rise and economies struggle, those in poverty, especially minorities, often pay the highest price. There's not much room for either the swashbuckling capitalist or the aspirational poor in the envisioned socialist ecotopian commonwealth. The rise of progressive urban politics also reflects tangible economic realities. Chicago's Rahm Emanuel characterizes the high rents and costs associated with gentrification as a tsunami, spinning out of control, dampening enthusiasm for continued economic development among his likely successors. Critics of gentrification are particularly concerned by the impact of outside investment and tax breaks for large companies and developers, along with targeted policy interventions, such as tax increment financing, subsidized arts districts, sports stadiums, or urban renewal projects, as in Portland, which typically depend on the exercise of eminent domain. Rather than experiencing a landscape of opportunity, young progressives in major urban areas are seeing their incomes drained by rising rents and house prices. Since 2010, a study of the New York market shows that rents have risen at twice the rate of incomes. Overall, according to Zillow, for workers between 22 and 34, rent costs claim upwards of 45% of income in Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, and Miami, compared to less than 30% of income in metropolitan areas like Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston. The costs of purchasing a house are even more lopsided. In Los Angeles and the Bay Area, a monthly mortgage takes, on average, close to 40% of income, compared to 15% nationally. Like medieval serfs in pre-industrial Europe, America's new generation, particularly in some of the superstar cities, seems increasingly destined to spend their lives paying off their overlords, while saving little for their own futures. This explains much of the socialist rage that is au courant even among the very people, like coders in San Francisco and Seattle or fledgling New York professionals, who would seem natural beneficiaries of capitalist excess. The bitter resentment felt by the working class and poor may prove even more destabilizing. Urban analyst Aaron Wren suggests that many pro-gentrification policies implicitly promote driving blacks out in favor of more affluent, better educated, primarily white and Asian residents. Some cities with the fastest gentrification rates, according to Realtor.com, have undergone dramatic displacement of their poor and minority populations. Washington, D.C., long celebrated as Chocolate City, has seen its African-American population share drop substantially. In Portland, 10,000 of the 38,000 residents of the historic African-American section, Albina, have been pushed elsewhere. The economic focus in many cities, centered on high-tech jobs or executive headquarters that employ only elite workers, seem unlikely to create opportunities for poor or working-class residents. One can appreciate the economic benefits that firms like Uber, Lyft, Salesforce, and others have brought to San Francisco and other tech-oriented cities. But this also has engendered a neo-Dickensian reality. Sky-high housing prices, widespread homelessness, displaced minorities, and a rapidly shrinking middle class. Consider that there are now more drug addicts in the city of San Francisco than high school students, and there is so much feces on the street that one website has created a poop map. Rising rents have obliterated that city's cherished bohemian culture and hastened a rapid decline in the minority population, both in the city and across the tech-dominated Bay Area. In 1970, 96,000 African Americans lived in the city of San Francisco. Today, 46,000 make their homes there, constituting less than 5% of the city's population. At the same time, the city's population has increased by nearly 175,000. More than half of the Bay Area's lower-income communities, according to a recent UC Berkeley study, are in danger of mass displacement. These same conditions apply in the far more proletarian city of Los Angeles, my home for over 40 years. A lavish New York Times article recently lauded the growth of downtown Los Angeles without any reference to the area's high vacancy rate and poor long-term market conditions. The savvy Chinese real estate website Mingtiandi predicts that downtown LA is heading for an imminent glut of luxury condos. The same time's piece makes only passing reference to the massive homeless population now spreading to many surrounding areas. It also neglected the fact that the downtown area is now overrun with rats and suffers an outbreak of typhus, including, appropriately enough, at City Hall, where a growing number of officials are being investigated for corruption. In truth, despite a much-praised art scene and often gushing media treatment, downtown LA's revival has done little to improve the overall region. The LA Basin has been losing jobs that pay more than $75,000 annually for a decade and now suffers among the highest levels of housing overcrowding and poverty, the least affordable housing, the lowest homeownership rates, and the second-largest concentration of homeless in the nation. Given these realities, it's not surprising that would-be gentrifiers face increasing and even violent opposition. In Los Angeles, gentrification efforts have sparked grassroots rebellions in the historically African-American Crenshaw District, Chinatown, South Los Angeles, and, most especially, East Los Angeles. In 2015, a real estate firm littered LA's Arts District with a "Why rent downtown when you could own in Boyle Heights?" flyer. Realtors promoted a bike tour through the charming, historic, walkable and bikeable neighborhood. After the realtor received messages like, "Stay out of my hood," and "I hope your 60-minute bike ride is a total disaster," the event was canceled. Much of the concern is tied to changes in local zoning ordinances, notes Koreatown attorney Grace Yu, all favoring developers who built swanky housing out of reach for local residents. Nor is this policy helping to retain LA's beleaguered middle class. Nearly 1 in 5 LA census tracts have seen drops in homeownership since 2010, and Los Angeles County continues to suffer mounting outmigration. Nice restaurants, entertainment and sports venues may be considered cool and win the plaudits of urban tastemakers, but they can't substitute for affordable housing, higher wage jobs, and better schools, the proven ways of making life better for residents. The present situation is not sustainable. History shows us repeatedly that huge income gaps and a sense of diminished opportunity can lead to disorder, alienation, and a breakdown of the civic culture. Substantial underemployment and economic insecurity can undermine social stability. Ancient Rome, industrial-era London, Manchester, St. Petersburg, and Shanghai, for example, all experienced revolts and, in some cases, revolutions led by the neglected classes bereft of hope. More than a century ago, Lincoln Steffens chronicled in The Shame of the Cities the rampant corruption of the Gilded Age's political machines, a record of shame that undermined the basic tenets of good governance and democracy. Today, the smoke-filled room and bags of cash may be less evident, but our cities remain shameful in how they fail their residents and the basic values of democracy. There is clearly a need for a serious reassessment of governance in places like San Francisco, Washington, and New York, which all stand among the worst-run cities in the country. The situation remains far from hopeless, however. Contrary to the claim that our cities are built out, they contain large tracts of undeveloped land. The South Dallas neighborhood has an estimated 160,000 acres, larger than the landmass of Manhattan, of undeveloped land. Similarly, there are vast areas of vacant, non-beach, and potentially buildable land in Los Angeles and Orange County, according to the Regional Planning Agency database. Large tracts of underutilized land, 7,559 acres of vacant land, or 11.8 square miles, 4.3%, can also be found in the city of Chicago. These areas could provide the locale for new middle-class neighborhoods and businesses. Our cities do not need more luxury, high-density housing, such as the pencil high-rises in Manhattan, appealing to the ultra-rich and to foreign investors, who often don't even occupy their units. Nationwide, as much as 80 to 90% of new housing product is luxury-oriented. What is really needed is more affordable mid- and low-density housing preferred by families. Current national data suggests that single-family houses are at least 1/3 less costly to construct than multifamily units. New approaches to transportation also are needed. Bus service, critical to poor and working-class residents, has often been reduced, even as rail service, which seeks to serve more affluent riders, expands. Some cities have invested in passenger rail lines in an effort to reduce auto use, but transit market share has either stagnated or declined, a fact that rarely gets mentioned in reportage. Public infrastructure spending on rail or implementation of urban containment policies does succeed in driving up the price of land, increasing economic pressure on lower-income residents who are better served by the plebeian bus. A renewed working and middle-class orientation should also extend to jobs. Rather than focus exclusively on the high-end professions and the subsequent, largely low-wage service sector they require, economic development needs to be aimed at creating middle-skill, good-paying jobs, including those provided by local entrepreneurs. For example, manufacturing, artisanal production, and customer support provide good opportunities for families. There also needs to be a thoroughgoing reform of licensing practices, which serve to keep working-class people away from opportunities in many service and light industrial fields. Of course, getting inner-city residents ready for these jobs requires changes in the education system as well. Too many cities, like Los Angeles and Chicago, boast first-class higher education resources and even some excellent public schools. But in South LA, more than 50 schools ranked among the state's lowest 5% in 2015. Many of these students, perhaps unsuited for college, could be trained for middle-skill jobs and could escape a school environment where nearly 90% have had someone killed within walking distance. Cities need to shift from their exclusive current focus on tourism, media, and tech, which creates many high and low-end jobs but few in the middle. The imperative is not to increase subsidies for favored companies, as New York tried to do with Amazon, but to address the basic conditions, taxes, public safety, schools, housing, that ultimately determine economic competitiveness. No amount of subsidy can make up for these failings. The road to enhanced growth lies instead in addressing the very issues most urban politicians like to avoid. For most of the 20th century, America's cities incubated opportunity and produced upward mobility. The fundamental appeal of cities and their ability to attract diverse workforces has not disappeared. It's time to forge an urban renaissance that transcends hype and embraces the interests of not only high-paid knowledge workers but middle and working-class residents as well. We need to restore Descartes' notion of cities providing an inventory of the possible, places that propel residents not outwards or downward but towards the achievement of their aspirations. America's emergence in the 18th and 19th centuries represented a dramatic break from the past. The United States came on the scene with only vestiges of the old European feudal order, mostly in the plantation economy of the Deep South. There was no hereditary nobility, no national church, and, thanks to George Washington's modesty, no royal authority. At least among whites, there was also far less poverty in America compared to Europe's intense, intractable, multigenerational poverty. In contrast, as Jefferson noted in 1814, America had fewer paupers, and the bulk of the population was fed abundantly, clothed above mere decency, to labor moderately and raise their families. Yet in recent decades this country, along with many other liberal democracies, has begun to show signs of growing feudalization. This trend has been most pronounced in the economy, where income growth has skewed dramatically towards the ultra-rich, creating a ruling financial and now tech oligarchy. This is a global phenomenon. Starting in the 1970s, upward mobility for middle and working classes across all advanced economies began to stall, while the prospects for the upper classes rose dramatically. The fading prospects for the new generation are all too obvious. Once upon a time, when the boomers entered adulthood, they entered an ascendant middle class. According to a recent study by the St. Louis Fed, their successors, the millennials, are in danger of becoming a lost generation in terms of wealth accumulation. This generational shift will shape our future economic, political, and social order. About 90% of those born in 1940 grew up to experience higher incomes than their parents, according to researchers at the Equality of Opportunity Project. This proportion was only 50% among those born in the 1980s, and the chances of middle-class earners moving up to the top rungs of the earnings ladder has declined by approximately 20% since the early 1980s. Corporate CEOs used to boast of starting out in the mailroom. There will not be many of those stories in the future. In feudal society, power was exercised primarily by two classes, what the French referred to as the first estate, the clergy, and the second estate, comprised of the warrior aristocratic elite. Everyone else, even successful merchants, resided in the third estate, and most were peasants living at subsistence levels. This was a society, noted historian Pierre Riche, composed of those who prayed, those who fought, and those who labored. Contemporary society may have little place for orthodox religion, and our military, however impressive, hardly constitutes an effective ruling class. But we are beginning to see the elevation of two very powerful classes, one dominant economically, the other culturally. Meanwhile, the power of today's third estate inexorably weakens. The ultra-rich represent an emergent global aristocracy, or rather, a new oligarchy. Fewer than 100 billionaires now own as much as 50% of the world's assets, the same amount that around 400 billionaires owned a little more than 5 years ago. In the United States, the richest 400 U.S. citizens now have more wealth than 185 million of their fellow Americans combined. The shift has been dramatic. The top 1% in America captured just 4.9% of total U.S. income growth from 1945 to 1973, but in the following 2 decades, the country's richest classes gobbled up the majority of U.S. income growth. Patterns of property ownership reflect the very same trends that anchored both the medieval aristocratic and ecclesiastical classes. The proportion of land owned by the nation's 100 largest private landowners grew by nearly 50% between 2007 and 2017. In 2007, according to the Land Report, this group owned a combined 27 million acres of land, equivalent to the area of Maine and New Hampshire combined. A decade later, the 100 largest landowners had holdings of over 40 million acres. Their holdings are now larger than the entirety of New England. Even in much of the vast American West, where much of the land remains in public hands, billionaires have created expansive estates that many fear will make the rest of the local population land poor. In the past, the oligarchy tended to be associated with either Wall Street or industrial corporate executives. But today, the predominant and most influential group consists of those atop a handful of megatechnology firms. 6 firms, Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Google, Microsoft, and Netflix, have achieved a combined net worth equal to 1/4 of the Nasdaq, more than the next 282 firms combined and equal to the GDP of France. 7 of the world's 10 most valuable companies come from this sector. Tech giants have produced 8 of the 20 wealthiest people on the planet. Among the nation's billionaires, all those under 40 live in the state of California, with 12 in San Francisco alone. In 2017, the tech industry produced 11 new billionaires, mostly in California. Only China, home to 9 of the world's top 20 tech firms, presents any kind of challenge to their domination. Initially, many Americans, even on the left, saw the rise of the tech oligarchy as both transformative and positive. Observing the rise of the technology industry, the futurist Alvin Toffler prophesied the dawn of a new civilization, with vast opportunities for societal and human growth. But today we confront a reality more reminiscent of the feudal past, with ever greater concentrations of wealth, along with less social mobility and material progress. Rather than Toffler's tech paradise, we increasingly confront what the Japanese futurist Taichi Sakaya, writing 3 decades ago, saw as the dawn of a high-tech Middle Ages. Rather than epitomizing American ingenuity and competition, the tech oligarchy increasingly resembles the feudal lords of the Middle Ages. With the alacrity of the barbarian warriors who took control of territory after the fall of the Roman Empire, they have seized the strategic digital territory, and they ruthlessly defend their stake. Such concentrations of wealth naturally seek to concentrate power. In the Middle Ages, this involved the control of land and the instruments of violence. In our time, the ascendant tech oligarchy has exploited the natural monopolies of web-based business. Their super platforms depress competition, squeeze suppliers, and reduce opportunities for potential rivals, much as the monopolists of the late 19th century did. Firms like Google, Facebook, and Microsoft control 80 to 90% of their key markets and have served to further widen class divides not only in the United States but around the world. Once exemplars of entrepreneurial risk-taking, today's tech elites are now entrenched monopolists. Increasingly, these firms reflect the worst of American capitalism, squashing competitors, using indentured servants from abroad for upwards of 40% of their Silicon Valley workforce, fixing wages and avoiding taxes, while creating ever more social anomie and alienation. The tech oligarchs are forging a post-democratic future, where opportunity is restricted only to themselves and their chosen few. As technology investor Peter Thiel has suggested, democracy, based on the fundamental principles of individual responsibility and agency, does not fit comfortably with a technocratic mindset that believes superior software can address and modulate every problem. This emerging world is far removed from the democratic capitalism that dominated the era after World War II. Rather than encouraging and accommodating families, today's oligarchs promote a largely childless college campus environment, where they even pay female workers to freeze their eggs. Traditionally, companies liked employees with families. Not so much in the brave new tech world, which demands long hours and little time off for such things as raising children. As for the rest of the population, the prospects are even bleaker. In the tech hub of San Francisco, the middle-class family is almost extinct. The city has lost 31,000 home-owning families over the past decade. It leads the state in economic inequality. The evidence of massive inequality, pervasive homelessness, and social dysfunction fills the streets. Silicon Valley, located in the suburbs south of the city, has also become profoundly less egalitarian. It is increasingly divided between an entrenched ultra-wealthy class and a dependent poor class, working largely in the service industries. By 2015, some 76,000 millionaires and billionaires called Santa Clara and San Mateo counties home, while many in the area struggle to feed their families and pay their bills each month. Nearly 30% of Silicon Valley's residents rely on public or private assistance. Wired magazine's Antonio Garcia Martinez describes the contemporary valley as feudalism with better marketing. In Martinez's view, a plutocratic elite of venture capitalists and company founders sit above the still affluent cadre of skilled professionals, well-paid, but living only ordinary middle-class lives, given taxes and high prices. Below them lies a vast population of gig workers, whom Martinez compares with sharecroppers in the South. And at the very bottom lies an untouchable class of homeless, those addicted to drugs and criminals. Martinez describes a society that, as in the Middle Ages, is highly stratified with little social mobility. High prices make it all but impossible for anyone except the very affluent to own their homes. Workers in the gig economy, much less the untouchables, have little chance to improve their lot but struggle to barely pay their rent, or are forced to sleep in their cars, on friends' couches, or commute long distances from the outlying periphery. This new feudal order rests on a new clerisy, which has now taken the cultural and intellectual role exercised by the old First Estate. Although largely secular, these worthies take on the role of ecclesiastical authorities from medieval times, seeing themselves as anointed to direct human society, a modern version of the feudal oligarchy of priests and monks whose task it was to propitiate heaven. Far larger and broader than the oligarchy, the clerisy spans an ever-growing section of the workforce that largely works outside material capitalist enterprise. As teachers, consultants, lawyers, government workers, and even doctors, more of whom now work as employees or contractors than owners. These professions have only grown, while those of the traditional middle class, small business owners, workers in basic industries and construction, have seen their share of the job market shrink. Estimates of the size of the clerisy vary. Michael Lind estimates what he calls the overclass at some 15% of the American workforce, far larger than the membership of the old First Estate, which was closer to 1% of the French population. Charles Murray, on the other hand, offers a narrower estimate including only those at the top echelon in law, government, and universities, roughly 2.4 million people out of a country of over 320 million. At its apex, the clerisy today is dominated by what Daniel Bell would define as the knowledge class. Made up largely of the well-educated offspring of the affluent, this class has become increasingly hereditary in part because well-educated people marry each other. Between 1960 and 2005, the share of men with university degrees who married women with university degrees nearly doubled, from 25 to 48%. After one generation, as Bell noted, a meritocracy simply becomes an enclaved class. The new clerisy is crucially important to the new oligarchs, who need allies in the government, media, and academia to maintain their supremacy. In many cases, the tech elite now control the clericy's own industries. Consider the media with Jeff Bezos' takeover of the Washington Post, and the entertainment industry with the rise of Netflix, Apple, and Amazon in Hollywood. The political rise of this cultural overclass has been building for well over 50 years. As early as the 1960s, presidential historian Theodore White spoke of the new priesthood of action intellectuals that shaped the John F. Kennedy administration. This mingling of intelligentsia and power reached a pinnacle during the presidency of Barack Obama, whose administration was staffed almost exclusively with products of the nation's elite universities. More than 60 administration officials, roughly a fourth of Obama's overall appointments, had attended just one school, Harvard. Remarkably, more top administration officials had degrees from Oxford University than from any American public university. Like the old First Estate, the clerisy, what the French socialist writer Christophe Guillouis calls the privileged stratum, operate from an assumption of moral superiority that justifies their right to rule. They represent the apotheosis of H.G. Wells's notion of an emergent class of capable men, who could take upon itself the task of controlling and restricting the non-functional masses. This new elite, he predicted, would replace democracy with a higher organism, what he called the New Republic. Whereas the old First Estate justified its control based on spiritual dogma, the modern clerisy bases much of its power on its reading of science. Its members claim that, rather than mere factionalism, they represent an objective perspective above personal considerations. When scientists say they want to live up to their social responsibilities, what they usually say is that they want more power than they have, once observed Irving Kristol. It means they want to run things, to take charge. It's always nicer to run things than to be run by them. A shared belief in meritocratic superiority binds the oligarchs and the clerisy. This has led, as in medieval times, to a remarkable sharing and dissemination of orthodoxy. Even professions such as journalism, once at least somewhat diverse philosophically, have become, with few exceptions, boosters of the Progressive Party line. By 2018, barely 7% of U.S. reporters stated they were Republicans. Some 97% of all journalist political donations go to Democrats. Similar patterns can be seen in other media as well. Once divided between conservatives and liberals, Hollywood and its imitators elsewhere now tilt heavily to the left. Liberal columnist Jonathan Chait, reviewing the offerings of major studios and networks, described what he called a pervasive, if not total, liberalism. In 2018, over 99% of all major entertainment executives' donations went to Democrats. But the ultimate engine of the clericy's power, and the prime incubator of its orthodoxy, lies in the universities. This sector has expanded its influence and scope enormously in the last half-century. The total number of people enrolled in college in the United States grew from 5 million in 1964 to nearly 8 million in 1970 and to some 20 million today. Yet even as the universities have expanded, it's the elite tier that serves as the ultimate gatekeepers for the upper classes. In his book Superclass, The Global Power Elite and the World They Are Making, David Rothkopf compiled a list of more than 6,000 members of the superclass around the world, including leaders of corporations, banks and investment firms, governments, the military, the media, and religious groups. After drawing a globally and sectorally representative sample of 300 members from the list, Rothkopf and his colleagues found that close to 3 in 10 attended one of 20 elite universities, with Stanford, Harvard, and the University of Chicago most highly represented. As elite universities have become more expensive and more critical to success, they have become, if anything, more socially exclusive, widening the gap between themselves and smaller, less well-positioned institutions. A National Journal survey of 250 top American public sector decision-makers, a critical part of the upper clerisy, found that 40% of them were Ivy League graduates. Only a quarter had earned graduate degrees from a public university. The days of rising up from a minor college to a position of influence and high status increasingly belong to the past. Equally troubling, the clerisy, again like its medieval counterparts, has adopted a role as an enforcer not of free thought but of progressive orthodoxy. These trends are particularly acute in fields that most impact public policy and opinion. Well under 10% of faculty at leading law schools such as Harvard, Yale, Stanford, Columbia, and Berkeley describe themselves as conservative. Leading journalism schools, including Columbia, have moved away from teaching the fundamentals of reporting and have adopted a social justice agenda as their signature approach. Much like the early church after the fall of Rome, which sought to suppress the memory of pagan civilization, the clerisy now has turned against the inheritance of modern liberal capitalism. In the schools, they have worked to remove the lodestones of that culture, Homer, Cicero, Shakespeare, Milton, and the Founding Fathers, from the campus curriculum. Instead, they favor more politically correct books that tend to focus on the undoubted failings of our civilization, but rarely support the idea of America as a fundamentally liberal society which has provided unmatched opportunity for millions. In modern America, the clerisy represents an ascendant class that shapes many of the progressive values embraced by the oligarchs and helps legitimate their rule. Imbued with a sense of natural superiority, whether based on religion or some sense of elevated cognitive abilities, they now seek to shape our cultural, political, and social environments in ways that often violate the standards of liberal democracy, open exchange, and pluralism. Before we cede such power to the clerisy, we may want to consider the old Latin phrase cus custodiet ipsos custodes, who watches the watchers. In the rise of the clerisy, we see a powerful force for hierarchy, social stagnation, and thought control that could rival the role played by its predecessors in medieval times. As the oligarchy and clerisy have waxed, the prospects for the American Third Estate have either stagnated or gotten worse. In the United States, a country built on aspiration, the fading prospects for the new generation are now painfully obvious. 3/4 of American adults today will not grow up to be better off than their parents. According to Pew, a majority of parents think their children will be financially worse off than themselves. Unlike their parents, most of whom joined the middle-class yeomanry, many young people face a future as propertyless serfs. By 2030, according to a Deloitte study of U.S. trends, millennials will account for barely 16% of the nation's wealth. Gen Zers will hold 31%, but even in 2030, when they will be entering their 80s and 90s, boomers will still control a remarkable 45% of the nation's wealth. This erosion of the American dream centers largely on property. Since the end of feudalism, the rise of market-oriented democracy has accompanied the rapid dispersion of property ownership. This factor, critical in the earliest development of self-government in ancient Athens and Rome, was critical to the American founders' conception of a republic. During the middle of the 20th century, rates of homeownership in the United States expanded from 44% in 1940 to 63% 30 years later. Yet, in the new generation, this prospect is fading. In the United States, homeownership among the post-college cohort, ages 25 to 34, has dropped from 45.4% in 2000 to 37% in 2016, a drop of 18%, according to Census Bureau data. Some pundits suggest the decline of homeownership stems from changing preferences among younger people. Planners, social pundits, and urban intellectuals within the clerisy repeatedly make this assertion, one echoed by investors who seek to create a rentership society where people remain renters for life, enjoying their video games or houseplants. Yet virtually all surveys show that the vast majority of younger people would like to own a single-family home, and most want to raise children. The reason for not doing so lies with high housing costs. In the emerging neo-feudal world, property ownership is increasingly restricted to older generations, who benefit from expanding home values and rental income, as well as wealthy institutional investors. In this new order, inheritance, notes French economist Thomas Piketty, seems destined to make a comeback. In the next generation, inheritance may play a role unseen since the 19th century. In America, a nation with a mythology disdainful of inherited wealth, millennials are counting on inheritance for their retirement at a rate 3 times that of the boomers. Among the youngest cohort, those 18 to 22, over 60% see inheritance as their primary source of wealth as they age. The politics of inequality. These changes in the patterns of ownership and class will likely reshape liberal democracy, creating new forms of government, predicts Stratfor's Eric Schnurrer, with economics and social organization as different from today's as our world is from the Middle Ages. The shrinking of the yeoman class of small business people and property owners certainly undermines the ballast of democratic community life and could well accelerate the already ongoing radicalization of American politics. This radicalization is clearest among millennials, those faced with limited prospects for upward mobility. Some 40% of millennials, notes Pew, favor limiting speech deemed offensive, well above the 27% of Gen Zers, 24% of boomers, and 12% of the oldest, many of whom recall the censorship imposed by fascist and communist regimes of the past. Millennials are also more likely to be dismissive about basic constitutional civil rights and are even more accepting of a military coup than previous generations. This new radical bent extends to both right and left. In November 2016, more white American millennials voted for Donald Trump than Hillary Clinton. But the new radicalism is, for now, most pronounced on the left. During the 2016 primaries, socialist Bernie Sanders outpolled Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump combined. A 2016 poll by the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation found that 44% of American millennials favored socialism, while another 14% chose fascism or communism. By 2024, these millennials will be by far the country's biggest voting bloc. Drawing little hope from the private sector, many millennials endorse policies that favor handing control of American economic life to Washington. Some of this tendency rests on environmental concerns, but economic inequality drives much of the thinking. As one of the architects of the Green New Deal recently said, "Do you guys think of the Green New Deal as a climate thing? Because we really think of it as a how do you change the entire economy thing." Ultimately, the shift of millennials to the left could lead to a conflict between the oligarchs and the clerisy over the appropriation of wealth. The way things look now, the battle will be over who pays for an ever-expanding welfare state, not how to expand the middle class. This is likely to shift our politics increasingly in an authoritarian direction. As the great historian Barrington Moore noted, No bourgeois, no democracy. In a country where the middle ranks are shrinking, the elite's more powerful and ideological polarization is on the rise. The prospects for democracy, even in its greatest homeland, could be grim indeed. In the world envisioned by the oligarchs and the clerisy, the poor and much of the middle class are destined to become more dependent on the state. This dependency could be accelerated as their labor is devalued both by policy hostile to the industrial economy and by the greater implementation of automation and artificial intelligence. Opposing these forces will be very difficult, particularly given the orientation of our media, academia, and the nonprofit world, as well as the massive wealth accumulated by the oligarchs. A system that grants favors and entertainment to its citizens but denies them property expects little in return. This kind of state, Tocqueville suggested, can be used to keep its members in perpetual childhood. It would degrade men rather than tormenting them. Reversing our path away from a new feudalism will require, among other things, a rediscovery of belief in our basic values and what it means to be an American. Nearly 40% of young Americans, for example, think the country lacks a history to be proud of. Fewer young people than previous generations place an emphasis on family, religion, or patriotism. Rather than look at what binds a democratic society together, the focus on both right and left has been on narrow identities incapable of sustaining a democratic and pluralistic society. The new generation has become cut off from the traditions and values of our past. If one does not even know of the legacies underpinning our democracy, one is not likely to notice when they are lost. Recovering a sense of pride and identification with America's achievements is an essential component of any attempt to recover the drive, ambition, and self-confidence that propelled the United States to the space age. If we want to rescue the future from a new and pernicious form of feudalism, we will have to recover this ground. To reverse neo-feudalism, the Third Estate, the class most threatened by the ascendancy of the oligarchs and the clerisy, needs to reinvigorate its political will, just as it did during the Revolution and in the various struggles that followed. Happy the nation whose people has not forgotten to how to rebel, noted the British historian R. H. Tawney. Whether we can understand and defy the new feudalism will determine the kind of world our children will inherit. In the eyes of both those who live here and those who come to observe, California has long stood out as the beacon for a better future. Progressive writers Peter Leiden and Rui Teixeira suggested last year that our state is in the vanguard of every positive trend, from racial diversity and environmentalism to policing gender roles. California, they said in a post on Medium, is the future of American politics. If true, this may not be the best of news. Rather than the vanguard of a more egalitarian future, California has become the progenitor of a new form of feudalism characterized by gross inequality and increasingly rigid class lines, a trend that could be exacerbated in the aftermath of the coronavirus outbreak, which has devastated much of the blue-collar economy. But the shift is likely to only further enhance those at the top of the state's new class structure, those best suited for the inexorable and expanding shift to digital platforms. These are the tech oligarchs who dominate an economy that leaves most Californians less well off. The shift to online services is likely to boost the already established large tech firms, particularly those involved in streaming entertainment services, food delivery services, telemedicine, biomedicine, cloud computing, and online education. The shift to remote work has created an enormous market for applications, which facilitate video conferencing and digital collaboration like Slack, the fastest-growing business application on record, as well Google Hangouts, Zoom, and Microsoft Teams. Other tech firms such as Facebook, game makers like Activision Blizzard, and online retailers like Chewy, suggests Morgan Stanley, can also expect to see their stock prices soar as the pandemic fades and public acceptance of online commerce and at-home entertainment grows with enforced familiarity. Growing corporate concentration in the technology sector, both in the United States and Europe, will enhance the power of these companies to dominate commerce and information flows. As we stare at our screens, we are ever more subject to manipulation by a handful of platforms that increasingly control the means of communication. Zoom, whose daily traffic has boomed 535% over the past month, has been caught sharing users' data with other clients without approval. All this is likely to accelerate the state's trend towards extreme inequality. Although successors of the state's entrepreneurial garage culture, these firms clearly are not raising all boats and creating opportunities for a broad portion of the population. Instead, according to liberal economist James Galbraith, California is becoming ever more unequal. Although its policies are widely praised on the left, the state now suffers a level of inequality worse than that of Mexico. Until the past decade, California boasted a remarkably diverse economy, resting on an array of industries that span the gamut from agriculture and oil to aerospace and finance, software, and basic manufacturing. The broad range of opportunities, plus the unmatched beauty and mild climate of the state, lured millions from around the world, from rocket scientists to impoverished campesinos. In the process, California developed a large and increasingly diverse middle class. The California Century, notes Ethan Rarick, biographer of Jerry Brown's father Pat, provided the template of American life. There was an American dream across the nation, he wrote, and California was the proving ground for the American future. As recently as the period from 1996 to 2006, according to economist David Friedman, California's job creation was well distributed among regions, job types, and incomes. But in the recovery after the Great Recession, which hit California more profoundly than the rest of the country, the state's economy has become more narrowly focused and geographically constrained around the tech-driven Bay Area. In large part due to the state's onerous tax burden and regulatory regime, the headquarters of the large energy and aerospace firms that once provided middle-class jobs have left California. These include large firms such as Occidental Petroleum, Jacobs Engineering, Parsons, Bechtel, Toyota, Mitsubishi, Nissan, Schwab, and McKesson, as well as an estimated 2,000 smaller companies. These departures have precipitated a distressing decline in the quality of employment for most Californians. Although California has outperformed the rest of the country in overall employment growth over the past decade, most of the new jobs pay poorly. Overall, the state has created 5 times as many low-wage as high-wage jobs. A remarkable 86% of all new jobs created during this period paid below the median income, while almost half paid under $40,000. Even Silicon Valley has created fewer high-paying, as opposed to low-paying, positions than the national average, and far fewer than prime competitors like Salt Lake City, Seattle, or Austin. Many of these jobs are particularly vulnerable to COVID-19, future pandemics, and the new attitudes that are likely to emerge as a result. In the pandemic, as everywhere, California's low-end restaurant and retail workers have been hard hit, but California is particularly exposed to threats to the hospitality, food service, performing arts, sports, and casino sectors. These sectors have accounted for a quarter of all new jobs created this decade, with much of the growth concentrated in idyllic coastal Southern California. In contrast, over the past decade, California has fallen to the bottom half of states in terms of manufacturing employment growth, ranking 44th last year. Its industrial new job creation declined to less than 1/3 that of prime competitors such as Texas, Virginia, Arizona, Nevada, and Florida. 10 This has proven a disaster for working-class Californians. Even without adjusting for costs, no California metro ranks in the top 10 in terms of well-paying blue-collar jobs. But Ventura, Los Angeles, San Jose, and San Diego sit among the bottom 10. Even one of the steadiest sources of higher-wage blue-collar employment, international trade, could be severely impacted. International trade, including exports and imports, supports nearly 5 million California jobs, nearly 1 in 4. Yet, due to regulatory and labor issues, Southern California's ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles have been losing market share to other regions, notably in the South. Reduced trade flows, particularly with China, could have considerable negative effects. These economic changes have pummeled the middle class, traditionally the bulwark against feudalization. In a recent study conducted by Chapman's Marshall Toplansky, the vast majority of Californians have a negative net worth, the major exceptions being affluent retirees, people earning over $200,000 annually, and childless college graduates making $100,000 or more per year. The Golden State now suffers the widest gap between middle and upper incomes in the country, 72%, compared to a national average of 57%. As recently as the 1980s, the San Jose area boasted one of the country's most egalitarian economies. Jobs in manufacturing, assembly, transportation, and customer support helped middle and even working-class families to achieve the California dream. But as Silicon Valley has shifted from an industrial to a software focus, it lost over 160,000 manufacturing positions. Even worse, as much as 40% of the current tech workforce is made up of non-citizens, many on temporary visas. In the process, Silicon Valley has morphed into what CityLab has described as a region of segregated innovation, where the rich wax, the middle class declines, and the poor live in increasingly inescapable poverty. San Francisco, which has emerged as a major center of the Bay Area tech scene, has been the place where, according to the Brookings Institution, inequality grew most rapidly among the nation's large cities in the last decade. The California Budget and Policy Center has named the city first in California for economic inequality. The average income of the top 1% of households in the city averages $3.6 million, 44 times the average income of the bottom 99%, which stands at $81,094. Rather than being a beacon of opportunity, the city by the bay is a place where the middle-class family heads towards extinction. San Francisco also suffers the highest property crime and petty crime rates of any major urban area, and it has become the epicenter of an explosion in homelessness, even as homelessness has been reduced in much of the country. For increasing numbers of residents, even massive wealth and unmatched natural amenities are not enough to keep them around. According to demographer Wendell Cox, last year the Bay Area lost an estimated 50,000 more migrants than came. In 2018, roughly 46% of all Bay Area residents indicated they were planning to leave compared to 34% just 2 years earlier. This trend is particularly marked among the young. One recent report from the Urban Land Institute found that 74% of all Bay Area millennials were considering a move out of the region in the next 5 years. California's demographics, long driven by newcomers, are changing dramatically. Between 2014 and 2018, notes Cox, net domestic outmigration grew from 46,000 to 156,000. The conventional wisdom among politicians in Sacramento and their apologists in the press sees California losing mostly its poor, its elderly, and its less skilled. Yet an analysis of IRS data for 2015 to 16, the latest available, shows that half of those leaving the state made over $50,000 annually, roughly 1 in 4 made over $100,000, and another quarter earned a middle-class paycheck between $50,000 and $100,023. Perhaps the biggest concern is the loss of young people and families from the state. The largest group leaving, some 28%, is between the ages of 35 and 44, the prime age for raising families. Another third come from those aged 25 to 34 and 45 to 54. Sadly, it is among both the young and the more affluent that outmigration is getting stronger. High housing prices, along with an increasingly dismal job picture, drive this trend. The rise in housing prices, together with soaring rents, has made the California dream all but unattainable for millennials, whose homeownership rates have dropped far below the national average. The salary needed to purchase a mid-priced house in the state has soared to $120,000, the highest on the continent by $30,000, and almost twice what is required to buy a home in Texas, Florida, or Arizona. In San Francisco, Los Angeles, and San Diego, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, the homeownership rate among 25 to 34-year-olds ranges from 19.6% to 22.6%, 40% or more below the national average. California's young families increasingly face a toxic combination of high costs and relatively low salaries. Californian millennials on average earn about as much as their counterparts in states such as Texas, Minnesota, and Washington, where the cost of living is far lower. Most seem doomed to spend their lives struggling to pay the rent. Zillow estimates that, for workers between the ages of 22 and 34, rent absorbs over 45% of income in Los Angeles and San Francisco, compared to roughly 30% in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston. In Los Angeles and the Bay Area, a monthly mortgage amounts to, on average, close to 40% of income, compared to 15% nationally. For the next generation of Californians, arguably the best way to buy a home is a distinctly feudal one. Win the birth sweepstakes and tap the bank of mom and dad to make a purchase. Approximately 1/3 of FHA loans in California rely on family money, up from 25% in 2011. In some markets, like Los Angeles and Orange County, the rate is close to 40%. Overall, coastal California has one of the highest rates of family assistance to renters, well over 35%, compared to the national average of 26%. As a result of this process, California's population growth has all but halted and has fallen below the national average for the first time. In 2015, Los Angeles and San Francisco ranked among the bottom 10 in birth rates among 53 major metropolitan areas, according to the American Community Survey. A dearth of young people could pose particular problems for an economy like California's, long dependent on innovation, which, as economist Gary Becker notes, has historically been the province of younger workers and entrepreneurs. This is occurring while international migration, the other source of demographic dynamism, has slowed to one-third the level seen in Texas, further depressing population growth. As a result, California's fertility rate has dropped 60% more than the national average since 2010, and the state is now aging 50% more rapidly than the rest of the country. If these trends continue, wheelchairs will replace surfboards as state icons. One of my personal mentors, the late Michael Harrington, challenged America to confront poverty in his book The Other America. What would he think of contemporary California? He would be shocked, in particular, to see that despite the juxtaposition of enormous wealth and poverty, progressives like Laura Tyson and Lenny Mendonça see California as the home of a new progressive era, in which the state emerges as the exemplar of social justice. The statistics for poverty, driven by high costs and diminished opportunities, are shocking. California suffers the highest poverty rate, adjusted for costs, of any state in the country, according to the U.S. Census. A recent United Way study found that close to 1 in 3 families in the state are barely able to pay their bills. Fully 1 in 3 welfare recipients in the nation live in California, although it is home to barely 12% of the country's population. Today, 8 million Californians live in poverty, including 2 million children, by far the most of any state. This number has risen since the recession, despite the subsequent boom. The most extreme poverty is found in 2 places: the vast interior regions and areas close to urban cores. Anyone riding along Highway 33 through the Central Valley can see scenes that seem more like rural Mexico than America. Abandoned cars, dilapidated houses, and deserted storefronts. Among the nation's 381 metropolitan areas, notes a recent Pew study, 4 of the 10 with the lowest share of middle-class residents are in California's Heartland: Fresno, Bakersfield, Visalia-Porterville, and El Centro. 3 of the 10 regions with the highest proportion of poor people were also in the state's interior, and all have suffered among the largest rises in inequality. Economist John Husing, whose work focuses on the Inland Empire, a sprawling region of 4.2 million inhabitants just east of Los Angeles, suggests the state's green policies have placed it at war with industries such as home building, energy, agriculture, and manufacturing that have traditionally driven the interior's economy. These losses are catastrophic in areas where many residents lack a college education, and 5 inland California counties have among the lowest percentages of educated workers out of all U.S. metropolitan areas. The Inland Empire, with a population nearly as large as metropolitan Boston, suffers the lowest average pay of any of the nation's 50 largest counties and has among the highest poverty rates of any of the nation's 25 largest metropolitan areas. Yet perhaps the most searing poverty can be seen in Los Angeles, by far the state's largest metropolitan area. The LA area, notes the Census Bureau, has the highest poverty rate of any major metropolitan region. 1 in 4 Angelenos, according to a recent UCLA study, spend half their income on rent, the highest again of any major metro area. Amidst the pandemic, this huge inequality can be seen here and elsewhere in how the virus has hit the state's poor and minority communities in the biggest urban areas. Despite its density and, for California, high levels of transit dependence, San Francisco has done better than less dense South Los Angeles in terms of infections and death. Nowhere has the state come close to New York levels of fatalities. Similarly, the affluent, tech-oriented, auto-dependent economies of Silicon Valley, West Los Angeles, the South Bay, and Orange County have done far better than the heavily minority inner city. These affluent areas also benefit, as Richard Florida has pointed out, from their plethora of high-end, digitally enabled jobs. The more an economy has this orientation, the easier it has been to limit the pandemic. Hopefully, the virus may bring a novel sense of reality and even a touch of humility to state policymakers. Virtue-signaling steps like outlawing plastic bags have served to spread infection, so much so that San Francisco, the unofficial capital of Ecotopia, now bans reusable totes instead. Other progressive policies, such as allowing vast homeless encampments, are now widely seen less as exercises in tolerance and more as ideal breeding grounds for the virus, as well as more deadly contagions such as typhus. Motivated by the virus, there are finally steps being taken, notably in Los Angeles, to force the homeless off the streets and into safer, more sanitary environments. Among these populations, there are even indications of a return of the signature malady of the Middle Ages, bubonic plague, although the mainstream media seeks to blame this, like most ills, on climate change as opposed to failed social policy. Perhaps no state advertises its multicultural bona fides more than California. These narratives portray a proudly multicultural California, where Hispanics and African Americans constitute 45% of the total population, as the model for future race relations. State Attorney General Xavier Becerra has sued the Trump administration numerous times over immigration policy. The state proclaimed itself to be a sanctuary to all kinds of refugees and migrants. It has already provided driver's licenses to some 1 million undocumented aliens, and it has granted free health care to illegal residents. Meanwhile, San Francisco, the paragon of wokeness, has moved to allow non-citizens to vote in local elections. All this may make progressives feel better about themselves, but if the state's leaders were to look at how people of color are actually doing, they would see something that resembled apartheid South Africa or the pre-civil rights South. California, as gubernatorial candidate and environmental activist Michael Schellenberger has suggested, is not the most progressive state, but the most racist one. Hispanics and African Americans do worse in California than almost anywhere else in the country. Based on cost of living estimates from the Census Bureau, 28% of African Americans in the state live in poverty, compared with 22% nationally. Fully 1/3 of Latinos, now the state's largest ethnic group, live in poverty, compared with 21% outside the state. Over half of all Latino households can barely pay their bills, according to a United Way study, a figure which rises to 80% for undocumented Latinos. For Latinos, notes longtime political consultant Mike Madrid, the California dream is becoming an unattainable fantasy. In the past, poor Californians, whether from the Deep South, Mexico, or the Dust Bowl, could count on the education system to help them advance. But now California has among the lowest reading scores for 8th graders in the nation, and Latino academic achievement is generally lower in California than in the rest of the country. Educators, however, particularly in minority districts, seem more interested in political indoctrination than results. Among the 50 states, California ranked 49th in performance for poor, largely minority students. San Francisco, the epicenter of California's woke culture, suffers the worst scores for African Americans out of all counties in the state. Given meager earnings and the high cost of housing and rent, many minorities are forced to live in deplorable conditions. Out of the 331 zip codes that make up the top 1% of overcrowded zip codes in the United States, 134 are found in Southern California, primarily in Greater Los Angeles and San Diego, and are mostly concentrated around heavily Latino areas such as Pico Union, East Los Angeles, and Santa Ana in Orange County. Not surprisingly, many minorities, especially African Americans, are considering fleeing the state. In a recent University of California, Berkeley poll, 58% of African Americans expressed interest in leaving the state, more than any ethnic group, including whites. Some 45% of Asians and Latinos are also considering a move out. These residents may appreciate the state's celebration of diversity, but increasingly find the state inhospitable to their needs and those of their families. California's tech oligarchs may be famously woke, but they do not seem to be greatly concerned by the enormous gaps in class and race in their backyards. The Giving Code, which reports on the charitable trends among the ultra-rich, found that between 2006 and 2013, 93% of all private foundation giving in Silicon Valley went outside the area. Much of what is given goes to global causes like mitigating climate change, protecting the environment, or fighting diseases in developing countries. Better to be a child in an African village, a whale, or a tree than someone forced to live in their car across the street from Google. This reflects the oligarchs' remarkable level of narcissism, elitism, and self-regard. As Thomas Piketty has observed of some 19th century industrialists, the tech oligarchs believe that the rise of technically trained people would destroy artificial inequalities in favor of highlighting natural inequalities. They justify their position by embracing the notion that they are not just creating value but working to change the world. This makes them, unlike the merely profit-oriented old managerial aristocracy or the grubby corporate speculator, intrinsically more deserving of their wealth and power. These tech oligarchs do not oppose huge class divisions. Rather, they embrace what Aldous Huxley called a scientific caste system, in which they stand at the apex. In some ways, this reflects the realities of the current tech business, which relies not on a wide range of skills but on a small cadre of elite talent. This is very different from the demands placed on managers in more traditional businesses who had to cope with not only other managers, but also marketers, technicians, warehouse workers, and salespeople. In some fields, such as manufacturing and energy, they often confronted unionized workers who could advocate for their own rights. In contrast, tech firms are rarely unionized. Rather than fight inequality, the oligarchs are seeking ways to accommodate it. Gregory Ferenstein, who interviewed 147 digital company founders, says most believe that an increasingly greater share of economic wealth will be generated by a smaller slice of very talented or original people. Everyone else will increasingly subsist on some combination of part-time entrepreneurial gig work and government aid. These oligarchs generally don't even expect their workers or consumers to achieve greater independence through the traditional avenues of owning houses and starting companies. If anything, they tend to push what might be called an anti-materialist point of view that emphasizes meaningful community on a global scale but rarely speaks of upward mobility. Ferenstein suggests that many oligarchs, in contrast to business leaders of the past, seek to secure their future by creating a radically expanded welfare state. Indeed, the former head of Uber, Travis Kalanick, Y Combinator founder Sam Altman, Mark Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk all favor a publicly funded guaranteed annual wage, in part to help allay fears of potential insurrection arising from the effects of disruption on an exposed workforce. In a sense, the oligarchs have embraced the old aristocratic notion of what Marx called a proletarian alms bag by having taxpayers provide not just guaranteed wages but free health care, free college, and housing subsidies. This alms bag may need to be made even larger after the disruption of much of the middle and working class economies in the wake of COVID-19. This oligarchic socialism differs dramatically from the mixed capitalist system that emerged after the Second World War, which was based on increased upward mobility and increased consumption for the masses. In the world envisioned by the oligarchs, the poor would become ever more dependent on the state, as their labor is devalued by regulatory assaults on the industrial economy, as well as by the greater implementation of automation and artificial intelligence. Even those lucky enough to work for the oligarchs will face a severely restricted future. Unable to grow into property-owning adults, these workers will subsist on subsidies and what they can make through gig work. To combat boredom, they can enjoy what Google calls immersive computing in their spare time. To cement their dominion, the oligarchs have made political alliances with other groups, notably those who dominate California's increasingly one-party system. This has made them critical allies of California's progressives, with whom they have made common cause on a host of issues, from gender rights to immigration to climate change. This alliance between the oligarchs and California's clerisy, university professors, senior bureaucrats, and nonprofits, drives the state's powerful green agenda. Oligarchic firms such as Google and Apple have embraced the basic thrust of the state's climate policies. Time magazine, for example, which is owned by Salesforce founder Mark Benioff, recently named the Jeanne d'Arc of the Greens, Greta Thunberg, its Person of the Year. Unlike most Californians, Benioff and other oligarchs can afford their environmental radicalism. Their businesses do not depend primarily on affordable energy or large pools of moderately skilled workers. Similarly, the clerisy, cloistered in powerful institutions like academia, the media, or government, are largely insulated from the ill effects of the regulatory regime, which include higher energy and housing prices. California's green regulators maintain that the implementation of ever stricter rules related to climate will have only a small impact on the economy, a contention that even some environmental economists, such as Harvard's Robert Stavins, find dubious. Indeed, a recent analysis by attorneys David Friedman and Jennifer Hernandez demonstrates in detail how California's draconian anti-climate change regime has exacerbated economic, geographic, and racial inequality. Among the primary impacts of climate regulations, as laid out by Friedman and Hernandez, has been the elimination of historically well-paying jobs in fields such as manufacturing, energy, and home building, all key employers for working and middle-class Californians. Ironically, California's efforts to save the planet have actually done little more than divert greenhouse gas, GHG, emissions to other states and countries. Since 2007, when the Golden State's landmark global warming legislation was passed, note Friedman and Hernandez, California has accounted for barely 5% of the nation's GHG reductions, and the state ranks a mediocre 40th in per capita GHG reduction over the past decade. As Friedman and Hernandez demonstrate, state policies may be increasing total GHG by pushing people and industries to states with less mild climates. Given that, in 2010, California accounted for less than 1% of global GHG emissions, the disproportionately large reductions sought by state activists and bureaucrats would have no discernible effect on global emissions under the terms of the Paris Agreement. If California ceased to exist in 2030, Friedman and Hernandez note, global GHG emissions would still be 99.54% of where they would be otherwise. Even if it does little for the planet, the state's climate alarmism serves an important political purpose. Like medieval clerics pointing to the heavens for every problem, California's leaders use climate change to excuse virtually every failure of state policy. During the 2011-17 California drought, Governor Jerry Brown and his minions blamed the climate for the dry period, but avoided taking blame for insufficient capacity for storage that would have helped farmers. And when the rains came back and reservoirs filled, negating their narrative, little attempt was made to save water for the inevitable next drought. Similarly, in the case of the recent wildfires, Gavin Newsom and his claque in the media blamed changes in the global climate. But it had at least as much to do with green resistance to controlled burns and brush clearance than anything happening on a planetary scale. Attempts to impose such fuel controls had been vetoed by Brown and are opposed by the Greens and their allies at media outlets like the Los Angeles Times. Climate alarmism is also useful to cloak the political failures of local politicians like LA Mayor Eric Garcetti. Given his city's mind-boggling congestion, rampant inequality, massive rat infestation, and ubiquitous homeless camps, it's no surprise that he would rather talk about becoming chair of the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group. And climate activism may even provide the rationale for the ambitious Governor Newsom to run for president. Unlike traditional businesses, the tech oligarchs not only endorse but even profit from the state's incessant climate virtue signaling. Renewable energy may be expensive and unreliable, but state policy enriches the tech oligarchy's green energy investments, even when their efforts, like the Google-backed Ivampa solar farm, fail to deliver affordable, reliable energy. In contemporary California, results matter less than supposed good intentions. Until now, the alliance of the oligarchs with the progressive clerisy, almost unanimously supported by the media, has been all but immune from challenge. Yet there exist in this alliance what Marxists might call fundamental contradictions that could eventually undermine the cozy arrangement between the rapacious capitalists of the Valley and their militant progressive allies. This can be seen in growing conflicts between the oligarchs and the state's increasingly assertive left. The youth activists now at the forefront of the anti-climate change movement may be less willing to tolerate the oligarchy's personal excesses than previous generations of environmental advocates. After all, if the world is on the verge of a global apocalypse, how can the luxurious lifestyles of those flying their private jets to discuss this crisis, like Leonardo DiCaprio or the heads of Google, be tolerated? Unlike gentry progressives, increasing numbers of climate activists marry green values with explicit socialism. Many endorse the view of Barry Commoner, one of the founding fathers of modern environmentalism, that capitalism is the Earth's #1 enemy. There's even a growing socialist movement among tech employees in Silicon Valley, many of whom have little chance of replicating the opportunities for wealth accumulation enjoyed by prior generations in the Bay Area. The class dimension has become more evident in the increasingly progressive-dominated, veto-proof legislature. The recently passed Assembly Bill 5 concerning contract labor is a direct threat not only to tech firms like Uber and Lyft, but to companies in everything from media to trucking who subcontract services from smaller companies and individuals. And proposals for higher income and other taxes will also certainly hit the tech workforce. In response to such changes, some tech firms have already started shifting employment to other states. In fact, according to Bureau of Labor Statistics estimates, several states, Idaho, Tennessee, Washington, and Utah, are now growing their tech employment more rapidly than California. Another threat to the new feudal order lies in the simmering resentments of the state's now largely forgotten middle and working classes. Only 17% of Californians, according to one recent survey, believe the state's current generation is doing better than previous ones. More than 50% think Californians 18 to 30 years old are doing worse than older cohorts. These resentments may not be articulated, but they definitely lie beneath the surface. More Californians feel the state is headed in the wrong direction than the right one, according to a recent poll by the Public Policy Institute of California, a number that reaches above 55% in the inland areas. Nor is support for the current political regime particularly deep. Voters dislike the state legislature even more than President Trump. There's even, despite the almost unceasing media hype, a growing reaction against the state's draconian climate policies. Attempts to ban natural gas, for example, have elicited opposition from 110 cities, with a total population of over 8 million. The California Chamber of Commerce and the three most prominent ethnic chambers, African American, Latino, and Asian Pacific, have joined the opposition. Increasingly in California, as in other parts of the world, previously sacrosanct climate change policies risk a class-based backlash. Some of this opposition also arises from civil rights organizations who are finally awakening to the impact climate extremism has on their constituents. Recently, some 200 veteran civil rights leaders sued the California Air Resources Board on the ground that state policies are skewed against the poor and minorities. But perhaps the biggest threat to California's emerging feudal order may be financial. As even Jerry Brown noted, the Johnny One-Note tech economy could stumble, a possibility made more real by the recent $100 billion drop in the value of privately held unicorns. Already over two-thirds of cities in California do not have any funds set aside for health care and other retirement expenses. The state also suffers a $1 trillion pension shortfall, as has been noted by former Democratic State Senator Joe Nation. Overall, U.S. News places California 42nd in fiscal health among the states, despite the tech boom. What California needs today is not some imagined return of Reaganite conservatism, that ship long ago sailed over the horizon, but a policy agenda that, first and foremost, serves the basic interests of state residents by expanding opportunity across both classes and geographies. Those of us concerned about a better future for the next generation may be discouraged, but it is hard to accept that, with all our great resources and culture of innovation, a way cannot be found to restore the state's once proud reputation as an incubator of aspirations and fulfiller of dreams. Even before 2020, America's great cities faced a tide that threatened to overwhelm them. In 2020, the tsunami rose suddenly, inundating the cities in ways that will prove both troubling and transformative, but which could mark the return toward a more humane and sustainable urbanity. The two shocks, the COVID-19 pandemic in the spring, followed by a summer punctuated by massive social unrest, have undermined persistent fantasies of an inevitable back-to-the-city migration. Before the pandemic, cities were already experiencing a huge class divide, slackening population growth, rising crime, and dysfunctional schools. Their white-collar-dominated economies were clearly vulnerable to technological changes, and they were presided over by a political class increasingly out of touch with reality and often hostile to middle-class concerns. Now, the urban white-collar employment and tourism economies have been devastated, while other sectors such as manufacturing, port development, and logistics had already departed. The weeks, even months, of civil disorders occurring after the death of George Floyd may prove even more consequential. Cities were already facing rising crime before the Floyd incident. Last year, New York's bodegas experienced a 222% increase in burglaries, while brick-and-mortar chains like Walgreens were shutting down locations in San Francisco due to rampant burglaries. More middle-class families appear happy to have relocated to the suburbs, or to places even farther away, where houses are less expensive. 1 in 5 Americans, according to Pew, knows someone who has moved due to COVID. The pandemic exposed what has long been an urban weakness. Since ancient Greece, crowded conditions, combined with intense poverty and connections to distant marketplaces, often the seedbeds of novel diseases, have made cities naturally more susceptible to pandemics than the countryside. In his brilliant History of Rome, Kyle Harper describes how the thriving but very dense cities of the precociously urbanized empire became victims of the urban graveyard effect. Attracting migrants from across the empire, fetid cities served as petri dishes for parasites and viral infection. Similarly, the Black Death in the Middle Ages spread throughout Europe, but it was poor urban dwellers who suffered most, notes historian Barbara Tuchman. Cities eventually recovered, but remained constrained, and many communities actually disappeared. The association of urban density, poverty, and disease persisted through the Renaissance to the Industrial Revolution. Its pandemics were well chronicled by Engels, to the Spanish flu a century ago. This association has continued to hold in the case of COVID-19, despite the pandemic's relentless spread. Indeed, even after the surge of cases in more rural areas, fatality rates in counties with the highest urban densities, particularly those which have greater overcrowding in housing, the greatest mass transit dependency, and deepest pockets of poverty, have seen the most fatalities. In the United States, at the end of 2020, counties with urban densities greater than 10,000 people per square mile constitute 3% of the nation's population but have suffered 8.8% of deaths associated with the pandemic, 2.5 times their proportional share. By comparison, in typical suburban areas, urban densities of 1,000 to 5,000 per square mile, where 81% of the population lives, the COVID fatality rate is 60% lower. This reflects what can be best described as the impact of exposure density, brought on by crowded housing, transit, elevators, and office environments. These challenges will likely not end even with a vaccine or herd immunity. As Laurie Garrett pointed out 3 decades ago in The Coming Plague, the growth of crowded megacities, or what she calls urban third-worldization, such as we see in China's dense and unsanitary cities, seems ideal for creating new pandemics like SARS, MERS, and swine flu. 6 The National Institutes of Health's Anthony Fauci sees potential new viruses already incubating in China and warns that more pandemics may arise in the near future. Meanwhile, the pandemic has accelerated the growth of class divides. The worst effects by far have been felt in impoverished parts of New York, Houston, Los Angeles County, Chicago's poor South Side, and similar areas. The Bronx, for example, has suffered an 80% worse death rate than denser yet wealthier Manhattan, while Brooklyn's rate is 50% worse than Manhattan's. But Manhattan's death rate, lower with less transit use and largely empty offices, is still double the national rate. Poor and minority communities also have endured the worst economic dislocation from the pandemic. The lockdowns, whether justified or overwrought, have pummeled low-income workers. Roughly half of all job losses in April were in low-paying fields such as restaurants, hotels, and amusement parks. Almost 40% of Americans making under $40,000 a year have lost their jobs, seeing the wage gains made during the first 2 years of the Trump administration evaporate. In contrast, educated professionals have been able to move to the city of bits laid out by MIT's William Mitchell almost a quarter century ago. Mitchell predicted that information work traditionally done at city center locations could be shifted to network-connected computer-equipped suburban or even rural homes. In this recession, a large portion of the white-collar workforce in finance, design, media, technology, and other high-end services made a surprisingly successful transition to remote work, reaping unanticipated productivity gains. Technologies that barely existed at the turn of the millennium are now widely deployed within banks and leading tech firms. Companies such as Facebook, Salesforce, and Twitter expect a large proportion of their employees to continue working remotely after the pandemic. Perhaps more revealing, 3/4 of venture capitalists and tech firm founders, notes one recent survey, expect their ventures to be totally, or mostly, operating online. A University of Chicago study suggests telecommuters could grow to as much as 1/3 of the workforce, gutting what has become the economic base of great cities. Nearly half of U.S. mayors, the people paid to be optimists about the urban future, surveyed by Boston University agreed that downtown offices would become less desirable even after the pandemic. One recent report from Upwork finds that between 14 and 23 million Americans are seeking to move to a less expensive and less crowded place. This migration is boosting population and real estate values around the periphery. The hottest zip codes today, according to Realtor.com, are not in Manhattan but in places like Colorado Springs, Reynoldsburg, Ohio, and Rochester, New York. Prices may be dropping in Manhattan, the core of San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Seattle, but things are looking up in these cities' suburbs and exurbs as well as in areas like Fayetteville, Arkansas. Some smaller cities such as Fargo, Sioux Falls, and Huntsville are also beneficiaries of these trends. A demographic shift is occurring as these areas are now enjoying faster growth in millennial populations than places like New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, and the Bay Area. As Wendell Cox and I noted in a report for Heartland Forward, the biggest gainers in terms of migrants in 2020 have been smaller metros like Jacksonville, Salt Lake City, Sacramento, and Kansas City. New York, the Bay Area, Seattle, Portland, and Boston took the biggest hits. With the arrival of the vaccine and perhaps herd immunity, some of the worst aspects of the pandemic will thankfully ease. But the urban disorder witnessed this summer may prove harder to overcome. Homicides are rising rapidly in virtually all major cities, including those like Los Angeles and New York, which previously enjoyed precipitous declines in crime. Yet as cities have become more dangerous, major media, progressive salons, and city halls have been more likely to call for defunding the police than protecting the streets. Those headed to the suburbs in response have been accused by Derek Johnson, president of the NAACP, of representing a new white flight, But this ignores the fact that white flight has long since morphed into multicultural migration. Today, many people of color are equally or even more likely to flee dysfunctional cities. Back in the 1960s, some middle-class minorities may have felt compelled to stay in their city communities because of discrimination. Now they are far less likely to stay. The stereotypes of the 1950s and 1960s no longer hold. In the 50 largest U.S. metropolitan areas, 44% of residents live in racially and ethnically diverse suburbs, ranging from 20% to 60% non-white. In fact, minorities, particularly Black and immigrant business owners as well as small property owners, are the most exposed to street crime. Large corporations and nonprofits might pledge billions to fight systemic racism, but past experience shows that rioting and crime will over time reduce investment in poor inner-city areas. The Los Angeles civil unrest of 30 years ago, which occurred during a severe recession arising in part from the post-Cold War decline of the aerospace industry. A truly horrendous event I witnessed and covered, hardly improved conditions despite repeated pledges from corporate, nonprofit, and political leaders. Instead, South Central Los Angeles, the site of two of the worst riots in American history, has suffered from widening underperformance relative to the surrounding area in terms of homeownership, income, and educational attainment. Today, progressive district attorneys and city councils in New York, St. Louis, San Francisco, Seattle, Portland, Philadelphia, and more recently Los Angeles are increasingly committed to ending bail and emptying prisons of all but the most heinous violent criminals. Lenient law enforcement and turning a blind eye to rioting, chaos, public defecation, illicit drug use, and massive homelessness seems a poor way to get people or companies to move to a city. Some see these conditions as socially useful because they push out the wealthy residents who have driven so much of recent urban growth. Progressives at The Guardian, in these times, and The Atlantic see the potential exodus of wealthy residents as a good thing, allowing a more just and accessible city to be reborn. At the same time, the growing socialist movement in key urban areas seems much less concerned with supporting the private economy and has often acted to limit job-creating development, whether from Amazon or a recent industry city proposal in Brooklyn. There is one glaring problem with expelling the rich, however. The 1% pay 43% of New York City income taxes. But who needs an economy when you can march for social justice? It may feel good for Seattle radicals to wage a virtual war with Amazon, the company that has driven much of that city's economic growth. But whatever the merits of their critiques, the results might now boost opportunities for suburbanites, as the company continues to shift much of its growth to the surrounding suburbs and other regions. For sheer lunacy, it is impossible to beat San Francisco, the primary breeding ground for well-financed digital startups. The city continually places new taxes and burdens on tech firms, rejecting even their charity. The San Francisco Board of Supervisors recently voted 10-1 to officially condemn Mark Zuckerberg for donating $75 million to a hospital. As observer Michael Solana suggests, activists now blame Zuckerberg and other oligarchs for having somehow extracted their wealth from the terroir of San Francisco, and they deserve to be demonized, scapegoated, and punitively targeted. Of course, some tech firms are oligarchical and often socially insensitive, but scores of other communities, in Texas or elsewhere, are happy to welcome similar wealth extraction. Some urban boosters believe that the election of Joe Biden, who received overwhelming support in urban centers, will ensure lavish support for cities' financially devastated transit systems, reeling property markets, and often bloated urban government bureaucracies. But the scale of government action, for example the universal basic income proposed by urban progressives to make up for a lack of decent jobs, would cost, by one recent estimate, some $3 trillion annually. Such expenditures would likely offend the largely middle-class suburban voters responsible for Biden's defeat of Trump, who would have to pay for such largesse. Simply put, the electoral base for a lavish traditional urban agenda no longer exists. In 1950, the core cities of today's major metropolitan areas accounted for nearly 24% of their population, according to demographer Wendell Cox. Today the share is under 15%. Virtually all population growth in these cities has been suburban, principally through annexation. The pandemic seems to have further eroded this position, by how much will not be clear for a while, but it is unlikely that the new census will bear good tidings for our largest metros and particularly our core cities. Given these realities, urban leaders, instead of casting covetous glances at Washington, need to embrace the biblical axiom, "Physician, heal thyself." After all, the massive transfers of the Great Society failed to turn cities around. They actually deteriorated substantially in the ensuing decade, particularly as political support for these programs inevitably dried up. There is a model for recovery of sorts, albeit not perfect, offered by the reform urban mayors of the early 1990s, Bob Lanier in Houston, Rudy Giuliani and Michael Bloomberg in New York, Richard Riordan in Los Angeles, Ed Rendell in Philadelphia, who managed to reduce crime and boost the local economy. Each won significant support not only from the business community, but among Latinos, Asians, and other immigrants. If the core cities are to be saved, a new generation of urban leaders will need to appeal not only to business but also to the aspirations of those who have been left behind. Of course, the challenges faced by any future reform mayor would be similar to those of their predecessors in terms of the need to improve basic education, infrastructure, and the business environment. But because of the legacy of massive inequality caused by an economy bifurcated between high-end and low-wage services, much more attention will need to be focused on keeping more middle-skilled jobs in manufacturing, logistics, and management in the city. It is pretty clear that geographic hierarchies are being reshuffled. Certainly, the flight from density in residences and in the workplace is well underway. A recent Harris poll found that upwards of 2 in 5 American city dwellers are considering a move to less crowded places. The National Association of Realtors reports that households are looking for larger homes, bigger yards, access to the outdoors, and more separation from neighbors. According to its surveys, many die-hard city residents, reports the New York Times, are now putting bids on suburban houses further from the city. Bostonians, notes a new report, are following a similar course. The downtown office environment is in particularly dire shape, with some estimates of a serious financial haircut for $3.3 trillion in commercial mortgages. Loan volume for New York real estate has dropped 50% from last year. Particularly vulnerable will be financially dodgy, megadense developments like Hudson Yards. The much ballyhooed drive for transit-oriented development, beloved by planners and some developers, has been made largely irrelevant by the emerging vision of telecities. Dispersion is clearly winning over concentration. More important still may be demographic shifts, particularly among millennials, minorities, and immigrants, the 3 key shapers of the nation's future population. Disorders on the street level are not likely to keep young people around past their mid-30s. Minneapolis, Portland, Seattle, and San Francisco are among the whitest U.S. cities and are often held up as role models for urban developers. Indeed, they have done well in attracting educated and skilled workers. Yet few people would hold out downtown Portland, our whitest and arguably most dysfunctional big city, as a role model today. The fastest growth among foreign-born workers, according to new research by Wendell Cox, as well as among ethnic minorities, has been in Sunbelt cities like Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, Phoenix, Nashville, Atlanta, and Orlando, rather than in traditional gateway cities like New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, or San Francisco. A recent report from the Urban Reform Institute also found that people of color do better in these Sunbelt cities in terms of real income and housing ownership than in New York, San Francisco, Boston, and Los Angeles. Similarly, we should no longer ignore the flood of millennials moving to rapidly growing metropolitan areas, like Salt Lake City, Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, Nashville, Raleigh, and Charlotte. As we leave the era of urban supremacism, promoted by the media, a new, more diverse set of options is emerging. A number of cities have experienced rapid population and employment growth and seem to be peaking as we enter the 3rd decade of the 21st century, including Nashville, Dallas, Houston, Austin, and Phoenix. Equally important, these areas have also outperformed the largest cities in both tech jobs and professional business services. A recent report on talent migration and regional competitiveness by EMSI designated 10 large counties as 2020's leaders, led by Maricopa County, Phoenix, with the rest of the counties concentrated in Nevada, Texas, and Florida. One big winner is Dallas, Fort Worth, emerging as a major power in financial services. The place some call Y'all Street has attracted the headquarters of finance firms such as Charles Schwab, as well real estate giant CBRE, and major investments from firms including Citigroup, State Farm, Capital One, and Fidelity Investments. There's open discussion of NASDAQ decamping from Greater New York to the Big D. Others have headed to Nashville or, perhaps most aggressively, to Florida, with even Goldman Sachs considering a move down to the Sunshine State. The news comes on the heels of several other investment firms, Elliott Management, Blackstone, and Citadel that have boosted their high-level presence in Florida. Even when they grow into large metros, Dallas-Fort Worth now ranks fourth in the country. These rising cities function differently than more traditional urban centers, with the vast majority of growth taking place in dispersed developments. Firms like Schwab, Toyota, McKesson, and State Farm have established themselves not in Dallas's beleaguered urban core, but in burgeoning suburban counties like Collin and Denton. These suburbs and exurbs account for more than 95% of all population growth in Dallas-Fort Worth this decade and, as Southern Methodist University's Cullum Clark points out, are also far wealthier, better educated, and increasingly attractive to the region's burgeoning foreign-born population. The suburban periphery is also changing. Some now even talk about hipsterbia, suburban towns with big city amenities and appeal to knowledge workers, perhaps establishing a new model of American urbanism. Others still suggest that downtown development is key to attracting high-end jobs, but much new development in tech and other fields is overwhelmingly concentrated in new suburban developments like Plano or Frisco in Dallas-Fort Worth, the Domain in Austin, the Woodlands in Houston, Irvine south of Los Angeles, or Highlands Ranch in the outer suburbs of Denver. These lower-density areas also generate, as Richard Florida has noted, an overwhelming share of new patents. Increasingly, these communities have become the successors of Ebenezer Howard's Garden Cities, places of work and residence located closer to the natural world. This reflects an already established pattern where the large majority of metropolitan area residents have lived and worked outside the urban cores, often with little reason to go downtown regularly. This pattern seems likely to be further accelerated by the 2020 crises. So where does this leave the traditional big city, or even the core of some of the larger Sunbelt towns? To insist that their critics believe cities will disappear is a classic reductio ad absurdum. Cities have withstood worse and ultimately rebounded, but only after significant change and reform. Places like Manhattan will not become a concrete prairie, but they are also unlikely to return as world beaters like the urban lobby and their media claque have claimed. Of course, there will be an inevitable narrative focusing on signs of New York's 2021 comeback, as celebrated recently in the New York Post. This may be psychologically pleasing, but in my opinion the cases cited, the arrival of 2 new restaurants and a bid to revive the now-defunct Village Voice, which I once wrote for, do not suggest the basis of a real urban recovery. Cities will recover from the pandemic, but not quickly. Optimists citing the medieval urban recoveries that occurred after the plague often miss the centuries of stagnation that followed. Paris had 200,000 residents in 1300. It took 2 centuries for the city, which lost a third of its population, to recover to that level. Similarly, the suggestion that the pandemic will have as fleeting an effect as 9/11 had ignores the communications revolution of the past 20 years and, perhaps most important, the rise of socialist politics in several major cities. Good propaganda and media attention cannot make up for disappearing jobs or leaders who deny that high taxes, oppressive regulation, looting, fires, and crime are the foundations of the current urban crisis. As long as these realities are not confronted, we could see something distressingly akin to what happened after the rapid rise of street crime in the 1960s and 70s. Cities like New York may remain irresistibly compelling for the young and some of those at the top of the economic pyramid, financial engineers, software whizzes, trust fund gentry, real estate moguls, but most businesses as well as middle and aspirational working-class families will gravitate elsewhere. The urban future depends on finding ways to appeal to individual aspirations and desires, including those of more affluent and entrepreneurial elements. It is one thing to criticize the business class when they have little alternative except to stay around, but we are in the midst of what author Joel Garreau describes as the Santa Fe of the world, where the wealthy can spend most of their time in bucolic settings. This can be in the Hamptons, where full-time residency appears to be on the rise, or in low-tax havens like Austin and Miami, which are now attracting more of the capitalist elite. Placing ever higher taxes on the affluent in New York, or allowing the homeless to dominate in San Francisco, is one way to make the big earner and taxpayer a potential Floridian, Tennessean, Arizonian, or Texan. Taxes, of course, are not everything, but higher rates are more sustainable when they produce goods like decent schools, clean parks, functioning highways, and, most importantly, safe streets. To pay high taxes and get none of these things, as is the case in many cities, is simply not a good bargain for taxpayers. On the other hand, businesses and middle-class households will pay for city improvements even in places like Houston, for flood control, for example, if they feel that there is a decent return to the public and the economy. To survive after the pandemic, great cities need to become healthier, less centralized, and less dependent on mass transit. Urban areas must find ways to facilitate walking, biking, and driving, ultimately in sterile autonomous vehicles. Cities will have to become more dispersed, cleaner, better ventilated, and less transit-dependent. Cities have made similar changes in the past. After repeated epidemics, most notably the Spanish flu, which hit in particularly dense cities, as well as crowded places like trenches and mines, urban visionaries looked to make their cities both healthier and less dense. This de-densification occurred not only in the United States but in the classic cities of Europe, including London and Paris. Manhattan, for example, was home to 2.3 million people in 1910. The Lower East Side was among the most crowded places on Earth, particularly susceptible to all sorts of pandemics. Yet over the next 50 years, Manhattan's population dropped to 1.5 million, as the population headed to the outer boroughs and the surrounding suburbs. This is not an entirely unpleasant prospect for the remaining urbanites. With the likely reduction of what one writer describes as insane crowds of tourists, city dwellers can rediscover the pleasures of urban life. Dense urban areas can still thrive, as H. G. Wells predicted well over a century ago, as places of concourse and rendezvous. The large city, he projected, would house only a small percentage of the overall population. Dominated by the affluent and childless, it would, he waggishly said, constitute a place of luxurious extinction. The promise of a new urban future lies before us, one that recalls the pattern of dispersed, self-governing, and vital cities that Tocqueville praised in the 1830s, and which existed in America till the middle of the last century. It will feature a progression of different urban types: elegant, walkable core cities, vibrant neighborhoods, multipolar new boomtowns, thriving suburbs, and resurgent small urban centers. Some may not thrive in the new conditions, but many will, potentially spreading the best blessings of urbanism across an ever-growing expanse of our enormous country. The next urban renaissance will, by necessity, feature different aspects than the ones experienced in the past few decades. A new era of individual empowerment, brought on by technology, places greater emphasis on quality of place, since people and companies have an expanded geography to choose from. Rather than focus on grandiosity or a sense of inevitability, cities need to heed to Aristotle's admonition to offer their residents the promise of living well in whatever urban form they choose. The basis for this future in core cities will depend on what happens to the young people who remain in the city, perhaps further attracted by lower rents. With knowledge workers, craftspeople, and service providers already located in places like Flatbush or Forest Hills, there's an opportunity to foster the growth of local amenities, entrepreneurial ventures, much of it what one writer calls free agent entrepreneurship, and artistic production. But if cities are going to resurge, notes Toronto Globe and Mail columnist John Ibbotson, they will also need to make themselves safer and more attractive to outsiders. Rather than try to force suburbanites to change their lifestyles, he suggests urban dwellers need to focus on what they are going to do with all those empty office towers and shuttered malls, and how they might lure suburbanites to come downtown for a movie, a restaurant, or an event. Throughout history, cities have found ways to cope with problems like crime, fire, sanitation, and lack of water. Such conditions motivated Rome's great innovations like its cloaca, or sewer system, and its massive systems to bring water from the mountains to the thirsty metropolis. Repeated exposure to other infectious diseases, including the Spanish flu, led to the great urban sanitation reforms, sometimes described as sewer socialism, that started in the late 19th and carried on through the mid-20th century. The development of professional police forces during this time, whatever their abuses, helped quell the disorder that threatened cities like New York, London, and Paris. Today's threats, natural and man-made, impel us to find ways to create a more humane and safer urban environment throughout the metropolitan regions. Rather than seeking to impose a centralizing vision on everyone, we need to adopt more flexible and economically sustainable approaches that accommodate people's aspirations and that allow for the creation of thriving communities from the core city to the far periphery and everywhere in between. The COVID-19 pandemic brought tragedy and disruption to America, but it has also provided another stark warning concerning the country's disastrous over-reliance on overseas production. It has demonstrated that without a strong, self-reliant industrial base, this country's ability to forge a healthy, prosperous future, and even its ability to defend itself against foreign enemies, will be severely compromised. The fact that the world's largest and theoretically most advanced economy could not provide basic medical equipment like masks or the basic components of pharmaceuticals came as a shock, particularly as the country was forced to lean on its leading geopolitical rival, China, to address a health emergency that originated there. These developments have stirred some businesses and politicians in both parties to seek ways to encourage domestic production. Unfortunately, the response could prove too little and too late. Offshoring is not fundamentally a supply-side problem, as some suggest, caused by a lack of skilled workers or technical expertise in the United States, but stems from the insatiable demand of U.S. firms for cheap, non-union, and, if possible, politically unfree labor. Firms engage in offshoring to avoid paying American citizen workers and sometimes, even at home, exploit short-term foreign workforces lacking in political, civil, and labor rights. Rather than simply rehearsing the common boilerplate of fixes now being discussed, however necessary, reviving America's industrial base will require the stronger medicine of a comprehensive national industrial policy. These tools include support for skills training and tax incentives, but would extend to policies like government procurement, local content requirements, tariffs, and quotas to compel firms to localize production in the United States, using American workers, and, if necessary, using the power of the government to mandate strategic production. The pandemic demonstrated in the starkest possible way the vulnerabilities brought about by deindustrialization. Camille Farhat, a former top executive at General Electric, Baxter, and Medtronic, and now CEO of Michigan-based manufacturer RTI Surgical, argues that many critical medical products can be produced domestically. Anything in this space is not too difficult to bring back, the Beirut native suggests. It's often a product not of skill and labor but taxation that drives companies elsewhere. We have to ask ourselves sometimes, is America for America? Farhat hopes the pandemic will convince other business leaders to stop destroying the supply ecosystem that makes production possible. To stay safe, you have to do contingency planning, you have to restore the network and maintain surplus production capacity. Hopefully, we are learning that lesson. The undermining of what has been described as the industrial commons, which encompasses not just production but research and development, supply chains, embedded process development, and engineering capacity, is now widely recognized as a critical problem. This extends well beyond medical equipment. This year, auto production was curtailed due to a shortage of semiconductors tied to a drought in Taiwan. America's push into renewable energy runs head-on into China's dominance of solar panels and the essential metals needed to produce clean electricity and electric cars. And in technology, U.S. companies, even under Trump, increasingly look to places like India, the Baltic states, and the Philippines for high-tech support and increasingly design as well. The most critical loss has been in manufacturing. Between 2000 and 2007 alone, the United States hemorrhaged 3.4 million jobs, about 20% of the sector's total. It lost a further 1.5 million manufacturing jobs between 2007 and 2016.7. These rapid losses were unique in American history and without parallel in other major Western countries. Throughout the period between 2004 and 2017, the U.S. share of world manufacturing shrank from 15 to 10%, while our reliance on Chinese inputs doubled, even as our dependence on Japan and Germany shrank. The trade deficit with China, according to the Economic Policy Institute, cost as many as 3.7 million jobs since 2000. This deficit now extends even to high-tech products, which sank from a surplus of $32 billion in 1997 to a deficit of $200 billion in the 12 months through February 2021, in constant $2,000. Innovation remains, but often merely lags production in being offshored. When companies move production abroad, they often follow up by shifting research and development there as well. Remarkably, this has also included sources of critical components for military goods, many of which are now produced in hostile countries like China. These shifts of production overseas may boost temporary profits but have proved a disaster for many communities, and ultimately many companies. Between 2000 and 2015, the death rate increased for middle-aged white Americans with a low educational level. And Case and Angus Deaton say this trend is attributable primarily to deaths of despair. Suicides as well as deaths related to alcohol and drugs, including opioids, that are particularly concentrated in deindustrialized communities. John Russo and Sherry Lincoln have described how the impact of deindustrialization on communities like Youngstown, Ohio, an old steelmaking center, undermines the sense of worth and optimism among residents, many of whom can recall better days. In places like Youngstown, Many people still remember what life was like when employment was high, jobs paid well, workers were protected by strong unions, and industrial labor provided a source of pride. Not only because it produced tangible goods, but also because it was recognized as challenging, dangerous, and important. The memory of what it felt like to transform raw ore into steel pipes and to be part of the connected, prosperous community that work generated still haunts the children and grandchildren of those workers. They long for the sense of purpose that industrial labor brought, even as they stock shelves at Walmart, wait tables at Applebee's, and try to persuade strangers to make donations from a cubicle at the local call center. Are we at the point of finally addressing these issues? Trade expert Beth Baltzan, Democratic counsel to the House Ways and Means Trade Subcommittee from 2012 to 2016, is hopeful about changing attitudes in both parties on trade. COVID-19 has exposed a critical flaw in the global trading system, a manufacturing base that has left the world vulnerable to shortages of life-saving supplies. She explains, economic nationalism, notes the left-leaning American prospect, has gone mainstream, even though it was initially raised to prominence by former President Trump with his often hyperbolic America First rhetoric. The pandemic further undermined the case for economic globalism. Democrats like New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, Ohio's Sherrod Brown, and Michigan's Gary Peters joined Trump and Republicans like Senators Rob Portman and Josh Hawley to call out our ruinous dependence on Chinese medical supplies and high-tech gear. Democrats, suggests former Indiana Senator Evan Bayh, need to embrace a pro-U.S. manufacturing stance if they want to compete effectively in the Heartland. While rejecting Trump's often crudely unilateral approach, the Biden administration has continued to pursue many of Trump's themes. The Biden administration has announced plans to bolster U.S. industrial production under its Build Back Better rubric and has expanded by American government procurement programs. Both parties favor more robust efforts to meet China's mounting challenge in science and technology, such as the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act, which recently passed the Senate by a wide margin. These programs should both favor American companies and encourage foreign corporations to locate more production here. One promising sign is Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company's decision to build a $12 billion new plant in Arizona. Samsung, a Korean chipmaker, is also shopping for sites in the United States for a $17 billion plant. These investments could help tighten supply chains on critical goods. The onshoring trend shows signs of expanding to other industries. Black & Decker has recently moved production to a new facility in Fort Worth, Texas, as part of its reshoring strategy. Appliance giant Whirlpool has reshored over 2,000 jobs, while General Electric, Apple, Caterpillar, Goodyear, General Motors, and Polaris have reshored some functions as well. This also means new opportunities for smaller U.S. companies who supply these firms and form what has been called America's industrial commons. Indeed, even some American firms long dependent on imports are looking for domestic alternatives. Little Tikes, a major toy maker based in Hudson, Ohio, has started shifting production out of China and back to Ohio. Executive Vice President and Worldwide General Manager Thomas Richmond says that manufacturing more of its toys at its Northeast Ohio plant, instead of overseas, has advantages in allowing the company to meet demand quickly. When Little Tikes started out more than 40 years ago, everything was made in the United States, but most production moved to China in the 1980s and 90s, when that country's manufacturing sector began to take off. Now, the wheel is kind of coming full circle, Richmond says. Producers of transportation equipment like Extreme Trucking have started shifting factories back to the United States from China and other developing countries as well. Based in Redwood City, California, the company has shifted to sourcing production from firms located in Ohio, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Arizona. Company President Daniel Burrows cites several reasons for the move: the threat of trade wars and tariffs, rising costs in China, and the need to be close to major customers who are clustered in North America. Although this process started before the pandemic, the disruptions made the shift ever more critical. Notes Burrows, the simplification of our supply chain and logistics cannot be overestimated, especially in our current COVID-19 environment. The pandemic demands fast and strategic decisions in the face of uncertainty. We can still serve our customers if a plant in Mexico is shut down because we have a supplier in Ohio up and running. It is necessary to understand, however, that such sentiments are still relatively rare. Despite some isolated examples of reshoring, there is no evidence that most companies will engage in significant reshoring on their own. Trump's tariffs did not have the big impact Trump promised. The annual rate of jobs coming from offshore, observes the Reshoring Initiative, increased from 6,000 in 2010 to 180,000 in 2017. A good beginning, but still a mere 5% of total U.S. industrial employment. Resistance to reshoring remains entrenched, particularly among companies with strong Chinese supply links. According to a survey by the American Chamber of Commerce in China, 71% of U.S. firms have no intention of leaving China in spite of Sino-American trade tensions and growing security concerns. The Economist Intelligence Unit predicts that large-scale reshoring to North America will not take place on its own, and that multinationals will continue to offshore production to low-cost, mostly Asian countries once pandemic fears subside. The justifications for offshoring are often couched in what could be called a blame America first argument. In this narrative, corporations say they would love to keep production in the United States. They really would, honest to God. But America's taxes, regulations, and poor workforce make this impossible. Although there is some truth to these assertions, the blame America first narrative peddled by American business lobbies obfuscates the main reasons for corporate offshoring, boosting corporate profits by means of labor and regulatory arbitrage. Chinese and Mexican and Bangladeshi workers are not more brilliant than American workers, and not necessarily more skilled. They are just much cheaper. This is unlikely to change in the foreseeable future, and it's also unlikely that countries such as China won't continue to adjust the scales in their favor through intellectual property theft, massive subsidies to producers, and currency manipulation of the kind China has practiced in the past. It is pointless to denounce corporate leaders for being unpatriotic. If one company sacrificed its profits to support the interests of U.S. workers or U.S. national security, it might lose its markets to more ruthless competitors. Moreover, all multinationals will seek access to all of the world's major markets, emphasizing North America and Europe and China today, perhaps India tomorrow. But governments can dictate terms for allowing market access. Leveraging market access in this way may violate the neoliberal orthodoxy that has dominated the post-historical 3 decades after the Cold War. But when powerful countries like China choose to employ classic national development techniques like state-owned corporations, subsidies, tariffs, and barely enforced intellectual property rights, the United States needs to respond in kind to protect its interests. For the United States to hold its own in global rivalries requires an industrial policy that places the U.S. traded sector at the center of federal, state, and local policies in a variety of fields, from infrastructure to energy policy as well as education policy. The traded sector consists of goods and services that can be sold outside of the region in which they are produced. The non-traded sector is the opposite: goods and services that must be consumed where they are produced, like haircuts. Christina D. Romer, the former head of the Council of Economic Advisors in the Obama administration, dismissed manufacturing policy as nostalgia driven by sentiment, declaring, "American consumers value healthcare and haircuts as much as washing machines and hairdryers." But there is a big difference in terms of the trajectory of American economic development. Unlike the local hair salon, the market for washing machines is potentially national or global. A factory that makes parts for washing machines in a city, state, or region draws money into the local area from sales far away. Moreover, manufacturing has one of the highest multiplier effects of any sector, meaning that one manufacturing job in a community is likely to generate numerous other direct, indirect, and induced jobs, both locally and elsewhere. The traded sector may represent a small part of the labor force, but its importance is far greater than the number of direct employees. Among the 32 million U.S. jobs that were created between 1990 and 2008, only 779,000 were created in the tradable sector, according to economist Michael Spence. More than 31 million were created in the non-tradable sector of goods and services like government, healthcare, retail, accommodation and food service, and construction. But manufacturing jobs generally pay more, enjoy higher productivity growth, provide higher levels of value added per employee, and overall define the global competitiveness of the U.S. economy. Nor can intellectual property payments, like royalties to tech companies, compensate for the loss of national and global market share in manufacturing and other goods industries. In 2019, before the COVID-19 pandemic, U.S. goods exports were worth $1.67 trillion, in comparison with $875.8 billion in service exports. Even smaller were information and communications technology, ICT, exports, which added up to only $42.2 billion in 2017, while in 2019 charges for the use of intellectual property were worth only $114.05 billion. These realities suggest that, like other countries, we should give priority to traded sector firms. Both small traded sector firms that are capable of major growth, as well as existing large firms in traded industries. This emphasis should not be confused with a bias against small businesses. In a flourishing biological ecosystem, large trees provide shelter under which smaller trees and bushes can grow and support a variety of organisms. In the same way, large firms in a region can provide a healthy environment for local firms of all sizes, in addition to providing a consumer for their goods and services. Most of the growth in global consumption in the future will take place outside of U.S. borders. Simply protecting America's large but still limited market for traded sector goods and services would be self-defeating, especially if the price of American protectionism is foreign retaliation that locks U.S. exports out of foreign markets. At the same time, the United States cannot simply let trading partners dominate global markets while driving American producers out of major traded sector markets in the United States itself. Simply adopting unilateral free trade and allowing other countries to target U.S. industries for destruction can no longer be an acceptable option. If both mindless protectionism and ideology-driven free trade must be rejected, what is the alternative? The answer is strategic trade. After all, most major nations and blocs like the EU insist on having their own shares of global industries important for national security or their spillover economic effects, like steel, silicon chips, automotive and aerospace production, pharmaceutical manufacturing, and others. They understand the dangers of overdependence on foreign suppliers or offshore production and recognize that simply mouthing free market homilies is not enough. Indeed, as two Harvard researchers have suggested, believing in the power of markets does not preclude the judicious use of appropriate government policies. Far from being un-American, all of these industrial policy techniques have precedence in the United States from the administration of George Washington until the late 20th century. In 1794, Congress authorized the construction of federal arsenals to ensure that U.S. military weapons and supplies would be made in America. Following the War of 1812, the country established 5 federal arsenals, located at Springfield and Watertown, Massachusetts, Watervliet, New York, Frankfort, Pennsylvania, and Harpers Ferry, Virginia. These and other federal arsenals, by training workers and diffusing technologies, helped to jumpstart civilian manufacturing across the United States. Similarly, during World War II and the Cold War, Congress scattered U.S. defense production plants across the American landmass. The so-called gun belt helped to spark the transformation of the South and West from impoverished commodity-producing hinterlands into today's dynamic Sun Belt. In the current era, if we want to avoid all-out trade wars and the creation of autarkic regional trading blocs, we must balance the need for transnational economic integration with the need to nurture our own critical industries. This in turn requires us to think of strategic industrial sectors and supply chains as the equivalents of traditional military services. In addition to reshoring some strategic sectors and preventing others from being eliminated by offshoring and foreign competition, the U.S. government should also encourage the decentralization of high-value-added, traded sector supply chains so that every American region can benefit from the ability to export advanced goods and services to markets in the United States and abroad. This does not mean trying to recreate Silicon Valley in its familiar form everywhere in the country. Instead, we need to get beyond the prejudice that only new economy jobs matter and embrace the blessings of our industrial heritage, resource base, and huge land mass. The old industrial regions have distinct advantages in a reshoring economy: a concentration of necessary skills, a central location for shipping products, low housing costs, and for the most part, business-friendly administrations. In contrast, the high property prices, taxes, and onerous regulatory environments of the Northeast and West Coast make these areas relatively unattractive for new investment. Unlike in previous recessions, most Heartland states, notably all the Great Lakes states, outside Illinois, have recovered faster than California or most northeastern states from the pandemic, with lower unemployment and better job creation. A program for revitalizing the American economy must include every region, but the central role may be played by what we call the new American heartland. The continental United States is divided naturally into 3 parts. One is the strip of land east of the Appalachian Mountains, and another lies west of the Rockies and Sierras. The third portion is the huge region that consists of the Great Plains and the funnel-shaped drainage area of the Mississippi River. For nearly 2 centuries after the American Revolution, the division between the free yeoman farming north and the slave plantation south bisected the North American core. American industrial capitalism flourished between the Northeast and the Great Lakes, joined by the Erie Canal and later by the St. Lawrence Seaway, while the cotton-exporting South languished as an agricultural backwater. This pattern was transformed following World War II, spurred by New Deal rural modernization and later by wartime defense plant and infrastructure construction, the civil rights movement, and corporate relocation of manufacturing to anti-union, right-to-work states in the South and Southwest. Today, the old American heartland, consisting of the Midwest, has been replaced by a much larger new American heartland, incorporating Texas and Florida and the South along with parts of the Great Plains. Along the vertical axis of the new American heartland, from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico, runs what is increasingly a single manufacturing belt, including Japanese and German automobile industry transplants in the Ozarks and Appalachia. The top exports of Texas by freight volume now include aircraft engines and computer parts, along with petroleum products. The manufacturing belt in the expanded American heartland, which includes the South and Texas, continues into the industrialized north and center of Mexico. The infrastructure modernization currently being contemplated should consider this new industrial heartland. The infrastructure needed to connect heartland factories with foreign consumers is not as fashionable as the windmills and high-voltage lines of the Green New Deal, but it is more important to America's future. Ports and inland waterways. 9/10 of global trade is transported by ship. This means that producers in the American heartland must be connected to foreign consumers via the Gulf of Mexico and the Great Lakes by way of the St. Lawrence Seaway. While 9 out of the 10 largest container ports in the world are found in Asia, Houston, the world's 15th largest container port in tonnage, along with other Gulf ports like New Orleans and Mobile, and Atlantic ports, including New York and Savannah, may grow in importance thanks to the expansion of the Panama Canal. Increased global shipping will put strains on America's inland waterway system, making imperative the modernization of the more than 12,000 miles of inland waterways, in addition to Gulf and Atlantic intracoastal waterways. Rail. Despite fantasies about high-speed passenger rail, the U.S. railroad system will remain focused on freight transportation, and rail congestion is a major bottleneck to U.S. economic growth. A quarter of freight rail traffic passes through Chicago, North America's most significant railroad hub, through which a freight train sometimes takes more than a day to pass. Highways. A major, long-recognized flaw of the existing heartland transportation system, both rail and surface, is the lack of adequate north-south freight corridors. Most major rail networks and highways run east to west, yet the future of economic and demographic growth requires North American trade corridors aligned on a north-south axis as well. Telecommunications. What telegraphy was in the railroad era and telephony was in the trucking era, 5G Wi-Fi networks and more exotic telecommunications platforms may be in the age of autonomous vehicles, drones, robot factories, and machine-to-machine M2M communication. Unlike in the past, when America's continental infrastructure was safe from foreign attack and sabotage, the webs and grids of the new American heartland must be built or rebuilt to be invulnerable to enemy sabotage, terrorism, or criminal hacking and extortion. With state-of-the-art infrastructure in place, the new American heartland can benefit from its greatest assets: a temperate climate and cheap land for factories, power plants, and logistics hubs, as well as hospitals and biotech facilities and inexpensive housing. In his second annual message to Congress, President Abraham Lincoln spoke with a Midwesterner's pride of the great interior region bounded east by the Alleghenies, north by the British Dominions, west by the Rocky Mountains, and south by the line along which the culture of corn and cotton meets. A glance at the map shows that, territorially speaking, it is the great body of the Republic. The other parts are but marginal borders to it. He predicted that if the Union were held together, the vast continental interior could become the Egypt of the West. A successful national strategy to revitalize American manufacturing in the new American heartland can make Lincoln's prophecy come true in the 21st century. The human side of infrastructure is similarly important. For a generation, we have de-emphasized basic skills training in favor of a single-minded emphasis on four-year colleges. Even there, the emphasis on engineering and technical skills has been far less than what is seen in competitors like China. Only 5% of American college students major in engineering, compared with 33% in China. As of 2016, China graduated 4.7 million STEM students versus 568,000 in the United States, as well as 6 times as many students with engineering and computer science bachelor's degrees. The problems may be even more profound on the factory floor. Arvind Kaushal, leader of the manufacturing practice at Booz & Company, estimates that as many as 600,000 new manufacturing jobs expected to be generated this decade cannot be filled. Part of the problem is an aging workforce. The portion of the skilled manufacturing workforce over the age of 55 has doubled in the last 10 years, Kaushal says, to 20% of active workers. And there is not a deep bench. 50% of the active workers are above the age of 45. The current shortage of welders, now at 240,000, could grow to 340,000 by 2024. Much of the problem stems from a perceived lack of choices among young people and a failure to market opportunities to the new generation. We have told young people that you essentially have two choices in life, says Diane Hour-Jones, now vice president at the Career Education Corporation. Either get a 4-year degree or face a life on Skid Row. Even among those who manage to finish, more than 40% of recent graduates are underemployed, meaning that they're working in jobs that don't require their degree, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York reports. For many, trade school offers a third and more practical option. Tuition and fees for in-state students to attend a community or technical college in Washington state, for example, come to less than half the cost of a 4-year public university. After graduating, they also often do better financially than those who attend a 4-year college. In Virginia, Colorado, and Texas, where earnings are tracked, students with certain technically oriented credentials, short of bachelor's degrees, earn an average of $2,000 to $11,000 more per year than bachelor's degree holders, the American Institutes for Research found. Boosting such opportunities is particularly critical at a time when concern about rising inequality has grown, as has concern over racial inequalities. When non-wage benefits are counted, manufacturing workers earn 13% more in hourly compensation than comparable workers elsewhere in the private sector. In 2016, manufacturing still accounted for more than 1/5 of all blue-collar work, paying more than $15 an hour, twice its share of the overall workforce. Reshoring is also not about old white men, but young people and growing minority populations. To make reshoring work in the United States will require an increasingly diverse workforce. Today, barely 58% of all working-class Americans are white. According to a 2016 Economic Policy Institute study, people of color will constitute the majority of the working class by 2032. Even in rural communities, immigrants and minorities account for an increasing percentage of the labor force. WCCO Belting, based in rural Wahpeton, North Dakota, has seen a surge of orders from industrial and agricultural clients, in part due to COVID concerns, adding jobs to a 200-person plant where 14 languages are spoken and half the employees are female, notes company president Thomas Shorma. At Retrax, another North Dakota manufacturer, about 12% of the company's workforce is composed of refugees, and the share continues to rise. The company has made small changes, such as installing foot washing stations and adjusting shifts to accommodate the Muslim holiday Ramadan. In my opinion, it's simple, easy changes, says the company's human resources manager Larissa Campbell. She attributes the addition of refugees to the community as a key factor in helping the company grow. Of course, even with large-scale reshoring, the reshoring initiatives Harry Moser estimates we could bring up to 20 to 30% of production back. Not all the old jobs will return. Due to automation and other process improvements, many industries will likely employ smaller numbers of workers, though in technically more demanding and potentially better-paying jobs, as the sectors become more competitive. American citizens, whatever their background, should be the primary beneficiaries of this shift. But this also means a shift in immigration policies. We cannot expect Americans to learn difficult skills as long as employers are allowed to discriminate against American workers and permanent residents in favor of guest workers, like those brought in under H-1B programs, willing to work for lower wages with fewer benefits and rights. These programs essentially allow companies to exploit labor arbitrage by hiring foreign workers for short-term exclusive contracts. In one particularly egregious example, in 2015, Disney laid off 250 of its IT workers, while requiring some of them to train their replacements coming from India. When some of the workers sued, they lost because under U.S. law this practice is perfectly legal. In 2018, 3/4 of the tech workforce in the San Francisco Bay Area was foreign-born. Many of these digital workers, dubbed technicoles by some in India, come to America as non-visa immigrants, meaning that they cannot qualify for a green card no matter how long they stay in the United States. unless their employer, out of charity, decides to sponsor them. All of this creates an easily frightened, subservient workforce. These workers can be expelled from the United States if they complain or quit in protest, as opposed to American citizens and legal immigrants with full economic rights, who generally command higher wages. Reshoring, particularly of manufacturing, is critical and creates potential for significant economic gains from advanced technology in a wide array of industries. It is a mistake to think that apps are the future while everything else is the past. Robots, drones, satellite data, biotechnology, and information technology also should be used to revolutionize old industries, those that are labor-intensive and based on old methods, making them more efficient and profitable. Apart from completely obsolete industries, there are no industries of the past, only industries that have not been modernized yet. We also have to move past the ideological globalism of the American establishment. The view from BlackRock and Apple is very different from the view on Main Street or in the Rust Belt, and among our increasingly diverse working class. Their voices and concerns have been largely ignored. One reason for Trump's unexpected triumph in 2016 and surprising gains among minorities in 2020. Improving prospects for the middle and working classes, however, could be made more difficult by progressives' embrace of a rapid and forced transition from fossil fuels to green energy, defined in a way that excludes zero-carbon nuclear energy. To the extent that anthropogenic global warming is viewed as a threat, rather than as a long-term nuisance that can be managed by adaptation, the emphasis should be on less cumbersome interventions like a modest carbon tax, expanding remote work, and restoring our nuclear power industry. It is difficult to see how an industrial revival can take place without reliable energy like natural gas and nuclear, not unreliable, intermittent energy like that provided by solar and wind, which has to be clumsily backed up by other sources when the sun does not shine and the wind does not blow. Yet such an industrial revival will be necessary if firms are to exit notoriously high-carbon supply chains in China, which now emits more greenhouse gases than the United States and the EU combined. Under any circumstances, restoring our industrial commons will not be easy for businesses or consumers. This undertaking cannot survive partisanship that prioritizes exploiting divisions over rebuilding the economy. Fortunately, as we have seen with the response to the production of critical medical supplies, there is a broad-based bipartisan coalition to support manufacturing and the recovery of supply chains in critical strategic markets, including medical goods, communications equipment, and the strategic metals that these technologies depend on. Support for such actions can be found among both liberals and conservatives. To make America more productive and Americans more secure, we have to look beyond the memes of a corporate establishment that has, for all intents and purposes, abandoned our national interest in pursuit of short-term profits, foreign favor, and public relations approval. What America needs is not richer tech oligarchs or more virtue signaling by Wall Street financiers, but policies that focus on boosting dynamic traded sector production and jobs in our communities, restoring America's lead in the productive economy. To many, especially in Washington, these are halcyon days for America's economy. The stock market is at record highs and recent GDP growth has been robust. But look deeper. There's evidence that the structural foundations of America's economy may be shakier than at any time in recent memory. While the headline statistics look sanguine, we face serious challenges with respect to our ability to innovate and produce new products and processes. Yes, we are skillfully maximizing short-term earnings, but we are losing our capacity to generate genuine, long-term national wealth. Offshoring across manufacturing sectors, including not just labor-intensive industries like apparel, but also computers and telecommunications, consumer electronics, industrial equipment, and others, has resulted in the loss of 5 million manufacturing jobs since 2000. Manufacturing's output as a share of GDP was lower in mid-2018 than during the depths of the Great Recession in 2009. The recovery in manufacturing jobs since the recession has in large part been limited to just a few industries: transportation equipment, food, and fabricated metals. Other sectors are still struggling to reemerge. Productivity growth, a key indicator of competitiveness, has been falling since 2005 and now is close to zero. Looking to our general competitiveness, the gap between finished goods prices and Chinese import prices continues to widen. Imports in all advanced manufacturing sectors continue to grow. It's time for some soul-searching with respect to our economic future. Will we restore our ability to produce world-class products here in America? Will we invest in our capacity to lead innovation in the industries of the future? Or will we simply take solace in the comforting numbers from Wall Street, resigning ourselves to an economy focused on finance and services? At the level of geoeconomics, we need to ask some bigger questions. How have we, the most advanced technological power with the largest research budgets and many of the best universities, managed to lose our most essential assets for innovation and production? How have we managed to lose the economic foundations of our industrial heartland in the Midwest? How have other legacy industrial powers like Germany and Japan, with higher wages, higher energy costs, and stricter regulations, managed to weather competition from rising industrial powers more successfully? How have we allowed our medical supply chains and defense readiness to become utterly dependent on China? Ask most Americans, regardless of ideology or geography, and they now recognize these fundamental problems. We need to strengthen our innovation and production capacities. If there's such a thing as a strategic necessity for the United States, it is manufacturing competitiveness. It is not only a cultural preference and an economic priority, it is also a requirement for military readiness and the survival of our supply chains in the face of foreign challenges. How can we possibly meet this strategic necessity? In the wake of intensive offshoring and amidst increasingly sophisticated and well-financed rivals, how is manufacturing competitiveness attainable? It is probably not too late to adopt a serious strategy to restore American innovation and manufacturing. But we need to engage in serious thinking about how to turn homegrown discoveries and inventions into products and processes that can create national wealth and help solve societal challenges from security to health to sustainability. We need novel approaches to innovation policy as well as new, focused investments in our production infrastructure, talent, and know-how. Thankfully, there are cost-effective and politically viable solutions available. Specifically, we can start to catch up with other industrial powers by investing more in translating basic science research into useful innovation and production. This can start with the establishment of a national manufacturing foundation. 32 years ago, as the Reagan administration entered its final year, industrial economists Stephen S. Cohen and John Zisman issued what was then an unpopular, though now a prophetic warning. If high-tech is to sustain a scale of activity sufficient to matter to the prosperity of our economy, America must control the production of those high-tech products it invents and designs. They continued, production is where the lion's share of the value added is realized. This was heterodox thinking amidst the offshoring frenzies that began in the late 1980s. In many quarters, it still is. Too many U.S. political and economic leaders continue to believe that offshoring is not only profitable, but also consistent with a sound national economic strategy. Manufacturing in China is cheaper, quicker, and more flexible, they argue. With China's networks of suppliers, engineers, and production experts growing larger and more sophisticated, many believe that locating production there is a better bet in terms of quality and efficiency. Instead of manufacturing domestically, the thinking goes U.S. firms should focus on the higher value work of innovation. Innovate here, manufacture there. But today, many Americans are questioning this perspective. From the White House to Congress, from union halls to university laboratories, there is a growing recognition that we simply can't afford the outsourcing paradigm. Once manufacturing departs from a country's shores, engineering and production know-how leave as well, and then innovation ultimately follows. We're now left in an unenviable situation. Innovate there, manufacture there. The offshoring of manufacturing has already transformed into offshoring innovation, too, when it comes to hardware. Cohen and Zisman's warning about the perils of abandoning production has proven true. Start with the original offshoring craze, which centered on consumer electronics in the 1960s. The development of modern transistors, the establishment of standardized shipping containers, and the creation of inexpensive assembly lines in East Asia cut costs and created larger markets for televisions and radios, catalyzing the Asian manufacturing miracle. While American federal research investments in the decades that followed enabled the invention of game-changing technologies such as the magnetic storage drive, the lithium-ion battery, and the liquid crystal display, the nation had, by that time, already let go of consumer electronics manufacturing. Asia dominated. Since the turn of the millennium, the offshoring trend has gone further. U.S.-based companies began contracting both design and product development work. China's entry into the World Trade Organization and Asian nations' major investments in workforce and production capacity accelerated these trends. A recent study conducted with input from 369 manufacturers found that U.S. firms across sectors have been moving R&D to China to be closer to production, suppliers, and engineering talent, not just to reap lower costs and more dynamic markets. An estimated 50% of overseas-backed R&D centers in China have been established by U.S. companies. Innovation in manufacturing gravitates to where the factories are. American manufacturers have learned that the applied research and engineering necessary for new product introductions, design enhancements, and production process improvements are best done near the factories themselves. As more engineering and design work has shifted to China, many U.S. companies have a diminished capability to perform those tasks here. Manufacturing matters, especially for a high-tech economy. While it's still possible to argue that the offshoring of parts, assembly, and final production has worked well for multinational companies focused on quarterly earnings, it is increasingly clear that offshoring has devastated the small and medium-sized manufacturers, SMMs, that make up the nation's supply chains and geographically diverse industrial clusters. While the share of SMMs in the total population of U.S. manufacturers has risen, their absolute numbers have dropped by nearly 100,000 since the 1990s. The loss of America's industrial ecosystem has devastated industrial areas and undermined a core responsibility of government, providing for national defense. Recent analyses of the defense industrial base have identified specific risks to weapons production, fragile domestic suppliers, dependence on imports, counterfeit parts, and material shortages, for example. Meanwhile, despite tariffs, manufacturing imports continue to set records. Dependence on imports has virtually eliminated the nation's ability to manufacture large flat-screen displays, smartphones, many advanced materials, and packaged semiconductors, so now we are unable to manufacture next-generation flexible displays and other emerging technologies. This is to say nothing of the socio-political consequences and the very real human suffering that has come from the hollowing out of entire regional economies. Once vibrant communities in the so-called Rust Belt have lost population and income as large factories and their supporting suppliers have closed. The recent shuttering of the GM plant in Lordstown, Ohio, is just the latest example, resulting in the loss of roughly 1,400 high-paying manufacturing jobs. Nationwide, real wages have been stagnant for decades and, although the causes are debatable, surely the loss of manufacturing jobs has played a role. In terms of America's long-term competitiveness, the biggest strategic consequence might be the loss of our ability to innovate, that is, translate inventions into production. We've lost the capacity to physically build what results from our investments in research. Without this ability, we cannot generate sufficient returns on our world-leading R&D investment. We cannot undertake the essential work of an advanced economy. While we as a nation continue to lead the world in terms of investment in basic research, we have lost the ability to engage in the kinds of process improvements that underlie innovation. We have largely lost our capacity for learning by doing. In seeking to understand the cause of our predicament, it's natural to look to the rising competitiveness of overseas industrial powers. But this alone ignores our own conscious policy choices that have contributed heavily to our current challenge. One of the clearest contributors is our policymakers' outdated approach to industrial policy. More specifically, their aversion to investment in results-oriented translational research. In absolute terms, the federal government has been investing more and more every year in science and technology, averaging over $120 billion per year over the past 10 years and over $150 billion last year alone. Though as a percentage of GDP, spending is on a downward trend. Yet our trade deficit in advanced technology products has steadily grown to over $120 billion per year, and our overall manufacturing trade deficit grew to nearly $900 billion in 2018. Doing more of the same will not yield new results. Even if we double every program in the federal science and technology budget, it is unlikely to reverse the deficits in advanced technology products. That is, it will not transform our ability to manufacture and export advanced technology products. The key is not how much we spend, but what kinds of investments we make. We are not investing in translating promising ideas from laboratories into products we can manufacture at home. U.S. venture capital firms have overwhelmingly emphasized software or biotech over manufacturing in recent decades. Many promising manufacturing enterprises are forced to look overseas for capital, production capacity, and the know-how to translate prototypes to commercial-scale products. Other nations are anchoring new industries by maturing inventions that originated in U.S. laboratories. These foreign competitors are now manufacturing products based on our homegrown ideas and then exporting the products back to the United States. Take the case of lithium-ion batteries. While American federal research in the 1990s essentially established the feasibility of the technology, our leading battery companies opted out of volume manufacturing. not because of concerns about the costs of domestic labor, but rather because they did not want to commit to the high upfront investments, manage rapid product development cycles, and overcome limited access to markets. East Asian nations saw an opportunity. They supported their own firms with facilities, loans, and other assistance to win first-mover advantage. They were successful. Today, although the United States produces roughly 22% of the total global output of electric vehicle batteries, almost all of that is produced by Tesla's Gigafactory in partnership with Panasonic. Meanwhile, China is rapidly scaling up its production capacity. By 2021, planned increases are predicted to more than double global production capacity, mostly in China. Most U.S. policymakers have had a long-standing fear of any actions that might look like picking winners. But this aversion has had a clear and unintended consequence. Other countries are picking our winners. Other open, free market economies are clearly able to pick winning technologies and make investments in transparent and unbiased ways that boost national competitiveness. We need much more investment in translational research. This means supporting not only basic research but also the product design, engineering, and manufacturing process technologies that can turn a good idea into a real product. Science isn't the same as engineering. Putting a man on the moon had a lot to do with rocket engineering, not rocket science. Creating the internet had more to do with engineering than science. Being the best in the world in science is critical but not sufficient. Unless we invest in engineering and manufacturing R&D, our basic research will essentially continue to subsidize new product development in other countries. Consider how other industrial powers structure their research investments. Japan invests about 7% of its national R&D budget on translational activities, turning basic research into meaningful new goods and processes. Germany invests around 12%. South Korea invests about 30%. The United States, by contrast, invests only 0.5%. Even with Japan's much smaller R&D budget, its total expenditure on translational research amounts to 3 times America's. Germany's investments amount to about 6 times total U.S. investments. South Korea's are nearly 8 times what the United States spends. Our failure to invest in translational research is only part of the challenge. According to recent research on 150 MIT-based hardware startups with access to the requisite talent and capital for initial R&D and proof-of-concept work, almost all were forced to go overseas, mostly to China, when they needed additional financing, production capabilities, and lead customers. They simply couldn't scale up production in the United States. This study was based on hardware startups formed between 1998 and 2008. This alarming state of affairs has undoubtedly become worse since then. More ambitious policies and programs are clearly needed to better support our hardware startups. Federal purchase orders, for instance, can help firms access needed investments and loans, launch or boost production, and accelerate private investment. Our national research investments are important, but they're not sufficient to support real innovation. We are permitting an ideological fear of industrial policy to dictate our economic future, with devastating consequences. Today, we are creating knowledge without creating national wealth or security. The long-standing obsession with keeping government out of practical research is not only deeply counterproductive to national interests, it's also inconsistent. 2 of the only American industrial sectors with dependable positive trade balances, aerospace and medical devices, enjoy their current status in large part because the U.S. government has played an unusually active role in nearly all aspects of their respective innovation ecosystems. The public sector continues to be deeply engaged in all stages of research, development, demonstration, deployment, regulation, procurement, and reimbursement in these fields for a variety of historical reasons. These industries have been some of the best financed and most farsighted in the United States during recent decades. This is no accident. In these areas, the U.S. government has not picked winners. Yet it has taken strategic action to boost national competitiveness, job creation, and wealth creation. In short, it has done what a modern national government is supposed to do and what other advanced economies have often done better than we have. If we want to maintain our status as an advanced economy, we need to think strategically about the future of U.S. industry. Tinkering with tax, trade, and regulation policy is unlikely to ensure that we establish the manufacturing industries of the future in this country. Large public companies are unlikely to abandon their fixation on short-term financial metrics, so the federal government must step in to make the strategic investments needed to rebuild the true fundamentals of our economy, our capacity to innovate and build, There are promising models and practices already being pursued today that can help illuminate the path forward. Initiatives like the Hollings Manufacturing Extension Partnership, MEP, various Department of Defense, DoD, programs, Manufacturing USA Institutes, and the National Science Foundation's engineering research centers have all made, and continue to make, a contribution. Still, they have been insufficient to arrest the long-term negative trends. Many recent programs, such as the Department of Energy's Technology Commercialization Fund and DoD's Defense Innovation Unit, still only address peripheral elements of the problem. The nation's existing advanced manufacturing programs are scattered across multiple federal agencies, none of which has U.S. manufacturing competitiveness as its core mission. The result, understandably, is a piecemeal approach to innovation and manufacturing. Recent history has made it clear that this approach does not work. There's a better path. Rather than simply letting our best R&D outcomes languish in laboratories or be manufactured overseas by rivals, America should establish a National Manufacturing Foundation, NMF, to invest in developing promising technologies and anchoring their production onshore. The NMF would address a series of critical needs in the U.S. innovation and production ecosystem. Point 4. This starts with the structure of federal policymaking. The new foundation would establish one focal point for manufacturing-related R&D in the U.S. government, helping to bring needed coherence to the interagency process. The new NMF should be grounded in existing best practices for public policy. Just as the National Science Foundation, NSF, provides a clear and effective mechanism to support basic research by funding academic researchers through merit-based, competitive proposals, the NMF would focus on engineering, manufacturing, and hardware innovations, as well as supporting their success. The NMF would have a 5-part mission. First, it would help ensure that breakthroughs in research are actually manufactured in America. This means making focused investments to advance both technology readiness levels, TRLs, and manufacturing readiness levels, MRLs. Too many research results languish as prototypes in academic and national laboratories. Worse, many are manufactured abroad. The NMF should create a series of translational research centers, TRCs, strictly focused on advancing TRLs and MRLs, increasing the yield of commercially viable products from our innovation pipeline. The TRCs would be public-private partnerships based at, but not controlled or operated by, research universities. Each TRC would employ professional engineering and management staff to serve as systems engineers, project managers, market researchers, and private sector liaisons. They would be subject to clear metrics for gauging success and determining eligibility for continued funding. The TRCs would also have the flexibility to generate financial benefits from the technologies that they help to successfully reach commercial-scale production, either through equity stakes in startup companies, a share of licensing income, or other mechanisms. Unlike most of the 14 existing Manufacturing USA institutes, TRCs would not be specific to one technology. Instead, each TRC would have the appropriate expertise to identify various promising technologies emerging from academic research activities. TRCs would also have the connections with local industry needed to strengthen regional industrial clusters. A further part of this vision is to restore geographic diversity to manufacturing by building on regional technical and intellectual strengths. Although TRCs would initially be established at leading research universities close to manufacturers, they would, over time, expand to groups of smaller universities across the country. An element of decentralization is key to this strategy. The purview of each TRC would flow from local decisions about the most promising technologies. At the same time, the new centers would be networked to avoid duplication of effort. Opportunities to share results, both successes and failures, would accelerate the learning process to the benefit of TRC operations and would encourage emerging technologies. Second, beyond investment in translational research centers, the NMF would invest heavily in applied research in engineering and manufacturing process technologies common to multiple industrial applications. Examples include process technologies to scale metamaterials and high-entropy alloys, rapid reliability assessment of safety-critical and emerging technologies, the application of machine intelligence in varied production environments, and the use of technology to meet environmental challenges. The goal should be to get the most impact from our innovation to advance key national priorities. The NMF would seek to coordinate efforts throughout government to maximize such outcomes. Third, the NMF would support new manufacturing investment funds, created through public-private partnerships, to increase the availability of capital for hardware startups and scale-ups. These funds would fill a gap in the venture capital markets and allow hardware startups to scale production in this country beyond pilot projects. These funds would directly complement technical support from TRCs with financial investments to rapidly increase the number and likely success of hardware startups. Several states already have small funds based on public-private partnerships that could serve as models. State investment banks, commonly used in Germany and other European nations, could also provide useful models. Early procurement purchase orders are another important source of support for hardware scale-ups. The NMF would facilitate connections between these emerging technologies and companies and other government agencies, especially the DoD, for procurement contracts that would kickstart pilot production and beyond. Fourth, the NMF would unlock new financial and technical support to help small and medium-sized manufacturing firms rebuild domestic supply chains. In particular, SMMs need help to accelerate their implementation of smart manufacturing technologies and to access the skills required to utilize these technologies effectively. A combination of technical assistance and financial support, in the form of loans, grants, loan guarantees, and tax incentives, could augment existing technical support from the Manufacturing Extension Partnership and national laboratories. Finally, the NMF would provide resources, typically in partnership with state and local governments, to build successful education and training programs for engineering. Nearly 60% of engineering graduates at the master's and doctoral levels from U.S. universities are foreign students, many of whom go back to their home countries. We need to increase graduate fellowships for qualified domestic students several-fold to create a pipeline of domestic engineering talent. Further, we need to invest in four-year engineering technology programs to increase the number of talented engineering graduates with the kinds of hands-on skills that industry now desperately needs. New NMF-based programming would draw heavily on existing best practices like the Oregon Manufacturing Innovation Center, which has brought together industry, higher education, and government to address near-term manufacturing challenges through applied research and advanced technical training. Likewise, the International Center for Automotive Research at Clemson University in South Carolina has developed significant research and training capacities, including K-12 outreach programs. This is a moment of opportunity for educating students to excel in advanced manufacturing industries. According to a recent survey, 37% of millennials perceive manufacturing as a high-technology career choice, notably higher than both Generation X, 27%, and baby boomers, 23%. We should have no illusions, however. Funding any new federal agency, especially a substantial new foundation, is a challenging proposition in the current era of partisan gridlock. But this approach shouldn't break the bank. To fulfill such a mission, the NMF should be funded at a level that amounts to approximately 5% of total federal R&D funding. An initial $1 billion investment could seed applied engineering and manufacturing R&D, TRCs, support for SMMs, and other key priorities. To put this in perspective, the U.S. Intellectual Property Commission has estimated that IP theft, counterfeit goods, and pirated software by Chinese actors costs the U.S. economy nearly $2 billion per day. Additionally, our manufacturing trade deficits amount to nearly $2.5 billion per day. There are serious costs to continued inaction. Crucially, expenditures on the NMF must be direct, accountable investments in future competitiveness. To ensure that these investments will yield considerable future dividends to American taxpayers, clear metrics are essential. Specifically, evaluation should include factors like the number of technologies successfully reaching commercial production, private job creation, new manufacturing facilities built in the United States, domestic availability of critical defense technologies, exports of advanced hardware technologies, and return on investment for both public and private stakeholders. The model must allow for timely assessments and course corrections to ensure that the NMF remains focused on the success of U.S. manufacturing. Further, we should take aggressive action to ensure that any new innovation supports U.S. job creation and other economic development goals in this country. In addition to the support provided by the NMF, we should encourage domestic production through minimal license fees and government procurement contracts. On the other hand, to discourage offshore production, products or processes resulting from U.S. government-funded R&D should be subject to a licensing fee of 25% of revenues payable to the U.S. Treasury if those products are manufactured abroad, and imports based on the technology should be subject to a minimum 30% tariff. The objective is to create clear, meaningful incentives to manufacture new hardware technologies in the United States, though it should not matter whether the entity that scales the technology is headquartered in America or not. In fact, many Japanese and German companies, such as Toyota, Honda, Siemens, and BMW, to name a few, have continued to invest in U.S. manufacturing for decades. Such investments must be encouraged. It's time for proactive strategies to defend U.S. industrial competitiveness. All these proposals have a core objective: maximizing the return on the investments that we, as American taxpayers, are already making in federal R&D. Even in our current politics, this kind of policy shift should be possible. From the early days of his presidential campaign to his administration's imposition of tariffs, President Trump has consistently displayed a willingness to place national manufacturing competitiveness above the prevailing economic orthodoxies. While Republicans and many Democrats have long had an aversion to industrial policy, it is increasingly clear that our past laissez-faire approach has amounted to unilateral disarmament for decades. The first step toward renewal is recognizing the problem. While it's fine to celebrate positive headline numbers for the U.S. economy, we need a new focus on the fundamentals of our innovation and manufacturing economy. We need to rethink the meaning of economic success. It requires a social and cultural shift that is, thankfully, now underway. Across the political spectrum, there's growing momentum for policy change. In June, Senator Gary Peters, Democrat, Michigan, proposed the creation of a new National Institute of Manufacturing, taking inspiration from the National Institutes of Health. This will be an executive branch agency that will house our national manufacturing programs under one roof, he told the Washington Post. NIH does a great job of coordinating a strategic vision for healthcare. Something similar should exist in manufacturing. Senator Marco Rubio, Republican, Florida, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship, has been increasingly critical of business executives for focusing too much on the next quarter and not enough on long-term innovation and capital investments. He has underscored that China's recent Made in China 2025 plan should have been an alarm bell to U.S. policymakers and industry leaders. China 2025 represents precisely what's missing in America: a bold vision backed by serious resources. To counter China's rise as the world's preeminent industrial power, Senator Rubio is proposing new investment and coordination in manufacturing-focused innovation. In an age when key electoral constituencies from both parties value domestic job creation and the revitalization of economically depressed regions, leaders across the ideological spectrum can emphasize bold action to boost advanced manufacturing. But policymakers need clarity on the scale and seriousness of this work. It's more than tax and trade policy. It's more than quick investment in research. To rebuild our economy on strong foundations, we need to restore what Harvard Business School's Gary Pisano and Willie Shih call the industrial commons: our core production skills, infrastructure, and capabilities. This requires patience and lasting political will. It's a marathon, not a sprint. By investing in real solutions, translating our laboratory discoveries into meaningful new products and processes that create wealth and improve lives, we can transcend our current narrow focus on short-term stock prices or election cycles and start rebuilding the foundations of long-term prosperity. When Donald Trump chose "Make America Great Again" as his campaign slogan, he put words to something Americans had increasingly come to see and feel. For many people, their personal lives and communities were no longer as great as they used to be, and they were looking for someone to set things right. Restoring rather than building greatness is an unusual challenge in America. But it is one that has become increasingly real over the last 2 decades, as much of the country has sunk into a malaise that is physically visible in distressed but once thriving towns. This need to make America great again applies especially to our infrastructure. We have already built fantastic national networks of highways and bridges, airports, rail lines, inland waterways, electricity, water and sewer, and telecom infrastructure. The challenge today is not to build some vast footprint of new infrastructure in the style of the Transcontinental Railroad. Rather, it is to make the infrastructure we already have, much of which has been unconscionably left to decay, great again. Like the project of restoring prosperity to many of our communities, this is an unusual challenge in our national history, and a politically difficult one, too. Politicians love to cut ribbons on new projects. It is much less exciting to maintain and renovate something built long ago under previous administrations. That political incentive to favor new construction over maintenance is part of how we got into this situation. But this is a task President Trump knows something about. He has already proven that he knows how to obtain glory from rebuilding, not just building infrastructure. In the 1980s, he pulled off a public relations coup by rescuing the reconstruction of Woolman Rink in Central Park. This meant rebuilding an ice rink that already existed, not creating an ice rink in the first place. But Trump still became a hero from it. This ability to make rebuilding buzzworthy means President Trump is the right man to make America's infrastructure great again, if he focuses the government's efforts on the right challenges and approaches. Too often the term infrastructure is conflated with transportation, especially highways. This is because the federal government is a major financier of highway and transit infrastructure, and debates over the federal highway bill, the gas tax, etc. generate significant debate and publicity. But America's infrastructure encapsulates much more than just roads, even if the federal government is less directly involved in funding it. For example, there is the electricity infrastructure, which provides nearly ubiquitous power to the nation. Most of this infrastructure is privately owned by utility companies, and so receives less debate in Washington. A look at our electric infrastructure helps illustrate the nature of today's infrastructure needs. The initial electrification of the country provided enormous benefits to which it is difficult for us to relate. How many of us can imagine what life without electricity was like? This process of electrifying America was largely carried out by private utilities. The federal government helped by extending electricity to underdeveloped and hard-to-serve rural areas through programs like the Rural Electrification Administration and the Tennessee Valley Authority. There is no way for us to replicate the gains that came from electrifying the nation, since basically everybody who wants electricity already has it. Today's expansions are limited, mostly to serve new development. The need today is to repair or replace aging transmission lines, substations, and power generation plants, updating them to 21st century needs. Much is made of the so-called smart grid or smart meters, but it is difficult to see these as economic game changers for America. Their value is also questionable to the average person, as they come with serious privacy concerns and security risks. It is similar with water and sewer lines. America is already well served either by utilities or by high-quality well and septic systems. How many people today don't have running water and flush toilets in their homes? Again, these were revolutionary at the time, but those gains can't be repeated. The main challenge is to rebuild aging systems and bring them up to modern standards, though some areas do need to develop additional water sources. The same applies to transportation. When the Erie Canal was completed in 1825, it offered revolutionary increases in travel speeds. Compared to the horse and wagon, the canal cut travel costs between Buffalo and New York City by 95%. Other transport innovations like the railroad, the automobile, and the airplane also radically increased travel speeds and reduced transport costs. Previous generations already built out networks for our major transport modes, and there are no game changers in speed improvements on the horizon. David Metz, former chief scientist of the UK Department of Transport, argues, "We have largely run out of possibilities for traveling faster by means of new technologies. The one transportation technology the United States has not employed is high-speed rail. But even in Europe, this is a niche service. It also is not faster than flying in most cases. Projects like Elon Musk's Hyperloop, which uses tubes to transport people or freight between cities at extremely high speeds, are speculative at best." One area where new infrastructure needs have emerged recently is in telecommunications. The nation's wireline network was deployed decades ago, and the internet created a need for a vast new broadband network. However, the marketplace has largely taken care of this problem. Most of America, outside of some rural areas, already has high-speed access, and there's an enormous high-capacity backbone network in place. Private companies likewise continue to invest in ever-better wireless data networks. There appears to be little need for government intervention here, outside of subsidizing service to the poor or difficult-to-serve regions. In short, our infrastructure systems are, by and large, built out. There is little need for a major deployment of new infrastructure or new types of infrastructure. There do not appear to be any huge economic gains to be had from new infrastructure on par with those coming from electrification or building the interstate highway system. That is not to say that we do not need to build any new infrastructure, but additions such as new pipelines will be incremental, not revolutionary. Those who advocate increased infrastructure spending often tout it as an economic development tool. However, as just shown, There is little in the way of cost reduction or other game-changing economic benefit left to be had from new infrastructure development because America is already largely well-served. One area where new infrastructure investment can potentially enable economic growth is by opening new land to development, converting rural land into urban land. This is pejoratively labeled sprawl by opponents. But in rapidly growing areas like Dallas-Fort Worth or Houston, expanding the urban footprint to accommodate demand is clearly needed. Regions like the San Francisco Bay Area that have failed to expand their urban footprint in response to demand have seen housing prices soar into the stratosphere. The same need for expansion to serve rising demand might also apply in the case of new transport lines, such as the 2nd Avenue subway in New York, whose completion is badly needed to relieve overcrowding on other lines. But adding new water lines and expanding roads to keep pace with growth is not what most people mean by economic development. Instead, they view infrastructure expansion as a way to stimulate development in slow-growing or struggling areas. This is where the trouble begins. First, it is here that the sprawl critique holds more water. New construction on the fringes of a region that is not growing will only devalue development elsewhere. The location of development may be influenced, but not the overall sum of regional development. This is just robbing Peter to pay Paul. For example, between 1980 and 2011, governments in the Buffalo, New York, area issued almost 60,000 building permits for single-family homes, while the region lost population. Subsidizing infrastructure to serve this kind of development makes no sense. America does too much of this. Also, as Harvard economist and Manhattan Institute senior fellow Ed Glazer has pointed out, a signature attribute of a shrinking city or region is excess infrastructure. Too many houses, streets, sewer lines, etc., relative to its reduced population and commercial base. Building new infrastructure only adds to this pile of woes. The paradigmatic example is the forlorn Detroit People Mover monorail that circles its downtown. I-75 near Flint, Michigan is already 8 lanes wide. Many impoverished, aging, or shrinking rural areas are now crisscrossed by 4-lane highways, to little economic effect. There may be an equity case to be made for serving these areas, but not an economic one. Even in relatively successful regions, new infrastructure often does not pan out the way boosters had hoped. For example, Google chose the Kansas City region in a nationwide competition to become the first market for its new Google Fiber service. Google laid a super high-capacity network with direct fiber service to homes, a service that debuted to much fanfare locally and nationally. But a recent Bloomberg review of the project found that, despite local backers' initial claims that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to spark economic development, results were poor. Kansas City has not become a major tech hub, and its GDP growth has trailed the nation since the fiber system went live. Unsurprisingly, Google has halted the rollout of Google Fiber into additional markets beyond the cities where it already operates. Here, Google follows on the heels of Verizon, which largely halted the rollout of its own FiOS project in 2010. Those who believe that a new piece of infrastructure will have similar economic effects to the Erie Canal seem doomed to be disappointed. Any economic gains from new infrastructure will be incremental at best. The American Society of Civil Engineers, ASCE, publishes an annual infrastructure report card for the United States. Its 2017 edition gives the country an overall D+ score for infrastructure. 8 roads, aviation, and drinking water all get a D, among many bad grades across all dimensions of infrastructure. But ASCE members stand to gain a lot of work from any major infrastructure program, so they've got an incentive to play up the problem. Their take should be cross-checked against other sources. In truth, the condition of some of America's infrastructure is often not as bad as generally perceived or portrayed. According to the Federal Highway Administration, there are 59,000 structurally deficient bridges in the United States. That's a big number, but it amounts to only 9.6% of total bridges in the country. High-profile infrastructure failures are also not always caused by a lack of maintenance. The I-35W bridge collapse in Minneapolis, for example, appears to have stemmed in large part from a design flaw. According to an analysis by the Reason Foundation, only 5.4% of urban interstates are in poor shape. The Transportation Research Organization TRIP gives a higher estimate, saying that 20% of the nation's major roads are in poor condition, 32% in urban areas. For highways and bridges alone, only a minority, perhaps a fairly small minority, of major facilities is actually in poor shape. Local streets often are in poor shape, but as we'll see, these are not eligible for federal grants. America's freight rail system is also in solid shape. Even the ASCE gave it a grade of B, noting the major investments by the system's private owners. $27.1 billion in 2015 alone. Anyone who has flown through a dazzling foreign airport like Madrid-Barajas can tell you that American airports do not measure up. Even so, it's important to acknowledge that many American regions have spent heavily to improve their air travel facilities. Chicago spent about $10 billion on its O'Hare modernization program to add and reconfigure runways at this critical hub. Indianapolis and Detroit replaced their decrepit terminals with sparkling new facilities. Even LaGuardia Airport's notorious Central Terminal, the one that regularly causes American politicians such as former Vice President Joe Biden to compare our airports to third-world countries, is now being replaced at a cost of $4 billion. America's air infrastructure may have a way to go, but progress has been made. And as anyone who has flown to London can tell you, America has no monopoly on bad airports. Also, it is not necessarily a bad thing to have a certain percentage of our infrastructure at or near end of life. After all, few of us maintain all of our personal infrastructure and possessions at pristine levels of quality. How many people replace their furnace at the first sign of rust, rather than waiting until it is truly at end of life and can no longer be cost-effectively maintained? American citizens and businesses very frequently sweat the assets when it comes to their own property, so it should not be surprising that they are often less than impressed with calls to spend more tax dollars on infrastructure. Yet there clearly are major infrastructure repair needs in America. We have not been properly maintaining the assets we have built. Levee failures notoriously caused much of the flooding in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina, but America has yet to address the neglect of its dam and levee systems. For example, the recent possibility of an overflow or collapse at the Oroville Dam in California forced 180,000 people to be evacuated. Many dams, levees, and locks on our inland waterway system are in need of repair, often at significant cost. Examples include locks 52 and 53rd on the Ohio River. Built in 1929, their replacement cost is $2.9 billion. As the New York Times reported, this replacement has been botched, and it was originally supposed to cost only $775 million. Still a lot of money. Tens of billions of dollars are also needed simply to renovate America's legacy transit infrastructure. The District of Columbia's own metro subway system has suffered several accidents that require emergency repairs to improve safety. It lost 14% of its riders last year, as they lost faith in the system. San Francisco's BART rail system needs at least $10 billion in repairs. Boston's transit system needs over $7 billion in repairs. New York's subway signals still mostly rely on 1930s-era technology. Similar maintenance backlogs affect other infrastructure types. America's older urban regions need to spend vast sums of money on sewer system environmental retrofit. $2.7 billion in Cleveland and $4.7 billion in St. Louis. The state of Rhode Island had to pay $163 million to replace its Sakonnet River Bridge because it had failed to perform routine maintenance on the old one. This is just a sampling of America's infrastructure gaps. But the poster child for American infrastructure problems is Flint, Michigan, where a water treatment error caused lead to leach into the water supply, rendering it unfit for human consumption. This caused then-candidate Trump to say, "It used to be cars were made in Flint and you couldn't drink the water in Mexico. Now, the cars are made in Mexico and you can't drink the water in Flint." To be clear, Flint's water crisis was caused by human error, but that was only possible because of the city's old lead pipe infrastructure. America's water lines, in many cases, haven't been touched since they were originally installed many decades ago. Some cities still have wooden water pipes in service. Syracuse Mayor Stephanie Miner once said that if her city received the same $1 billion commitment from the state that Buffalo did, she would spend 3/4 of it just to fix the city's water lines. While things are not uniformly dire, it is clear that there is a need to repair and upgrade America's existing infrastructure. It is this rebuilding, not building, making America's infrastructure great again, that the Trump administration should focus on. In doing this, however, President Trump faces several major barriers that must be addressed before progress can be made. Politics and regulations will remain a barrier even if more funding is put in place. The existing federal infrastructure finance programs are poorly aligned with America's needs in any case, and private funding is at best a partial solution in many troubled infrastructure categories. Many of the biggest barriers to fixing America's infrastructure are not financial, but political and regulatory. Take, for example, the sorry state of the New York region's airports. How is it possible that one of America's wealthiest regions has such poor airport terminals? The problem is politics. The three main New York airports, Kennedy, Newark, and LaGuardia, are run by the Bi-State Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. These airports are highly profitable, generating $581 million in operating profits in 2016 alone. 24, but the Port Authority uses those profits to subsidize the money-losing PATH subway and real estate developments like the World Trade Center. This tangled web of cross-subsidies, and the politics of New York and New Jersey that make them difficult to unwind, are why the airport facilities are in such bad shape. When New York Governor Andrew Cuomo made a political priority of replacing LaGuardia's central terminal, a deal was quickly struck for its replacement. Airport improvements are also often opposed by the airlines themselves, who do not want to pay the increased fees needed to finance them. Many pieces of infrastructure paid for through utility fees, electricity, water, sewer, etc., also face political challenges to upgrades. Many of these services are de facto monopolies and thus subject to rate regulation. Politicians have a powerful political incentive to keep rates low, at the price of deferring maintenance and other needed investments. This is especially true for municipally operated water and sewer systems. For privately run utilities like electricity, capital investment has historically been strongly opposed by organized citizen groups that exist to maintain low rates. In some states, the opposite has occurred. Utility interests have captured the regulatory apparatus, resulting in poor oversight and sometimes dubious investment that does not serve the public interest, such as the Deepwater Wind offshore wind project in Rhode Island that will cost consumers hundreds of millions of dollars. 25. Activist pressure of other sorts can also derail projects subject to approval by weak-kneed politicians. In recent years, perhaps the most famous examples are President Obama's rejection of the Keystone XL and Dakota Access pipelines. Environmental activists regularly attempt to kill infrastructure associated with fossil fuels. This often works in places with amenable governments. Environmental studies are another major killer, driven by both federal and state laws. No one wants to go back to the days in which projects could be built with no review, when workers regularly died on work sites and so on. But today's process of creating environmental impact statements, EISs, frequently drags on for years, leading to delays of a decade or more in actually building projects. This is one reason President Obama discovered to his chagrin that there's no such thing as shovel-ready projects. Despite few changes in federal law, the process of completing EISs has continued to increase in length. A study by the Regional Plan Association, RPA, found that the average length of time to complete an EIS increased from slightly over 2 years in the 1970s to 8 years by 2011. A 2008 study by Pete and Carol A. DeWitt found that the time required to complete an EIS was increasing at a rate of 37 days per year. A report by Philip K. Howard cites the example of a project to merely raise the bridge deck on the already existing Bayonne Bridge in New York. The environmental reviews for this basic project totaled around 20,000 pages and took 5 years to complete. According to Howard's analysis, in several categories of infrastructure, the cost of a 6-year delay in building projects resulting from environmental review adds up to more than the ASC's estimates of what it would take to pay for needed repairs. The cost of delays is higher than the cost to build. And after the Port Authority completed those 20,000 pages of environmental reviews for the Bayonne Bridge project, remonstrators sued to stop it anyway, arguing that the government had not sufficiently studied the environmental impact of the bridge. This is hardly the only case. Environmental litigation to stop projects is now routine. These are almost invariably attempts to accomplish through environmental law what could not be accomplished politically. Trying to stave off or win lawsuits is one of the drivers of today's longer and more complex EISs. As the RPA notes, the threat of environmental lawsuits motivates lead federal agencies to take time-consuming steps or redesign projects to avoid them, contributing to project delivery delays. The fact that these delays are the major source of project delays is amply illustrated by the case of the I-35W bridge collapse in Minneapolis. Quickly replacing this major interstate bridge that carried more than 400,000 cars per day was obviously critical. The state managed to do it in only 14 months. The RPA notes that this project received no environmental waivers. Yet clearly there was political commitment at all levels to make sure this project was not held up by red tape or lawsuits, and that permits were issued promptly. The I-35W bridge replacement shows what it is still possible to do in America if we don't tie our own hands with needless and endless study. This should be the rule more than the exception. Another challenge the Trump administration faces is that existing federal infrastructure programs are largely not aligned with America's infrastructure needs. Consider two simple areas: roads and sewers. The modern highway finance system dates to the passage of the Federal Aid Highway Act in 1956, passed to provide funding to build the interstate highway system. It is financed by the federal gas tax, providing grants to states for highways, with some allocated to metropolitan areas, and financing the federal government's transit programs. As noted above, the major roadway system of the United States is not in terrible condition. There is a segment of America's roadway system that does have a maintenance problem, however. It's local streets. Yet local streets are largely ineligible for federal funding. This non-federal aid mileage accounts for 86% of the total roadway mileage in the United States. Major roadways like interstate highways account for most travel volume and are clearly worthy of special concern. Nevertheless, many of America's roads that are in poor condition are precisely these local streets. No matter how much money the federal government pumps into its highway funding structure, it will not do anything to help cash-strapped municipalities with this problem. The backlog of local repairs is significant. Atlanta's 2013 figure is $922 million for infrastructure needs. Seattle's 2010 estimate was $1.8 billion, with $1 billion for Portland and $3.60 billion for Los Angeles. Many of these backlogs are, naturally, in economically struggling cities. Many more cities don't have a handle on their problems and don't even have an estimate. One that does have an estimate is Toledo, with $1.3 billion in needed street repairs. Where is a city like Toledo supposed to come up with that kind of money? In short, the streets where many Americans live, especially those who are being economically left behind, cannot be fixed by the existing federal funding system, even with infinite spending. It is a similar situation with sewers. America's cities face billions of dollars in repairs for aging sewers, much of it imposed by the federal government. Just take one example: fixing so-called combined sewer overflows, CSOs. When sewers were first installed in America's cities, they frequently combined sanitary waste from homes with stormwater runoff from streets into the same pipe system. In heavy rains, these can overflow, causing untreated sewage to spill into area waterways. Under the Clean Water Act, the EPA is forcing cities to largely eliminate these overflows no matter what the cost. The agency has sued numerous cities over the issue. Of the 31 consent decrees the EPA has obtained from non-compliant cities, the estimated cost of fixing just this one sewer problem is $29 billion. Combined sewers are often in older, post-industrial cities struggling with a mountain of problems and high poverty levels. The federal government used to provide grants for water and sewer projects but eliminated these long ago, leaving very little federal help available for these cities. As Springfield, Ohio, Mayor Warren Copeland complained to his local newspaper, "This is the biggest, hugest unfunded mandate that I've ever seen in the time I've been in public life." Basically, the EPA at the federal level is prepared to tell us that we have to keep spending money and there's no help from the feds to deal with it. It's just a disaster from my point of view. There doesn't seem to be any way out of it. What is true for sewers is also true for water systems like Flint's. While that city received special federal and state help, dozens of other cities have been left high and dry. In short, simply pumping more money into the existing funding structures will completely fail to address many of America's most pressing infrastructure problems. Some economists might argue that it makes no sense to spend $1.3 billion in Toledo or to spend to fix sewers in Ferguson or Springfield. If they want to triage American communities and effectively write off vast tracts of America, they should have the integrity to say it explicitly. Clearly, priorities have to be set, and not every need can be met in the short term. But to the extent that we as a nation decide that we actually do care about struggling communities, we need to align spending programs with their needs. At a minimum, repair of the existing infrastructure in these communities is one thing we know we can accomplish. President Trump has pledged to undertake a $1 trillion plan to rebuild America's infrastructure. While nothing specific has been proposed, early reports suggested that it would lean heavily on private capital. Many have argued that pension and similar funds could potentially be large-scale investors in infrastructure projects. These funds are chasing stable, quality returns in an era of low interest rates, and infrastructure seems to fit the bill. Infrastructure projects where there are high-quality revenue streams attached are good potential candidates for private equity investment. Toll roads, bridges, and airports around the world are owned or operated by private entities. But private capital is not free money. Investors expect to both make their capital back and earn a profit. This will ultimately come from users of the facility. From an economic point of view, this makes a lot of sense. The problem comes in when the facilities are in economically struggling communities. A private firm might buy Flint's water utility and replace all the lines, but ultimately that cost would have to be borne by the residents of Flint through higher water bills. One reason why so many of these communities have accumulated such a huge backlog of infrastructure needs is because their citizens cannot afford to pay for them, or can't afford to competitively disadvantage their communities by raising taxes or utility rates. That is not to excuse their frequently poor political leadership, but the problem of fiscal capacity is real. For example, the St. Louis area's plan to retrofit its sewer system to comply with federal mandates will double or triple the bills of people in troubled Ferguson. Moreover, much of the infrastructure deficit we face as a country arises from costs such as environmental remediation, for which there is a public purpose but not enough of a revenue stream to satisfy a private investor. Another large chunk is not amenable to private investment because it is in localities where the citizens and business community have limited ability to pay. America's infrastructure problems cannot be solved with private investment only. More tax dollars will be required. In addition, even in cases theoretically conducive to private investment, actual experience in the United States suggests it will be harder to pull off successfully than many might think. Consider the case of Chicago's Midway Airport. That city received special federal permission and tried twice to privatize Midway Airport by leasing it to investors, failing both times. In 2008, former Mayor Richard M. Daley announced a deal for $2.52 billion to lease the airport for 99 years to a consortium led by Citibank. But that deal fell apart after the consortium failed to obtain financing. Mayor Rahm Emanuel tried a second time but likewise failed. The deal attracted only 2 bidders, but one backed out, forcing the city to scrap the tender. The fact that a highly motivated Chicago failed twice to close a deal for this high-profile and well-patronized airport suggests that airport privatization in the United States is not as simple a matter as supporters might suggest. It's the same story with private investment in highway and bridge projects. Many of these transactions have not gone well. A number of the operators of privately run toll roads and bridges have gone bankrupt. Even in rapidly growing Texas, the concessionaire operating the SH-130 toll road near Austin went bankrupt. The company operating the Foley Beach Express toll bridge in Alabama went bankrupt. The operator of the South Bay Expressway in San Diego went bankrupt. Some of these bankruptcies have spawned litigation, with accusations that the deals were done using fraudulent traffic projections. A private consortium that leased the pre-existing Indiana toll road from that state for $3.9 billion also went bankrupt. In one sense, these bankruptcies might be good news for taxpayers. They revealed that the companies had overpaid. In places like Indiana, this created a windfall gain for the public. But these bankruptcies led private firms to shift strategies away from skin-in-the-game equity deals toward the so-called availability payments model. In an availability payments contract, a private consortium builds, maintains, and operates a toll facility over a period of time. In return, the government entity promises a fixed stream of payments to the consortium for making the roadway or bridge available. The new East End Bridge near Louisville and the Goethals Bridge replacement by the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey are using the availability payments approach. There is nothing wrong with availability payments per se, but these contracts hardly constitute what has usually been meant by private investment. Because the vendors are entitled to their payments regardless of the revenue stream, they have shifted the revenue risk, the biggest risk, and the one that bankrupted all those toll roads, back onto the government. In effect, this is just a fancied-up form of traditional debt financing. Chicago looms large as a cautionary tale about the limits of private investment and what can go wrong with privatization. Beyond the Midway privatization failures, in 2006, the city leased its downtown parking garages for $563 million for 99 years. This appeared to be a great deal until it later came out that the city had included an onerous no-compete clause in the contract. Not only did the city itself agree not to build any competing garages, It also promised not to allow any private companies to build competing facilities. This was a highly dubious use of government power. Even worse, the city actually did allow a competitor to open, which exposed them to damage claims. The city ended up paying $62 million in compensation to the vendor they had privatized city garages to. No-compete clauses are common in privatization contracts and examples of submarine clauses that can unexpectedly surface and torpedo a government at some future date. Having used no-compete clauses to his own advantage, such as in the deal to open the Grand Hyatt in New York, President Trump must surely understand how easy it would be for sharks to take advantage of cities and states the same way. More recently, Mayor Emanuel tried another way to use private capital for financing infrastructure improvements in his city. He devised his so-called Chicago Infrastructure Trust, CIT, announced a great fanfare at a ceremony that included former President Bill Clinton. He hoped to raise as much as $1 billion in private capital to finance projects such as $200 million in energy efficiency retrofits of public buildings. The CIT struggled to execute and has completed only one project to date, a vastly downscaled energy retrofit program that ended up being less than a tenth of the size originally envisioned. A report by the nonprofit watchdog group Project 6 found significant problems with that transaction, too. The deal included what was in effect $2.2 million in loans to replace light bulbs and install weather stripping, repairs that should never have been debt financed. 50. It also gave Bank of America, the financier on the project, a lien on all the equipment installed in city buildings as collateral. Furthermore, there appears to be no compelling reason why the city needed to use complex, non-traditional financing for the project. Chicago's use of privatization and private capital for its infrastructure has arguably been a net negative for the city. If a sophisticated financial center like Chicago cannot get it right, this bodes ill for other, less experienced states and cities. As President Trump might say, too many of America's leaders have been stupid when it comes to deal-making on private sector investment into transportation infrastructure. If states and cities cannot make smarter deals, they need to stick to traditional tax or bond-financed public sector infrastructure development. Any plan to make America's infrastructure great again has to address both the policy needs and the political realities facing the Trump administration. In the short term, Trump should look to build momentum for infrastructure renewal by finding 5 to 10 more I-35W bridge-type projects with low environmental impact that can be delivered on an accelerated basis in less than 2 years. Bridge replacement projects would be ideal to improve safety on some of these aging facilities. He should also build on the Obama administration's program to accelerate environmental reviews for as many projects as possible and aggressively use all authority he has to issue environmental process waivers. A longer-term program should include reforms to the environmental review process to dramatically speed up project timelines, as well as to limit the scope of litigation. The president should look for bipartisan solutions here. Environmental review dramatically delays and increases the cost of projects that are of critical importance to Democratic constituencies. 2. Including urban transit projects. Researchers of multiple political persuasions like Philip K. Howard and the RPA have already conducted significant analysis of the problems and potential solutions, some of which could include better basic upfront coordination between the agencies involved in reviews, or potentially even creating a one-stop federal shop, and limiting the scope of litigation over projects. It is possible to both protect our environment and get projects built in a timely fashion. Trump must also realign federal infrastructure spending with needs. This means limiting the use of funds for expansion projects in favor of maintenance. No more boondoggles. State and local politicians will always favor new projects over repairs, so federal funding should be heavily focused on maintenance in both highway and transit funding. One priority area should be rehabilitating aging rail systems in America's legacy rail transit cities, including New York, Boston, Philadelphia, Chicago, Washington, and San Francisco, high ridership systems that are critical to the economies of these major metro areas. Another is replacement of structurally deficient bridges. The federal government could potentially help municipal governments temporarily with local street repairs, which are often shovel-ready projects, as it did during the Obama stimulus. But ultimately, state and local governments need to take the lead in establishing an adequate funding structure for local streets. Trump should also reinstate federal grants for sewer and water rehabilitation and environmental compliance. The expense of these items for many communities is enormous and often imposed by the federal government itself, such as in the case of combined sewer overflow remediation. Paying for these unfunded mandates is only fair. Beyond that, many poor post-industrial communities simply lack the funds. The federal government should also accelerate brownfield remediation in these communities. These are the very places Trump promised to help in his campaign. They have significant needs, heavy poverty, and large minority populations that have been left behind. There are select, high-profile infrastructure expansion projects where the federal government should be involved in financing and driving them to completion. These might include the Gateway Project to build new rail tunnels under the Hudson River in New York and the FAA Next-Gen Air Traffic Control System. The recent derailments at New York's Penn Station that caused travel chaos show why rail upgrades are critical. There is no slack in the system if anything goes wrong. Air traffic control upgrades are needed to help unclog the congested airspace around our cities. Any such projects should be heavily vetted to avoid funding boondoggles. Too much of the money we spend today ends up wasted on road-to-nowhere projects. Where will the money come from? Let's be honest here. More debt or higher taxes and fees. There is definitely a role for the private sector in financing improvements to major airports and other high-quality, revenue-producing assets. But this will simply not address most of the needs the country faces. States and localities need to be willing to bite the bullet and do the same. Doing things like underpricing utility fees by foregoing maintenance needs to end. The illusion that we can get something for nothing has been part of what brought us to this point. If we want to make America's infrastructure great again, we must be willing to pay to make it happen. Since late 2021, the Biden administration has set aside more than $1.6 trillion in infrastructure spending. Almost 3 years later, it's very hard to know where most of that money has gone. The Biden administration's infrastructure laws are built upon two distinct and competing philosophies of industrial policy. The first, demonstrated by the CHIPS and Science Act, works mostly through grants. Funding awards are given directly to specific manufacturers by the Department of Commerce, with explicit terms around domestic production, intellectual property sharing, and reinvestment of profits. This has its benefits. The spending is easy to track, is highly targeted, and carries little risk of filtering out to foreign adversaries. No money may be allocated to foreign entities of concern, and award recipients may not engage in any significant transactions related to the expansion of advanced semiconductor manufacturing in countries of concern for a 10-year period. But there are downsides to this approach. Direct government spending requires administrative capacity. The federal, state, or local agency responsible for carrying out the program must solicit applications, review them, and make decisions about whom to award money. It also requires organization on the part of private sector applicants, who often lack the resources and know how to put together grant applications in the first place, or even to gain awareness of relevant programs' existence. The result is that grants tend to roll out slowly. At the time of this writing, almost 2 years since the passage of CHIPS, less than $1 billion of the $52 billion appropriated for semiconductor funding has been formally awarded. Despite the widespread headlines about awards being made, most of the Biden administration's announcements to date have not actually been awards but rather non-binding preliminary memoranda of terms meant to serve as negotiation instruments. Similarly, the $5 billion National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program, passed through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law in 2021, has led to exactly 8 charging stations being built as of February 2024, while hundreds of other years-old federal spending programs have yet to make a single award. The Biden administration's second philosophy of industrial policy is exemplified by the Inflation Reduction Act, IRA. The IRA takes a climate-first approach, prioritizing emissions reductions over China competition, with the goal of deploying as much clean energy infrastructure as quickly as possible. Accordingly, the law works through as-of-right tax credits. Companies that meet certain eligibility requirements can claim the credits, incentivizing clean energy investment while creating relatively little bureaucratic friction. The upshot is that IRA funding has reached the clean energy industry much more quickly than CHIPS funding has reached semiconductor firms. But this approach has its drawbacks as well. Whereas grant programs lack speed, tax credits lack transparency. Because as-of-right tax credits are facilitated through the tax code, they are protected by Internal Revenue Service confidentiality. As a result, no one, not the public nor watchdog groups, nor even most members of Congress, knows exactly how much we're spending, when we're spending it, and on whom we're spending it. Simply put, the implementation of a several $100 billion bill is almost entirely withheld from the public eye. Addressing America's genuine industrial policy needs will require rethinking the mechanisms we use to pursue our policy goals, as the growing reliance on tax credit programs leaves much to be desired. The use of tax credits has made the administration of U.S. industrial policy smoother, but it has also made it very difficult to know what the policy is accomplishing. That trade-off has been accepted by many as a necessary evil, but very little thinking has been done regarding whether such a lack of transparency is actually required for a successful infrastructure program. There is ample opportunity to improve the structure of tax credits, and there are also many cases in which other funding mechanisms offer a better way forward. If this administration and its successors are to continue investing trillions in American industry, they will need to ask not only what to fund, but also how to fund it. How the IRA works. The details of how the IRA works help illustrate the problems with industrial policy by tax credit. 5 of the 22 credit programs under the Inflation Reduction Act are for individual taxpayers, while the remaining 17 are aimed at businesses and other entities. The latter category establishes new credits, such as the Clean Hydrogen Credit, and extends several others, such as the Clean Energy Production Credits. All of these differ slightly in structure. Some are for production, others are for investment, and several more are for research, vehicle purchases, and energy efficiency. They have an important commonality, however. Nearly all of the credits under the IRA are uncapped. That is, there is no limit on the amount of funding available for the federal government to dole out in credit value each year. It is for this reason that, while the original budget estimate for the IRA was in the realm of $369 billion, a recent report from the Congressional Budget Office projects that the real cost will be closer to $820 billion, more than double the original estimated price. The spending under the law is therefore not just hard to track. It's also theoretically unlimited. Another key feature of the IRA is its relatively few restrictions on foreign entities of concern. According to an analysis from the Wall Street Journal, as of early 2024, China-based companies were responsible for nearly a quarter of new U.S. domestic solar capacity announced since the law's passage. This has led many Republican members of Congress to argue that the IRA, despite its ostensibly domestic focus, represents a handout to the Chinese Communist Party. Indeed, many IRA-funded companies will source their raw materials from Chinese manufacturers and their components from Chinese suppliers. Less appreciated, however, is the fact that when Chinese firms inevitably profit from these American tax dollars, it will be nearly impossible to prove it. The IRA credits come at a time of increasingly aggressive Chinese industrial competition. In spite of a growing number of restrictions on federal funding for purchases of foreign goods, Chinese companies have made explicit and often successful efforts to access U.S. government grants. BYD USA, an American subsidiary of the Chinese electric vehicle manufacturer BYD, has successfully secured funding through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law's Clean School Bus Program. The Chinese battery manufacturing behemoth CATL, meanwhile, has partnered with Ford to secure federal incentives for Ford's Michigan-based battery plant. Elsewhere, U.S. reliance on Chinese manufacturing has led to the rollback of the very provisions that were meant to increase American manufacturing independence. The $7.5 billion National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure (NEVI) program, for example, was passed alongside the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law's Build America, Buy America requirement, which mandated that the majority of the cost of all EV charger components come from components manufactured in the United States. But within less than a year of the law's passage, the EV charger manufacturing industry requested a waiver from the requirement, citing supply chain constraints and limited domestic production capacity. The Department of Transportation obliged. 8 months later, Autel Energy, the U.S. subsidiary of the Chinese company Autel Intelligent Technology Corporation, started production on its NEVI-compliant electric vehicle chargers at its plant in Greensboro, North Carolina. Most of these examples are from grant programs, spending which is designed to be much harder for Chinese firms to access compared to IRA tax credits. So while Chinese companies have been able to secure U.S. federal funding in spite of rules around foreign entities of concern, most IRA credits don't have those rules in the first place. In short, even in highly regulated, broadly transparent government spending programs, U.S. taxpayer money is going to Chinese companies. What must it look like, then, when it comes to lightly regulated, unaccountable tax credit schemes? Answering this question requires first understanding just how these tax credit programs are designed. There are 2 main tax credit structures: allocated credits and as-of-right credits. Allocated credits are made available through a competitive process. Typically, these credits are limited in quantity, and entities must apply to a government agency to receive them. Allocated credits are significantly less popular than as-of-right credits, as they involve many of the same administrative processes as grants, applications, awarding agencies, and all of the attendant bureaucratic friction. Agencies' involvement in the allocation process, however, means that there is often a way to access details about allocated credit recipients. For example, the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program, perhaps the best-known allocated credit program, has a comprehensive database of its property and tenant data. In contrast, as-of-right tax credit programs, which make up the majority of those in Biden's infrastructure laws, are inherently obscured by the tax code. With the as-of-right structure, eligible companies can claim credits on their tax returns without needing to apply or be selected by a government agency. While this approach eliminates administrative hurdles, it also protects recipient information, as the credits are claimed through the confidential tax filing process. This lack of transparency has been a consistent feature of as-of-right credit programs, from the Energy Policy Act of 2005 to the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009. But the Inflation Reduction Act goes a step further, adding an additional layer of complexity that sets it apart from the federal tax credit programs of the past. New in the IRA is a funding mechanism known as transferability, under which companies generating credits can sell them directly to unrelated third parties in exchange for cash, tax-free. Consider a real-world example. Astrom Renewable Energy, a renewable energy developer, is constructing a roughly 400-megawatt solar project in Texas called Tierra Bonita. Through this project, Astrom expects to generate around $300 million in production tax credits, PTCs, over 10 years. In the past, Astrom would have needed $300 million in tax liability over that decade to fully reap the value of the credits. Alternatively, they could have partnered with tax equity investors to monetize the credits. But with transferability, Astrom can now simply sell the $300 million in PTCs to an unrelated company with sufficient tax liability to absorb the credits. In October 2023, Astrom announced that they had signed a tax credit transfer agreement to sell the Tierra Bonita PTCs to an unnamed institutional buyer, described only as a highly rated U.S. institutional entity. Astrom will get cash up front, and the buyer will get to offset its taxes over 10 years. Proponents argue that the transferability mechanism will significantly accelerate clean energy deployment and will offer a simpler, more cost-effective approach. By allowing developers to sell tax credits for cash, transferability greatly simplifies the monetization process. Historically, clean energy developers relied on complex and costly tax equity financing structures, forming partnerships with large banks and investors to trade tax credits for upfront investment. These partnerships involved hefty legal and accounting fees that could eat up a sizable portion of the tax credit's value. Now, however, developers can sell credits to any taxpayer without getting entangled in partnership structures and associated expenses. This reduces transaction costs and complexity, and theoretically expands the pool of potential investors, increasing competition among buyers and improving access to financing for smaller clean energy projects. But at the same time, transferability adds yet another layer of obscurity to government spending, as demonstrated by the Astrom sale. There's no way for the public to see who is buying credits, at what price, and from whom unless voluntarily disclosed. Here, too, there are opportunities for foreign competitors to benefit. The IRA's new Clean Vehicle Credit comes with a foreign entity of concern provision that aims to limit the use of Chinese products. The Advanced Manufacturing Production Credit may be subject to a similar restriction in the final IRS rule. But these provisions cover only the first layer of eligibility, not the secondary market, meaning that while foreign entities and their subsidiaries may not directly qualify for credits, nothing prevents them from buying credits on the transfer market from a broker. A Chinese state-owned enterprise could acquire U.S. clean energy tax credits, and the public would never know. There's every reason to think that the secondary market will be huge. In the first 6 months following the release of the IRS guidance around transferability, $7 to $9 billion worth of tax credits changed hands, according to one report. With the IRA providing hundreds of billions of dollars in credits over the next decade, the market has substantial room to grow. If even a fraction of those credits are transferred, annual trading volumes could easily reach the tens of billions. How often is the transferability provision being used? While there is no perfect analog to the IRA's federal transferability scheme, there is a long history of transferability at the state level in the form of film tax credits. With these credits, States offer incentives to film production companies in hopes that Hollywood will bring economic benefits to the state. Recently, the nonprofit Good Jobs first sent in public records requests to assess the rate at which film tax credits are being transferred under Illinois' transferability program. It found that from 2014 to 2021, a whopping 98% of the $540 million in credits awarded were being transferred each year. Of those, 60% were purchased by just 5 companies: U.S. Bank, Walmart, Comcast, Verizon, and Bank of America. This is not to say that film companies and clean energy firms will necessarily transfer credits at similar rates. But it does show that when transferability is an option, it gets used at scale. The little data available on IRA transfers seem to confirm this. According to the Department of the Treasury, as of mid-April, more than 900 entities have requested approximately 59,000 tax registration numbers for projects or facilities located across all 50 states plus territories. Approximately 97% of these projects are pursuing transferability. It's almost certain, then, that the secondary market will continue to metastasize. Tax equity investors appear to be syndicating portions of their credits, and dedicated brokers and insurers are emerging to facilitate trades. These middlemen are seeking to maximize their own returns, of course, and their cut ultimately reduces the amount of public money reaching actual projects. There's also the simple fact that if tax credit recipients pursue transferability, then the credit is not worth its full dollar value to the seller. The upshot is that the IRA credits are being transferred at an average of about 93 cents per dollar of credit value. In other words, at a 7% loss in credit efficiency. Some will argue that the haircuts from transfers are ultimately lower than they would be in a more conventional project financing scenario. Indeed, the cost of monetizing credits through the tax equity market can be as high as 15% of the credit's value. But there's also a more basic problem with transferability. The Inflation Reduction Act is a climate bill, and yet its benefits are ending up with companies that have nothing to do with the climate. Reports from intermediaries suggest that the institutions that have historically been involved in tax credit deals are the same ones buying up IRA credits today: banks, insurance companies, and other major corporate taxpayers. This is not to mention the benefits to the many syndicators, tax advisors, and insurers that have emerged in the wake of the IRA's passage, all of whom are skimming cents off the top of every dollar of credit value. It is for this reason that finance executives such as J.P. Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon have suddenly taken a keen interest in niche areas of climate policy, for example, invoking eminent domain to build more renewable energy projects. J.P. Morgan and Bank of America are responsible for half of the country's tax equity finance deals every year, and the introduction of transferability promises to bring even more value to their bottom line. In late 2023, renewable energy developer Arvon Energy announced that J.P. Morgan had committed to purchasing $191 million of investment and production tax credits for their solar plus storage project in California, celebrating the deal as among the nation's first transactions. That leveraged the Inflation Reduction Act's transferability provision. As the secondary market for tax credits continues to grow, so too will the profits for the financial institutions that broker the deals or redeem the credits themselves. If it were a simple case of choosing between the conventional tax equity financing approach and the IRA's transferability mechanism, the latter would offer certain advantages in terms of simplicity and cost-effectiveness. But this is a false dichotomy. Not only is there another option on the table, that option is already available for 3 of the credits under the Inflation Reduction Act. The Advanced Manufacturing, Carbon Oxide Sequestration, and Clean Hydrogen tax credits all allow for a mechanism known as direct pay. For a 5-year period, these credits are effectively refundable. The IRS will issue a direct cash payment to the entity claiming the credit equal to the credit's face value. What's more, entities exempt from income tax, nonprofits, state and local governments, rural electric cooperatives, and others qualify for direct pay for 12 of the IRA credits, including the investment and production credits. In this way, direct pay allows organizations with little or no tax liability to receive the full value of the IRA credits. Direct pay thus achieves the efficiency benefits of working through the tax code, while also enabling entities to receive the full value of the credit directly from the government as if it were a grant, cutting out the middlemen and haircuts involved in transferability. Moreover, direct pay has the advantage of far greater transparency compared to the opaque secondary markets that emerge with transferable credits. So why not just use direct pay for all the IRA tax credits? After all, there is clearly demand for the refundable option. Per a report from the Congressional Research Service, direct pay will account for an estimated 40 to 48% of the total costs of the 3 credits for which it is available over the next decade. Skeptics have offered a few reasons. One common argument against expanding direct pay is that it transforms tax credits into something more akin to a spending program. Critics note that this shift could make the tax credits less politically palatable, as direct government spending is often scrutinized more heavily than tax reductions. But in budgetary terms, there is little difference between a refundable tax credit and a grant program. The reluctance stems more from optics than substantive distinctions. Senate staffers also pointed out to me that direct pay increases the explicit cost of the credits for the government compared to transferability, where costs are more hidden. This, however, is actually a point in favor of direct pay from a transparency perspective, as it allows for a more honest accounting of the full fiscal impact of these subsidies. The government should be fully accountable for its expenditures regardless of whether they come on the front end through direct spending or on the back end through tax credits. Ultimately, the preference for transferability over refundability seems more about political framing than sound policy considerations. Tax credits simply don't feel the same as direct spending to many policymakers, even when they have the same economic impact. But given the substantial downsides of transferability in terms of transparency and potential for abuse, this preference ought to be reconsidered. The Inflation Reduction Act is far from the first instance of the federal government using the tax code as a tool to achieve policy objectives. The last several decades have seen Congress increasingly rely on tax credits to incentivize any number of desired economic and social outcomes, what the sociologist Joshua McCabe dubs the fiscalization of social policy. The use of tax credits as a policy tool began in earnest in the post-World War II era and accelerated significantly in the 1970s. The Energy Tax Act of 1978, passed under President Jimmy Carter, created tax credits to encourage energy conservation and the development of alternative energy sources in response to the energy crisis of that decade. President Ronald Reagan later signed into law the Economic Recovery Tax Act of 1981, which included several business tax credits aimed at stimulating investment and economic growth. The use of tax credits continued to expand in the following decades. The Energy Policy Act of 1992 under President George H.W. Bush created new credits for renewable energy. The Energy Policy Act of 2005 under President George W. Bush further extended credits for energy efficiency and investment. In the wake of the 2008-09 financial crisis, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act established a variety of tax credits aimed at stimulating the economy, including firm-specific credits similar to those in the IRA. The Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act of 2010 created new tax credits to subsidize health insurance coverage, while the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021 under President Trump included extensions and expansions of several existing credits. The IRA represents a culmination of these trends, with its extensive use of uncapped, transferable, and in some cases refundable tax credits to spur the development and deployment of clean energy technologies. Thus, the problems with the IRA's credit provisions, their lack of transparency, the potential for abuse in secondary markets, the efficiency questions around transferability, shouldn't be seen as isolated concerns. We now have the blueprint, said SunNova Energy CFO Robert Lane of the IRA's transferability mechanism during a recent earnings call, that we intend to keep leveraging. The tax code has seen its purpose continuously expanded over the last several decades. At some point, policymakers might take a step back and ask whether the tax mechanisms that have become popular in that time are actually the best levers for industrial policy. At a base level, if tax credits are to be the key funding mechanism in future infrastructure bills, then they ought to be restructured to better align efficiency and fiscal responsibility imperatives. To enhance transparency about the use of tax credits, Congress should require all recipients to submit a simple annual report to the Treasury providing basic information detailing the value of the credits they've received. This report should confirm the credits received, state their type and amount, briefly describe how they were used, and disclose any changes to foreign affiliations. Critically, this reporting requirement should be included in a legislative vehicle like the infrastructure bill itself to ensure it has the force of law. The reported information, excluding any sensitive business details, should then be made publicly available in a searchable database to enable public oversight. Mandatory disclosure of foreign affiliations will be crucial for providing transparency about potential foreign influences. In relevant industrial policy programs, tax credit recipients should be required to disclose their foreign affiliations at 2 points: during the initial eligibility certification process and in the annual report for credit recipients. The disclosure should include information about ownership stakes held by foreign entities, strategic partnerships or joint ventures with foreign entities, and significant contracts or financial relationships with foreign entities. For credits that target at-risk industries critical to national security, policymakers should consider placing restrictions on foreign entities of concern. A bill to this end has already been introduced. The No Oppressive Giveaways of Taxpayers' Income to Oppressive Nations No Gadayon Act. Named for the American subsidiary of the Chinese battery parts manufacturer, the bill would disqualify any entity created or organized in, or controlled, in the aggregate, by one or more countries of concern from clean energy tax credits. Policymakers should also establish rules around the transferability of credits to foreign-owned entities, particularly those with ties to China. This could involve requiring credit buyers to certify that they are not owned or controlled by foreign entities of concern, or placing outright prohibitions on the transfer of credits to such entities. This too involves a trade-off between efficiency and national security considerations, so the nature of these restrictions should depend on the importance of the industry that the credit aims to support. All entities that redeem transferred credits should be required to report essential information to the IRS, which should then make that information available in a public registry. This information should include the identity of the redeemer, the value of the credit being transferred, and the specific credit involved. This reporting requirement should be designed to minimize the compliance burden on market participants, with clear guidance and a simple, standardized process provided by the IRS. As an alternative to transferability, expanding direct pay options for tax credits within bills like the IRA could significantly enhance their accessibility and impact. By allowing entities, particularly startups and small businesses in the energy sector, to receive the full value of the credits as direct payments from the government, this measure would enable them to benefit from the incentives even if they have limited tax liabilities, without the mission creep and transparency concerns associated with transferability. In the absence of new legislation, there already exists one limited option for enhancing transparency: a provision of the tax code allowing certain congressional committees to request and obtain tax return information, as outlined in Section 6103 of the Internal Revenue Code. The chairs of the Senate Finance Committee, House Ways and Means Committee, and Joint Committee on Taxation can request and receive tax return information from the IRS. Though these committees cannot share taxpayer-specific information with the public or, except in rare cases, with other members of Congress, they can request details on the use of tax credits by foreign-affiliated companies and release aggregate data to the public. The goal in all of these policies is to create a framework that ensures transparency, accountability, and strategic alignment while still preserving the core administrative efficiency of tax credits. Striking the right balance will require ongoing refinement, but the above reforms would represent a promising and necessary start. These are also reforms that could attract broad bipartisan support. Republicans and Democrats may differ on the specifics of industrial policy, but members of both parties have advocated for greater transparency and oversight in how public funds are deployed. Strengthening reporting requirements, limiting transferability to foreign entities, and expanding direct pay are all measures that could advance that shared goal. Fixing tax credits' transparency and accountability problems should be a near-term priority. But these problems should also prompt a broader reconsideration of how we do industrial policy in the United States. Simply put, there are many scenarios where grants, the main alternative to tax credits, would be a more appropriate mechanism for industrial policy spending. Grants have been a staple of U.S. industrial policy for decades, from the Advanced Research Project Agency's funding for energy R&D to the Department of Defense's Defense Industrial Base Grant Program. And while grants often involve more bureaucratic processes compared to tax credits, they offer several advantages. First and foremost, grants provide greater upfront control and ability to target funds strategically. As one former Treasury official pointed out to me, when the government is trying to shape supply chains and make market allocation decisions based on non-market factors like national security, grants allow for more due diligence and selection of recipients aligned with those strategic goals. Policymakers can target specific industries, technologies, or geographic areas and put in place guardrails to prevent funds from benefiting foreign competitors. Grants also offer enhanced transparency and accountability compared to tax credits. While tax credit data is shrouded in IRS confidentiality, grant recipient information is typically public. This enables congressional oversight and public scrutiny to deter potential misuse of funds. In my conversations with Senate staffers, they emphasized that this transparency is a key reason why grants were preferred in the CHIPS Act, where preventing funds from flowing to adversaries like China was a top priority. Third, grant agreements provide an opportunity to set specific conditions and requirements for recipients. Agencies can specify the scope of work, set milestones and reporting requirements, and include clauses to suspend or reclaim funds if conditions aren't met. This allows for much more tailoring and control compared to the relatively blunt instrument of tax credits. For all of these reasons, grants are particularly well suited for advancing national security priorities and shoring up strategic industries. On the other hand, there may be instances where the national security risks are so acute that the imperative for rapid action trumps other considerations. If a critical industry is on the brink of collapse, or a key capability is about to be lost, a 2-year grant-making process may simply be too slow. Tax credits, for all their flaws, can inject resources more quickly than their more deliberative alternatives. This raises another, more fundamental question: what actually constitutes a national security concern justifying industrial policy intervention in the first place? There's a clear consensus that semiconductors are vital to both economic and national security, given their centrality to everything from consumer electronics to military systems. But what about less obvious cases? The critical minerals supply chain, for instance, may not present the same acute risks as semiconductors, but it underpins a vast array of industries and technologies. Over-reliance on foreign suppliers, particularly adversaries such as China, could create serious vulnerabilities down the line. If Republicans are going to articulate a vision for industrial policy, one that is distinct from the everything bagel liberalism offered up by the left, they will need to be clear about what that policy is trying to achieve. Is the goal solely to shore up industries with direct and immediate bearing on national security? Is it to address market failures in areas with significant public goods aspects, such as R&D or environmental externalities? Or is it something broader, a sort of everything bagel conservatism? The scope of that vision will necessarily inform the choice of policy instruments. A more targeted approach focused squarely on acute security risks may prioritize grants for their control and precision. A more expansive agenda may rely more heavily on the scale and flexibility of tax credits. By fixing the flaws in our tax credit regime, we can take a step toward a more mature industrial policy. And by doing so, we can begin to build a foundation for the more far-reaching reforms that will be necessary in the years ahead. Along the Ohio River lies the site of Form Factory 1, a recent 550,000 square foot facility for the production of battery technologies. Battery manufacturer Form Energy broke ground in 2023 on the facility, an iron-air battery manufacturing plant built on the site of the former Weirton Steel Mill. The Weirton Steel Mill produced half of the world's steel in 1950 and nearly 20% by 1970. By the later 1970s, imports of steel from foreign nations were flooding U.S. markets and boxing out Weirton's position. This phenomenon didn't just impact Weirton but also other domestic manufacturers. Although calls grew nationally from steelworkers and their unions for anti-dumping, countervailing duties, and escape clause petitions, Weirton and the industry continued to suffer. In 1982, Weirton's parent company National Steel announced its plans to shut down the steel mill. As an alternative to paying for shutdown costs and pension liabilities, the company offered employees the opportunity to buy the company through an employee stock ownership plan, ESOP. Employees decided to take pay cuts and bought the mill. With tax breaks and community support, the company was able to stay in operation and recorded strong profits for the next 5 years. Between 1984 and 1990, the company earned $500 million, with workers sharing $170 million of these profits. But Weirton Steel eventually shut down in 2003, declaring bankruptcy. Irrespective of the plant closure, the Weirton experiment offers important lessons regarding the potential for industrial democracy to both save critical industries vital to national security and protect the economic well-being of our communities. Weirton lasted 20 years after its employee takeover and sustained 6,000 jobs as the American steel industry was cratering. Employees were able to create a structure that advanced industrial democracy, protected community wealth, and prevented plant closures of small and medium manufacturers, SMMs. Initiatives such as these are needed in the face of both continued foreign competition and increasing private equity takeovers of manufacturers. The federal government, and in particular the Biden administration, has already provided SMMs with varying levels of support and funding through the National Institute of Standards and Technology's Manufacturing Extension Partnership and the 16 Manufacturing USA Institutes. This support has focused on providing technical assistance and facilitating the adoption of smart manufacturing technologies and practices. Yet, while the current programs have primarily focused on giving manufacturers the resources they need, they have not yet addressed the crisis of succession, governance, and longevity that are affecting SMMs. Almost all manufacturing firms, 98.6%, in the United States are considered small to medium-sized. These companies are in the midst of a major transition in management and ownership, as 125,000 manufacturers are owned by baby boomers and 40% have no plans for succession. Overall, 60% of manufacturing businesses are managed by owners that are age 55 and older. This group of firms encompasses about 2.6 million workers and is a major economic anchor for small and hollowed-out towns that both the Biden and Trump administrations claim to be eager to revitalize. Private equity firms in the United States see an opportunity in such small suppliers. It's not hard to see why. Government subsidies are increasing for the production of clean energy technologies and other strategic manufactured products. At the same time, the consolidation of larger manufacturers has put the latter in a stronger position to exert more bargaining power on their own small to medium-sized suppliers. This, coupled with the lingering economic effects of a global pandemic, wars, and high interest rates, has squeezed these small suppliers' profit margins. These developments, against the backdrop of a wave of retiring owners, have made them cheap and attractive to acquire, with the goal of making operational changes and eventually selling off the company. Private equity has long been politically controversial, and not without reason. Numerous studies have shown that there is greater potential for job loss when private equity firms take over a business. This is because the industry often uses levered funds to buy a company, extract value, and sell rather than investing for the long term. These transactions result in facility closures, job losses, and gaps created in local markets, harming economic development and the local industrial base. This has been the case across states in the Midwest, such as Indiana, Michigan, and Wisconsin. As Wisconsin Senator Tammy Baldwin has noted, out of state, private equity firms have shut down Wisconsin manufacturing plants and stores and laid off our workers in Janesville, Waukesha, and Green Bay. We need to rip up the predatory playbook that these private equity firms are using to leave workers with nothing but pink slips. In Janesville, glass wall manufacturer Hufger was acquired in 2017 by private equity firm OpenGate Capital. By 2021, the company shut down the plant and offshored production to Mexico, affecting 166 workers in Wisconsin. In 2015, OpenGate shut down facilities of laboratory equipment manufacturer Hamilton Scientific, causing 270 job losses across cities in Arkansas, Wisconsin, and Texas. In 2017, OpenGate shut down Pacific Crest Transformers, causing job loss in Monterey, Mexico, and Medford, Oregon. Another more recent example is the acquisition of the contract drug manufacturer New Vision Pharmaceuticals by private equity fund Morgan Stanley Tactical Value. The fund acquired New Vision in 2018 and announced last February that it would shut down its plant in Tamarack, Florida, laying off 88 workers. Peace influence affects not only these local manufacturers but also others critical to national security. Private equity has been involved in 1,500 acquisitions in the U.S. defense contracting sector since 2020. Data has found that PE-backed contractors declare bankruptcy at higher rates and that PE investment raises bankruptcy risk by up to 9%. Reciting these effects on national economic security recalls the 2012 presidential campaign, in which Republican presidential candidate Mitt Romney was attacked for his involvement in factory closures due to his role at the PE firm Bain Capital. Among other examples, Bain had acquired a Kansas City steel mill in 1993 only for the company to shut it down 9 years later, drawing the ire of laid-off employees. Just as concerning as closures is the potential for offshoring. A recent example of this risk to national security lies in the sale of liquid electrolyte manufacturer Novolite Technologies in 2012. In 2012, U.S.-based private equity firm Arsenal Capital Partners sold the country's only liquid electrolyte manufacturer, a main component needed to develop lithium-ion batteries, to the German chemical company BASF, which later shut down the Zachary chemical plant in Zachary, Louisiana, laying off 54 workers. PE's influence on Germany's industrial ecosystem of small suppliers further highlights the risk of this financing model for SMMs. Private equity companies began to invest heavily in German automotive suppliers around the beginning of the 21st century. PE's entry into this sector resulted in a surge in the internationalization of German automotive suppliers. As they exited investments, PE investors attempted to find buyers globally, resulting in China scooping up the largest share of auto suppliers. One prominent case is the sale of the automated production manufacturer FFT by PE firm Atten to Chinese-based Fosun International Limited. Such internationalization also accelerates the increasing disintegration and disconnect from regional and national production systems, with supply chains prioritizing international buyers and markets. In other words, value derived from the local manufacturing business is likely to be transferred out of a local economy. New ownership will mean changing supplier relationships and a decrease in the local multiplier relationship, which represents the benefit of a local company spending money within a local economy. Additionally, earnings and the securitization derived from a manufacturer's capital stock flow to investors and owners living elsewhere, and who are disconnected from local communities. Overall, PE firms, through ownership, control over 600,000 employees in the U.S. manufacturing sector, and thus potential actions that disconnect local communities from integrated national supply chains can be significant. With these concerns in mind, a bipartisan group of senators has taken steps to introduce legislation to offer ownership alternatives to PE roll-ups. U.S. Senators Marco Rubio, Chris Van Hollen, and others last year introduced the Employee Equity Investment Act, EIC Act. According to Van Hollen, our goal is to make sure that as these small businesses, their owners retire, that instead of being bought up by private equity firms, including a lot of folks who may be foreign investors, that the investors be the employees themselves, and that the beneficiaries be the employees themselves. The act would establish a program within the Small Business Administration, SBA, to give federal loan guarantees to employee equity investment companies, EEICs. EEICs would be private investment firms and lenders that would offer debt or equity financing to the company to establish an employee stock ownership plan, ESOPs. ESOPs are employee benefit plans that enable employees to own shares or stock in their company. Owners of small manufacturing firms looking to sell their company could initiate an attempt to convert to an ESOP. Investment firms looking to participate in this program would apply for a Section 301 license from the SBA to participate in the program as an EIC. Section 301 allows the SBA to license and regulate these firms. These EICs buy out the owner of the company and their shares are distributed among employees and the EIC. Shares are kept in a trust that is managed by an independent trustee, which is typically a bank or a professional trust company. For their part, the EICs would also receive an ownership share in the company while the ESOP, representing employee shares, would be equal to at least 30%. This hasn't been the only attempt to promote ESOPs over the past few years. In 2023, the Employee Benefits Security Administration within the Department of Labor began an initiative to address ownership and succession challenges through the advancement of employee ownership programs. This initiative was established through the Worker Ownership, Readiness and Knowledge Act, WORK Act, that was included in the Secure 2.0 Act of 2022. Funding for the program will increase gradually and will be used for education, technical assistance, and training of employees. The strength of the proposed EIC Act is that EICs can provide a greater incentive for owners to sell to employees, because they would receive a faster and potentially higher payout rather than selling to private equity. Previously, owners typically had to take part of their payment in the form of loans when selling to employees. The weakness of the proposal is that, unfortunately, while ESOPs share some of the wealth of a company with workers that built it, they do not create a mechanism for workers to have input in day-to-day decision-making nor any leverage against management. ESOPs also don't necessarily guarantee that employees of small private manufacturers have a say in decision-making related to sales, relocations, business closures, and other similar decisions. This decision-making power depends on various factors such as how the ESOP is structured, the type of corporation, the corporation's charter, and the state the firm is incorporated within. The ESOP does not necessarily offer workers any operational control and could be used to unjustifiably punish and reward employees. Attempts by current private equity firms, such as KKR, to obfuscate the governance shortcomings of current ESOP plans have recently become popular. Private equity groups have created organizations such as Ownership Works to promote ownership plans, and in many cases these plans have resulted in large payouts for existing employees. But, ultimately, ESOPs don't fundamentally change the capital-labor relationship, as voting rights are still linked to property instead of labor. It's undoubtable that ESOPs have historically and even recently provided some economic benefits to workers. As the economist Susan Holmberg puts it, they are a move in the right direction and a step that can be taken within the current shareholder primacy system. But as Holmberg also notes, these types of profit-sharing plans do not give employees governance rights or operational control. Managers and shareholders still have the leverage to enact policies and make decisions that harm workers. PE firms can still shut down factories vital to local communities and national security against employee and community wishes. Overall, these efforts by PE firms tend to be another form of corporate greenwashing. Historically, ESOPs have functioned as a means for owners to write off taxes. The benefit that accrued to employees has primarily focused on tying their financial fate to the earning power of capital. Perhaps one of the greatest risks associated with ESOPs involves the potential for an increase in wages to be substituted with more equity or increased company shares as a compensation enhancement tool used by management. As the economist Ben Fine puts it, at various times, for reasons of incentives and of control as much as for ideological reasons, capitalists find it convenient to vary the way in which wages are assessed and paid. There have been many prominent ESOPs in history that serve as examples. Take, for example, the debacle at United Airlines in the 1990s. An ESOP bought just over half of the company's equity in 1994. In return, employees took 5-year pay cuts that were as high as 15%. After the transaction, the employees and management were embroiled in a bitter confrontation over workplace issues. In 2002, the value of worker shares in the ESOP plummeted as the company declared bankruptcy. There are even more notable cases of ESOPs that highlight heightened financial risk and illustrate their shortcomings. This risk stems from the third parties that are hired to appraise the company's value, which lessens the ability of employees to evaluate risk. Since 2009, the Department of Labor has filed 28 lawsuits related to ESOP fraud. Between 2010 and 2014, for example, the DOL recovered $241 million from companies for these practices. For instance, this happened with specialty gas and welding manufacturer Maine Oxyacetylene Supply Company, in which management concealed the share price from employees after terminating the ESOP. Luckily, the Work Act passed in 2022 mandates that the DOL establish acceptable standards and procedures for good faith market valuation of businesses acquired by an ESOP. Further, economic studies show the inclusion of ESOPs in unionized firms can end up leading to less leverage for employees in conflicts with management. Because employees have a share in the company, they are less likely to strike as labor action could potentially affect the company's valuation. Although unionized ESOPs are rare, the threat of strikes is important leverage for unionized firms. Overall, there are many issues associated with ESOPs that exacerbate risk for employees, such as the lack of control over the transferability of shares, the lack of financial disclosures, the potential for deferred compensation, and the lack of leverage over management. Ultimately, a better model to aspire to may be worker cooperative enterprise for many SMMs. The silver lining of the bipartisan bill is that it also applies to worker cooperatives, which combine this exact idea of ownership and governance, where ESOPs fall short. In this model, workers completely own and manage a business. The benefits of worker cooperatives are significant. These structures disincentivize firm relocation because employees participate in significant business decisions. Additionally, there is greater job security during economic downturns, and these businesses tend to be more committed to local economic development. Economic studies have shown that worker cooperatives have longer-term survival rates than conventional small businesses. Although it is critical to recognize the limitations of private equity and other funding models, it's also important to note that the goal shouldn't be to completely reject financing from private equity groups or disparage certain contributions made by these investment funds. After all, a main goal of the Biden administration's industrial policy was to use public investment to crowd in private investment. Instead, the goal should be to provide workers and communities leverage in key decisions, such as those affecting the sale or closure of a firm. Private equity can provide benefits. SMMs in the United States suffer from various disadvantages, such as reliance on few sources of expected revenue. In addition, these companies must contend with limited access to funding for upgrades and expansions, cash flow uncertainty, limited balance sheet liquidity, and lower rates of return on capital. Smaller revenue streams also lead to these companies facing restricted loan capacity and a lack of collateral which can be used for financing. Thus, private equity investors offer SMMs considerable resources to shore up their disadvantages. A major U.S. national security and economic problem has been the lack of investment in and adoption of advanced manufacturing technologies, in which the United States suffers from a widening trade deficit. Additional investment capital is needed for SMMs to implement advanced manufacturing techniques that can make them globally competitive. The lack of such investments have been a major reason for the decline of manufacturing in the United States. One noteworthy policy from the Biden administration addressing this issue has been the Advanced Manufacturing Forward program launched in 2022. This program was developed by the Small Business Administration and the Department of Defense Office of Strategic Capital. It pools money from private equity investors and prime contractors in the aerospace and energy industry to fund advanced manufacturing technology for their smaller suppliers. Additionally, these types of private investments, particularly by private equity, can be contingent on worker approval as well. Workers and their unions can build up various means to assert their investor activism and pressure private investors to accede to their demands, reducing the potential for private investment to break down companies. Take, for example, private equity firm Cerberus Capital's takeover of Chrysler in 2007. The takeover was at first met with skepticism by the UAW, but later supported after receiving assurances that pension liabilities would be protected. But rather than rely mainly on private investors such as PE funds lacking the incentives to invest in patient capital, there lies a prime opportunity to develop and utilize community banking institutions to fund U.S. SMMs. Community banks and community development financial institutions, CDFIs, can act as primary trustees for SMMs during ESOP and cooperative conversions and are more likely to engage in relationship banking and have a local focus, with the goal of ensuring that small firms continue to operate within their communities. National funding for upgrading SMMs could come through CDFIs and community banking institutions that engage in equity and debt financing. These institutions would have a much stronger and patient incentive in keeping existing manufacturing facilities up and running in their towns and regions. We've already started a version of this model. Consider the State Small Business Credit Initiative, SBCI, from President Biden's American Rescue Plan. SBCI was first started in 2010 as part of the Small Business Jobs Act of 2010 and aimed at providing state funding to help them expand their small businesses. In 2010, $1.5 billion in funding was given to states. By 2017, this funding helped crowd in 2,500 loans made to manufacturing enterprises totaling $2.5 billion. The American Rescue Plan passed in 2021 increased the funding for SBCI to $10 billion. Various financing mechanisms have been implemented through the SBCI loans program, such as capital access, collateral support, loan guarantee, and participation programs. Overall, funds provided by the SBCI can be used for loan guarantees and other financing mechanisms for SMMs. Yet while these programs have provided SMMs with capital support, they need to be expanded so that community financial institutions can continue to provide support for manufacturers, and in particular as both a viable alternative to private equity financing and to fund both ESOPs and cooperative conversions. An industrial strategy that advances both community-led economic development and industrial democracy is needed. For ESOPs to truly serve as a bulwark against the kinds of roll-ups that decimate local towns and jeopardize national security, they need to incorporate voting power on key decisions. A move toward employee ownership is a good start to the paradigm of economic democracy that the industrial strategies of Republican as well as Democratic administrations should embrace. Overall, the move towards structures like ESOPs are beneficial for multiple reasons. Employee-owned businesses pay higher wages than most companies and are less likely to suffer layoffs, according to former Council of Economic Advisors Chair Jared Bernstein. Additionally, there is broad support across the political spectrum for these types of structures, as made especially clear by the fact that the EIC bill is bipartisan. In order to realize the goal of both the Biden and Trump administrations of bringing back manufacturing, the government will need a clear vision for how small suppliers are governed and what role they play in our communities. If not, any such policy runs the risk of investors rolling up critical suppliers or selling them to larger corporations, eroding a resilient and competitive industrial base of SMMs. A path toward industrial democracy that pairs worker ownership with control, likely through legislation, is the best way to stop this. In the words of founding father and former Treasury Secretary Albert Gallatin, democratic principles upon which this nation was founded should not be restricted to the political processes but should be applied to the industrial operation. Perhaps nowhere is the gap between America's cognitive elite and its populace larger than in their preferred urban forms. For nearly a century, interrupted only by the Depression and the Second World War, Americans have been heading further from the urban core, seeking affordable and safe communities with good schools, parks, and a generally more tranquil lifestyle. We keep pushing out despite the contrary desires of planners, academic experts, and some real estate interests. In 1950, the core cities accounted for nearly 24% of the U.S. population. Today, the share is under 15%, according to demographer Wendell Cox. Between 2010 and 2020, the suburbs and exurbs of the major metropolitan areas gained 2.0 million net domestic migrants, while the urban core counties lost 2.7 million. This is less a growth in bedroom suburbs, supplying workers to the urban core, but one that serves multiple employment centers and commercial development. The latest edition of Commuting in America estimates that almost 70% of metropolitan area workers now live and work in the suburbs. Trips within suburbs or suburb-to-suburb commutes constitute more than double the commutes with a central business district as the final destination. The urban fringe is where the American dream is now being rediscovered. But these fringes remain widely disdained in academia, media, and the planning community. This was most evident during the financial crisis when there were widespread media accounts suggesting, among other things, that the exurbs would become the next slums, the equivalent of roadkill, doomed by changing economics and demographics. The New York Times even suggested how to carve up the suburban carcass, with some envisioning that suburban three-car garages would be subdivided into rental units with street-front cafes, shops, and other local businesses, while abandoned pools would become skateboard parks. Yet this is exactly what did not happen. In the new Urban Reform Institute report, we identified the 50 highest growth large counties in terms of net domestic migration from 2015 to 2019. These areas grew their population at 7.5 times the rate of the country's other 3,100 counties during this period and gained 1.8 million net domestic migrants. Out of the 50, all but 7 are located in combined statistical areas, CSAs, of more than 500,000 residents, and each of these outer counties are within or close to a 2-hour commute time of a central core county. Key areas include Atlanta, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Orlando. The key demographic headed to these places is young people in prime family formation years. From 2015 to 2019, these counties saw an increase in 25 to 34-year-olds of 12.8%. Almost 4 times the 3.4% growth rate in the other counties. The highest growth counties also have a far higher rate of school-age children, 5 to 14-year-olds, per household than the rest of the nation, 0.66 compared to 0.43 for the other counties. The highest growth counties have 3.5 times as many school-age children per household as, for example, Manhattan and San Francisco, and 75% more school-age children per household than other counties in the United States. This migration is not a repeat of the white flight that drove peripheral growth a half-century ago. To be sure, during the great mass suburbanization of the mid-20th century, many communities, Levittown and Lakewood, are well-known examples, excluded ethnic minorities, providing planners and smart growth advocates a rationale to claim that single-family neighborhoods are inherently racist ever since. This assertion is seriously out of date, however. Over the past decade, non-Hispanic whites accounted for less than 4% of growth in suburbs and exurbs, while Latinos accounted for nearly half, with Asians, African Americans, mixed race, and other groups making up the balance. These areas tend to be particularly attractive to well-educated immigrants. The wildly popular Woodlands planned community near Houston is roughly 30% Hispanic, African American, and Asian. In Irvine, California, arguably the most successful planned development, a majority of the population is non-white and over 40% Asian. In the Tres Lagos development in McAllen, Texas, 3/4 of all buyers are middle-class Hispanics, notes developer Nick Rhodes, 4 houses that average under $200,000. We have a young population that is looking for larger homes and safety, suggests the 27-year-old Rhodes. These are people who cannot afford Irving or even Dallas but want parks and good schools. These new communities reflect notions of the Garden City, conceived by the great British planning visionary Ebenezer Howard. These would be somewhat self-contained small towns, surrounded by countryside and providing employment as well as amenities to their residents. The Garden City movement reflected a reaction to the density, squalor, and class divides of Victorian Britain, and was seen as a humane alternative to the brutality of the industrial city by a vast range of luminaries, from H.G. Wells to Friedrich Engels. Such communities initially appealed to upper-middle-class people in the United States, but during the New Deal the government experimented with building garden cities. 3 new cities were started, with the aim of creating bucolic, planned rental communities. In 1949, the federal government sold these homes to their residents, which have largely become successful suburban developments. During the 1950s wave of mass suburbanization, developers like William Levitt employed new techniques, developed in the military during World War II, to industrialize and rationalize production, driving down costs at the price of monotony. These early suburbs were followed by developments closer to the Garden City ideal like Reston, Columbia, Irvine, and Valencia. Harvard urban planning professor and Forsyth notes that these new communities fulfilled most of today's new urbanists' underlying aim, and they did so at a grand scale, exhibiting cutting-edge planning and design strategies. Irvine, south of Los Angeles, founded around 1960, epitomizes the new model: a huge employment pool, short commutes, and lots of workers based at home. With 270 parks and 1/3 of the city's land dedicated to open space, it represents by some accounts the most extensive urban park system in the country. The development has attracted an affluent population, much of it from Asia, with good schools and a low crime rate. Before COVID-19, the share of Irvine's workforce that worked at home, 12%, was twice as large as the share within California or the overall United States, 6% each. Parks, of course, can raise the price of new housing, particularly if developments are located closer to the urban core. Developers in Texas, for example, can build affordable units in the further periphery because of lower land costs and easier permitting. Developments that take decades to get approval, such as Tejon Ranch in California, necessarily absorb higher costs, and years of environmental trade-offs make this kind of garden city more expensive than necessary. Even before the pandemic, exurban areas were growing quickly and nurturing new communities, particularly in more development-friendly states such as Texas, Nevada, and Arizona. Summerlin, in Metro Las Vegas, boasts 250 parks, along with extensive recreational trails, shopping, and community centers. With 100,000 people, Summerlin is the nation's 3rd fastest growing planned community. It's also conveniently located near major job centers. These features are repeated in a very different climate in New Albany, an outer suburban municipality in Metro Columbus, Ohio. Over the past 2 decades, New Albany has relied on master planning to grow from 3,700 residents to more than 10,000. Meanwhile, employment at the business park has grown to 15,000. Its system of parks, neighborhoods, and walking paths hasn't attracted only residents. Since 1998, New Albany has gained more than $4 billion in private investment, 15,000 jobs, and more than $100 million in income tax revenue, according to the New Albany Finance Department. And this is before Intel announced its plans to build a new $20 billion chip manufacturing facility in New Albany in January 2022. The pandemic clearly hastened the shift to the periphery. Despite the disease's relentless spread, the greatest concentrations of COVID fatalities have tended to be in dense urban areas. Much of this has to do not with population concentration per se, but with the inevitable exposure density among those forced to take public transit, live in crowded apartments, and take elevators to work. These concerns are behind what Zillow calls the Great Reshuffling towards suburbs, the Sun Belt, and smaller cities. Between 2019 and 2021, preference for larger homes in less dense areas grew from 53% to 60%. According to the Pew Research Center Point 23, during the pandemic year alone, construction in exurbs increased 20%, faster than other geographies. Both prices and the rate of building have risen the fastest in exurbia, with price increases twice the national average, according to a Wall Street Journal analysis. Planned communities have done particularly well. The 50 largest exceeded expectations in the first half of 2021 and are experiencing growth of 20 to 40% annually. Robert Schottenstein, CEO of Columbus-based M/I Homes Incorporated, a builder with 15 projects in the Midwest, Southeast, and Texas, explains, "This is a flight to safety and security. The millennials are getting older, and they are transitioning as they start families. In contrast, according to a New York Times estimate, New York City lost 420,000 residents in the early months of the pandemic. This is nearly as much as the entire 455,000 gain from 1950 to 2019. Some of these urban migrants headed to smaller metros, but Bloomberg City Lab found that 84% of movers in the top 50 metros stayed within the same metropolitan areas, most likely due to proximity to jobs, cultural centers, airports, and family. Short of issuing internal passports, as in the former USSR, or a federal takeover of all housing, the market and social shift to the exurbs will continue. Attempts to reverse this situation at the company level may prove difficult, due to deep-seated labor shortages. This is particularly true of applicants for coveted technical and engineering jobs, many of whom are insisting on being able to work from home part of the time. You see tons of bold statements, companies saying, "No remote work," but in reality, it's the employees calling the shots. Some companies are saying, "We're getting rid of all of our offices," says Brett Taylor, President and Chief Operating Officer of Salesforce. There's like a free market of the future of work, and employees are choosing which path that they want to go on. For decades, it has been an element of faith in the major media that the economic future lies primarily in a few, often very dense, superstar cities. The rest of the nation was considered home to the undereducated, old analog industries and permanent backwardness. Yet in reality, traditional urban systems, based around dense downtowns and transit, have been losing ground since World War II in every major metropolitan area, according to research by Bum-Soo Lee and Peter Gordon at the University of Southern California. Since 2000, more than 90% of major metro employment was in the suburbs and exurbs. The tech industry, whether in coastal California, the suburbs of Seattle, Raleigh-Durham, or Boston, has driven much of this growth, notes Stanford University's Margaret Pugh O'Mara. Places like Silicon Valley pushed closer to classic definitions of cities in terms of their economic diversity and self-sufficiency. These communities may be defined by strip malls, housing tracts, and automobile access, but they are no longer amorphous extensions of the core. Urban theorist Richard Florida has found that suburbs generate the bulk of patents. In fact, 3/4 come from areas with less than 3,500 people per square mile, less than half the density associated with urban centers. During the last decade, roughly 80% of all job growth has been in the suburbs, which create the vast majority of all new jobs. These trends appear to have accelerated during the pandemic. Between September 2019 and September 2020, the biggest job losses, according to a sampling of counties by the American Communities Project and based on federal data, were in the largest municipalities, which lost 10%, followed by inner and outer suburbs, while exurbs lost less than 5%. Many central business districts, including in New York and San Francisco, resembled ghost towns, noted the Financial Times. Since COVID-19 began, commercial tenants have given back around 200 million square feet of space, according to data from California commercial real estate advisors Marcus and Millichap, and the office vacancy rate stands at 16.2%, matching the peak of the financial crisis. Once confident of their economic predominance, our biggest metros, Los Angeles, New York, and Chicago, account for 3 of the 5 highest unemployment rates among our 51 largest metropolitan areas. Things could get ugly as some $2 trillion in commercial real estate debt is due by 2025, particularly in large, transit-dependent central business districts. Reluctance among commuters to ride public conveyances, as well as concern over crime and social disorder, may have an impact. Overall, it is widely expected that central business district office rents will not recover for at least 5 years. Even when the pandemic fades away, the effect caused by the shift to online work will reduce the primacy of core cities. Many firms, though certainly not all, found that remote work often produced surprising productivity gains. Early in the pandemic, perhaps 40% of the 155 million strong U.S. labor force was working from home full-time, up from 5.7% in 2019, which even pre-COVID easily exceeded the share of workers commuting by transit. When the pandemic ends, new research from Jose Maria Barrero, Nicholas Bloom, and Stephen J. Davis suggests a residual fear of proximity, and the preference for shorter commutes or none at all will mean that roughly 20% or more of all work will be done from home, almost 4 times the already growing rate before the pandemic. Arguably, environmental concerns represent the strongest case against exurban growth. It is an element of almost religious faith in the environmental and planning communities that dense housing reduces greenhouse gases and saves energy. Yet a study by the Turner Center at the University of California, Berkeley, working under the assumption that housing development would be limited to infill, no greenfield development, found that the 1.8 million tons of greenhouse gases saved would contribute only 1 percentage point to the mandated state reduction by 2030. Indeed, cities were historically regarded as more of an environmental hazard than the surrounding countryside. Even now, a study released this year in Regional Science and Urban Economics based on German data found that higher population density worsens local air quality, an assertion backed by a study of U.S. cities. As the Breakthrough Institute's Judge Glock observes, urban residents have to endure a heat island effect, where urban concrete and asphalt amplify temperatures, something that can make daytime temperatures up to 7 degrees Fahrenheit hotter in cities than in rural and suburban areas, and nighttime temperatures up to 5 degrees hotter, roughly equal to the estimate for the total impact of global warming by 2100. Overall, a recent article in Nature Communications argues that sprawling development will lead to a better thermal environment by creating more green space and lowering the heat island effect by several degrees. The relative environmental benefits of less density could be greatly enhanced by the rise of remote work, which by eliminating or reducing commutes, cuts both greenhouse gases and personal vehicle use, as has been recognized by environmental groups like Resources for the Future. Yet even before the rise of remote work, notes MIT's Alan Berger, suburban GHG emissions for individuals were found to be similar to GHG amounts for those living in the inner city, challenging a widely held assumption that living in the urban center is better for sustainability. Changes in technology, such as innovative materials and sophisticated systems for controlling energy and water use, could make these new communities even more environmentally sustainable. Simply put, given the enormous attraction of suburbs, governments should not make density and forced urbanization a central part of their program, suggests Breakthrough's Glock. Instead, he argues, they should embrace the same future that most Americans have already chosen. Despite clear evidence of a preference for lower density housing, planners and their political allies continue to seek ways to curb single-family housing and clamp down on fringe development. This has already become policy in Minneapolis, Portland, and San Jose, as well as the state of California and perhaps soon New York. This is often couched in the rationale of social justice, with the idea that by eliminating single-family housing, prices should drop for lower and middle-class renters. Yet forced density regimes not only fail to reduce prices, but actually tend to replace more affordable units with more expensive ones, as clearly shown by experiences in Vancouver, coastal California, and other regions. Indeed, virtually all the places with the highest prices, Los Angeles, San Jose, Vancouver, San Diego, and Portland, are also those with the strictest policies against expanding the urban footprint. Some suggest that rents as well as house prices can be reduced by densifying existing areas, although new research from Europe, Canada, and the United States reveals that, if anything, forced densification raises prices by encouraging the construction of more expensive units and raising the price of urban land and housing. Sadly, President Biden's priorities conflict with the aspirations of the country's vast suburban, exurban, and small-town majorities. Biden appears to be sympathetic to calls to densify suburbs, similar to those proposed at end of the Obama years. The administration appears to have placed particular priority on already failing mass transit systems, even in the face of widespread cost overruns and painfully slow construction, most evident in California's botched approach to high-speed rail. What America needs, particularly for young families, is not policies driving them to ever smaller accommodations, as is common among Greens, but a commitment to making the building of sustainable peripheral communities a priority. Right now, the best of the Garden City communities, due to an almost insatiable demand, are being priced out of reach for most Americans. Prices in Irvine now top $1.1 million. Houses in the Woodlands, New Albany, or Summerlin have median prices between $400,000 and $500,000. That falls above the national median price of about $350,000, which is the purchase price at which a median income buyer could qualify for a conventional mortgage. In the new Canvas Park homes now being sold at Ontario Ranch in Southern California, detached homes go for $600,000 to $700,000, even further above the price at which a median income buyer would qualify. Rather than squash new developments, we should look at successful approaches, as have worked in Texas and, to some extent, Colorado, which allow developers to build their own water, sewage, road, and other infrastructure on county lands through municipal utility districts, MUDs. Texas has more than 900 MUDs averaging about 1,000 acres each. About 2/3 are in the Houston metro area. Similarly, Colorado has over 1,800 metro districts, which are similar in purpose and scope to the Texas MUDs. Much of this requires an approach very different from that taken in the recent federal infrastructure bill, as well as the more ambitious Build Back Better program. Much of what we need to do for the periphery does not require massive investment. You don't need to widen freeways if 1/3 of your workforce labors at home or close by. Instead, we need a better understanding of how we can accomplish a successful exurban strategy without the kind of massive investment that is routinely seen as critical to rescuing the prominence of urban cores. To meet our environmental goals, we should encourage, not suppress, the potential of online, remote, and hybrid work. Rather than rely on transit, which is in steep decline around the world, some states and countries are adjusting to this new reality. Ireland has adopted a national remote work strategy that would disperse population to more affordable areas. In January 2022, Canada's second-largest province introduced a program that will have all employees whose job responsibilities allow it work from home 3 days per week, and various U.S. communities, such as Tulsa, Oklahoma, are building their development strategy around luring remote workers. Transportation policy is, of course, still a critical area, and the administration and many local governments' focus on mobility is largely about transit. Outside older streetcar suburbs, however, exurbs are almost totally auto-dependent. The administration's transportation secretary, Pete Buttigieg, embraces the idea of getting Americans out of their cars and into trains and buses. For at least half a century, this has been a principal public policy objective, and the results have been spectacularly unsuccessful. Despite the expenditure of more than $2 trillion and the construction of many new rail systems, transit's share of daily commute trips dropped 44% from 1970 to 2019, 8.9% to 5%. Even prior to COVID, more people worked at home than took transit, which already accounted for less than 2% of all urban travel. The administration nonetheless is thinking about taxing vehicle mileage to pay for transit infrastructure, something that would be wildly unpopular outside of the handful of dense urban cores where transit ridership is high. The administration's focus on transit makes sense in a political context, as it appeals more in those few municipalities, not entire metro areas, with large downtowns such as New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Boston, and Washington. These municipalities accommodate nearly 60% of transit work trip destinations. New York City itself accounts for 36%, but only about 6% of the country's jobs. This focus does not address the travel needs of precisely those areas, auto-oriented suburbs, that are growing fastest. Simply put, for most Americans, transit does not work. In the nation's major metropolitan areas, those with a population over 1 million, cars can reach almost 55 times as many potential jobs as transit in less than 30 minutes, according to University of Minnesota research. This helps explain why a key goal of the long-standing transit focus, to get drivers out of their cars, has not been achieved at all as more people drive alone. A principal purpose of federal subsidies to build urban rail systems was to attract drivers away from cars, but a review of 23 completed rail systems shows that no such thing occurred. Overall, where the new systems have opened, the percentage of commuters driving alone has increased. Even in the largest metropolitan areas, the average transit commute takes about 75% longer than the average auto commute. And high-density communities, notes Wendell Cox, have far longer commutes, led by New York and Los Angeles, than more sprawling communities like Dallas, Fort Worth. Exurbanites generally have shorter commutes, in part because they are not generally headed to large urban business districts. Transit cities tend to have the longest commutes. Perhaps the best evidence of the failure to attract drivers comes from the Los Angeles region. Slate predicted in 2012 that LA would be the next great transit city. Yet the Los Angeles County bus and rail operator has spent more than $20 billion to open urban rail lines since 1985, only to see ridership drop by a quarter while population increased by 2 million. This should not be a surprise, since LA commuters can reach 32 times as many jobs by car as by transit in less than 30 minutes in the metro area, according to a University of Minnesota analysis. A more sensible policy in these areas might be to encourage not only at-home work but also the use of dial-a-ride service, which requires less infrastructure and is better suited to the needs of most Americans. Further down the road, the exurbs may become ideal places for what Alan Berger calls the autonomous suburb. Such communities would be able to drastically reduce the need for parking or garages. Autonomous vehicles could simply be called out when needed from a central place. Unlike traditional transit, this approach does not sacrifice privacy, efficiency, or speed, particularly outside a few dense urban cores. Technology could also benefit housing construction through the development of manufactured housing, which is increasingly being used to cut costs by as much as 50% in many new planned developments. And modular construction has the potential to reduce build times by as much as 50%, according to a 2019 McKinsey report. AI technology and 3D printers are already being used to build new tracks in the nation's hottest big city market, Austin. This is more than a matter of appealing to middle-class sensitivities. As we have shown, affordable suburbs have a magnetic appeal to families and prospective families. Without the growth of peripheral communities, America's future is likely to be one of rapid aging and declining birth rates, squandering one advantage in our competition with places like Japan, Western Europe, and China. The exurban revolution also provides a possible solution to the rising barriers to homeownership and a hedge against the relentless concentration of ownership by Wall Street landlords. Financial interests hope to reap a steady profit stream by creating a rentership society, in which potential owners are transformed into tenants. Today, pension funds and Wall Street firms are buying up single-family homes, often at prices too high for the average buyer. For their part, the planning clerisy believes that dense urbanism is socially, economically, and environmentally superior. Some even favor a return to public housing, which not long ago was rejected as a massively failed experiment. Cities today, notes a recent MIT study, have vanishingly little to offer working-class people, whose upward mobility has been restrained by the difficulty of acquiring property. In the end, the shift to exurbia, likely to continue in future decades, should not be seen as destroying urbanism but simply pioneering its latest adaptation. Such communities, suggested Frank Lloyd Wright, could serve as a means of liberation for families by allowing them to work at home or nearby and close to the blessings of nature. That they don't live in crowded apartments or take a train to work does not exclude them from the metropolis. Affordable, safe, healthy communities are vital to maintaining our country's greatest asset, the families creating the next generation. None of this should be seen as an abandonment of the city, but rather as a sign of its continuing reinvention. As Frank Lloyd Wright suggested, after all is said and done, he, the citizen, is really the city. The city is going wherever he goes. The coordination of development within city clusters in the People's Republic of China, PRC, is a striking case for organizing institutions, planning, infrastructure, and economic development across many local administrative boundaries in very large urban regions, some as large as European countries. To benefit from the many efficiencies that could be reaped from such coordination, this task should be a high priority for national policymakers and planners, not only in China, but also in the United States, Japan, Europe, and elsewhere. The urban-rural divide, in particular, has become an increasingly significant challenge of equitable and sustainable development in China as well as in the West. Institutionalized governance and economic cooperation at the city cluster level offers hope for benefiting large numbers of citizens through increases in productivity and competitiveness. To succeed, significant infrastructure investments at city cluster or even national levels are typically needed, along with the coordination of development in various other policy areas. In what follows, we offer an account of China's city clusters, some international examples, and lessons from smaller-scale metropolitan governance, as well as some recommendations for improving the coordination of Chinese city clusters and, for the West, ways of learning from their successes and pioneering work. Promoting and facilitating coordination of large urban territories, or mega-urban regions, MURs, into economic clusters holds great potential for China's further sustainable urbanization and economic development. The 19 city clusters included in China's 13th Five-Year Plan, 2016-20, the 13 FYP, for short, have already become population magnets and account for more than 90% of the national GDP. Strengthened coordination across local administrative boundaries within cluster territories brings with it an array of social, economic, and sustainability benefits, including productivity gains from expanded agglomeration economies and efficiency gains that support the national objective of increasing domestic consumption to fuel future economic growth. lessons other countries may do well to learn from. While megaregions of similar magnitude do exist in the United States, Europe, and Japan, serious governance coordination efforts or institutions of comparable scale do not. National policy goals that necessarily underlie such efforts are also lacking. The PRC's initiatives are breaking new ground, and all sides can learn from each other. Post-industrial Western countries with longer experiences of urbanization should consider that top-down infrastructure initiatives, along with effective industrial policies, can trigger economic transformation and improve spatial integration. China could learn some lessons as well. Horizontally arranged governance can achieve good results, too, through regional parliaments or metropolitan agencies. Though smaller in scale, the mechanisms may apply to larger mega-urban regions, with authority over land use, transport, and open space planning, and with budgets to back up their plans, e.g., by operating regional transport service. Special districts can also help to organize cooperation for specific purposes. Formed as legal entities and financed across administrative boundaries, special districts can manage resources or build and manage infrastructure like airports and ports. These districts often are encouraged and supported by additional national funding. Western countries also exhibit more market-oriented approaches from which the PRC could learn. Market approaches suggest that interventions need to be carefully assessed to avoid inefficiencies due to limited demand for infrastructure and services. Particularly in lesser populated, often remote subregions where infrastructure is used less, the high cost of maintenance compared to returns often results in unsustainably low economic benefits. The goal of city clusters is simple: to institutionalize governance coordination and cooperation mechanisms across local administrations within cluster regions. Some Chinese city clusters have started to coordinate their policies and improve connectivity, especially the three more mature, Tier 1 global MURs on the East Coast referred to as Beishangguang. Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei, BTH, has about 110 million residents, including all of Hebei, and generates about 10% of the national GDP. Shanghai and the Yangtze River Delta Agglomeration, YRD, with a total population of about 152 million, is the most productive, generating about 21% of the PRC's GDP, with about 12% of its people. The new Greater Bay Area, PRD/GBA, including Guangzhou, with the Pearl River Delta, as well as Hong Kong and Macau, has a total population of about 70 million, producing about 12% of national GDP with about 5% of China's people. It competes internationally in innovation and high-tech as a new kind of Silicon Valley. Other significant clusters include the Chengdu-Chongqing City Cluster, Changyu, and the Central Yangtze River City Cluster, CYR, around Wuhan. In recent years, massive national-level infrastructure investments have been made, particularly high-speed rail and highways, but also waterways, power transmission, and south-to-north water diversion infrastructure. This national development has created connections between the main cities within and beyond the cluster areas, with significant economic impact. Since 2016, plans have been prepared for each of the 19 clusters included in the 13 FYP to promote connectivity within it as well as governance coordination. Such integration will aim at economic clustering, labor market and infrastructure integration, as well as the protection of green open spaces, farmland, and natural resources. China embeds the objectives of city clusters within national-level industrial policies, such as the decarbonization of the country's economy. National policies also include regionally differentiated industrial transformation, aiming at Industry 4.0 with the Made in China 2025 program in the advanced city clusters, while promoting industrial upgrades inland and in resource-depleted subregions. Large-scale regional development policies, like the Belt and Road Initiative, a 21st-century upgrade of the ancient Silk Road, and the Yangtze River Economic Belt, are further affecting and promoting city cluster development. The latter aims at subregional cooperation and integration, upgrading and relocating industries toward upstream regions of the river and watershed-based water resource and pollution management. This effort benefits more than a third of the country's population, including the three clusters of YRD, the Central Yangtze River Cluster, CYR, of Wuhan, Changsha, and Nanchang, which is currently less connected due to its large size, and upstream Chengdu-Chongqing. Yet despite efforts designed to make inland clusters more attractive, people continue to vote with their feet, with more than 40% of all domestic migrants relocating to the three coastal clusters of Beishangguang during 2017. Interprovincial migrants have been changing their destination since 1978. Till the 1990s, many moved to traditional heavy industry areas such as the Northeast, but since then they have been migrating to Beishangguang, and more recently many preferred to relocate to BTH. Manufacturing, construction, and services were the major industries absorbing most migrants. Chinese planners will need differentiated approaches to policy, institutional arrangements, planning, and infrastructure investments in the coming years. Some projected clusters, especially CYR, are far beyond the 1 or 2 hour commuting circles now aimed at by planners in the PRC. Each cluster is at a different stage of development, and each has a particular scale as well as goals for a certain scope of spatial integration. Urbanization and industrialization have been at the heart of the PRC's rapid economic development over the past 40 years, ever since the reform and opening up policies were launched in 1978. Hundreds of millions of people were lifted out of poverty, and the urbanization ratio changed from about 19% to about 59% between 1978 and 2018, an increase of 1% per year on average. During this period, megacities and MURs emerged, with Beishangguang becoming the most developed. Urbanization in the PRC has been both a trend and a proactive policy. Rural residents migrated to the big cities for job opportunities created by industrial policies and the creation of special economic zones that attracted billions of dollars in foreign investments for export-oriented manufacturing. Through land mobilization, market opening, real estate development, and infrastructure investments, urban development has generated a significant portion of economic output. But urbanization has also taken a heavy toll on the environment and increased social disparity between urban and rural areas, not only within the commuting area of larger cities, but especially in the remote countryside. City clusters have been part of the PRC's urbanization strategy since the 2006 National Urban System Plan. They have been included in the National New Type Urbanization Plan, 2014-20, the NUP for short, and the 13 FYP. The PRC's key objectives are to improve the distribution and layout of urban areas and population, as well as the management of natural and economic resources, by organizing city cluster development along east, west, and north-south corridors. The plan calls for a proper industrial division of labor, the coordination of planning and infrastructure, ecological conservation, and environmental improvement to achieve integration and efficient development within city clusters. Each city cluster, and Beishangguang above all, seeks to optimize institutional innovation along with urban-rural integration. China today continues to experience rapid urbanization, as well as supply-side development that often produces industrial, commercial, and residential structures beyond immediate demand. Effective city cluster governance coordination will be crucial to improving efficiencies in these areas and avoid redundancies and sprawling development. City cluster governance also has a role to play in advancing social inclusiveness through strengthened urban-rural linkages, as well as the preservation of open spaces. A sense of urgency is needed to get the next stage of urbanization right, and to get it right now in this window of opportunity. Doing so will help to shape land uses, public right-of-way, trunk infrastructure systems, and protected open space systems before they become frozen into unsustainable, land and resource-inefficient patterns for generations to come. City cluster governance can ensure sustainable cities and promote lifestyles that are low-carbon, climate-resilient, green, inclusive, and competitive. Looking ahead, coordinated development may also need to integrate adequate urban development, urban design, and real estate market responses to the demographic challenge of a rapidly aging society and, eventually, a shrinking national and urban population. The key challenge city clusters face in the PRC, as elsewhere, is fragmentation. Cluster territories contain many administrative entities, each with independent authority over a variety of policy areas: tax and budget systems, land use planning, transport infrastructure and traffic management, industrial park development, open space planning and environmental protection, and even labor markets. Coordination across jurisdictions has begun to pick up, particularly in Beishangguang, but institutionalized coordination is still at an early stage. The danger is not too much centralization, but a lack of coordination and connectivity across local boundaries. Coordination will have to cross provincial boundaries as well. A formal strategy with preliminary investment plans has been completed for most clusters. These plans include short and medium-term horizons, recommendations for spatial structure, including hierarchies, roles, and economic profiles of places within clusters, and they define metropolitan circles and development belts along transport corridors. Some plans include growth boundaries, ecological zones, and green belts. All plans include a list of investment projects with a clear focus on transport, but some also include energy infrastructure, industrial park projects, and environmental improvement and management projects. The current challenge is that many plans are not fully integrated on the cluster level and seem to represent the interests of individual cities rather than respond to cluster-wide needs. As city cluster governance institutions strengthen, the plans can be revised from a more assertive city cluster perspective. Mega-urban regions similar in scale to those in the PRC have emerged elsewhere, as well, and continue to gain economic importance. In a continuously urbanizing world, megaregions are increasingly connected to each other, even across national borders. A key consequence, seen globally, however, is that city clusters are dividing territories between high-performing, well-connected urban places and slower, more rural and remotely located regions. Population maps and economic statistics show how the entire U.S. economy has become dominated by a few city clusters. The Northeast megalopolis in the United States, from Boston to Washington, has a population of about 52 million people. There have been plans for improved infrastructure within these clusters and across the United States, including high-speed rail networks, and California has taken steps to implement the first major line. Coordination within the American regions has not yet been institutionalized, however. But with many forms of coordinated governance and planning already present, the basis for stronger city cluster governance exists in the United States. A successful implementation of megaregions in the PRC can provide lessons for more institutionalized planning in America. In the United States and Canada, metropolitan governance, smaller in scale than city clusters, but still across many local administrative boundaries, was first promoted in the early 20th century, when the U.S. Census introduced metropolitan statistical areas. Forming the MSAs helped the United States to account for urban and suburban growth beyond the administrative boundaries of large cities. The MSAs encompass various forms of cooperation, stemming from businesses as well as from neighboring governments. In 1898, Greater New York was created to consolidate 5 counties, making it the world's largest city at the time. In the late 1920s, the Regional Plan of New York provided guidance for investments there. The Regional Plan Association has published the 4th plan in 2017 with far-reaching investments in regional rail transport, open space, regional trail system, and climate change resilience. Other areas have undertaken metro-region-wide planning, as well. The 1909 Plan of Chicago was a regional plan commissioned by the local business community. The Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning, CMAP, was created in 2005 as a consolidation of the Northeastern Illinois Planning Commission, NIPC, and the Chicago Area Transportation Study, CATS, to protect natural resources and minimize traffic congestion for the 7-county extended metropolitan area. Metropolitan Portland, Oregon, has coordinated development by imposing an urban growth boundary to promote compact development and protect farmland and forests. The Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul collaborate through their Metropolitan Council on many aspects, notably a tax base sharing scheme designed to promote livability, competitiveness, equity, and efficient growth. Many of these special districts were established as a form of cross-jurisdictional governance for one or a set of specific functions, such as airports, ports, rail, commuter rail, subway, toll roads, bridges, parks, water supply, irrigation, industrial development, and many others. On an even larger scale, the United States and Canada have collaborated since 1953 on water resources, hydrologic, and hydraulic management through the Great Lakes Coordinating Committee. In Japan, the Pacific Belt, or Tokyo-Nagoya-Osaka Corridor, is also referred to as the Tokaido Megapolis, and a Shinkansen line train, the Japanese high-speed rail, links its more than 80 million residents. In Europe, the Blue Banana City Cluster refers to the urban corridor stretching from Manchester in the United Kingdom to Milan in Italy, with a population of more than 100 million. There have been some subregional connectivity efforts, including a rail link across 4 countries, from the port cities of Rotterdam in the Netherlands to Genoa in Italy, and the European Union has adopted a number of policies to promote its regions on a smaller scale. In Germany, the Hanover and Stuttgart metropolitan regions have elected regional parliaments governing various aspects of planning, including land use and transport for balanced and coordinated development, and public transport, including regional rail. They have authority and budget allocations from local governments to operate regional rail, provide traffic management, promote open space protection and initiate regional park development, and promote smart region applications. Through its regional cooperation programs as well as lending activities, the Asian Development Bank, ADB, has been providing considerable support to city clusters, metropolitan region coordination, and economic corridor development in Asia and the Pacific region. For example, ADB has supported the Greater Mekong Subregion, GMS, and Central Asia Regional Economic Cooperation, CAREC, through lending programs. In Bangladesh, India, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, city and economic cluster development has been supported through technical assistance and, for Bangladesh, India, and Sri Lanka, also through loan projects. In the PRC, ADB supports cities, city clusters, and cross-jurisdictional environmental management and assists with policy development to enable innovative eco-compensation mechanisms. Benefits from coordination across local administrative boundaries. Effective city cluster governance and institutional development in the PRC would unleash a wide range of benefits. Benefits that should spur more serious interest in mega-urban region integration in other parts of the world. These benefits are improved connectivity and social protection system reforms could enable an integrated labor market, while reducing time needed for daily commutes. Integration of economic clusters and regions could enhance competitive advantages through more specialized spatial development. City clusters have a broader economic base, yet can still market themselves with a cluster-scale place branding campaign. Coordination of land use planning could lead to more land use efficiency through better demand-based planning of residential, industrial, commercial, and institutional land. There would be less sprawl and a lesser likelihood of excess development land. City clusters will thus be more sustainable, livable, inclusive, and competitive. Larger, medium-sized, and smaller cities, and even towns, could be increasingly linked by intercity commuter rail transit. Meanwhile, at the micro level, compact, walkable, mixed-use places could be encouraged, with an emphasis on transit-oriented development around existing and new public transit and/or regional rail stations. Coordination of connectivity, transport networks, and public transport, as well as linking rural places to the fiber optic network, could contribute to urban-rural integration and benefit rural residents. Innovative last-mile services would also help to connect rural homes and villages. Coordinated green open space planning and environmental protection in the form of linked open space systems could be planned and implemented, including parks, farmland, forests, river estuaries, and wetlands. Together, these would provide multiple ecosystem services and generate many cross-benefits. These services include habitat networks for biodiversity, recreation, agricultural production, non-motorized transportation, as well as management of pollution and flood risk. The open space system could link ecosystems and rural services to urban areas and promote climate change resilience as well as agricultural production and distribution and recreation. Together, these approaches will contribute to further economic development and urban-rural integration, improving access to jobs and services by rural residents. China's achievements so far have resulted primarily from top-down policies and infrastructure systems, e.g., national high-speed rail networks within clusters, and also from bottom-up governance and investments, including municipal-level hookah reform and infrastructure such as subway networks. Top-down national policies include the industrial policies discussed above, as well as a range of spatial development policies like functional zoning on a national scale. Functional zoning classifies areas ranging from development concentration zones to no-build zones conserving green open space, aka the environmental red line. National spatial policies also include urban-rural integration, rural vitalization, and hookah reform. National infrastructure investments have significantly improved city cluster connectivity and services. High-speed rail, highways, waterways, airport and port planning, electricity production and transmission, south-to-north water transfer, and other projects have also bolstered the city clusters. The high-speed rail network already connects many of the first dash, second dash, and third-tier cities within the city clusters and enables daily commuting for workers and students between the major centers, plus equally important intermittent economic travel, such as when managers travel to meet suppliers. For example, travel on the Beijing-Tianjin and Guangzhou-Shenzhen lines takes half an hour, just an hour for Shanghai-Nanjing. bringing workers and companies within daily commuting distance. Bottom-up achievements come primarily from municipal-level policies and infrastructure, including subways and road networks, water supply and other public goods and utilities, pilots for hookah reform and social protection systems, urban-rural integration and rural upgrading pilots that have created benefits across municipal borders. While still at early stages, a number of accomplishments in pioneering mega-urban region governance in the PRC originated locally, and some were led by national and/or provincial-level government agencies. Coordinated governance and institutional development. The BTH City Cluster has been formally cooperating since 2005. It now holds regular high-level meetings plus working groups on policies in areas of air pollution reduction and environmental management, industrial relocation, connectivity, and transport. Even older than BTH, the YRD, Yangtze River Delta Council, was established in 1992 and assists in a variety of coordination efforts. Similar efforts are underway in the Pearl River Delta Greater Bay Area. The ADB is supporting the Yangtze River Economic Belt National Policy with a $2 billion program from 2018 to 2020, including projects in CYR, Qingyu, urban and urban-rural development, transport, environment, agriculture, and natural resources, with the national government offering supportive policies and additional funding programs. Economic Cluster Development Coordination. Within clusters, the relationship between cities has primarily been one of competition to attract companies, jobs, and qualified workers. More benefits could be harnessed from improved cooperation on cluster-wide development, place branding, and tourism marketing, all of which would generate greater economic benefits for the clusters as a whole. In the BTH region, industrial cooperative organizations have been formed, such as the Technology Transfer and Collaborative Innovation and Cultural Industry Development Alliance. In the YRD, the Synergy Industry Fund was founded in 2018 to support biotechnology and the Internet of Things. The YRD plan aims to become a high-value-added modern economic cluster with a globally competitive service economy and intelligent manufacturing. It includes investment plans for a 5G network across the region. The GBA plan aims at competing globally as a new digital technology region. Between 2012 and 2016, patent registration has been growing at an annual rate of 34%, putting the GBA, especially Shenzhen, Hong Kong, among the top 3 in the Global Innovation Index in 2017. The GBA is promoting the Guangzhou-Shenzhen Science and Technology Innovation Corridor, where many of the Chinese tech giants are already located. Labor market integration and coordination of public facilities and services. Recent achievements in the area of connectivity improvements have enabled convenient commuting for workers, employees, technical staff, and workers, and especially travel between the large cities within the clusters. The introduction of a nationwide residence card system and policies promoting the portability of social protection schemes within Greater Beijing and Greater Shanghai have been important in facilitating labor market integration. Workers now have the opportunity to access more jobs and widen the potential workforce pool for companies. Still, further improvements integrating labor markets across city clusters are important for inclusive and economically beneficial development. City clusters greatly benefit from labor mobility and the coordination of higher education, technical training, health services, and transferability of social insurance, particularly related to pensions. In PRD/GBA, the Guangdong province government provides free vocational skills training in rural areas. Health care centers have been established in all towns and villages. Rural migrant workers are given access to insurance schemes for unemployment, retirement, work-related injury, and medical and health care throughout the PRD. 3 local governments in Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Zhuhai established a talent cooperation demonstration zone in 2012 to promote the mobility of talents so that, for example, Hong Kong and Macau residents can be exempted from local employment permits. Land use planning and land use efficiency. Nationally, there have been significant achievements in the areas of large-scale infrastructure, special economic zones, and functional zoning, but coordination across boundaries within city clusters has still been limited. Local governments have an interest in preserving their authority over land use planning and urban expansion planning due to the important revenue source from land leases. This interest might result in reluctance to give up local land-based development, and so may lead to some level of continued overdevelopment and sprawl. In BTH, the Land Use Master Plan for Coordinated Development, 2015-20, defines 4 kinds of regional spatial development patterns and clarifies land use principles. The PRD had already prepared a plan for coordinated development of PRD Cluster 2004-20, which also includes a regional open space system, connectivity and transport networks and public transport, nationally directed high-speed rail, highway, airports, ports, logistics, and waterway infrastructures have greatly improved connectivity within and across city clusters. The gap between strong national and strong municipal systems, however, results in a transport system service gap, an area where the PRC can learn from international clusters. Generally, public transport and road infrastructure is not designed to serve the entire city cluster region. In some cases, infrastructure literally stops at administrative boundaries. Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou's subway systems, however, pass beyond the municipal boundaries. Recent BTH city cluster transport plans aim at an improved intercity railway system that connects all the prefectural-level cities and higher. The plans encompass the construction and integration of a seventh ring road and include an intercity commuter rail network linking cities within the cluster. In 2018, the YRD government signed an agreement to promote the strategic planning of a regional railway network and coordinated development of civil aviation, including connecting all dead-end highways in the region. They plan to invest in a highly innovative hydrogen corridor as the first interprovincial infrastructure of its kind, in order to promote hydrogen energy infrastructure and hydrogen fuel cell vehicle development throughout the YRD. In PRD/GBA, both the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge and seamless high-speed rail service linking Hong Kong with the PRD started operation in 2018. Green open space planning and environmental protection. Higher-level policies and municipal-level planning have bolstered green space planning and environmental protection. This includes identification and implementation of national environmental red lines, protection of UNESCO World Heritage Sites, national and provincial natural and heritage parks, water source protection areas, and farmland. Continued rapid urban expansion, however, poses a threat to natural and agricultural greenland, especially within city cluster areas in the PRC. The BTH Coordinated Development of Ecological Environmental Protection Plan, released in 2015, defines open space protection for the entire BTH region, sets a limit for resource consumption, and defines its own water and air quality standards. Local governments in the BTH cluster successfully cooperate on environmental management like air pollution reduction and eco-compensation policies and projects, both with ADB support. The YRD has a quota of at least 15% of the land area to be designated as protected open space. The PRD completed its Green Road in 9 Cities project in 2010, which won the United Nations Habitat Award in 2011. Recently, the PRD started to implement its National Forest City Cluster Plan 2016-25, aiming at ecological security and identifying many ecological projects. While urban regions of similar magnitude exist in the United States, Europe, and Japan, effective governance coordination in these countries only exists on a smaller metropolitan scale. Those tasked with guiding city clusters can learn from the Chinese example, as well as the reverse. The United States and other Western countries need bold infrastructure investments of the sort that the PRC has made, and effective industrial policies as well. Together, infrastructure and industrial policy are the twin pillars of national and city cluster scale initiatives, and they can trigger economic transformation and better spatial integration. Meanwhile, China needs to learn from the West that horizontally arranged governance also has a place, for example, in the form of regional parliaments or agencies with authority over land use, transport, and open space planning. Horizontal cooperation can achieve beneficial results by involving all the stakeholders in major projects. In particular, American-style special districts, formed as legal entities and financed across administrative boundaries, often with national funding, can help to manage resources and infrastructure such as airports and ports. City clusters show promise in the difficult task of navigating uncertain economic growth in the 21st century, while preserving and advancing existing industrial gains. China and the West both need to establish institutions with clear authority over key areas of planning and management at a cluster-wide scale. Budgets are needed for key infrastructures, along with authority over a sustainable source of revenue. To be effective and reap expected benefits, cluster-wide governance authorities must have responsibility over a wide range of areas: transport infrastructure, regional intercity commuter rail, logistics centers, and intermodal transportation hubs. integrated labor markets with improved connectivity and regionalized or even nationalized social protection systems, coordinated public service facilities in higher education and health, enhanced regional-scale land use planning to avoid leapfrogging, and sprawl. Small cities, towns, and villages must be integrated within cluster economies to reduce the divides in urban-rural incomes, wealth, and services. While city cluster planning in China is anticipated up to 2035, a period described as a new era guided by President Xi Jinping, a longer-term perspective is also important. Land uses, public right-of-way systems, trunk infrastructure corridors, and asset investments, as well as formally protected open spaces, will remain for much longer periods. For the year 2100, the United Nations predicts that the total population of the PRC will decline significantly from about 1.41 billion today to between 0.7 and 1.05 billion, depending on birth rates. National plans and city cluster plans should be regionally differentiated to be strategic, robust, and flexible to adjust to these scenarios. In the long term, it will be crucial to preserve scarce green land resources and effectively plan green open space systems and protect the natural environment, biodiversity habitats, wetlands, water source protection, farmland, cultural heritage, and to ensure significant benefits from multiple ecosystems. The increasing urbanization and concentration of urban development in the PRC city clusters, and megacities in particular, will benefit from a territorial system of two speeds that complement each other. First, a high-speed system of the most economically robust clusters of world-class and second- and third-tier cities, together with their hinterlands, is needed, with clearly defined urban areas and restrictions on land development. Combined, this will help to avoid extensive land consumption and oversupply of industrial, commercial, and residential land. Second, slow-speed, large-scale green open space systems are needed, consisting of protected natural, agricultural, and cultural land. These should be elevated as national and provincial parks in order to provide a range of ecosystem services, including recreation, and to offer people a choice not only of urban but also of traditional rural and more nature-based lifestyles. Both types of spaces are essential for competitiveness and well-being, and for climate resilience and low-carbon development on a large scale. As the world is increasingly divided into urban and rural geographies and populations, new forms of equitable partnerships may be needed. This approach represents, in our view, the optimal spatial framework for the extended coastal region of the PRC, one of the most densely populated areas in the world. The concept is a hierarchical city cluster system with concentrated development zones, representing a high-speed area of urban and economic development. This would be accompanied by a framework for a complementary system of a large-scale, protected national park system, representing a slow speed of highly restricted development and natural and heritage protection, offering a diversity of territories and lifestyles, ecosystem services, climate resilience and recreation, balancing urban development with green space protection. Such balance would offer two forms of equally valuable models of development that would mutually benefit one another. Development of urban regions in the United States has long offered a model of economic development requiring less assertive governance structures across its most economically prosperous zones. Coordinated planning efforts across American city clusters, however, have been difficult to implement, and perhaps lessons can be learned from the PRC, such as the benefits of clearer industrial policies for each mega-urban region, as well as more extensive public infrastructure investment and better facilitation of private infrastructure investment. The situation of Chinese city cluster governance, while still at early stages of development, offers useful lessons in these areas. American cities are more productive than ever. They facilitate world-changing innovation in information technology, life sciences, and finance, generating enormous wealth. Despite this, they are plagued by serious problems. Crime, low school quality, poor governance, and high housing costs combine to create a quality of life that is significantly lower than pre-tax incomes and overall economic activity would suggest. While the causes of these problems are many and varied, they are to a significant degree downstream of one recurring pattern: the bimodal distribution of real estate ownership. Most adults fall into one of two categories: homeowner or renter. Homeowners tend to have a large portion of their wealth invested in their home, a single large asset that is typically highly leveraged, at least to start. Renters, on the other hand, rarely have meaningful real estate holdings. There is little middle ground between these two polarized positions. This divergence means that citywide productivity gains, and productivity more broadly, have starkly different implications for members of these two groups. Productivity gains result in income gains, which in turn increase demand for most goods and services, including living space. Given the prevalence of strict regulation of new development, this demand increase tends to translate more into real estate price increases than into supply increases. This is a boon for homeowners. Their homes appreciate in value without requiring any further investment. Renters are not so lucky, as even those benefiting from rising salaries will see a substantial portion of their gains absorbed by rising rents. Those with stagnant incomes will see a decrease in their income net of rent, often forcing them to move. This results in a system in which economic gains are decoupled from actual productivity. Workers in the industries driving urban economic growth see a large portion of their added value captured by parties who had little role in creating that value, such as the owners of residential real estate. A common complaint among younger workers is that they cannot afford to become homeowners despite earning significantly more than their parents who were easily able to afford homes at the same age. Many people will, understandably, turn to government for a solution to these problems, but the incentives created by the bimodal ownership of real estate help maintain a political equilibrium that favors ineffective or harmful policies over more productive ones. Homeowners are rationally risk-averse with regard to the asset that typically makes up the majority of their net worth, and they are notorious for opposing new development that they think might negatively affect its value. Home values are sensitive to countless variables, including many hard-to-quantify ones that stem from the surrounding environment rather than the home itself. Aesthetic appeal, demographics, congestion, crime, and school quality, to name a few. There's also the basic economic principle of increased housing supply reducing housing prices. If your home value is propped up by artificial scarcity, you may want to maintain that scarcity. Neighborhood meeting structures that require in-person attendance and multi-hour runtimes further skew land use decision-making toward stasis by selecting for attendance by older, wealthier homeowners. Coupled with the general logic of concentrated costs and diffuse benefits, these factors make homeowners a powerful constituency that slows development. The tools employed by homeowners and their representatives in government to restrict development have been slowly accumulating since the mid-20th century. Zoning is the most famous one, creating geographic areas in which only a narrow range of building types can be constructed by default. Zoning is typically justified with extreme examples. Few homeowners would want to live next to a slaughterhouse, for instance, but in practice it has led to rules that are far more restrictive and less defensible than this. For instance, apartment buildings are illegal to build in 76% of San Francisco, and 40% of Manhattan's existing buildings would be prohibited under its current zoning code. Aside from zoning, historic and environmental preservation rules are regularly used by homeowners and other interest groups to stop new development projects or delay them to the point of economic non-viability. Historic preservation laws have expanded well beyond the protection of famous historical landmarks, often encompassing entire neighborhoods or nondescript laundromats. Environmental protections have similarly been subject to scope creep, such that the notorious California Environmental Quality Act, SEQA, enables lawsuits to be filed against over 40% of new housing units proposed in California. In both categories, opponents can file challenge after challenge, taking advantage of the regulation's ambiguous or subjective provisions and putting the burden of demonstrating compliance squarely on builders. This can add 6- or 7-figure sums to projects' costs and delay their completion by years. A key driver of the above dynamic has been the emergence of the so-called Baptist and bootlegger anti-development coalition, wherein moralistic activists side with those who profit from the zoning status quo. Some advocates are motivated by sincere, if misguided, environmentalism or historic preservation, while others use these concerns as a fig leaf for their narrow material self-interest. Distinguishing between members of these two groups can be difficult, and the consequences of their opposition to new housing are the same. Restrictions on housing supply in America's most productive metro areas have an enormous impact not just on the economic growth of these regions, but on that of the country. By pricing tens of millions of Americans out of the highest productivity job markets, the implementation of these rules solely in the New York City, San Francisco, and San Jose metro areas has been estimated to have decreased national GDP growth by 36% or more over a 45-year period. In addition to suppressing housing production and economic growth, the ability of activist groups and other third parties to exert effective veto power over new development creates a norm of blackmail and bribery that erodes neutral, transparent rule of law principles in favor of opacity and corruption. It's common for neighborhood groups and their representatives in government to oppose any new construction unless the developer agrees to provide ad hoc funding for their pet projects or other political giveaways. City and state officials openly acknowledge their preference for this state of affairs over a transparent, rules-based system. One Boston City Council candidate and neighborhood association leader recounted his opposition to the construction of affordable housing in a low-income neighborhood on the grounds that its developer refused to provide funding for the construction of a nearby grocery store, ultimately killing the housing project. A senior member of the Massachusetts legislature boasted of his ability to strong-arm local businesses and universities into contributing tens of millions of dollars to rainy day funds administered by neighborhood groups. Programmatic value capture tools can be an effective way to defray the public infrastructure requirements of new development while maintaining a predictable and fair business environment. But this legislator scoffed at the idea of transparent, evenly applied fee systems, pointing out that then he wouldn't be able to take credit for bringing home the bacon for his voters. These barriers also enable local officials to cram racial preferences into projects. Aside from being an affront to basic principles of government neutrality, these practices decrease the aggregate amount of development by increasing cost and uncertainty. They also tilt the playing field in favor of large, established incumbent developers, who are more likely to have the connections and war chests to buy assent from local gatekeepers and the legal departments to comply with endlessly proliferating regulations. Faced with a chronic housing shortage induced by the above supply restrictions, renters often get a raw deal. Access to the high-paying in-person jobs found in top metro areas requires consuming expensive housing, but with down payments out of reach for many young workers, renting is the only option. This creates a class of residents who have little choice but to continue paying for urban living space without any associated ownership stake. In other words, they're short-selling the cities they live in. With nearly all large cities composed primarily of renters, it doesn't take a political scientist to tell you that this will translate into voter preferences for short-sighted housing policy. Renters tend to favor nice-sounding policies that will directly and immediately benefit them, regardless of second-order effects. Though less directly obstructive of growth than the land use regulations favored by homeowners, many renter-driven policy preferences nevertheless have significant negative impacts on cities' economic health and quality of life. A classic example is rent control. Tenants, frustrated by high rents, are often eager to support any policy that promises to ease this burden. Rent control does, of course, reduce rents in rent-controlled units, but with a litany of destructive side effects. By making rental housing less profitable, rent control disincentivizes the construction of new housing and incentivizes existing rental operators to convert their properties into condos, thereby decreasing the aggregate supply of rental housing. This, in turn, makes the remaining market-rate units even more expensive. Rent control also decreases the quality of rental stock by discouraging investment in upgrades and upkeep. Finally, by incentivizing occupants of rent-controlled units to stay in place, it reduces labor market mobility and, correspondingly, productivity growth. A striking recent example of the effects of rent control comes from Minneapolis and St. Paul. Known as the Twin Cities because of their adjacency and broadly similar characteristics, these cities provide one of the best naturally occurring case studies of the impact of differing policies. St. Paul passed a rent control measure in late 2021, causing an 80% decrease in new building permits and the abandonment of previously approved projects by developers. Meanwhile, Minneapolis, which abolished single-family zoning and remains free of rent control, saw building permits nearly quadruple and a corresponding decline in inflation-adjusted rents. Aside from the macro-level outcomes of rent control, it's worth considering the human stories that arise from the perverse incentives it creates. Supporters of rent control generally justify it as helping lower-income renters, but in New York City, where rent control has been in place since the 1950s, heritability of a given unit's rent-controlled status means that established wealthy families are often its greatest beneficiaries. Some people quit their jobs upon receiving their relatives' apartments, while others live in rent-controlled apartments while maintaining multi-million-dollar homes outside the city. Other units sit vacant, as property owners see no reason to take on tenants for negligible revenue. Another ostensibly tenant-friendly policy that tends to backfire is inclusionary zoning, IZ. IZ requires that new residential development above a certain size set aside a portion of the newly created units for low to moderate-income households at below-market rents. This may seem like an appealing way to create affordable housing without having to increase government spending, but second-order effects often cancel out or reverse any benefits provided by IZ. Many developers, dealing with narrow margins, especially in the current interest rate and input cost environment, find that lowering the expected revenue for even a minority of their units pushes their projects into unprofitable territory and pull out entirely. This, of course, results in zero new units, affordable or market rate, being built and further constrains housing supply, increasing prices elsewhere in the city. Many cities and states have also slanted policies governing residential rentals heavily in favor of tenants. These policies make it incredibly expensive and time-consuming to remove non-paying, destructive, and dangerous tenants, often requiring years of judicial appeals and tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees on the part of landlords. A small minority of tenants have learned the ins and outs of these rules well enough to game the system time after time, living for free in other people's homes regardless of their actual ability to pay. These protections can even be extended to residents who never received permission from the owner to occupy the property. In addition to the obvious harm to landlords, many of these costs are passed on to other tenants in the form of higher rents and stricter tenant screening processes, making it much more difficult for honest, low-earning tenants to find a place to live. These renter-driven regulations combine with those favored by NIMBY homeowners to create an expensive, supply-constrained housing ecosystem. In many cases, governments are then happy to step in to fix the problem their policies created by spending tens of billions of dollars on demand subsidies. These giveaways are consistently popular and exist at all levels of government. Consider the Biden administration's mortgage relief credit and down payment assistance, Section 8 and other housing vouchers, state homebuyer programs, and city housing voucher programs. Given housing scarcity, this largesse has the effect of driving prices up even further. This cycle has been described as cost-disease socialism, in which the cost of essential goods and services is driven up by regulation, resulting in voters demanding subsidies. This approach enriches suppliers at the expense of taxpayers and often leaves consumers worse off on net. Aside from policies dealing directly with the supply and price of housing, renter status as short sellers of their cities can lead them to deprioritize or even oppose other efforts to improve quality of life based on the accurate belief that, all else being equal, these changes increase a neighborhood's desirability and lead to higher property values and rents. This sentiment is sometimes expressed in jest, but it is also frequently stated in full sincerity by a wide variety of actors, sometimes referred to as the lead paint caucus, who believe that policing is synonymous with gentrification or that bike lanes cause gentrification. It's also empirically validated. Crime decreases demand for a given neighborhood, and by extension rents, population, and aggregate productivity. In other words, if you have a grudge against your landlord or dislike capitalism more broadly, as many city dwellers do, eroding the urban commons via toleration of theft, open-air drug markets, and outright violence is an effective way to act on those preferences. These policies are an inversion of the typical governmental social contract in which people pay taxes in exchange for the provision of public goods like transit infrastructure or the justice system. They amount to the exchange of renters' votes, which constitute a supermajority in many cities, for zero or negative-sum policies that impair the ability of markets to incentivize productive activity. The predictable result of these preferences being translated into policy is underinvestment in public safety and amenities. In conjunction with cities' profligate taxing and spending habits, this often leads people with more moderate policy preferences or who are net taxpayers to depart for the suburbs, leaving behind a voter base that leans further toward the left, which in turn strengthens the electoral odds of progressive politicians. This pattern, whereby politicians push policies that shape the electorate in their favor at the expense of the economic health of their polities, is known as the Curley effect after a populist former mayor of Boston and has played out repeatedly in cities across the United States. These problems have taken on increased national salience in the wake of the 2024 federal elections. Some of the largest rightward shifts in voting were observed in heavily blue cities, where poor governance and outcomes contributed not only to resident dissatisfaction with progressive policies, but also to a broader narrative equating democratic rule with disorder and high cost of living. This has triggered renewed discussion among center-left commentators about the urgency of fixing urban governance and the need to reduce the influence of unrepresentative activist groups within the Democratic Party. Conflict between these traditional Democratic interest blocs, frequently referred to as the groups, and an array of supply-side reform organizations promoting an abundance agenda will be a major dynamic in the coming years. What, then, can be done to disrupt this dysfunctional equilibrium hobbling America's cities? Potential solutions fall into two categories: government policies and private innovation. There are plenty of proposed and, in some cases, implemented government policies that could improve our cities. liberalization of zoning and other land use regulations, the basic YIMBY policy tools, would help renters by reducing the proportion of their income captured by property owners. Perhaps counterintuitively, it could also help property owners, or at least landowners, who are in most cases the same people, by giving them the freedom to build more total units, increasing total property value even if per unit values fall. These solutions are gaining recognition and momentum as the YIMBY movement has achieved significant victories in recent years. At the same time, many municipalities and even states are pushing back vigorously. In 2022, for example, the DeSantis administration in Florida recommended that Gainesville withdraw a zoning amendment that would have allowed denser housing in neighborhoods zoned for single-family housing. Courts have also overturned some notable reforms, reflecting the depth of the anti-growth regulatory library. Another potent yet less popular policy solution is land value taxation, LVT. Unlike the standard property taxes that currently provide the majority of municipal revenue, LVT applies only to the unimproved value of land, not to the value of the structures or other improvements built on it. LVT has several advantages relative to property taxation. LVT does not disincentivize new construction, which would not increase the property's tax burden, as occurs with property taxes that increase the more you build, and which can easily kill a marginal project. Additionally, because the supply of land is inelastic, the economic impact of LVT falls entirely on landowners, preventing them from capturing a disproportionate share of cities' productivity. Despite these beneficial effects, even the revenue-neutral implementation of LVT with corresponding decreases in property taxes would be hugely disruptive, changing the distribution of taxation if not its total amount. Owners of expensive, lightly developed land, for example, single-family homeowners in high-demand cities and suburbs, might see their taxes increase. As these landowners tend to constitute a disproportionately influential group, LVT would be a non-starter in the jurisdictions that might benefit the most from it. Fortunately, private actors are stepping in to offer solutions where governments have failed. Some entrepreneurs, fed up with urban dysfunction, are looking to start from scratch on previously unsettled land. California Forever, a corporation founded by Jan Sramek and funded by several Silicon Valley tech leaders, has purchased 52,000 acres within commuting distance of San Francisco with the intent of incorporating and building a new city there, unburdened by the density restrictions and other red tape that constrain much of the rest of the Bay Area. Farther afield, Prospera, a special economic zone on the Honduran island of Roatan, seeks to create a customizable regulatory environment optimized for entrepreneurship and with a built-in land value tax to attempt to foster a level of innovation previously unseen in institutionally weak Honduras. These startup cities may provide promising exit valves for those willing to trade the amenities and social networks of established cities for a blank slate. But they are unlikely to solve the problems of most American renters. Realistically, most people won't be willing to make this trade until the startup cities have achieved greater scale, accessibility, and credibility. To help those who remain behind, it's necessary to target the bimodal distribution of real estate ownership in existing cities by providing a superior alternative: fractionalized, diversified, and liquid ownership of real estate. This is not a new concept. Real estate investment trusts, REITs, and other tools for fractionalized real estate ownership have been around for decades and have become a major part of the institutional investment landscape. Although they have been overlooked by most individual investors, including many of the renting class who have been locked out of homeownership by the high cost of housing, these tools could nevertheless play an important role in addressing both individual financial needs and many of the social problems discussed above. Homeownership has been a key tool for middle-class wealth building in the United States for over a century. Families in the past could buy inexpensive homes, enjoy decades of asset appreciation while no longer having to pay rent, and then pass their homes down to their children. Today, high home prices in top metro areas make this ladder to generational wealth considerably less accessible, leaving tens of millions of Americans burning tens of thousands of dollars per year on ever-increasing rent while trying to save up for ever-increasing down payments. Fractionalized real estate ownership can help people break out of this trap. Many such investment vehicles have investment minimums of $1,000 or less, making this option accessible to a much wider segment of the population than those who can afford a down payment. Using this tool, renters could build real estate wealth incrementally, benefiting from appreciation and dividends along the way. If the assets purchased were sufficiently correlated with the properties in which these investors lived, They could serve as an effective hedge against the risk of future rent increases, with dividends offsetting some or all of the investor's rent liabilities. In this way, a renter's ownership stake in fractional real estate assets could serve as a liquid home, relieving the renter of the need to pay rent out of their income in the same way that a traditional home would. Liquid homeownership would have several other advantages relative to traditional home ownership. Diversification. In any context other than the culturally normalized home mortgage, taking out a six-figure loan to invest in a single financial asset would be considered laughably irresponsible. The value of a single home is highly dependent on the strength of the local economy, making a homeowner doubly exposed along this dimension. A localized downturn could threaten its owner's employment and home value. Investing in a wider range of real estate assets reduces this risk. Liquidity. Buying or selling a home is an expensive and time-consuming process, requiring hours spent on research and site visits and tens of thousands of dollars captured by brokers and other middlemen. Fractionalized real estate ownership enables investors to realize gains more quickly while losing less to transaction costs. Geographical flexibility. Related to the above point, a liquid homeowner can easily move in pursuit of jobs, lifestyle change, or other opportunities without needing to buy or sell a home. It may be the case that a prospective buyer doesn't believe the real estate in the area where he wants to live is a good investment. Liquid homeownership removes any conflict here. Homebuyers are free to choose their living space and investments independently of each other. Maintenance. Traditional homeownership entails some combination of spending your own time on home maintenance and repairs or paying for expensive ad hoc professional visits to do the same. This is both stressful and economically inefficient compared to the buying power and other economies of scale of a large property management company. Aside from these benefits to the individual investor, widespread fractional real estate ownership would lessen the perverse political incentives described above. In the current equilibrium, homeowners tend to vehemently oppose development projects near their homes while mostly ignoring those elsewhere in the city. Owning a diffuse, non-localized stake in the city's real estate would significantly mitigate this impulse, lessening a major obstacle to new development and improving housing affordability and abundance. Similarly, enabling renters to gain an ownership stake in their city's real estate would give them an incentive to adopt a more balanced stance toward a wide variety of urban policies. Pushing for policies that favor the short-term interests of renters at the expense of the broader city's economic growth is less appealing for a hybrid renter-owner than for a pure renter. Moreover, if renters own a fractional stake in their own apartments, they may be more conscientious about their use of the space, resulting in lower maintenance costs and higher dividends. There are some downsides to fractional real estate ownership. Traditional homeowners necessarily have some level of insight into the value of their home, its physical condition, neighborhood characteristics, etc., that is absent by default for owners of fractionalized real estate that they may never have seen. Without additional efforts being made to provide transparency about the real estate in question, including its ownership structure, management practices, financial modeling, and independent audits/valuations, these models run the risk of enabling negligence or fraud that harms both investors and residents. These problems are surmountable, but they cannot be ignored. In addition to reconfiguring the raw economic incentives, more distributed property ownership would lessen the us versus them mentality that often infects discourse around urban housing policy. As renter-owners become more common, cities would no longer be split between renters and property owners. This new group would benefit from increasing wages and from the property appreciation that follows, presumably changing their voting habits accordingly. This recoupling of productivity and economic gains aligns incentives in a way that encourages virtuous behavior and helps restore the moral logic behind capitalism and free markets. In doing so, it would remove an obstacle that keeps American cities from realizing their full potential. Republicans keen to tout the supposed superiority of their preferred economic model often cite booming Sunbelt states like Texas or Tennessee as evidence that it works. They don't talk as much about less successful red states like Kansas or West Virginia. A look at solid red Indiana and its poor performance shows the limits of conservative economic policies. Absent favorable external factors like warm weather, the conservative approach has failed to generate demographic and economic success in states like Indiana. The Hoosier state has had a Republican governor since Mitch Daniels was elected in 2004. It has been a Republican trifecta state, with GOP majorities in both houses of the legislature, since 2011. When Daniels was elected, Indiana's per capita disposable income was only 90.5% of the U.S. average. the governor's top priority was raising the state's lagging incomes. Indeed, Daniels said his administration's central objective was to raise the disposable income of Hoosiers. His strategy for achieving this was business-centric, focused on building the best sandbox for businesses to play in. When Indiana became a Republican trifecta state, its average disposable income had actually declined to 89.5% of the national level. By 2019, pre-pandemic, it had fallen slightly to only 89.4%, and during the pandemic it dropped to 88.7% in 2020. In short, under Republican leadership, the state's relative incomes started out low and got even lower. But rather than a purely Republican failure, this underperformance should be seen in the context of regional decline. The entire region that can be called the Old North, a 23-state area including the Great Plains, the Midwest, and the Northeast, has experienced similar struggles for decades, regardless of the party in power or the policy model pursued. Growth and prosperity appear to be more dependent on external or macro factors than most politicians of either party would like to admit. This calls for a modified strategy for red states in these areas, one that directly serves the preferences and aspirations of their voters, rather than pursuing indirect strategies like chasing after business investment. Red state Republican politicians need to start caring much more about their voters' priorities than they presently do. This is particularly important today, when most of our major institutions have fallen under the sway of progressive orthodoxy, leaving Republican state governments as one of the few powerful institutions remaining that can stand up for conservative citizens. Mitch Daniels ranks as one of the great conservative leaders of his generation. He is serious, competent, courageous, and politically astute. Coming into office, he inherited a budget deficit that he quickly converted into a surplus of more than $1 billion through relentless cost-cutting. Nicknamed the Blade for his approach to budget cuts, Daniels is the rare Republican who is the real deal as a fiscal conservative. His early fiscal moves paid dividends when the Great Recession hit state revenues across the country. While forced into some service cuts, Daniels's fiscal management resulted in less pain than in other states. After the recession, Indiana rebuilt its surplus, which remains so high, nearly $4 billion, that the state began issuing tax rebates to citizens. Indiana is one of only about 15 states with a AAA credit rating from all major agencies. In addition to budget cuts, Daniels also implemented a major tax reform package that paired a 1 percentage point increase in the state sales tax with a more than offsetting property tax reduction and constitutional cap on property taxes, limiting homeowner taxes to only 1% of the property value. This was combined with strict limits on local property tax levies and the requirement to hold a referendum for certain construction projects. Beyond fiscal matters, Daniels carried out a large number of other reforms too numerous to list, including passing a right-to-work law allowing employees to opt out of union membership as in the South, eliminating a confusing system of timekeeping by adopting daylight savings time statewide, restructuring the state's Economic Development Agency, and implementing new software and administrative processes at the State Bureau of Motor Vehicles that eliminated infamous lines and poor customer service. While cutting spending generally, he increased funding for transportation, largely through a $3.9 billion windfall from a successful 75-year lease of the state's toll road to a private consortium. Daniels became a national darling for his accomplishments in Indiana and had many supporters as he considered a run for president in 2012. He ultimately decided against running and instead became president of Purdue University, where he reprised much of his playbook from state government and earned national attention for freezing tuition. His successor, Mike Pence, was also a fiscal conservative, one who had often complained about his own party's spending habits while a member of Congress. Although Daniels had already cut most of the fat in state government, Pence took advantage of the state's strong fiscal position to cut the state income tax and other taxes by $500 million per year. His other moves included expanding school choice and trying to focus K-12 education on career and technical training oriented toward creating skills for the state's employer base. Pence's tenure as governor is best known, inside and outside the state, for the dispute over a new Religious Freedom Restoration Act, RFRA. Originally seen as a piece of anodyne legislation modeled after the similar federal law, RFRA unexpectedly drew the ire of corporate America, which threatened to shun the state. This was in essence the first of the modern-day corporate boycotts of states over social policy. Indiana was completely unprepared for it and quickly capitulated, amending the bill to remove the portions that had provoked corporate opposition. Pence was never popular with the Mitch Daniels wing of the Indiana GOP. RFRA and its fallout further turned the metropolitan Republican establishment against him. His acceptance of the nomination for vice president could be seen in part as stemming from his unpopularity in those circles. Pence, however, actually implemented two initiatives directly benefiting the state's metropolitan regions. One was the creation of the Indiana Biosciences Research Institute, a public-private partnership in downtown Indianapolis. The other was the Regional Cities Initiative that provided tens of millions in funding for capital improvements in the Fort Wayne, South Bend, and Evansville areas. Pence was succeeded in 2017 by former Mitch Daniels campaign manager Eric Holcomb, who maintained a generally conservative, business-centric course. Still in office, having won re-election in 2020, he has been careful to avoid the kind of public relations problems Pence encountered with RFRA. Indiana has not featured prominently in the coronavirus debates, for example, as Holcomb tended to follow the lead of other Republican governors, like Ohio's Mike DeWine, in imposing restrictions at the pandemic's beginning and likewise following others in lifting them later. A resident of Indianapolis, Holcomb has favored the interests of the metropolitan establishment. He helped underwrite nonstop flights from Indianapolis to San Francisco and Paris, now canceled by the pandemic, for instance. He also implemented a 10-cent increase in the state's gasoline tax to keep Indiana's highway budget well-funded, a rare Hoosier tax increase. Flush with cash from federal coronavirus aid, he's recapitulating Pence's Regional Cities Initiative with a $500 million competitive grant program. Holcomb has been less popular with the Republican base. Shock polls showed the Libertarian candidate winning up to 25% of the vote in the 2020 gubernatorial race. Holcomb quickly rescinded his unpopular coronavirus mandates, although he reimposed some restrictions 8 days after winning re-election. Still, Libertarian candidate Donald Rainwater won 11.4% of the vote, more than double the previous record for a statewide election. Indiana's governor is constitutionally weak, in part because only a simple majority is required to override a veto. Indiana's General Assembly has continued to promote many conservative moves on its own. It preempted local tenant protection ordinances, for example, and it also eliminated most state protections for wetlands. While some Tea Party types still complain, nearly the full panoply of conservative policy solutions has been implemented during this period of Republican governance. The state is fiscally austere, with little to no debt, billions in reserves, and a AAA credit rating. It has a favorable tax climate, with the Tax Foundation ranking it 9th in the country for its business-friendly tax environment. Regulations on businesses are also light, and it's still a right-to-work state. Indiana has well-funded infrastructure, the one form of spending most conservatives like. It makes heavy use of public-private partnerships and promotes school choice. Chief Executive Magazine ranks Indiana as the 5th best state in the country for business. Yet, the economic and demographic results of this policy set have been meager. Measured since the pre-Great Recession employment peak in 2007, Indiana has only grown its job base by 5.8%, trailing the national average of 9.4%. But headline job growth is one of Indiana's better statistics. As noted above, under Republican leadership, Indiana's disposable incomes have declined relative to the national average. Since 2000, the state ranks a dismal 46th in median wage growth, and the growth in median earnings has been at only half the rate of the rest of the country. Only 42% of workers in the state earn a living wage, adjusted for cost of living, and have employer-provided health insurance. Some of this poor performance may be due to the composition of the state's economy. Indiana is heavily dependent on manufacturing, with 17.1% of its jobs in the manufacturing sector, by far the largest share of any state. And much of this industry has been squeezed by foreign competition in recent decades. The state is also home to a large and growing low-wage warehousing sector. By contrast, growth in high-wage sectors and in entrepreneurship has lagged. Republicans make excuses for the state's low incomes by touting its low cost of living. But many places are equally cheap, including booming Sunbelt states like Tennessee. Some of these grim statistics were revealed in a series of reports commissioned through the Indiana GPS, Growing Prosperity Statewide project, which were prepared by the Brookings Institution and American Enterprise Institute at the request of the Central Indiana Corporate Partnership. These reports also showed that Indiana's productivity in advanced industry sectors is declining relative to other states. In part, this is because Indiana lags in technology investment. Furthermore, Indiana ranks 39th in its share of jobs in new companies, the major source of job creation, and has more old firms than young ones. Indiana's demographics are also weak. During the 2010s, the state's population grew by only 4.7% versus a national average of 7.4%. Its population growth rate has been decelerating since 2000. During the 2010s, the state grew at less than half the rate it did during the 1990s, when under Democratic gubernatorial leadership. Most of this drop mirrored the national trend, but Indiana's growth rate declined more rapidly than the nation's as a whole. Large portions of the state are either stagnant or declining in population. Over half of the state's counties, 49 out of 92, lost population during the 2010s. Weak population growth translates into weak labor force growth. The Indiana Business Research Center at Indiana University forecasts that the state's labor force will rise by only 1.6% between 2015 and 2045, with 70 counties expected to see declines in their labor force as early as 2025. This implies that the era of job growth in Indiana is nearing an end, since it is impossible to add jobs without workers to fill them. The state also lags in educational attainment, with only 26.9% of the state's adults holding a college degree, 42nd in the nation. Additionally, to the extent Indiana is doing well, most of this success is concentrated in the metropolitan Indianapolis region. Metro Indianapolis accounts for 31% of the state's population but saw 74% of the state's population growth in the past decade. It also has a disproportionate and growing share of the state's educated residents. Its share of the state's young adults with college degrees grew from 39.7% to 44.1% from 2000 to 2019. Areas outside of Metro Indianapolis are thus performing even more poorly than already weak state-level averages would indicate. But even Indianapolis itself has largely grown by drawing in people from the rest of the state. Almost 90% of its net in-migration is from the rest of Indiana, a big difference from Sunbelt boomtowns like Austin, Nashville, and Raleigh, which have a national draw. In effect, Indianapolis has grown by drain the rest of the state. In the end, Indiana built its sandbox, but not very many people or businesses want to play in it, and the ones who do don't have much money. The state attracts few new residents on net, and the businesses that are locating there are predominantly low-wage employers taking advantage of the state's lower-skilled, poorly paid workforce. Republicans like to talk about running government like a business. If Indiana actually were a business, shareholders would replace the management after such a poor showing. But just as it would be a mistake to offer the growth rates of Tennessee, Texas, or Idaho as proof that conservative policies always work, it would also be a mistake to do the opposite and use the struggles of places like Indiana or Kansas as proof that they always fail. Putting Indiana in a regional context shows the challenges facing any philosophy of governance. With the likely temporary exception of North Dakota, driven by the early 2010s oil boom, no state in the Old North has done especially well. And only two major metropolitan regions in this entire area, coastal New York City and Boston, have fully transformed themselves into models of 21st century success, though even they have their problems, of course. Apart from North Dakota, the fastest growing state by population in the Old North is Minnesota, which grew 7.6%, a mere 0.2 points higher than the national average, ranking 19th in the country. At the same time, the Old North accounted for 7 out of the 10 slowest growing states. Of the 23 Old North states, 19 had net domestic outmigration. That is, more people moving out than moving in, excluding international immigration. This includes Minnesota, which has relied heavily on Somali refugee resettlement to achieve population growth. And just as Indianapolis draws most of its new residents from the state of Indiana, other relatively successful metro areas in this region, like Columbus, Ohio, and Des Moines, Iowa, also overwhelmingly draw from their home state hinterlands. Because the number of jobs a state can support is largely determined by its labor force, weak demographics translate into weak job growth. This region did do better on jobs than population, however. New York, Massachusetts, and South Dakota joined North Dakota in the top 20 states for job growth from the pre-Great Recession peak in 2007 to 2019. But New York and Massachusetts were anchored by two metro areas that successfully reclaimed their historic superstar status. In New York, 82% of the total statewide job gains during this period were in the 5 boroughs of New York City. Indiana's job growth may have trailed the nation, but it ranked in the top half of the Old North. Some Old North states have done better than Indiana on per capita income, even if partially offset by high costs of living in some of these locations. But as we will see, this is largely a result of historical factors. These are places that were already high income long ago. What's notable about the generally weak performance of these 23 states is that they have different demographic origins, settlement histories, geographies, divisions between urban and rural areas, and governance. Vermont may be a purported socialist utopia and New Hampshire the live free or die state, without an income or sales tax, but both struggle with the common demographic problems of northern New England. Illinois is as solid blue as Indiana is red, but most of Illinois is a poorer performing version of Indiana. Its only real economic strength is in Chicago, itself an underperformer still in a long period of relative decline, and a metro area that has consistently failed in its quest to transform itself into a coastal-style superstar city. In short, economic and demographic weakness is the norm among states in the Old North region. Indiana's performance is more or less average compared against regional peers. What common factors explain the trajectory of the Old North and Indiana? One is that they are places with winter. Economist Ed Glaeser documented that since 1960, warmer places have grown faster than colder ones. He showed that from 2000 to 2010, population growth in counties where the January temperature was higher than 43 degrees was over 9% on average, while in counties with average January temperatures below 43 degrees, it was under 2%. Though the recent growth of colder Idaho and Montana may complicate this picture going forward, it's clear that warmer winters and population growth have gone hand in hand for some time, favoring the South and West. There's not much that states in the Old North can do about their winters. Indiana, in particular, also lacks natural amenities such as mountains or oceans. Much of the northern two-thirds of the state is monotonously flat, with vast expanses of corn and soybean crops. Glaeser also notes that educational attainment, the share of adults with a college degree, is a driver of population growth. But educational attainment is even more significant in determining per capita income. Specifically, the share of adults with college degrees is a key factor explaining variations in per capita incomes. At the metropolitan level, about two-thirds of per capita income variance can be explained by college degree attainment levels, according to economist Joe Courtwright. But what explains these variations in college degree attainment rates? There are many theories about what will draw the college-educated, but growth in the share of people with college degrees is correlated with historic college degree attainment. The higher a region's college degree attainment in the past, looking as far back as 1940, the higher its growth in the percentage of adults with a college degree is today. In other words, much of today's variation in educational attainment levels and incomes is a result of factors with roots deep in the past. Thus, Indiana's poor educational attainment mostly explains its poor showing in per capita income. Unsurprisingly, the state has always been poorly educated. Sociologist E. Digby Baltzell noted a correlation between the presence of antinomian religions like Quakerism among a region's founding population and poor development of public education. Indiana had a strong 19th century Quaker presence and today still has more Quakers than any other state. Indiana also had a larger contingent of Southerners in its founding population than any other Midwestern state, which also contributed to the devaluation of education. Indiana historian James Madison noted that in the 1840 census, the state's literacy rate trailed all northern states and 4 southern ones. Indiana was the last state in the Midwest to pass a compulsory school attendance law. Given the state's socio-religious origins and long-standing educational deficiencies, it is unsurprising that it has had persistently low incomes, especially as the American economy shifted toward post-industrial services that reward higher education levels. While Republican leaders in Indiana may not have reversed this trend, they didn't create it. Looking around the Old North region, one will see many states that are a lot like Indiana. Low population growth, a stagnant labor force, many shrinking counties, weak job growth, and limited success at attracting higher-wage, new economy industries. While many Old North states are better educated and thus have higher incomes than Indiana, this results from factors originating far in the past. These commonalities seem to defy all differences in governance. It's analogous to the problem of low fertility rates in developed countries. Many different regions of the world, encompassing a range of cultures, are faced with a similar problem, but no one has yet found an effective solution to reverse the trend and increase birth rates. It is questionable whether many of the fundamental challenges facing Indiana and other states in the Old North could readily be fixed by any state-level policy decisions, given the wide diversity of approaches that have already been tried in the region. States do choose how to respond to such conditions, however, and these choices have a big effect on their residents. Indiana's Republican leadership, exemplified by Mitch Daniels, has chosen to prioritize the preferences of businesses, or at least a subset of them, over those of its citizens. The sentiment is captured in the state's slogan, "A state that works," which is emblazoned along with a sprocket logo on the side of the state office building in downtown Indianapolis. In practice, Indiana has pandered to low-wage employers and sided with businesses over citizens in many policy disputes. An example of this approach in action is the state's recent preemption of local tenant protections. Indianapolis Star investigative reporting documented dangerous conditions in many of the city's rental properties. This included the presence of lead at 100 times safe levels, non-functional heating and plumbing, and electrical problems. In response, the city passed a tenant protection ordinance that required landlords to provide tenants with a notice of their rights and prohibited landlord retaliation against tenants who report violations to the city. This very modest ordinance was too much for the state legislature, which passed a special purpose law to preempt it. Indiana's substandard nursing homes underwent a similar experience. The Indianapolis Star also exposed how the state's nursing home industry had become, in essence, a giant financial fraud. Medicaid reimburses nursing homes owned by county hospitals at a higher rate than other nursing homes. In Indiana, county hospitals exploited this rule by acquiring 90% of the state's nursing homes, then contracting with the previous owners to provide operations. The increased reimbursement rates were diverted away from nursing home operations. Indiana ranks 48th in the country in nursing home staffing levels, and directed to the county hospitals, which used them for building projects and increased executive pay. The state GOP also passed a special purpose law in 2016 to shield county hospitals from having to disclose their salaries, making it hard to know how much executive salaries went up in some cases. The Star documented numerous cases of poor nursing home care leading to amputations and broken bones, as well as to fatal head injuries and violent assaults. This low standard of care carried over into the pandemic. Over 20% of COVID-19 patients in Indiana nursing homes died, compared with a 13% national rate. The state GOP's response was to pass a law providing nursing homes with expansive immunity from liability for deaths in their facilities. Moreover, under Republican leadership, Indiana has eagerly embraced the parasitic casino industry. The state has 13 casinos and ranks 5th in the nation in gross gaming revenues, just behind Mississippi. Casinos are well known for preying on the poor, with between 30 to 60% of all casino revenues coming from a small number of gamblers, likely addicts. The state and the localities where casinos are located are also addicted to gambling and the tax revenue it brings. Indiana's more respectable businesses are often low-paying as well, as attested to by the above-mentioned wage and income figures, with poor working conditions and limited prospects for advancement. This includes many low-wage manufacturing and distribution businesses. The trend is highlighted by Governor Holcomb's push to end supplemental pandemic unemployment benefits of $300 per week in order to pressure recipients to take one of those jobs. Higher-paying, white-collar, or technology-related businesses have actually been frustrated with the state's approach to governance. Earlier this year, a group of over 60 Indianapolis businesses signed an open letter urging the state to stop interfering in local affairs. Indiana's Republican leaders have failed to achieve their own stated goals. The Republican playbook simply did not work there, just as former Governor Sam Brownback's tax cuts in Kansas also failed. But the persistent, widespread failure of Old North states to achieve demographic and economic growth should give would-be reformers pause about the prospects for any policy approach to produce materially better results. Anything Indiana might do differently has almost certainly been tried elsewhere in the region. In light of this seeming dead end, how should red states in the Old North, like Indiana, govern? If they continue to see weak population and job growth regardless of state policy, then what should they do? In such an environment, Old North red states like Indiana should reorient their philosophy of governance away from a business-centric strategy toward a citizen-centric one. Their focus should be on directly improving the standard of living and quality of life of their existing population. Whether a policy that improves citizens' quality of life works to attract new residents and businesses or not, it will at least benefit those who already live there. Rather than a state that works, Indiana should seek to become a state for living in. Obviously, this will involve some level of support for business. But the North Star for policymakers should be the direct impact on current citizens of the state. The question should be, how will this improve our people's lives? A start at articulating this new citizen-first philosophy was provided by Representative Jim Banks in his Working Class Memo. Banks represents Indiana's 3rd congressional district in the state's northeastern Republican heartland. In his memo to House GOP Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, Banks observed, "We are now the party supported by most working-class voters. The vast majority of the Republican conference doesn't want to return to a GOP era that neglects working-class voters. House Republicans need to consciously promote policies that appeal to working-class voters." Banks's areas of focus in this memo were related to federal policy, but its themes provide a framing for animating state and local policy as well. Banks's definition of the working class is broad, ranging from custodians to small business owners. It certainly includes the average Hoosier resident, who is a non-college educated conservative Republican voter. Republicans obviously need an appeal that extends beyond the working class. But the needs and preferences of the working class Republican voter should be front and center in the state in a way that they are not at present. Indiana's working class Republican voters are very unhappy with their party. In 2016, exit polls in the primary revealed that half of GOP voters in the state felt betrayed by their party's leadership. The record showing of the Libertarian Party in the 2020 gubernatorial race shows this sense of betrayal is not limited to the federal level. This new approach doesn't mean abandoning all traditional conservative governing principles. Fiscal discipline will always be important. Taxes and regulations should be limited. The marketplace generally should be favored. But there are 3 principles that should be incorporated into the Republican governing philosophy to reorient states like Indiana toward a pro-citizen approach focused on the needs and preferences of the average constituent. These are: invest in improving citizen well-being, invest in the state's places, and protect citizens from coercion and abuse by other public or private actors. Of course, these principles should be pragmatically applied to fit within the macro environment and the state's cultural context. 1. Invest in the well-being of the state's people. A state's wealth is ultimately in its people, but Indiana has long lagged in investing in its citizens. Undoubtedly, the character of the state is less friendly to this sentiment than that of many other states. Indiana has long had a Jacksonian, small L libertarian cultural streak, and is famously slow to change the status quo. A fear of government overreach surely played a role in Indiana being a laggard mandating school attendance more than a century ago. But the larger conservative movement has also worked hard to delegitimize the very idea that Republican voters should expect their elected officials to do anything for them personally. Ronald Reagan's infamous quip about the 9 most terrifying words in the English language, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help," is a classic example of this attitude. While it would perhaps be too cynical to suggest a conscious strategy on this front, the suggestion that government is always the problem, never part of the solution, and that government is inherently dysfunctional, works to preemptively relieve Republican elected officials of any responsibility to govern in their voters' interests, or even competently. In addition to sowing a general distrust of government, conservatives have also long painted attempts at elevating the welfare of citizens as an inherently leftist form of social engineering deriving from the progressive era. In fact, such reform movements have a distinguished pedigree that is as old as Christianity and Western civilization. Values like thrift and hard work are permanent, but a mentality of pure self-reliance or pulling yourself up by your bootstraps is anachronistic for most people in the 21st century. America today is a post-bourgeois society in which most citizens are dependent on and largely at the mercy of powerful, impersonal forces and institutions they can neither fully understand nor control. Today's increasingly monopolistic, tech-driven, and globalized world has badly disadvantaged working-class people and families in Indiana and the United States. Far too many working-class Hoosiers are no longer able to rise from disadvantaged backgrounds, to an extent which would have been hard to imagine even 40 years ago. Today, their lives are marked by the prevalence of single parenthood, the explosion of hard drugs like opioids and meth, the scarcity of working-class jobs offering a real career track, the physical decay of their communities, and other challenges. Indiana's obesity and smoking rates are well above the national average, while its coronavirus vaccination rate is below it. Conditions like these in the working-class world have been widely documented by scholars as diverse as Charles Murray and Robert Putnam. While these situations call for humility and prudence, Republicans must see it as part of their job to help their people build a life in the face of these headwinds. The state is fiscally flush, which provides it with the capacity to invest. For example, it could start by providing financial relief to families with a non-refundable state child tax credit that increases in value for each additional child. This would build on existing family-friendly legislation such as a recent law exempting children's internship or paid job training income from counting towards a family's benefits eligibility income cap. Indiana also needs to improve its public health. The state should finally pass a proposed $2 per pack increase in the cigarette tax, with proceeds dedicated entirely to smoking cessation and anti-opioid efforts. As documented by Rand and other researchers, Indiana's healthcare system is very expensive but mediocre in quality. It's one area where the state's costs are still too high and need to be brought down. Also, the only policies available on the state's ACA health insurance marketplace are essentially repurposed Medicaid networks. It is impossible for Hoosiers to buy high-quality health insurance on the ACA exchange, and this urgently needs to be corrected. The state's educational system also needs reform. Indiana is increasingly attempting to direct non-college track students, who are the majority of the state's children, toward the short-term labor needs of businesses. According to Ball State economist Michael Hicks, children as young as 6th grade are being tracked to become truck drivers. Indiana's K-12 education system should not be an outsourced training department for the state's low-wage employers. Instead, the focus should be on ensuring children have a foundation of literacy and basic math skills. Career-oriented training should be in skills that will last in a dynamic, rapidly changing environment. Skilled trades like plumbing or welding probably fit the bill. Or, for example, consider the approach of the College Alternative Bootcamp Praxis. Praxis teaches participants primarily soft skills like sales and marketing, business writing, customer service, and project management. Unlike rapidly obsolete employer-specific technical skills, many of these have broad applicability in the market, including to entrepreneurship, and will be useful throughout a person's entire working career. Indiana should look at teaching these sorts of career skills in high school rather than employer-bespoke ones. The state should also work to ensure that local governments, which have been fiscally pinched under the state's property tax caps, can provide quality services to their citizens. One example is public transportation, where state Republicans rightly granted Indianapolis the ability to raise funds to expand public transportation in a city where 10% of households lack a car. And yes, the state should implement additional regulations that improve working conditions for Indiana citizens. For example, the state has repeatedly declined to pass a pregnancy accommodations bill that would require employers to give pregnant women basic protections, such as the ability to go to the bathroom when needed. The current legislation on this is toothless. Allowing pregnant women to go to the bathroom is hardly an onerous anti-business regulation. It is puzzling why state Republicans would side with employers like warehouses over their own pregnant voters when the owners of those warehouses are mostly large corporations that have fully embraced the woke party line and are actively hostile to conservatism. There are surely many other basic pro-worker rules that could be passed without compromising the state's business climate. 2. Invest in the state's places. Fixing economic or social problems through government action is very difficult. But many physical investments in places are simple matters of engineering. Cleaning up brownfield sites, remediating lead paint and water pipe hazards, repaving streets, upgrading playgrounds, and other projects can easily be done. The only limiting factor is money. This is one area where Mitch Daniels himself changed his own approach. As governor, he railed against gold-plated projects and vetoed local government capital projects he felt were too expensive. As president of Purdue University, however, he has been a master builder. Investing in world-class facilities and public spaces, he would have undoubtedly castigated as governor, all while freezing tuition, too. Indiana Republicans are already pivoting in this direction. The new $500 million competitive grant program for local capital improvements is a good move. The state is also setting aside hundreds of millions of dollars to upgrade its own facilities, ranging from the fairgrounds swine barn to a new state archives building to state parks. It will be spending $250 million to replace its decrepit interstate rest stops. Whether the state will derive any tangible marketing benefits in attracting out-of-state visitors and firms is an open question. but it's certain that Indiana's own residents will appreciate the new facilities. None of these measures are likely to fundamentally alter the demographic and economic trajectory of Indiana. Any material change in the fortunes of Old North states is likely to come from external macrosocial or macroeconomic factors rather than state government action. But these initiatives will benefit Indiana's people. A traveler stopping at a brand new rest stop, a family vacationing at an upgraded state park inn, a pregnant warehouse worker who can go to the bathroom when she needs to, a person without a car who can take a new bus route to a job, a renter whose landlord is forced to fix the furnace, a family of 3 with a new child tax credit. All are people whose lives could and would be directly improved by state action. Accepting the significance of macro factors does not mean policymakers must submit to a fatalistic view of the future. Indiana's leaders should also continue looking for ways to increase growth rates and incomes, and not just in the cities. One way to do this is to attract newcomers to exurban areas and hinterlands that are often overlooked. While Indiana's major cities will be the economic engines of the state and need to be appropriately supported, the fact is that they are well positioned to do much of their own marketing. The state could instead focus its clout on bolstering rural and small-town areas, touting its authentically historic towns and wide-open spaces as an opportunity to acquire land and a more human way of life in a digital age. Many smaller places in the West are successfully doing this now. Indiana should also bolster what higher-wage industries and knowledge economy assets it has. Purdue University, in particular a top 10 engineering school, is the crown jewel in this area. When Mitch Daniels retires, the school should hire someone from MIT, Stanford, or Caltech to build on his legacy and aim to raise its academic stature further. Legacy industries like pharmaceuticals and orthopedics, where Indiana is a national leader, or the emerging ag-tech field and technology startup cluster in Indianapolis, should be helped where possible. Another possibility is leveraging Purdue's top-level agricultural expertise to focus on helping scale up the state's high-quality artisanal farmers into major producers without compromising on quality, the humane treatment of animals, and so forth. 3. Protect citizens from ideological coercion and abuse by public or private actors. Today, most major social institutions have internalized an elite progressive ideology, commonly known as wokeness, that has little appeal for the majority of ordinary citizens. This includes the media, colleges, the government bureaucracy, arts and cultural institutions, most foundations, and even corporate America. The institutions that remain conservative or, at the very least, non-woke, such as churches and religious groups, are usually subaltern ones. State and local governments are some of the few powerful institutions where conservatives retain some control. Thus, a prime emerging responsibility of elected leaders at the state level, especially in red states like Indiana, is to use the power of their offices to protect their communities against ideological coercion or abuse from other institutions. Red states must not only be willing to aggressively challenge any federal government overreach, they must also be willing to resist coercive behavior from the private and nonprofit sectors. This approach will be very difficult for state-level Republicans to embrace. Being business-friendly has historically been core to their identity. But today big business has become a key enforcer of the progressive line in America. In this environment, being business-friendly and embracing a Republican agenda that goes beyond neoliberal economics are incompatible with each other. This is true even after social issues, as traditionally understood, are taken off the table. Look at corporate retaliation and threats against Georgia over its voter integrity law, for example. This doesn't mean becoming anti-business, but rather red states like Indiana do need to start protecting citizens from ideological coercion by big business and from exploitation by abusive industries. For example, Indiana has joined other states in filing antitrust lawsuits against big tech monopolies and could do more on issues ranging from economic concentration to political censorship. But the bigger issue in Indiana is abusive industries like the aforementioned slumlords and nursing homes. Well-documented issues with these need to be addressed to better protect Hoosier citizens from physically dangerous conditions. And any future expansion of parasitic industries like gambling needs to be categorically rejected. While Indiana is a very red state, left-wing institutions in blue cities and other blue states can and do still leverage their power against conservative citizens. The state must limit their ability to do so. For example, the public health profession too often acts as an extension of the political left. While Indiana should spend more on public health, it should also limit the reach of Indiana's public health officials to only bona fide health matters. the collection of statistics, infectious disease control, smoking cessation, anti-drug efforts, obesity reduction, and the like. All Indiana public health officials should be legally prohibited from engaging in any efforts related to or involving gun rights, racism, climate change, or other such matters that are not legitimately part of the public health domain. Furthermore, the state should protect free speech on campus by requiring all state universities to adopt the Chicago Principles on Free Expression, as Mitch Daniels has done at Purdue. It should also provide standing for students to sue public universities that fail to protect their rights to free speech, and require universities to provide due process to the accused in their disciplinary processes. Likewise, the state should empower parents to resist the encroachment of leftist ideologies around race and gender into their K-12 classrooms. The state attorney general should be given jurisdiction over criminal matters where county prosecutors subvert the rule of law, such as when the Indianapolis prosecutor announced he would no longer prosecute marijuana possession, or in areas of statewide concern such as holding opioid producers accountable for crimes they may have committed. And the state should require the Attorney General to approve any consent decree entered into by any unit of government in the state in order to prevent Democratic-controlled municipalities from using sue and settle techniques to give leftist nonprofits control over public policy. This will require a more sophisticated understanding of today's political dynamics. For example, unhappy with the city's response to the 2020 riots in downtown Indianapolis, in which 2 people were killed, the state passed a law enhancing penalties for rioting. But leftist prosecutors still do not actually have to prosecute rioters at all. All this law did was to hand those prosecutors another weapon that they can potentially use against conservatives in the future. In their efforts to increase growth rates and raise incomes, Indiana's Republicans might consider positioning their state as the best destination for conservatives in the Old North. It's a structurally red state that, unlike many in the South, is in no danger of going blue. Indiana development agencies spend more effort trying to convince outsiders of their inauthentic progressiveness than simply embracing the state's solid conservatism. If Indiana Republicans did implement conservative voter preferences and aggressively defended their voters' priorities, that might be a draw in itself. All this will require vigilance and constant activity by red state governments. But it also requires a recognition that culture war counteroffensives cannot substitute for citizen-centric investments. Voters should hold politicians accountable with respect to their cultural priorities, but that cannot become an excuse for basic incompetence or a failure to invest in the state's people and communities. The policy specifics will differ in other states, but this overall formula is widely applicable to other places and can work outside the Old North as well. In fact, large, booming states like Texas and Florida are in an even stronger position to implement conservative voter preferences and stand up for their people against powerful institutions. Red state Republicans should by all means keep an eye on their budgets, tax environment, and business regulations. But just as important, they should adopt a citizen-first philosophy based on the responsibility to protect their people and deliver tangible benefits to them, not to build sandboxes for warehouses, unscrupulous businesses, and other low-wage employers. Neither woke moralism nor small government dogma should absolve politicians of the responsibility to deliver tangible benefits to their citizens. Republicans, in particular, must take care of their actual voters. 13 days after Gobert was diagnosed with COVID-19, Utah was the first state in the nation to publish a comprehensive economic response plan to accelerate Utah's economic recovery. The Utah Leads Together plan, published on March 24, 2020, has now been followed by 4 additional volumes that guide Utah's COVID-19 economic response. While the response has not been without its problems, the Utah economy continues to outperform other states. The Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia produces a monthly index that combines 4 indicators of state economic health. This coincident index, which includes employment, unemployment, manufacturing hours worked, and measures of income, provides a useful summary measure of state-level economic performance and serves as a helpful barometer of state-by-state economic activity since the onset of COVID-19. The change in the index since March 2020 shows just how distinctive Utah's relative economic performance has been since the start of the pandemic. The national index declined by 5.2% since March, while Utah's index increased by 5.9%. An increase in the index implies an improvement in economic conditions, and a decrease signals a deterioration. Utah is the only state to show an increase, placing the Beehive State in a class of its own by this combined measure. Other macroeconomic measures show similar outcomes for Utah. Utah's unemployment rate in August 2020 of 4.1% is the second lowest in the country and registers less than half the national rate of 8.4%. Utah's year-over-year contraction in jobs for the same period tallies less than one-quarter the national contraction, minus 1.6% in Utah compared with minus 7.0% in the United States. These and other measures demonstrate that Utah has sustained significantly less economic damage during the pandemic than other states. Importantly, Utah's success also shows up in health data. Utah's cumulative case fatality rate, arguably the most important measure of pandemic success, measures 0.63% compared to the national rate of 2.87% and ranks lowest in the nation as of this writing in October 2020. But Utah's distinctiveness goes well beyond its response to COVID-19. The state has consistently outperformed on key economic indicators such as income equality and social mobility. In 2013, I was asked to present to the Utah legislature at its biennial policy summit. Utah's legislature is one of only a handful of state legislative bodies that convene bipartisan, day-long summits where elected officials discuss high-priority issues and consider long-term challenges and priorities. I was asked by a legislative leader to highlight in my presentation Utah's income distribution relative to other states. I knew Utah ranked favorably in equality of income, but I was surprised by just how well Utah performed at every level of geography. I concluded then, and it remains the case today, that Utah has the most equal distribution of income of any state. The Census Bureau reports income equality at the state, metro, city, and neighborhood levels using a Gini coefficient. Gini coefficients of income inequality range between 0, every person or household has the same income, and 1, one person or household has all the income. A lower Gini coefficient indicates a more equal income distribution. For the 2019 period, Utah's income measures tell a consistent story of nation-leading income equality at all levels. Utah, with a Gini coefficient of 0.4268, ranked first for income equality among states and the District of Columbia. The Salt Lake City metropolitan area, with a Gini coefficient of 0.4257, ranked first for income equality among metropolitan areas over 1 million in population. West Jordan City and West Valley City in Utah ranked first and sixth, respectively, for income equality among cities over 100,000 in population. Finally, a census tract in Salt Lake County, tract 1135.26, in the 2005-9 period ranked third highest for income equality among 61,358 neighborhoods surveyed in the entire country. Although few might expect a consistently Republican, low-tax state like Utah to lead the way in this category, clearly these results show that Utah and the greater Salt Lake area offer something important to people who value income equality. Another indicator of Utah's economic exceptionalism is high rates of social mobility. Harvard economist Raj Chetty and a team of researchers in their 2014 study, Where's the Land of Opportunity? The geography of intergenerational mobility in the United States identified Salt Lake City, along with San Jose, California, as having the highest rate of absolute mobility in the nation. Chetty defines absolute mobility as the odds that a child will earn more than his or her parents did at the same age. His team used de-identified IRS tax records to analyze economic mobility. They found that Salt Lake City ranks first among the 50 largest commuter zones, aggregations of counties, in the country for absolute upward mobility. For example, the likelihood of moving from the poorest quintile to the richest quintile is 10.8% in Salt Lake City, highest in the country, compared to 4% in Charlotte, lowest in the country. Chetty's team concluded, some cities, such as Salt Lake City and San Jose, have rates of mobility comparable to countries with the highest rates of relative mobility, such as Denmark. Copenhagen, Utah may sound odd, but Chetty isn't the only one to make comparisons between Utah and Scandinavian countries. Washington Post columnist Megan McArdle once opined that the incredible levels of integration, community solidarity, and trust make Utah unique in America. She said Utah is a bit like Sweden might be if it were run by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. McArdle's observation resonates with me. I worked at the Salt Lake Chamber for 6 years and witnessed firsthand the camaraderie between business leaders who compete in the marketplace but seek common ground for the community, even on tax increases that are not typically supported by a conservative state. An illustrative example of this occurred in 2006, when the Salt Lake Chamber led a ballot initiative to raise sales taxes to support rail transit serving the greater Salt Lake area. The initiative, which contemplated 70 miles of rail to be built in 7 years, required the chamber to broker a special session of the Utah legislature to create the authority for local governments to place a sales tax increase for transportation on the ballot. The challenge was significant. A tax increase, during a period of budget surpluses, to be spent largely on transit, that required support from a conservative legislature. Ultimately, the legislature granted permission for the referendum to be on the ballot and voters approved it with a 2/3 majority. The chamber took a huge risk, but successfully pushed it through. The project ended up being finished 2 years ahead of schedule and $300 million under budget. McCardle observes that in Utah, the best ideas of conservatives and liberals come together in one delicious package. Business-friendly, opportunity-friendly, but also highly committed to caring for the needy and helping them get back on their feet. That delicious package is known locally as Utah's secret sauce. Spencer P. Eccles, whose great-grandfather, David Eccles, immigrated from Scotland and rose to become one of America's leading industrialists, and whose son, Mariner Eccles, was Federal Reserve Chairman under Franklin D. Roosevelt, coined the term Utah's secret sauce when he served as the director of the Utah Governor's Office of Economic Development. This secret sauce is not the fry sauce Utahns love so much, a mixture of ketchup and mayonnaise that is said to have originated at a Utah burger shop, but rather the way Utahns collaborate to prevent and solve problems. Academics have another name for this: social capital, the network of relationships in a society that enables it to function effectively. Among the most well-known scholars of social capital is Harvard University professor Robert Putnam. In his book Bowling Alone, he describes social capital as a parallel concept to physical and human capital in terms of what it does for productivity. He writes, "The core idea of social capital theory is that social networks have value. Just as a screwdriver, physical capital, or a college education, human capital, can increase productivity, so too social contacts affect the productivity of individuals and groups." Putnam and others describe social capital in various ways: as trust between individuals and entities, as established forms of reciprocity and caring for one another, as a form of empathy, as civic virtue, goodwill and fellowship, as mutual support and cooperation, and as institutional effectiveness. I like how Joseph Sunday, an ecumenical leader with the nonprofit Acton Institute, describes social capital. He calls it a philosophy of help. Lyda Judson Hennepin, a West Virginia school reformer who has been credited with being the first to use the term, described social capital's impact as what occurs when the community as a whole will benefit by the cooperation of all its parts. Sunday and Hennepin's descriptions match the way Utah Speaker of the House Brad Wilson describes Utah's success. Wilson says, "The key to Utah's success has been finding the right balance between caring for the individual and helping based on the data. In Utah, both are important, and I see a strong drive across our community to lift those who are less fortunate and to consider how our efforts will impact individuals and families, not just numbers in a report." The Joint Economic Committee, JEC, of the U.S. Congress, under the leadership of Utah Senator Mike Lee, sponsors the Social Capital Project. It is a multi-year research effort to investigate the evolving nature, quality, and importance of our associational life. The JEC uses the term associational life to refer to the web of social relationships through which we pursue joint endeavors. Associational life includes families, communities, workplaces, and religious congregations. In 2017, the JEC released What We Do Together, the State of Associational Life in America. In it, they define associational life, share its importance, and describe how it has changed in families, religious worship, communities, and work. This report laid the groundwork for numerous other studies to follow, including a 2018 study which included the JEC's own Social Capital Index. The JEC reviewed 70 county and state-level indicators, then settled on 32 measures for inclusion in their state-level index, which includes indicators of family unity and interaction, social support, community health, institutional health, collective efficacy, and philanthropic health. If Utah's secret sauce is the real deal, you would expect Utah to rank highly in the Social Capital Index. True to form, Utah ranked highest in the nation. In a December 2019 episode of the NPR podcast Hidden Brain, Raj Chetty explained his research on economic mobility and highlighted that a person's economic mobility changes depending on where they live. Chetty said, "So in certain parts of the U.S., for example in rural Iowa or much of the Great Plains or certain cities like Salt Lake City or San Francisco, your odds of rising from the bottom fifth to the top fifth are something like 14 or 15%, twice as high as the national average." When asked why places like Salt Lake City provide greater opportunities for social mobility, Chetty mentions several predictors, including segregation, the more segregated by race or income the less mobility, family structure, and better schools. Chetty also highlighted social capital. "I think of the old adage that it takes a village to raise a child as a way to think about what social capital is. Will someone else help you out even if you're not doing well?" Salt Lake City, with the Mormon Church, is thought to be a canonical example of a city with a lot of social capital and correspondingly has high rates of upward mobility. And so as best we can measure it, we find that places with higher levels of social capital tend to have higher levels of upward mobility. His conclusion that higher levels of social capital correspond with higher levels of social mobility matches my own ideas and experience in Utah. And in Utah, with approximately 61% of the population included on the membership rolls of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or what many call the Mormon Church, it is important to consider the contribution of the faith community and nonprofit sector. I am a member of the Church of Jesus Christ. My ancestors fled religious persecution and came to the Salt Lake Valley in the 1840s to pursue a dream of religious freedom and community prosperity. My own insider perspective might help provide some insight into just what's going on in Utah. Latter-day Saints, in my experience, don't talk about social capital in our religious life. We, like other Christian faiths, do talk about Christian love and service. Reverend Dr. Fatima Sala and Margaret Olson Hemming, in their book, The Book of Mormon, for the least of these, describe how the Book of Mormon calls people towards lives of justice work, to live with more compassion, and to ponder ways to liberate the oppressed. We read, for example, in the Book of Mormon, "Think of your brethren like unto yourselves, and be familiar with all and free with your substance, that they may be rich like unto you. And ye will seek them riches for the intent to do good, to clothe the naked, and to feed the hungry, to liberate the captive and administer relief to the sick and the afflicted." Sala and Olson Hemming, echoing my own sentiments about these verses. Right? Be familiar with all. Look around you and see what folks need. This is a call to relationship with those around us in order to know how to give of our substance. Be familiar with all without discrimination or limits. We cannot find salvation while others are oppressed. Many other religions have similar teachings in their sacred texts. Two organizational differences, however, make the Church of Jesus Christ unique. First, the Church practices a lay clergy, that is to say that local congregational leaders are unpaid. They serve as volunteers in callings, including the demanding and time-consuming role as local pastor or bishop. This creates a much more egalitarian experience for congregants. One year you are a leader and another year you are a follower, experiencing the full range of assignments: pastor, chorister, youth leader, facilities manager, janitor, and more. Second, the Church organizes congregations geographically rather than by personal choice. This means that congregants engage in fellowship and worship with people not by choosing a congregation that fits their preferences, but are assigned one based on geography. Certainly, because of housing choices, this still creates a neighborly and common experience. But I can attest from experience that every congregation I've participated in includes a diverse mix of people, often sharing little in common. A great example was when I lived in Washington, D.C., meeting in what was called the Capitol Hill branch. Here, members of Congress and their families engaged in worship services with members from inner-city D.C. neighborhoods. The experience reminds me of an oft-quoted Church of Jesus Christ scripture: "All are alike unto God." These organizational differences create a much more personal bond between members of the faith. In practicing your faith, you enter into the homes of your neighbors and engage in personal acts of service. You come from different interests and backgrounds, but you engage in worship together as equal followers of Christ. Commenting on the importance of these organizational differences, the late Eugene England, a Church of Jesus Christ academic leader, writes, "The basic church experience of almost all Mormons brings them directly and constantly into very demanding and intimate relationships with a range of people and problems in their assigned congregations that are not primarily of their own choosing but are profoundly redemptive in potential, in part because they are not consciously chosen." Latter-day Saints, while often falling short of these ideals, are taught from a young age that service to others is a service to God. The Book of Mormon also warns about the problems arising from inequality in society. there began to be some disputings among the people, and some were lifted up unto pride and boastings because of their exceedingly great riches. And the people began to be distinguished by ranks according to their riches and their chances for learning. Yeah, some were ignorant because of their poverty, and others did receive great learnings because of their riches. And thus there became a great inequality in all the land. These excerpts from church scripture provide two examples, among many, that speak to the Church of Jesus Christ's culture of care for one another and equality of opportunity. Practitioners of the faith do not always meet these lofty goals, but in my experience, Utah's service-based culture is a cherished state asset that residents continuously strive to perfect. This service-based ethos extends well beyond the Church of Jesus Christ. Utah possesses a strong interfaith community and nonprofit sector. The Salt Lake Interfaith Roundtable and United Way of Salt Lake are two great examples of how Utah's ethos of service and culture of care permeate the state. The Interfaith Roundtable meets throughout the year to promote harmony and understanding among peoples of all faith traditions, cultures, and belief systems. And together, Utah's faith community collaborates to assist with homeless services, refugees, immigration issues, hunger, education, and other community needs. Faith lives in Utah. This culture of cooperation and service is also exemplified at nonprofit entities like the United Way of Salt Lake, which has served for the betterment of the greater Salt Lake area for 116 years. Established initially as the Salt Lake Charity Association, the United Way of Salt Lake now serves as an agent for social change. For example, the organization sponsors the Promise Partnership of Salt Lake. Using a cross-sector, collective impact approach, they built a unique infrastructure that overcomes silos and the typical service delivery chaos found in the nonprofit sector. In 9 Promise communities across 6 school districts in 4 counties, individuals, schools, businesses, and nonprofit organizations work together in an aligned and focused effort that shares accountability for results along a cradle-to-career continuum for every child in the Salt Lake region. According to Bill Krim, President and CEO of the United Way of Salt Lake, this partnership has shown significant school, community, and region-wide improvements in key indicators related to academic progress, health, and even crime reduction. Because of these and other successes, the United Way of Salt Lake is called on nationally to share their models and experiences within the United Way network and the broader field of collective impact partnerships. Journalist Megan McArdle, a native New Yorker, offers an outsider's perspective on many of the same phenomena. She has looked at the research, met with community leaders, spent time walking the streets of Salt Lake City, toured the Latter-day Saints social service operation, known as Welfare Square, interviewed researchers, and taken the time to get to know Utah. In a long-form article published by Bloomberg about how Utah keeps the American dream alive, she observed Utah's simultaneous commitment to self-reliance and charitable works. Utahns seem strongly committed to charitable works, by government, alongside government, or outside government. Whatever tools used are infused with an ethic of self-reliance that helps prevent dependency. When there's a conflict between that ethic and mercy, Utah institutions err on the side of mercy. She asserts that big government does not appear to have been key to Utah's income mobility. She cites data from the Rockefeller Institute that shows Utah ranks near the bottom in fiscal capacity and ranks last in the nation in spending per pupil on education. She praises Utah's functional bureaucracy by saying that government in Utah is not big, but it's also not bad. The state's compassionate conservatism goes hand in hand with an unusually functional bureaucracy. Consider, for example, the Utah state government's track record for fiscal responsibility. Utah has a AAA bond rating from all 3 of the major rating agencies, a line-item veto, an appropriation limitation that prevents state government expenditures from growing faster than the growth in population and the price level, a constitutional bond limitation, a large rainy day fund, budget reserve accounts, and regular stress testing of the state budget. Speaking specifically about the Church of Jesus Christ's welfare system, McArdle told a national television audience the following: They, the Church of Jesus Christ, are extremely good at investing in people. If you are in a Mormon parish and something's going wrong in your life, you're going to have intensive kind of tag team efforts by people in your community to get you back on track. Both my insider perspective and McArdle's outside perspective affirm that Utah is a place where people don't just coexist. Utahns connect deeply and care for one another. If this care for one another is material, and if social capital truly has value, you would expect to see many examples of the benefits. 3 recent public policy achievements serve as great examples of how Utah puts its social capital to work on difficult and divisive issues, such as immigration, poverty, and LGBTQ rights. I share these vignettes as public policy breakthroughs that required trust, reciprocity, collaboration, institutional effectiveness, and other forms of civic virtue. Immigration. In 2010, the Salt Lake Chamber, after observing the enforcement-only approach to immigration reform pursued by neighboring Arizona, sought something more balanced. Business leaders wanted immigration reform that, in addition to enforcement, recognized the important values of keeping families intact and keeping the economy strong. They also reasoned that immigration is a federal policy issue and that local law enforcement should focus on criminal activities, not civil violations of federal code. Through the talented leadership of Jason Mathis, an executive vice president at the Salt Lake Chamber at the time, and with the support of community leaders in law enforcement, business, the faith community, political leaders, and many others, Utah leaders penned and signed the Utah Compact. The Compact, of which I am a signatory, delineated 5 principles to guide Utah's immigration discussion. The principles spoke to federal solutions, law enforcement, families, economy, and a free society. The Compact accomplished 2 important things. First, it unified Utah leaders behind a balanced and humane approach to immigration. In the 2011 General Legislative Session, the legislature passed and the governor signed 4 immigration bills that combined strengthened enforcement with a state-level guest worker program. The latter of these, which contemplated state-level work permits for illegal residents, was ultimately blocked by the federal government, but it sent an important message. If you can pass a criminal background check and show you have automobile and health insurance, you are welcome to work in Utah. Second, and most importantly, it stopped what Ali Noorani, the executive director of the National Immigration Forum, called hateful legislation, modeled after SB 1070 in Arizona, from passing in Utah. Noorani also credits the compact with influencing the national immigration debate in a surprising and meaningful way. Like any true compromise, the compact received criticism from organizations on both poles of the debate. But at the time of its signing, I was struck by 2 supporting perspectives. One from an ordinary citizen that showed up as a letter to the editor in the local paper, and one as a house editorial in the New York Times. Betty Tingey, after seeing the news coverage about the Utah Compact, wrote to the Deseret News, "I don't know much about politics except the sick feeling I get inside when there is constant arguing. I don't know how to settle debates, but I know a peaceful heart when I have one. I felt it when I read the Utah Compact." Tingey's simple appeal serves as a vivid example of how the sentiments contained in the Utah Compact spread throughout the state. These sentiments spread as far as New York City, where the New York Times editorial board, which is not known for its praise of Utah, said, "A clearer expression of good sense and sanity than Utah's would be hard to find." Intergenerational poverty. In 2012, Utah State Senator Stuart Reed had a theory about 2 different types of poverty: situational and intergenerational. Situational poverty is temporary and occurs because of a job loss, major health event, divorce, or other life change. Intergenerational poverty is passed on through 2 or more successive generations of a family. Reed intuitively recognized that each type of poverty required different interventions. Reed sponsored and passed, in a bipartisan vote, the Intergenerational Poverty Mitigation Act. The legislation set Utah on a course to share administrative data sets, establish a policy vision, and commit to a measurable reduction in Utah families experiencing intergenerational poverty. Change would not come easy. It required sharing data that had never been shared before, making investments that had never been made before, trying interventions that had never been tried before, and evaluating performance that had never been measured before. Collaboration, trust, and goodwill would be central to the state's success. Utah is now in its 9th year of combating intergenerational poverty and seeing significant success. The Utah Intergenerational Welfare Reform Commission reports that the number of children experiencing poverty decreased by 42% from 2012 to 2017, and adults in poverty decreased by 24% over the same period. Policymakers attribute this success to several innovative policies and programs, including but not limited to the following. 1. Placing highly effective teachers in schools with high rates of intergenerational poverty students. 2. Providing scholarships for 4-year-olds facing intergenerational poverty to attend a high-quality preschool. 3. Focusing on the employment needs of the entire family unit, rather than exclusively on the parents' employment needs, and other two-generation approaches to case management. 4. Investing in rural counties with high rates of child intergenerational poverty. And 5. Implementing ideas like the use of consent forms so early childhood liaisons can work on a family's behalf to coordinate services across state agencies. Point 40. Because of these and other intergenerational poverty success stories, other states are now replicating the Utah approach. LGBTQ and religious rights. In 2015, I received a call from my good friend Senator Jim DeBakis, a gay Utah lawmaker and co-founder of Equality Utah. He wanted me to know about a landmark compromise that had been reached pertaining to LGBTQ rights and religious freedom. He invited me to attend a news conference at the state capitol announcing the agreement. I dropped what I was doing and headed to the state capitol Gold Room, where elected officials, Equality Utah, and the Church of Jesus Christ shared what has come to be known as the Utah Compromise. I spent 19 years on Capitol Hill and have experienced many Gold Room moments. Adorned in marble, beautiful woods, fine tapestries, and gold leafing, the Gold Room is among the most prestigious public gathering places in Utah and reserved for only the most important state occasions. But never in my experience has the feeling been as moving and the actions as pivotal as the announcement of the Utah Compromise. At the event, Utah legislative leaders and the governor announced support for SB 296, Anti-Discrimination and Religious Freedom Amendments. The legislation, in what is called a Fairness for All approach, paired anti-discrimination protections for LGBTQ Utahns with religious liberty protections for faith-based organizations in the state. The bill amended Utah's Anti-Discrimination and Fair Housing Acts to include sexual orientation and gender identity, as well as to define exemptions shielding religious institutions. At the time of the bill's passage, only 17 other states and the District of Columbia provided these same protections. Utah found a better way forward on a major culture war issue, and in doing so set a high standard of understanding and respect. The bill affirmed that discrimination is wrong. Equally wrong is the denial of a person's right to believe as their conscience dictates. The Utah Compromise proved it is possible to act with civility, compromise, and make progress despite differences. With brevity and plainness at the news conference, Representative Brad Daw said, "God loves all of his children." L. Tom Perry, now passed, but at the time a senior authority with the Church of Jesus Christ, quoted Abraham Lincoln, "With malice toward none, with charity for all." These public policy vignettes, coupled with Utah's COVID-19 economic response, income equality, social mobility, and nation-leading social capital, suggest a path forward that beckons others to follow. Those who journey down the path start with the premise that social capital is like a bank account. Communities with abundant social capital make withdrawals and invest in civic virtue to prevent and solve complex problems. As this investment occurs, a variety of positive things happen. First, people convene and learn from one another. Listening occurs. Understanding blossoms. Trust builds. Next, innovative ideas begin to catalyze. Human ingenuity, fueled by trust, collaboration, and goodwill, takes over. Those walking the path begin to create a better community, step by step and mile by mile. They don't always make the right choices. Sometimes they experience major setbacks and take a stroll down an ill-advised route. But their associational life brings them back. In Utah's case, this journey has brought tremendous and demonstrable results, including, in addition to those I've already highlighted, low poverty rates, strong work ethics, high rates of volunteerism, high educational attainment, trust in institutions, and positive health outcomes. Finally, the cash that was withdrawn gets redeposited tenfold. The social capital bank account swells and becomes an even larger community asset for challenges later on. Communities that walk this path are prosperous today and prepared for tomorrow. The engine of innovation exists in space and quiet. The North Carolina Biotech Center is nestled behind layers of birch trees, on a spacious modernist campus where rustling leaves and birds pierce through the silence. The noisy citygoer wouldn't realize this is one of the leading hubs of American innovation, with semiconductor fab plants and biotech laboratories hidden behind layers of forest. The idea of the tech hub calls to mind Silicon Valley, Austin, and Miami. But the North Carolina Research Triangle predates all these as the original tech hub and continues to grow despite being lower-key. In 2022, Research Triangle startups raised $22.2 billion in venture capital, a record high in the face of a national slowdown. In October 2022, The American Growth Project ranked the Triangle the fourth fastest-growing extended city out of 50, with more than $1 billion in construction and Apple and IBM hiring more than 4,000 people, while the rest of the industry was hit with layoffs. From 2015 to 2019, North Carolina created more than 170 startups. The North Carolina Research Triangle got its name due to its triangle of three cities, Raleigh, Durham, and Chapel Hill, in an area anchored by three research universities: Duke University, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and North Carolina State University. Often overlooked in discussions of industrial policy, the region is among America's most prosperous areas, despite being among the nation's poorest only 2 generations ago. I joined a group of biotech industry executives here in November 2022 for a meeting with Biden administration officials, who had dispensed $25 million as part of a Build Back Better grant. The excitement was palpable. How did a region of cigarette tycoons and destitute tobacco growers emerge as the nation's nexus for biotech, advanced manufacturing, and research and development in a mere generation? The invisible hand didn't move prosperity to North Carolina. This can hardly be called a success of the free market. The answer was good government and good planning in ways that were friendly to private business and the nation's top R&D talent. These efforts allowed for a healthy local market in talent, capital, and innovation to take hold and prosper. As America looks to rebuild its industrial power, the Research Triangle is emerging as one of the greatest hubs. During the pandemic, we were as a country kind of held hostage by other countries. Doug Edgton, head of the North Carolina Biotechnology Center, a local industry development organization, told me in his office, as companies produced the vaccine, suddenly we couldn't get enough little things. Rubber stoppers go in vials, and suddenly we couldn't get rubber stoppers. PPE, personal protective equipment, was also a big deal. The industrial lessons of the Triangle have since saved countless American lives, and the region is only gearing up for more action as the U.S. government more systematically pursues industrial policy. We already produce a lot of vaccines, so we knew how to produce them. The phrase industrial policy is dry, dull, and vague. It conjures up images of miserable workers toiling away to fill widget quotas which they must report to the Communist Party Committee, led by uniformed apparatchiks who convene nearby in a planned district of smokestacks and steel mills. It calls to mind the Soviet Union, China, Japan, and South Korea, which have all executed industrial planning with varying degrees of success. Unlike the United States, all these countries had traditions of authoritarianism that encouraged top-down economic models. That style of top-down industrial policy, critics say, doesn't align with America's decentralized and federated republic. The primacy of local and state politics simply doesn't give much room to centralized economic decision-making. But as technologists and office workers continue to leave Silicon Valley, thanks to the pandemic, crime, and remote work, America's regions outside the coasts, everywhere from Madison, Wisconsin to Greensboro, South Carolina, are seeing a rebirth of technological heartlands. North Carolina's Research Triangle shows that industrial planning is, in fact, an American characteristic, not an alien concept from the days of the Soviet Union. The region is an emerging experiment in American industrial policy for the 21st century, particularly as the U.S. government begins implementing the CHIPS and Science Act, the largest infusion of cash for semiconductors and R&D since the Apollo moon landings. The renaissance isn't happening on decrepit factory lines and in sweatshop conditions, but in minimalist, modernist science campuses designed for contemplation and research. From these well-pruned campuses have come major innovations in biotech, software, and semiconductors, including some of the earliest mobile phone technologies, auditory brain implants for the deaf, and the remarkable curing of an HIV/AIDS patient in 2013. All this was possible only with a uniquely American flavor of industrial policy, in which private firms cover the costs of their own research with background support from the government, while the state incorporates local governance bodies that prohibit the annexation of land from neighboring municipalities. The result has been a harmonious research zone where lines of state authority are clear but do not overstep into the concerns of private businesses, who are still required to compete with each other. But America's experiment in industrial strategy is still young, and much remains to be seen as we rediscover our Cold War-era capabilities. The problem, a semiconductor strategist tells me, is that America wants to do industrial policy, but we're not even in the game yet. The Triangle, however, shows how we can accomplish it step by step. The story starts with a chicken and egg problem. In the 1950s, the area now called the Triangle had few jobs, a poor quality of life, little infrastructure or means of transportation, and no universities or medical centers that could power the research innovations needed for private industry, writes Alex Seth Cummings, associate professor of history at Georgia State University, in Brain Magnet, Research Triangle Park and the Idea of the Idea Economy, 2020, A Social and Political History of the Triangle. In all this lies a historical lesson on the dangers of over-reliance on tax breaks and subsidies, long an emphasis of the U.S. and state governments. Southern leaders had been bending over backwards for years to seduce Northern companies with tax incentives and offers to train workers and build facilities, he writes. Yet North Carolina's approach to attracting investment remained limited, for the most part, to promises of infrastructure, such as better roads, and the implicit guarantee of a docile, non-union labor force, rather than offers of tax breaks. The result was that investment from Northern companies, who controlled the capital for Southern farms and factories at the time, remained limited. Few business owners wanted to invest in North Carolina, despite its promises of a good business environment. They faced the same circular problem as any aspiring tech hub. A city needs jobs to attract talent, but also needs talent to create jobs. The Research Triangle offers lessons in how to place the right cogs into the machine and then get it moving. By figuring out how to spatially organize cities and suburbs, the Triangle became an exemplar of both urban planning and regional industrial strategy that attracted the interest of federal government procurers. The multi-stage process was natural and organic, not forced through top-down laws and directives. First, regional planners learned to get universities and medical centers, the R&D linchpin, on board. Then, they learned how to attract talented knowledge workers, recruiting them from New York and Boston. Finally, they brought in the federal government, which injected the resources that kept the Triangle bustling from the 1960s to the present. The story of the Triangle began after World War II, when the American economy was beginning to transform from an industrial age of assembly lines and steel mills to an economy centered around what the management thinker Peter Drucker called knowledge workers, scientists, inventors, and thinkers who use their analytical skills to develop products and services. North Carolina's state leaders realized there was no natural or market-induced path leading to success in this knowledge economy. Achieving the transition was a matter of state planning that would appeal to private businesses. Market forces alone would not guide their impoverished state into the age of the knowledge worker. They also realized that North Carolina, mired in poverty and failing to catch up to Northern industrialization, had an opportunity to seize on the timing of the post-war shift. Federal investment in the defense industry and science R&D had built what President Dwight D. Eisenhower would soon call the military-industrial complex, with knowledge worker settlements emerging in the Sunbelt of Florida, Texas, and California. These large-scale demographic movements also laid the foundations for Silicon Valley as we know it today. The idea was to capture a piece of the research industrial complex's largesse by getting federal grants. After a decade of modest but respectable growth in the 1950s, the turning point was in 1963, when the Kennedy administration noticed the Research Triangle and gave the federal government the nod to invest in procurement contracts there. The North Carolina site is a good one, as there is a triangle there of colleges and hospitals and medical facilities, President Kennedy said. The federal government built a major environmental health center there, and IBM invested in its first facility in the region. From there, growth took off, thanks to the sound business environment created during the previous decade. By the early 1980s, the Triangle region had one of the highest concentrations of PhDs in the country, a point that local planners sold to large corporations looking to build new research centers. Keeping this highly skilled workforce in North Carolina was another matter altogether. The state took advantage of this new affluence and tax revenues to build the first state-supported symphony and the first state museum of art. North Carolina was the first state to use public funds to establish a school for the performing arts. Culture brought vibrancy. It was the bedrock for improved quality of life and appealed to a highly educated and well-paid workforce. In 1984, 6 years after scientists first engineered artificial insulin in another state, North Carolina's state government founded the North Carolina Biotech Center, the serene campus I toured as part of a Biden administration meeting. The center hoped to seize on earlier strengths and enter the next frontier of industry. The strategy was to fund the recruitment of scientists who would develop ideas, then help transfer technologies from university labs to small companies that could commercialize them, and then give loans to companies to develop those technologies and prove they were worthy of more investment. The Research Triangle continues to thrive as the result of these multi-generational efforts of government and the private sector working together on R&D. The triangle should be a blueprint for American industrial policy, as observers are starting to realize. In November 2021, the Peterson Institute for International Economics scored the Research Triangle Park as a leader in industrial policy for the last 50 years under the criteria of making industry more competitive, creating jobs, and advancing technology industries. Support of public and private R&D has been easily the most successful mode of industrial policy, the Peterson Institute wrote. Companies are making these decisions to open up a research center somewhere, and they want to know, are these people going to help us? Said Edgton, head of the North Carolina Biotechnology Center. We try to work together and say, okay, you need major access to an airport and you need electric power, and you need this many workers of this kind. And here are the locations in the state of North Carolina. What lessons can we learn from the success of the Research Triangle? The first lesson is about properly targeting subsidies to set clear priorities, while letting business lead the way in R&D. The second is about the importance of good spatial and urban planning that's friendly to R&D-intensive industries and science talent. The third lesson is on how to create a business-friendly environment that lowers costs for businesses while improving the quality of life for high-demand, incoming talent. Lesson 1. Support commercial competition at the frontiers of technology, not Christmas tree subsidies. The triangle shows how the state government can set up an organization with broad governance authority, in this case the Research Triangle Park Foundation, and use that organization to seed R&D projects with commercial potential. Competing scientists had the resources to pursue the same objective, backed by large research universities. After competition pushed innovation forward, private companies could commercialize their findings without paying royalties to the government, giving them a financial incentive to keep investing in novel ideas. The U.S. rate of return on public R&D goes as high as 67%. But right now, the U.S. government is in danger of damaging innovation if it haphazardly implements the CHIPS and Science Act, the centerpiece of American industrial policy today, which critics accuse of becoming a Christmas tree of easy subsidies and tax breaks for bloated and stagnant chip companies such as Intel. On a recent visit to Taiwan, Taiwanese semiconductor executives told me they were frustrated that, while they cooperate with U.S. government requests for more investments in America, the Department of Commerce passes them over for grants and subsidies in favor of bloated, complacent, and obsolescent American chip companies. The U.S. government, they say, is handing easy money to national champions that remain generations behind Taiwan's semiconductor firms, failing to spur any kind of meaningful innovation. On February 24th, even the White House reprimanded Intel, issuing a statement that the CHIPS Act is not supposed to be a fund for struggling companies. The CHIPS Act could fail to seize on America's great strength of state support for frontier technologies that the private sector can invest in and commercialize once they get closer to marketability. As the World War II-era science administrator Vannevar Bush wrote in his memoir Pieces of the Action in 1970, it's important to have great minds and thinkers who can innovate from outside traditional bureaucracies which are prone to repression, but who can enter those bureaucracies when they're needed. The same holds true for American industrial strategy today. The government must help but must also force companies to compete on their own. Lesson 2. Spatial and urban planning is at the core of building industry. The Research Triangle also offers a lesson on the importance of spatial and urban planning as a component of industrial planning. The Research Triangle Park did not appear out of a top-down federal mandate. Rather, local planners took advantage of its existing landscape, consisting of 3 major universities, good highways passing through the area, and several thousand acres of relatively unused land, and then set out to remold the space in a way friendly to high-tech business and knowledge workers. We should all bear in mind that we are not selling a factory site, explained Romeo Guest, a property planner who helped mastermind the triangle idea in the fall of 1954. We are selling available engineering brains, physical research facilities, and cultural living conditions. Rather than rely on a cacophony of local, competing municipalities with limited resources, North Carolina's state leaders built a new governance model that unified the triangle under one authority. The Research Triangle Park Foundation allowed them to plan the area with unprecedented control across the region and stopped those municipalities from laying claim to any of the land for themselves. Planners eliminated the need for multiple mayors jockeying for investment in their towns, which might have introduced confusion and incoherence into the strategy. At the core of the triangle was its blankness, writes Cummings in Brain Magnet. With centralized authority and 5,000 acres as their canvas, they could enforce stringent design regulations on a virtually unprecedented scale. This governance model allowed them to set out to attract those brains with a quiet research setting, a break from the industrial planning projects of the past, which tended to be urban and clumped workers in close spaces. Previously, the typical knowledge worker was crammed in apartments around a corporate headquarters in Manhattan and Boston. This planning wisdom extends to today, as white-collar employees leave urban centers such as San Francisco and New York, migrating to smaller innovative towns such as Madison, Wisconsin, and here in Raleigh, North Carolina. The planning of this area was absolutely perfect for its purpose. A local restaurant owner in Durham, North Carolina, tells me, "We're seeing more customers because of all the young people moving in from California and New York. There's more traffic, sure, but the area has a nice amount of space and isn't too crammed. The towns are designed to welcome the smart people coming in." Lesson 3. A favorable business environment, backed by the state, will allow companies to compete for federal contracts and corporate projects. A research park has prerequisites that don't apply to all cities and regions. The most innovative employers need access to elite science talent and innovative ideas that they can develop and commercialize. A stable of nearby universities and research centers can provide a steady stream of people and ideas. But the best talent will stay after graduating only if their quality of life, job stability, and salaries can justify it. And the best businesses will only open shop if they can hire those people. Reasonably low taxes, cultural activities and recreation, low crime, and good schools all play into the calculus of a successful research park. In the early days of the Research Triangle, the competition among America's regions to attract talent and capital was intense. During the 1950s, North Carolina's elites were anxious about falling behind other southern states, such as Florida and South Carolina, and were under pressure to catch up. North Carolina's leaders realized they could not target specific companies for subsidies, but that they had to foster a fruitful and profitable business environment. They offered strong state funding to universities, passed right-to-work laws that ensured that labor unions did not monopolize the highly skilled workforce, and placed a limit on property taxes. Jump-started by the defense contracting described above, the growth of the Triangle region has gone largely upward in the decades since then. The recent renaissance of incoming workers and businesses suggests that the Triangle has become the center of a wider resurgence outside superstar cities like New York and San Francisco. As local and state governments compete for growing federal grants, they'll be faced with their own questions as they set up regional industrial planning efforts. And while the United States has had some success in setting up R&D hubs, it has been less effective at building vibrant manufacturing and production ecosystems, perhaps the greatest challenge of our time. The free market alone will not decide whether these efforts succeed or fail. Good government in support of good business will play the critical role. America wants to decarbonize. Tackling climate change has broad public support. The primary avenue we're pursuing to achieve this goal is the decarbonization of our electricity system and electrifying everything. This is more than achievable. Indeed, we have historical precedents. France's nuclear build-out, beginning in the 1970s, achieved the greatest decarbonization in human history. Since the 1990s, France has generated around 75% of its electricity from nuclear power. In North America, the mantle belongs to Ontario, whose nuclear plants replaced its coal fleet. Yet the United States has not pursued this proven path. Instead, the American nuclear industry is moribund and has suffered public disdain for decades. Today, especially after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there seems to be some revival of interest in the nuclear option. Thus, it's worth exploring why America's greatest post-war hope for energy and prosperity never materialized in the 20th and early 21st centuries, and what will be necessary to avoid the same disappointments going forward. Nuclear energy spooled out from America's nuclear weapons program in the late 1940s. Some of the most brilliant minds to ever set foot on American soil brought it to fruition. But this massive achievement fell apart in the 1970s and has remained stagnant for the last half-century. The fault belongs in large part to the industry itself. In 1946, President Truman created the Atomic Energy Commission with the flick of his pen and placed control over nuclear energy in civilian hands. As historian Richard Rhodes writes, proponents of the bill argued that atomic energy was too important to be left to the military. Apparently, it was also too important to be conveyed to the people. Few outside the Manhattan Project and even fewer in Congress knew much about atomic energy. It was over a decade between the AEC's creation and the completion of America's first nuclear plant, Shippingport, in 1957, under the Eisenhower administration. Though it required building out nuclear infrastructure, supply chains, and technology from scratch, Shippingport took just over 2 years to complete. A Herculean effort, it cost hundreds of millions in today's dollars. But nuclear weapons disturbed the American public. The Cold War was on, and America wasn't interested in a world where nuclear, whether armaments or reactors, spontaneously flowered across the globe. Thus, the Atoms for Peace program was born, an international PR campaign meant to help discourage the public's association of nuclear energy with nuclear weapons. AFP also allowed the United States to exert international control over proliferation. Yet the imprint of the Cold War gave nuclear energy its greatest weakness: elite hubris. The nuclear establishment did not feel the need for candor when dealing with the American public. In 1955, the world's first fast breeder reactor melted down at Idaho Labs. During a stress test, it overloaded and became permanently damaged, yet hurt no one. Outside the building, the meltdown was undetectable. The AEC covered up the incident. Eventually, the information leaked and led to a loss of public trust, the first of many wounds to come. Despite this, in 1974, Dr. Herbert Kautz, who headed up the AEC's Reactor Safety Division, told the Associated Press, "Preliminary results suggest there will never be a major accident in a nuclear power plant. The odds of a major catastrophe were 1 in 1 billion to 1 in 10 billion years for a given reactor." Why did Kautz say such a thing? Either he didn't think the public could handle the truth, or his confidence ran so high that he quit reality for self-serving fantasy. He was hardly unique among his peers. The AEC peddled the fiction that nuclear power was impossibly accident-immune to the public. Lewis Strauss, a wealthy financier and Naval Reserve admiral, found himself at the helm of the AEC during the Bravo incident at Bikini Atoll. Described by Rhodes as an arrogant and vengeful Eisenhower appointee, Strauss handled the incident with astonishing dishonesty and insouciance. He told the press that the fallout was less than the fallout measured from some previous tests and far below the levels which could be harmful in any way to human beings. Geneticists responded in force and eventually won their way onto the AEC. By the end of the decade, they had overcorrected and adopted the linear no-threshold standard LNT for measuring doses of radiation. Hermann Joseph Muller, a geneticist with a passion for eugenics and socialism, developed LNT. Muller asserted there could be no safe dose of radiation. Any dose, regardless of size or duration, was potentially harmful. Muller was dogged in the promotion and defense of his ideas and went so far as to suppress evidence that directly refuted his conclusions. He won the Nobel Prize for his research in 1946. As the AEC and various independent scientists worked to establish radiation standards, the LNT model was accepted as the standard throughout. It's hard to overstate the significance of this mistake for the AEC. Despite the overstatements of early proponents, nuclear energy was, and is one of the safest forms of energy known to man. 10 and LNT makes little sense on its face. A colleague once put its logic to me like this: LNT would be like me adding up every time you've been cut in your life and then telling you that you've bled out. By the 1970s, these mistakes, simultaneously misrepresenting the likelihood of accidents while adopting a standard for radiation exposure measurement that made accidents look catastrophically dangerous, would return like boomerangs and all but cut the industry to ribbons. Yet, atomic optimism persisted throughout the 1950s and 60s. Faith in technological progress ran high. In 1957, Disney aired an episode entitled Our Friend the Atom on ABC. General Electric featured Atomsville, USA, in its Progressland Pavilion at the 1964 World's Fair to teach children about the wonders of fission. Lewis Strauss infamously said that our children would know electricity too cheap to meter thanks to nuclear energy. Nuclear scientists understood the environmental benefits of nuclear energy as well. Its cleanliness was part of how scientists like Alvin Weinberg made their case to the public. The atomic era had arrived. But when nuclear power moved into the civilian world, it merged with an already elite-run institution, the investor-owned utility, IOU, which enjoyed regulated monopoly status. Samuel Insull won this status for his industry in the early 20th century. Negotiating the Scylla and Charybdis of chaotic competition and Chicago aldermen, Insull saw a huge opportunity in regulation. The wildness of competition would disappear while neutering the threat of municipalization. In part, Insull won the day because his desires matched the moment. Recognizing utilities as regulated monopolies jibed with progressive-era thinking that saw big business not as an enemy, but a force to be contained and harnessed by the government in service of the people. Importantly, this also meant consolidating power into the hands of utility elites and their regulators, a problem that would mushroom down the line. Still, Insull was right that regulated monopoly status would reduce the risk of investing in electric utilities, make utility bonds and stocks more attractive, increase the availability of capital, and lower its price. And it created the standard utility structure. Single firms with control of generation, transmission, and distribution within a geographic region without competitors and guaranteed profits. The compact between consumers, regulators, and the utilities was that in exchange for their unique advantages, utilities would provide cheap, reliable electricity to American consumers. Few complained because, when coupled with the electrification programs of the New Deal era, the utility consensus brought Americans incredible prosperity. As Robert Bryce writes, between 1940 and 1970, electricity production in the United States grew ninefold to more than 1,600 terawatt-hours. Over that same three-decade period, U.S. gross national product increased nearly tenfold, going from $100 billion to $977 billion. Personal income soared, going from less than $600 per year to more than $3,900 in 1970 dollars. By 1970, the average American was consuming about 7,200 kilowatt-hours of electricity per year, more than twice today's global average of about 3,100 kilowatt-hours per capita per year. Energy is the bedrock of wealth, so it is no exaggeration that the decades fondly remembered as the 30 glorious years of post-war growth were dependent on this electricity boom. But nothing lasts forever. The utilities business model began to sour in the 1960s, just when it hit its apex. Nuclear shared its fate. At first, nuclear energy was too expensive and so less attractive to utilities. But once General Electric and Westinghouse spurred the industry onward by becoming loss leaders, they collectively lost around $1 billion building plants. The race was on. A herd mentality soon developed as utilities lined up to take advantage of government benefits to build new reactors. So many orders came in that, with only 2 companies building plants, a rapid increase in orders escalated costs for major components and strained the limited supply of qualified labor. Then utilities ran into a technological stasis problem that provoked significant changes in the dynamics of the utility system. For decades, steam turbines increased in both efficiency and scale, which fed the industry's growth. Manufacturing firms competed to force down prices and raise consumption. In turn, major utilities supplied the manufacturers with markets hungry for better generating units. This dynamic inspired the utilities to become technological leaders hunting for improved prototypes. A design-by-experience approach developed, in which new equipment won field tests before being produced in great quantities, allowing engineers to find and fix problems before the next batch went to market. But by the 1960s, manufacturers began to discover that increases in thermal efficiency for generating units hit diminishing returns. Pushing past the issue meant costs so high they undermined the virtuous cycle of affordable improvement. At the same time, utilities began to pressure manufacturers to produce bigger and bigger turbine generators to meet electricity demand. Thus, the design-by-experience model gave way to a design-by-extrapolation process that took design straight to market without a prototype phase. It succeeded in producing larger units but failed to deliver them reliably. Without the process that provided engineering experience, quality suffered. Pricey redesigns had to be ordered. In 1973, to stem the tide of problems, the AEC limited the size of new nuclear units to 1,100 megawatts so equipment producers and operators could gain sufficient experience with the new hardware. The problem spread industry-wide and posed a new obstacle for the grow-and-build model utilities and manufacturers had come to rely on. In 1965, the Eastern Interconnection blackout, the largest blackout the world had known up to that point, bruised utilities' credibility as benevolent and competent managers. The summers of 1967 through 1969 proved similarly discrediting for East Coast utilities who had to reduce the voltage of their power to meet peaks in consumption, thus causing brownouts, and asked customers to curtail power use. The problems rolled over into the next 2 years. Then came the energy crisis of the early 1970s. Many expected nuclear to supplant coal. Nuclear enthusiasm meant less interest in coal, leaving America with limited coal reserves just as nuclear stalled in its ramp-up. So when OPEC flexed its muscles in 1973, the utilities hit a wall as they became more reliant on newly expensive foreign oil to keep the lights on. To make matters worse, the growth rate of annual demand for electricity dropped from 7.3% from 1960 through 1973 to 2.2% from 1973 to 1982. Inflation, high interest rates, and a boom in regulatory activism did the rest. Utilities looked to cut costs. The new, engineering-challenged nuclear plants, already running up consumers' bills, met the chopping block. Between 1974 and 1978, 80 nuclear plants were canceled, representing 90,000 megawatts worth of new capacity, about 60%. Only Bonneville in the Pacific Northwest persisted in its stubborn push to complete its plants, embittering an entire region. By the end, Bonneville's bungling caused the Washington Public Power Supply Systems to default on $2.5 billion in municipal bonds issued to build 2 nuclear power plants. The dream of too cheap to meter evaporated, and with it went utilities' credibility and nuclear's potential. Around the same time, a new obstacle for nuclear energy emerged. The AEC was replaced by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. The AEC had been tasked with both promoting and regulating nuclear energy, an obvious conflict of interest. The NRC was given but one task: to regulate. The most decisive move it made in taking up its charter was the approval of a new nuclear safety standard. Following the logic of LNT, the NRC approved the as low as reasonably achievable ALARA standard to measure radiation exposure. The AEC introduced ALARA in 1971. Under ALARA, all nuclear plants would have to be designed and built such that radiation levels were as low as practicable, a standard so broad as to become impossible to fully achieve. In 1975, the NRC put this standard into effect. To put this in perspective, if we used ALARA for any other industry, we would shutter the airlines immediately, evacuate every Colorado mountain town, and bulldoze the DeVargas skate park in Santa Fe, New Mexico, which sits on a granite deposit shot through with uranium. All 3 of these expose portions of the population to elevated levels of radiation on a regular basis. But we don't do that for any other industry, just nuclear. In 2015, scientists and experts petitioned the NRC to reconsider their use of ALARA. 6 years later, the NRC denied the petition. That the Academy, the national labs, and the utility industry embraced ALARA stands as a powerful and demoralizing fact. ALARA makes it nearly impossible to build any nuclear. To clear this hurdle, a new project must be so burdened with excessive safety measures that the added complexity shoots the price up. This is proudly and unironically referred to as the gold standard within the industry because it has succeeded in making nuclear so much safer. At its birth, the NRC's new regulatory regime added expense and delays to plants nearing completion. By 1978, new requirements were being imposed on nuclear energy at the rate of about 1.3 per working day. To date, we have yet to build a single reactor design that wasn't approved by the AEC. The last reactor built in the United States was Bar 2, which began in 1973 and was completed in 2016 after years of paused construction. The Vogtle plant in Georgia has gone 5 years and nearly $16 billion over budget. Meanwhile, decommissioning has proven quite lucrative. No surprise, then, that America's nuclear fleet has fallen into decline. Between 2013 and 2021, America shut down 12 reactors. A gold standard indeed. Yet the fault does not lie solely with the utilities or the regulators or the Cold War managerial elites. Since the 1960s, the counterculture's anti-human romanticism has also played a potent role in shaping our national discourse around energy, and nuclear energy in particular. To understand why few have endeavored to revitalize nuclear energy as a vital tool for solving climate change, we must turn to the environmental movement. In order to comprehend how environmentalists came to oppose rather than promote the world's largest source of clean energy, we must uncover the movement's initial motivations. The post-war American environmental movement began as an outgrowth from the eugenics movement. This has been largely forgotten, leading one historian to write, although one can hardly pick up an environmental book from the late 1960s and early 1970s that does not warn about overpopulation, it is surprisingly easy to find a history of the movement that barely mentions overpopulation. Eugenics took root in late 19th century America with the formation of groups like the Immigration Restriction League and the Eugenics Records Office. Its boosters included historic figures like Theodore Roosevelt and lesser knowns like Madison Grant, whose best-selling book The Passing of the Great Race was referred to by Hitler as his Bible, and Henry Fairfield Osborn, then president of the Natural History Museum. Both Grant and Osborn connected poor breeding with environmental degradation. According to these gentlemen, Robert Zubrin writes, non-Nordic immigrants did not share the resident Anglo-Saxon/Teutonic race's deep feeling for nature, and thus represented an unendurable threat to America's remaining pristine wilderness areas. The pair would go on to fund the Sierra Club and the Save the Redwoods League. Osborn's son, Fairfield, would write one of the two books that bridged the gap between pre-war eugenics and the post-war environmental population control ideology. Having fallen out of favor during World War II due to its associations with Nazism, eugenics returned with gusto under the banner of population control after the war. Two books, William Voigt's Road to Survival and Fairfield Osborn's Our Plundered Planet, emerged as national bestsellers in 1948. The latter sold millions of copies and won accolades from Aldous Huxley, Eleanor Roosevelt, and Albert Einstein. Voight and Osborn warned of a planet stripped bare and made uninhabitable by the industrial stress of population growth. Their work, though largely disproven, inspired Paul Ehrlich, whose best-selling environmental elaboration of Voight and Osborn's ideas was titled The Population Bomb, 1968. In it, Ehrlich made the relationship between population growth, industrial intensity, and environmental degradation more explicit. It was originally titled Population, Resources, and Environment, but received its publication name from a pamphlet put out by the Hugh Moore Fund, as well as from General William Henry Draper, Jr., a denazification opponent and founder of the eponymous Draper Fund, a eugenicist organization. Ehrlich's call to action was pointed. Our position requires that we take immediate action at home and promote effective action worldwide. We must have population control at home, hopefully through changes in our value system, but by compulsion if voluntary methods fail. Americans must also change their way of living so as to minimize their impact on the world's resources and environment. Ehrlich would appear on The Johnny Carson Show 6 times. But Ehrlich was far from the only writer on the scene. The 1960s and 70s boasted a deep roster of population control writers, as Robert Zubrin, Richard Rhodes, and Michael Schellenberger have cataloged. For our purposes, it must be noted that Ehrlich's book was written at the request of David Brower, president of the Sierra Club. According to Ehrlich and his wife, The Population Bomb was written in response to a request that Paul summarize arguments he had been making in the media that the population issue should be taken up by the growing environmental movement triggered in no small part by Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, 1962, and to influence the 1968 election. Many prefer to trace post-war environmentalism's origins to Silent Spring, seemingly convinced that it stands as an uncomplicated work of environmental concern. It's certainly true that the environmental movement cut its teeth fighting against DDT, a major culprit in Carson's book, which inspired the Environmental Defense Fund to form. Less discussed is the general debunking Silent Spring has since received. Less discussed still is the anti-DDT campaign's roots in the eugenics movement. DDT killed mosquitoes and so alleviated malaria, an apparently disastrous victory for third world birth rates. To take one example, the year Rachel Carson received her contract for Silent Spring, 1958, Aldous Huxley, brother to Julian Huxley, leader of the British Eugenics Society, wrote Brave New World Revisited, in which he argued that using DDT to stop malaria meant worldwide disaster from overpopulation. In response to the public pressure incited by Carson's book, the Environmental Protection Agency launched a 7-month-long investigation which featured 125 expert witnesses and 365 exhibits. At the end of the investigation, the presiding judge ruled that the uses of DDT under the registration involved here do not have a deleterious effect on freshwater fish, estuarine organisms, wild birds, or other wildlife. DDT is not a carcinogenic hazard to man. DDT is not a mutagenic or teratogenic hazard to man. He was overruled by the EPA's administrator, William D. Ruckelshaus, who would go on to sponsor the Draper Fund. Ruckelshaus neither attended the hearing nor read the report and banned the use of DDT in 1972. The American ban of DDT rippled throughout the world and cut off poorer nations from the pesticide. Tens of millions have perished from malaria since. Nevertheless, the single-issue DDT campaign blossomed into the environmental movement, which began to find fertile ground on the U.S. left. The American left, which had split from the anti-communist and patriotic American labor organizations, increasingly found itself shattered by McCarthyism, Hoover's boys, and the revelations of Stalin's brutality. As a new generation of lefties emerged from the counterculture, They came to believe American workers had either been bought off with post-war opulence and/or were so brainwashed with false consciousness that they could no longer serve as a viable leftist constituency. So, the left made a transition from a Marxist labor movement to a cultural and issue-oriented collection of causes. Environmentalism was one such cause. And since the New Left, whose most radical members often hailed from wealthy families, had little relationship with labor, it became easy to adopt an antagonistic stance toward industry. They didn't want control over the factories because they didn't want the factories to exist in the first place. Soon, the anti-war movement merged with the environmental movement and its population control ideology. A journalist who witnessed this transition wrote, "By 1970, thousands of earnest and idealistic Americans of all ages were swapping their 'End the Killing in Vietnam' buttons for more modish buttons bearing the words 'People Pollute.' The greatest peace movement ever created in America. Now committed harakiri on national network television in the name of the more revival of Malthusianism." Hence the power of the phrase population bomb, which drew an obvious parallel to the atomic bomb and so to nuclear energy itself. Some environmentalists made this connection explicit, likening overpopulation to a world-ending H-bomb. Selling the American public on degrowth proved far easier than the direct call to reduce the human population. Pollution had become a hot-button issue in the 1950s after it was first discovered. Until smog choked residents to death in a small town south of Pittsburgh in 1948, triggering a federal investigation, what we call pollution had been seen as a mere nuisance. After this, many could make a connection between environmental damage and industrial achievement and economic growth. When the energy crisis came, its results seemed to make the environmentalists' case for them. Growth looked unsustainable, environmental harm looked terminal, and the days of plenty appeared over. It is difficult to replicate the sense of catastrophe the 1970s visited upon America. After World War II, a panic over reconversion had swept the nation. Could America avoid a post-war depression, as it had seen after the First World War, by shifting its wartime economy to meet civilian purposes? And if it could, how? The answer, adopted by everyone from New Dealers like David Lilienthal to Richard Nixon, from the National Association of Manufacturers to the AFL-CIO, was to increase consumer purchasing power. This required economic growth, and this strategy came freighted with civic weight. It was not only beneficial to Americans to buy homes, new appliances, new cars, and so on, it was now their duty. Through their purchasing power, Americans flattened class distinctions, revved the national economic engine, and secured a more placid and prosperous nation after years of turmoil. But the energy crisis, braided together with stagflation, changed all that. This proved tragic for America's utilities in particular. Like every other major industry, they had sold the country on the idea of growth. As discussed above, they were one of the post-war boom's prime movers. They had also promoted their benevolent managerialism as the river from which that growth flowed. This was how they legitimized their position as regulated monopolies. With the energy crisis came a legitimation crisis brought about, in part, by the business model that had granted them their position in the first place. By 1980, the growth ideology was dead, and what Americans had taken to heart as their civic duty for decades shared its coffin. This legitimacy crisis, spot-welded to the energy crisis, allowed for the mainstreaming of the environmental movement, which had its own vision for energy in America. Coal industry veterans like Amory Lovins and E.F. Schumacher, whose seminal works, Energy Strategy, The Road Not Taken, 1976, and Small is Beautiful, Economics as If People Mattered, 1973, respectively, led the ideological charge. No longer would America pursue the hard energy path of large, centralized nuclear power plants. Instead, it would embrace soft renewable technology, small enough to decentralize and in harmonious accord with nature. David Brower reprinted Lovins's essay in his organization's magazine and nominated him for the Nobel Prize. Eventually, the nonprofit sector, academics, and utility elites would come to accept many of these ideas. President Jimmy Carter's infamous Malaise speech and his National Energy Act solidified the new cultural and policy direction, away from energy abundance toward energy conservation. Environmentalist and racist ideologue Edward Abbey's quip that growth for growth's sake is the ideology of the cancer cell became conventional wisdom. The environmentalists counted their wins. And so the environmentalist forces against nuclear energy began to cohere. As it gained prominence, the environmental movement grew in both sophistication and reach. It honed in on three themes: hostility toward energy abundance, the restructuring of society to reduce energy use, and general dissatisfaction with the present social and economic structure of society, and the suggestion that energy should be used as a means for societal change not directly connected with energy. Nuclear represented both the man and lethal energy abundance. Paul Ehrlich said, "In fact, giving society cheap, abundant energy at this point would be the equivalent of giving an idiot child a machine gun." Amory Lovins echoed Ehrlich's sentiments. "If you ask me, it'd be little short of disastrous for us to discover a source of clean, cheap, abundant energy because of what we would do with it," emphasis in the original. "We ought to be looking for energy sources that are adequate for our needs, but that won't give us the excesses of concentrated energy with which we could do mischief to the earth or to each other." To win its war against nuclear and energy abundance, the movement pursued means political, legal, and cultural. On the political plane, the movement secured nuclear moratoria across the country. From the 1980s onward, several states adopted outright bans on new reactor construction, while others disallowed the construction of nuclear plants until the alleged waste problem was solved. Ralph Kavanaugh of the NRDC scored one such victory in California in the early 80s. Illinois, Minnesota, Vermont, Oregon, Wisconsin, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Maine, New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Montana, and West Virginia all adopted similar policies. Given the environmentalists' push to keep any such waste repositories from being built, and Carter and then Clinton's kiboshing of the pursuit of breeder reactors which could run off spent fuel, those waste contingencies amounted to bans. To date, it is worth pointing out, no one has been harmed by civilian nuclear waste. Environmental groups have been similarly relentless in the pursuit of closing existing nuclear plants, often by tying up utilities in lengthy legal battles over trumped-up environmental concerns. An attorney who regularly represented anti-nuclear organizations put it this way: "Balancing energy needs with environmental impact involves compromising and sacrificing. That's their role. Our role is not to balance." Even labor leftists of the old type, like Bernie Sanders, have thrown in with such organizations to destroy high-paying union jobs and clean energy by forcing nuclear plants to close early. Their most recent victories on this front include prematurely closing the Indian Point plant in New York, after which emissions rose, and convincing the NRC to reverse its operation license renewals for the Turkey Point and Peach Bottom plants in Florida and Pennsylvania, respectively. In 2021, they almost succeeded in killing the Byron and Dresden nuclear plants in Illinois. A more straightforward means of poisoning the public on the idea of nuclear energy looked like the China Syndrome, 1979. A movie starring anti-nuclear environmentalist and population control enthusiast Jane Fonda. The film's villain is a ruthless utility executive, and it depicts a nuclear plant melting down and exploding like a nuclear weapon. 12 days after the film hit theaters, 3 Mile Island experienced a meltdown. It never again generated electricity. The surrounding area was evacuated, and though no one was hurt, the accident solidified the alleged dangers of nuclear in the public's mind. Because the nuclear establishment had both denied the possibility of such accidents while adopting the most sensitive metrics for measuring their danger, there was little they could say to save face. The film was a smashing success. Nuclear's public image as a safe and reliable form of energy lay in such tatters that another major accident would condemn it in perpetuity. In 1986, when shoddy Soviet-designed reactors at the Chernobyl plant in Ukraine catastrophically melted down during an unsanctioned experiment, that's exactly what happened. A month after the incident, Hans Blix, the International Atomic Energy Agency's Director General, told the IAEA Board of Governors that, if another accident were to occur, "I fear the general public will no longer believe any contention that the risk of a severe accident is so small as to be almost negligible." Meanwhile, the environmental movement made hay. A litany of howlers about Chernobyl has spewed forth for decades. A recovered document from a 1991 conference called Conference for a Nuclear-Free 1990s, No More Chernobyls, reveals their cynicism. The conference's lowest moment is easily this one: a commitment to spreading the falsehood of Chernobyl AIDS, a supposed consequence of radiation exposure that results in an immunological deficiency syndrome especially prevalent in children, to discredit nuclear. Ralph Nader and Amory Lovins both spoke at the event. Peter Behouth, then executive director of Greenpeace, served as a plenary chair. No such syndrome exists. The surrounding population of Chernobyl, some 6 million people, received a radiation dose equivalent to a single CT scan, usually delivered in seconds, over the course of 20 years. Given that groups like ACT UP and TAG were still fighting to end the AIDS pandemic at that time, which had killed over 100,000 people by 1990, Chernobyl killed only 52. It's difficult to understand the environmentalists' sense of proportion, to say nothing of their intellectual dishonesty or moral unseriousness. Regardless, the discipline and coordination that the convention document belies can't be denied. Nor can it be denied that these groups succeeded in their attempt to demonize nuclear energy in the public consciousness. The Washington Post and the New York Times, for instance, bought the Chernobyl AIDS yarn. When a 9.0 earthquake and tsunami rocked Japan in 2011, the Daiichi plant in Fukushima melted down. Water flooded the plant, which shut off generators responsible for powering the residual heat ventilation system. The resulting hydrogen buildup caused explosions that hurt several people. No one was harmed by nor did anyone receive lethal doses of radiation. But the accident served as another chance to scaremonger about radiation and nuclear safety nonetheless. The environmental movement's assault on nuclear in the public consciousness has been a rout. In the last few decades, climate change has given the environmental movement the opportunity to retrofit their apocalyptic population control rhetoric with that of imminent environmental collapse from global warming. This, in turn, has also given them a chance to distance themselves from their ideological roots. Few espouse population control as an explicit strategy for tackling climate change. But the Great Awakening has made it difficult for the major environmental groups to avoid their unsavory legacies. Some groups, like Greenpeace and the Sierra Club, have tried to clear the air. A piece written by Brittany Bush-Bali, Seattle's Sierra Club chair, stands as one of the most candid confrontations with the group's legacy. She writes, "Sierra Club must reckon with its own role in this history. Our complicity is inescapable. The club was heavily involved in the initial publishing of Ehrlich's The Population Bomb, and for many years supported its ideas." Bali's essay concludes with a discussion of the Sierra Club's stance on immigration as an example of its new, anti-racist position, but never mentions energy. She's not alone. Despite the about-face on the population question, the environmental movement has cleaved to its energy prescription for population control, the soft path of a renewable energy future. Even the democratic socialist variant of green policy largely shares in this unanimity. Instead of re-examining their energy vision, the Greens have committed themselves to promoting energy poverty. In part, they've stayed the course because doing so has made them lots of money. The Environmental Defense Fund and the NRDC have a combined budget of nearly $384 million, for example. It's also the case that the renewable schemes they push tend to benefit financial elites like Michael Bloomberg, Tom Steyer, George Soros, and Jeff Bezos, who then plow millions into their organizations. Renewables projects, stimulated by tax breaks, have invited major banks to the trough. Warren Buffett infamously said that he would do whatever it legally takes to reduce Berkshire's tax rate. For example, on wind energy, we get a tax credit if we build a lot of wind farms. That's the only reason to build them. A recent study found that tax-motivated investors in today's renewable energy deals are typically a highly restricted set of the U.S.'s largest banks, insurance companies, and financial institutions who have been joined more recently by a handful of giant corporations like Google and Amazon. Those who reap the rewards of the tax breaks are also some of the biggest donors to climate change causes that back renewables-only policies. Green NGOs have also won their way into the halls of power. NRDC's former president, Gina McCarthy, currently serves as the first-ever climate advisor to the White House. The Academy and some of America's major press organs reliably support their agenda. And it's not as if the old guard has simply disappeared. Ralph Kavanaugh still plugs away at shutting down Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant in California, and Amory Lovins heads the Rocky Mountain Institute, teaches at Stanford with Paul Ehrlich, and enjoys broad regard for inspiring policies like Germany's Energiewende, which led to Germany closing several nuclear power plants. If the Greens were to walk back their position on energy in general and nuclear in particular, it would mean disaster for their legitimacy, their power, and their bank accounts. Yet the results of their victory have been calamitous. Last year in America, the shortcomings of green energy policy were on full display. During the 2021 Uri storm, Texas's $66 billion in renewable energy investments failed to perform in a time of crisis, which, when coupled with the poor market design of the grid, created blackouts. Hundreds died. Texas isn't the only one. Overbuilding renewables now breeds instability all over the American electric grid. A recent meeting of the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, the institution responsible for stewarding the grid in the middle of the country, homed in on the problems ambitious renewables build-outs create. One of MISO's vice presidents put the problem this way: we're seeing less predictable, dispatchable generation. We're seeing retirements, we're seeing forced outage rates increase in those assets we depend on to manage that increasing variability and volatility. So while volatility is increasing, our ability to deal with it is decreasing simultaneously. In other words, the all-renewables decarbonization plan adds volatility to energy portfolios, forces out reliable electricity generators, and destabilizes the grid. And by making us more reliant on weather-dependent energy, the environmental movement has made us more vulnerable to the weather patterns they warn climate change creates. Moreover, renewables have reversed their decarbonization aims by locking in natural gas and coal, while making America more dependent on the cheap coal China uses to make solar panels. Our current energy and food crises can be directly linked to the West's pursuit of fashionable green policies. Many of these problems are features, not bugs. The all-renewables dream was never about reducing greenhouse gases, but about entrenching energy poverty to halt population growth, so as to spare the environment. Nuclear energy offers a much better way forward, but America is not in a position to begin a massive nuclear build-out under current conditions. If we embarked on such a policy tomorrow, it would succeed only in discrediting nuclear for another half-century at least. What would it take to get us to where we could split atoms with ease? 1. Repeal moratoria. Lucky for us, this is underway. Just this year, West Virginia voted to repeal their moratorium on new nuclear. Illinois is considering the same. Many states with moratoria have coal fleets slated to retire. Repealing moratoria puts another option on the table for communities facing coal plant closures: repowering with nuclear plants. 2. Re-regulate and reform. The need for regulatory reform in general and safety reform in particular is obvious. We must abandon ALERA as a model. But we also have to reform the NRC, whose opaque, dawdling, and labyrinthine approval process has hamstrung the industry. We need fewer, clearer, and more sensible regulations. 3. Build abroad. Regulatory bloat and political opposition aren't the only problems facing nuclear. There's also a human capital problem. Our ability to churn out complex engineering projects has atrophied, much to nuclear's detriment. To remedy this, the United States and its allies must compete with the two leaders in global nuclear construction, Russia and China. By doing so, we can not only decarbonize, but bring greater prosperity to the world and strengthen our national engineering capacities. Finally, while the above measures are critical, they will all come to naught unless the environmental movement is dealt with. As long as it exists in its current anti-growth form, we will never build nuclear at scale in America, and neither will we tackle climate change. But if we can commit to confronting today's so-called environmentalists on the political and cultural fronts while preparing the transition from fossil to fission, then a radiant tomorrow awaits us. The American electrical grid can no longer be relied upon to supply the public with the power it needs to get through the day. In 2020, California saw brownouts caused by an overinvestment in renewables and an underinvestment in reliable power. The Golden State pays 80% more in electricity prices than the rest of the country. Texas's blackouts during the Uri ice storm a year later killed 700 Texans and cost the state hundreds of billions of dollars. In July of this year, the Texas regulator warned of potential energy shortages and asked residents to turn off major appliances to conserve energy. 4 blackouts now look to become more, not less, frequent in much of the country. The reasons for these incidents involve complex interactions between policy, physical infrastructure, politics, and culture. To understand how the grid fell into its current, fragile state, it is necessary to track how these shifts have altered its structure over its long history. At its advent, electricity meant progress. But what did progress mean? For many Americans, it meant a radical improvement of living conditions. Before electrification, in 1934, the average family without indoor plumbing had to devote over 300 hours a year to retrieving water and carrying it a cumulative distance exceeding 350 miles. With electricity, irons no longer scalded women's hands, children could read books from the library late into the night, factories could leave behind the dangerous systems of leather belts that kept their machines running. New Dealer and Texas Congressman Sam Rayburn knew what electrification would mean for his rural constituents. "I want my people out of the mud, and I want my people out of the dark." Electricity also linked the world with telegraphs, ticker tape, phonographs, and more. By the 1920s, radio became commercially available and quickly yoked the nation into a more homogeneous national culture. Traction companies, some of the first to sell electricity, built amusement parks featuring electrified attractions pebbled with light bulbs to balance their loads on nights and weekends. Electrification enabled such a radical departure from normal life that it inspired a deep sense of awe and wonder. When the brush company set up several 3,000-candle arc lights on the Wabash, Indiana, courthouse in 1880, the Wabash Plain dealer reported the public's response. People stood overwhelmed with awe, as if in the presence of the supernatural. The strange, weird light exceeded in power only by the sun rendered the square as light as midday. Men fell on their knees, groans uttered at the sight, and many were dumb with amazement. Electricity made progress palpable, undeniable, and seemingly inevitable. But progress also meant technocracy. The machines did not buy, sell, design, build, and oversee themselves. If some of the founding fathers had believed progress to mean a more just, more peaceful, and less hierarchical Republican society based on the consent of the governed, by the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century this vision had been largely replaced by a politically neutral, technocratic idea of progress whose goal was the continuing improvement of technology. No industry marked that transition more clearly or more profoundly than electricity. Its economies of scale, division of labor, necessary systemization, and overall intricacy required technocratic management for its overall success. In discussing the development of this new technocracy, historian David Nye observes that the electric utility industry's growth exemplified the confluence of several developments. The rise of managerial capitalism, the sustained sponsorship of industrial research, and the growth of national professional associations to keep members of an industrial group in constant contact and allow them to act in concert. A new managerial class thus arose in American society in parallel with the growth of its industrial behemoths in manufacturing, chemicals, oil, railroads, and electricity. In the electricity industry, managers and engineers were among the most organized, motivated, and tightly allied groups. These were men who believed that they could create a new world, but that they also knew how to control it. Technological achievement and technocratic management nourished a spirit of optimism and progressivism in the industry. The political and economic structure of the electricity industry solidified along with its new classes and its new ideology. After chaotic early years, the industry achieved regulated monopoly status, a move championed by industry visionary and Thomas Edison protege Samuel Insull. Regulated monopoly status meant that utility companies owned the generators, the transmission wires, and the distribution systems, the three fundamental components of every grid, and that they did not compete against one another. Within these territorial monopolies, regulation was meant to serve the financial interests of both utilities and consumers. Rate-making accounted for embedded costs incurred in constructing capital facilities. Prevailing regulation leveled the impact of rate changes on risk-averse retail customers, imposed on incumbent utilities an obligation to serve, and protected capital investment through assured cost recovery. The industry called this the regulatory compact. If they kept prices low and electricity reliable, then they were guaranteed profits, while charging customers for new power plants. Public utility commissions were mandated to keep utilities true to the compact's terms. But this arrangement also created a perverse incentive. Utilities made more by spending more. As one utility executive joked, "This is the only industry I've ever seen where you can increase your profits by redecorating your office." The post-war utility industry thus embodied both the merits and flaws of the Hamiltonian vision of political economy. In its managerial class, it had realized Hamilton's dream of an elite who saw its own interests as fused with those of the state. Further, this new elite had by private means raised the nation's powers for the common good, as Hamilton had hoped. But if Hamilton's gambit had also left the door open to a crooked batch of oligarchs that chafed against the American instinct for liberty, the managers and regulators of the electric industry repeated this error. Yet it would take decades for real backlash to build. The American consensus in the post-war era was built on the drive for greater consumption. Labor, business, and government agreed that the best way to stave off depression was to reconvert the American wartime economy to civilian production on a massive scale. Consumption thus possessed a civic, almost theological, weight in the decades following World War II. In a 1952 report, President Truman's Materials Policy Commission reflected this consensus when defining its first principle. We share the belief of the American people in the principle of growth. Granting that we cannot find any absolute reason for this belief, we admit that to our Western minds it seems preferable to any opposite, which to us implies stagnation and decay. Its second conviction, the free enterprise system, And its third, the shared destinies of non-communist countries, are likewise reflections of the post-war belief in economic growth and consumption. Some, like historian David Potter, have argued that Americans are a people of plenty, that material abundance is simply intrinsic to the national character of America. The post-war utilities agreed. Indeed, they saw themselves as the prime mover of this economic growth. In 1954, Electrical World, an industry trade publication founded in the 1880s, celebrated Light's Diamond Jubilee. The cover featured a portrait of Thomas Edison in profile, gazing toward the future, before a background image of the rings of an atom swirling around a light bulb nestled in the palm of a hand. In an interview celebrating Edison, the editors asked Charles E. Wilson, former president of General Electric and director of Defense Mobilization, if he still thought selling power was the future of the industry's success. Wilson responded that working in the power industry was a selling job. He argued that the industry was doing a wonderful job of selling living electrically. We've an American genius for developing new things for the home to use electricity and selling them to people. I think one of the things that made America was the spirit of keeping up with the Joneses. A few pages later, Walter Sammis, veteran utility president and head of the Edison Electric Institute, said that the electric industry has given people more comfort, more labor-saving devices, better health and better entertainment than in any other country. And Sammis was optimistic about continuing progress and growth in the industry's future. It's just going to get bigger and better all the time. Such overflowing confidence was natural, given the state of the industry, which was in the middle of a decades-long period of around 7% annual growth. Increase was so regular and thus load growth was so easy to predict that one utility manager joked, if you had a straight edge, you were a load forecaster. Utilities' success rested on two main pillars: their vertically integrated, regulated monopoly status and their special relationship with equipment manufacturers. Utilities could not compete against one another, but they could pit vendors like General Electric and Westinghouse against each other. Inspiring vendor competition became the linchpin of the grow and build strategy developed by Samuel Insull. Utilities believed new technology would provide greater efficiency at less cost, so they encouraged greater consumption of electricity to increase demand for power plants. This in turn allowed them to pick larger, more cutting-edge units from the vendors who were competing to provide them. Historian Richard Hirsch explains how the electrical utility industry benefited from these economies of scale. Because the new units generally had greater output ratings and were more thermally efficient, providing economies of scale and lower operating costs. And because the cost of the new equipment would be spread over a greater number of users and kilowatt hours, the expense of providing electricity declined as utilities produced more of it. Thus, growth drove down prices for customers. More demand meant more units meant more electricity meant lower costs. Hirsch notes that the genius of Insull's strategy lay in linking the interests of the utility companies, its investors, and equipment manufacturers with those of consumers. At this time, the industry adhered to a design-by-experience approach to increasing power plant size, which worked part and parcel with Insull's grow-and-build business strategy. Design by experience showcased the practical conservatism of engineers within the utility system. First, utilities would commission a novel technology of a given size. Once it had been tested in the field, they would commission something slightly bigger and better based on the previous model. Over time, gains in efficiency and output accumulated in tandem with engineering experience. This approach to expansion kept the industry on a progressive footing toward ever greater size and technological heights, while making sure that its ambitions never outstripped its capabilities. The results were astonishing. In the first 60 years of the industry, the thermal efficiency of power plants rose nearly tenfold and the consumer prices of electricity fell dramatically. The average resident paid about 22 cents in 1892 for a kilowatt hour. In 1932, that same unit cost 5.6 cents, 75% less. Adjusted for general cost of living increases, the price declined 86%. While the leaps were less remarkable in the post-war era, the industry still delivered huge amounts of cheap energy to a power-hungry nation. The country saw a nine-fold increase in electricity consumption between 1940 and 1970. And utilities' relationship with appliance manufacturers created a virtuous cycle. New devices that improved everyday life meant more demand for electricity, which meant more money for utilities and manufacturers alike. Utilities self-consciously promoted the idea of growth and rarely missed an opportunity to remind American consumers of the indispensable role their management played in delivering the American way of life. The 1950s saw America at the zenith of its transition from a nation based on the idea of freedom through small-scale production to one seeking prosperity through mass consumption. That is, from a vision of liberty to a vision of equality, however flawed. But starting in the mid-50s, cracks were beginning to show. First, while still at its apex, the industry no longer shepherded the top college graduates into its flock. Students had begun to migrate from the mature and unexciting world of electrical utilities toward fields that electricity had helped make possible: aerospace and electronics. One writer in Electrical World lamented that, despite all the good work utilities had historically done for engineering departments, the glamour industries, electronics, aerospace, computers, are always stealing the engineering recruits away. That observations like this regularly appeared in Electrical World even into the 1980s speaks to both the duration and severity of the industry's human capital problem. Another problem that reared its head was replacement of the design by experience approach to technological development with design by extrapolation. Manufacturers no longer waited for experience to accrue while observing how earlier machines operated in the field, but instead made abrupt jumps in design to the next stage. Suddenly, engineers ran into unforeseen difficulties that demanded expensive redesigns or repairs and encountered diminishing returns on turbine efficiency, which frustrated the traditional grow and build model. It did not help that utilities had begun to distance themselves from the research and development process, leaving them yet more vulnerable to surprises. The problem, as the president of Pennsylvania Power and Light saw it, was as simple as it was vexing. We hoped the new machines would run just like the old ones we're familiar with, and they sure as hell don't. But the leap to the extrapolation method didn't happen on its own. Ever-rising demand was bringing water into the boat. In 1955, the industry saw a staggering 17% growth in sales from the previous year. The immediate post-war decade saw an average annual growth rate of 10.8%. Even as growth moderated in the late 50s and 60s, there were still big spurts in several years. The explosion of demand in the late 1960s pushed utilities to the limits of their talents. Utilities typically thought a decade ahead. Their project lead times were lengthy, and they were not able to react quickly to rapid market changes. In addition, the industry had to rely on the timetables of capital-intensive and often sluggish suppliers. Coal mining companies needed to develop new mines, railroads to expand coal transportation capacity, and natural gas companies had to extend gas pipelines into new regions. Perhaps they could have adapted had demand not galloped so far ahead of their capacity. But as it was, the boom in electricity consumption wreaked havoc on the grid. Shortages and unreliability came in bursts. At the same time, manufacturers struggled to meet increasing demand from utilities. While the companies ordered equipment from manufacturers, a large backlog of requests for huge turbine generators from other companies, combined with delays occurring during construction of the plants, meant that some firms could not meet demand. Brownouts ran up and down the East Coast during oven-hot summers, damaging utilities' credibility as capable managers and driving up the demand for more generating units. After the 1965 Eastern Interconnection blackout, utilities had to form power pools and mind a 7 to 10% rule of thumb for capacity margins in order to maintain service reliability. But these power pools also increased the size of the power systems and so allowed smaller utility companies to commit to large units that they previously would have been unable to acquire. The Clean Air Act of 1970 also incentivized a shift from domestic to foreign oil, which at the time was less sulfur-intensive and thus less polluting than domestic oil. Meanwhile, nuclear optimism left generators with less coal in reserve. Thus, when OPEC began its oil embargo in 1973, it caught utilities at the worst imaginable time. Inflationary pressure was already hammering the economy, but rising fuel costs and collapsing demand for electricity occurred while the industry was implementing an expansion program geared to meet historical growth rates. Utilities took a scythe to planned expansion projects, which they wrote off as sunk costs. Between 1974 and 1978, 184 large generation plants, 250 megawatts or greater, were canceled, representing over 155,000 megawatts of new capacity, or about 1/4 of all electric capacity. The industry had found itself vulnerable, exposed, and overextended. Utilities faced a powerful legitimacy crisis and frightening balance sheets. Their grow and build strategy no longer delivered, and they had never contemplated an alternative. So the stage was set for a new consensus, forged on a contending vision of America, with different ideas about the structure of America's electricity system. Theos J. Thompson, a commissioner at the Atomic Energy Commission, expressed his faith in technological progress in the beginning of 1970, devotion to the idea of progress, that is social change and technological change leading to improvements in our quality of life, is one of the most fundamental precepts of the American philosophy of life. Thompson spoke these words at a symposium focused on Project Plowshare, a government program which involved detonating nuclear bombs underground to release natural gas. The project failed. It detonated its last bomb in Colorado in the spring of 1973, the year the idea of progress as technological prowess began to die. Hot on the heels of the tumultuous 1960s, amid the nationally syndicated horrors of the Vietnam War, America hurtled into stagflation, the collapse of the Keynesian consensus, and an energy crisis that shattered the received expectations of American life. A miasma of doubt and impotence set in. Christopher Lasch, writing at the close of the 1970s, summed up the pervasive sense of deflation and bafflement. Those who recently dreamed of world power now despair of governing the city of New York. Yet, in the midst of these crises, a new vision for the country was forged. After nearly a century of relentless technological and industrial optimism, a counterculture emerged against the centralizing and alienating technocracy that governed American life. Figures like Charles Reich, Theodore Roszak, Rachel Carson, Barry Commoner, Timothy Leary, Paul Ehrlich, and Amory and Hunter Lovins called into question the depth and extent of the mechanization and systematization of America. They tried to comprehend, for the individual and society, the deeper meaning of the spread of technological systems. These thinkers and the movement that emerged with them turned away from the vision of technological progress which guided men like Theos J. Thompson and demanded a return to the older idea of Republican progress proffered at the nation's founding. The results of their social investigations proved surprisingly unanimous. They drew from a common, if neglected, fund of American values: Jeffersonianism, small producerism, and a deeply rooted hostility to consolidated power. Many of these thinkers reinvigorated anti-human, Malthusian ideas as well. They warned that the industrial behemoths commissioned by the utilities had embrittled the nation's energy security through their dependence on foreign oil and their general energy intensity. More fundamentally, they bridled at the idea of energy abundance, believing that society should be reshaped to decrease energy use. Their remedy for the industrial and political problems posed by modern technology often featured a green republic, a decentralized utopia of organic, smallholder energy production systems that were reduced to a more human scale. And they longed for a return to the recent past of agrarian life in harmony with nature. This unconsciously suburban dream was informed by a genteel and sentimental pastoralism that conflated the natural world with childhood innocence. This is not to say their targets were blameless. Oil spills, suffocating smog, highly mechanized warfare, hobbled energy sovereignty, skyrocketing prices, and the other negative consequences, real or imagined, of industrialization inspired powerful feelings of resentment and betrayal in the American people. This sentiment was perhaps best expressed by the actress Betty Furness, known as the Lady from Westinghouse, who had been the face of the company's line of home appliances. "You gave us nylon but didn't tell us it melts. You gave us insect spray, but you didn't say it would kill the cat. You gave us plastic bags but didn't warn us that it could, and has killed babies. You gave us detergents, but didn't tell us they were polluting our rivers and streams. And you gave us the pill, but didn't tell us we were guinea pigs." The utilities, caught up in this cultural backlash with the rest of corporate America, responded the way any insular group of elites accustomed to getting its way responds. They dug in. And not out of ideology or instinct alone, outsiders had crossed the moat and were now interfering with the fundamentals of their business. Commentary by industry leaders of the time revealed this new defensiveness. A trade publication described a 15-month hearing in Wisconsin concerning rate structures as a murder trial, and Theodore J. Nagel, senior vice president of the American Electric Power Service Corporation, delicately argued that the public did not have the expertise to understand the utility business. A specialized technical activity such as power system planning cannot be carried out in an open forum or in the atmosphere of a town hall. This means that the entire intervention process needs to be circumscribed by certain rules, so that its duration and scope are limited and the issues raised are relevant to the matter at hand. The alternative can be nothing less than confusion and chaos. Vendors resented the public backlash as well. Gordon Hurlburt, president of Westinghouse's Power Systems Company, urged utility executives to fight back against all the stop-progress deep thinkers and uneducated and uninformed doltists who tried to rein in utilities and stop the development of the fast-breeder nuclear reactor. Hurlburt advocated a scorched earth, nuclear power or no power strategy and urged utility executives to go on the rhetorical offensive. We are men who know that there is a direct relationship between available, affordable energy and the economic health of the nation and the world. We know that kilowatts can be converted to bread and heat and infinite forms of useful work. But we have sat quietly while that same energy has been decried as a polluter, a luxury, and a ripoff. Just shy of 2 weeks after Hurlburt published this Jeremiad, the 3 Mile Island incident happened. And though no one was harmed and the other reactor at the plant ran without incident until 2019, the fumbling callousness with which the industry responded depleted what little political capital it had in reserve. Whatever the merits of Nagel and Hurlburt's arguments, the tide of public opinion turned toward counterculture intellectuals and away from utility elites. In July of 1979, Jimmy Carter addressed the American people from the Oval Office. Fresh off a period of reflection, during which he spoke with private citizens, labor leaders, and business leaders, as well as thinkers like Christopher Lasch and Daniel Bell, Carter gave his infamous crisis of confidence speech. The president laid out what he saw as the fundamental issue facing the country. Not the energy crisis per se, but an erosion of our confidence in the future that was threatening to destroy the social and the political fabric of America. Americans had always believed in progress, that tomorrow would be better than today, and that their children would see advances that they could only dream of. But, Carter said, too many Americans now worshipped self-indulgence and consumption. And this valorization of consumption had reached the point where human identity is no longer defined by what one does, but by what one owns. Yet consumption had failed to satisfy our yearning for meaning. We've learned, Carter told America, that piling up material goods cannot fill the emptiness of lives which have no confidence or purpose. With these words, Carter rejected nearly 50 years of civic consumerism and invoked older ideals of self-sufficiency and thrift in opposition to growth and abundance. And the American people resented him for it. But Carter tried to walk the walk. The changes made to the electricity system during his tenure would redound for the next half-century. The ideological shift that took root in the 1970s focused on energy conservation, efficiency, and smallness. Amory Lovins, a wunderkind coal consultant and energy analyst, served as the leader of the energy efficiency and conservation movement and maintained a close relationship with Malthusian, anti-nuclear environmental groups like Friends of the Earth, the Natural Resources Defense Council, and the Sierra Club. In the wake of the energy crises of the mid-20th century, Lovins believed that America's electricity grid was reliable, but not resilient. Utilities may have dumped tons of money into gargantuan oil, coal, and nuclear power plants, but they all failed during the 1965 blackout, hurt consumers during the OPEC crisis, and remained vulnerable both to systemic shocks and to the interests of the small elite that controlled them, to cartels, mistakes, oligopolies, unions, saboteurs, bureaucrats, acts of God, and acts of Congress. Unions especially seemed to trouble him. Instead, America needed to redesign its electrical grid in order to return more control to local communities. Biomass facilities, wind turbines, and solar farms would provide America with the decentralized resilience it so sorely lacked. Such a transition to a benign, resilient, and sustainable energy system would take a long time, perhaps 50 years, he admitted. But the real danger lay in not embarking upon it soon enough. The alternative, the ever more electrified, centralized, large-scale, and vulnerable system that we have been unthinkingly weaving into our lives, would ensure ever larger, more frequent, and less reparable failures. Our real problem was too much energy, he insisted. We needed, instead, to return to an elegant frugality that valued energy conservation over production. The most valuable form of energy in the world, to Lovins, was energy unspent. Lovins was a persuasive and relentless promoter of his own ideas, which caught on and quickly became part of the new consensus. These prescriptions also dovetailed with the general direction of national policy at the time toward smaller-scale electrical production. President Carter had met with Lovins in 1977 and signed the Public Utility Regulatory Policy Act, PURPA, in 1978, a watershed moment in utility history. The most consequential aspect of the PURPA was Section 210, a seemingly small provision in the legislation involving qualifying facilities, QFs, which were industrial companies that produced electricity as a byproduct of industrial operation. Rather than waste this excess electricity, Carter wanted to harness it to improve overall energy efficiency. Section 210 permitted QFs to avoid Securities and Exchange Commission registration and to access preferential financing terms, allowed them to be paid a utility's incremental cost of building a new generator, and helped them compete against established utility monopolies by opening wires to QFs. Utilities tried to resist, but it was too late. Independent generators fought any legal challenges from the utilities, of course, but the strongest pressure came from heavy industry, which sought lower energy costs and a larger, more competitive set of suppliers. They successfully lobbied for the option to enjoy the inexpensive power from independent generators and avoid the high costs of utilities over budget reactors. As a result of their efforts, industrial electricity costs fell 35% by 1994 from their 1982 peak. Once in place, Section 210 saw American cogeneration capacity nearly quadruple between 1979 and 1992. The utilities now found themselves exposed to competition, however small. Conflict over utilities and utility markets was not confined to the federal level. One standout tribune for the new consensus was Jerry Brown, who won the governorship of California at the age of 37 in 1975. A dynastic product of an oil-rich family with ties to the mass-murdering, CIA-backed Indonesian national oil industry, Brown had the anti-nuclear, energy-skeptic bona fides any counterculturalist could dream of. He was an ardent opponent of the Diablo Canyon and San Onofre nuclear plants, and he allegedly popularized E.F. Schumacher's phrase "small is beautiful" in American politics. Believing that new technologies did not always improve living standards, Brown also created a state office of appropriate technology for stimulating approaches toward more individualism and more self-independence. He appointed activist politicians, economists, and scientists as the original 5 commissioners of the California Energy Commission, a governmental outgrowth of environmentalists' response to the OPEC embargo that Ronald Reagan had reluctantly signed into law. Brown also seized on the opportunities PURPA presented. At the time, the Golden State expected so much electricity demand by 2000 that it supported the construction of new generators able to produce an additional 150,000 megawatts of power. To make sure QFs, particularly solar, wind, and biomass plants, supplied some of this demand, Brown's appointees blocked legacy utilities from building many larger plants and drew up contracts with QFs. In doing so, they laid the foundation for major changes that would alter California and the nation over the coming decades, especially as electricity restructuring gained momentum. In 1973, courts decided what would become a landmark case in antitrust law and would make way for the introduction of competition into electricity markets. Otter Tail Power Company had refused to will power from federal hydroelectric dams to communities in the Dakotas and Minnesota. On behalf of these communities, the Department of Justice filed suit against Otter Tail and was ultimately victorious. The Supreme Court ruled that Otter Tail's distribution monopoly stamped out competition and had violated the Sherman Act. Otter Tail had to serve these communities with electricity from municipal power whether it wanted to or not. Utilities recognized this as a threat to their grip on transmission wires and fought the decision, but they failed. With the door to competition cracked open, a vision of more competitive electricity markets would materialize over the following decades. In the late 1970s, PURPA inched the opening still wider, but the real changes were to unfold nearer to the end of the century. By the Reagan years, growth phobia had simmered down from the boil of the 1970s. Utility elites had also internalized some of the conservationist shifts in policy and vision from that decade. But while growth had returned, the aversion toward bigness remained, as did the resistance to the Fordist era of major corporations. The new consensus anchored itself in open markets, marginal price theory, globalization, and devotion to the discipline that competition allegedly enforces. Lean, mean, and just-in-time were the new aspirations. The idea of progress was back, but it flew exclusively under the banner of free enterprise. It was in this milieu that a comprehensive vision for competition in energy markets arrived. The deregulation movement that emerged in the late 1970s had met with success in the airline, railroad, and trucking industries, and Reagan administration economists wanted to know if the same could be possible for electricity. 2 economists from MIT, Paul Josko and Richard Schmalensee, heeded the call and published their seminal work Markets for Power in 1983. Their general premise was that utility monopolies could be unbundled. Power plants could be divorced from wires and poles, which they still considered a natural monopoly, and would then bid into an electricity spot market to supply the grid with energy. What Josko and Schmalensee imagined in theory would in broad strokes become reality after subsequent reforms of the industry. Over the course of the 1990s, from the Energy Policy Act of 1992 to a series of orders by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission (FERC), encouraging the formation of competitive electricity markets, America would begin to restructure its electricity system. Eventually, large swaths of the country would merge into regional transmission organizations, RTOs. The RTO functions as a day-ahead auction house wherein plants bid to satisfy demand. Generally, the clearing price gets set by the highest bid and then goes to all the other accepted bidders. The exception to this comes when the transmission grid in an area of high consumer demand is unable to receive imports from elsewhere, in which case a higher price prevails in that congested area. RTO auctions are overseen by independent system operators, ISOs, nonprofit organizations that act as the grid's traffic controllers and serve as neutral arbiters, lacking traditional utilities' natural preferences for their own generation. ISOs do not make energy policy. It is their duty to take the various policies from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission and the states while maintaining reliability. The drive for deregulation featured a bipartisanship rarely seen in Washington. It was supported, on the one hand, by Greens like the Natural Resources Defense Council's Ralph Kavanaugh and the Rocky Mountain Institute's Amory Lovins, and on the other by economists like Paul Josko, Fred Schwepp, and William Hogan. Disagreements abounded between these groups, including disagreement about the ultimate purpose of reform. The Greens wanted more wind and solar on the grid. The economists wanted greater economic efficiency and thus lower prices. But both saw spot markets as a vital tool for dissolving the market power of utilities. But the major player in this reform was Enron, which relied on a combination of open markets and market opacity to make its arbitrage services profitable. Enron spent millions on lobbying and political campaigns in support of deregulation. Lobbyists on its payroll included former FERC commissioners and White House counsels. The company was the largest donor to George W. Bush's entire political career, and Enron CEO Kenneth Lay was the only executive who got a private audience with Vice President Cheney to discuss energy policy. Electricity deregulation happened not only because there was sufficient consensus, but because Enron had the political and financial muscle to make it happen. Yet the policy vision for deregulation was built on sand. Energy policy historian Steve Isser comments that the argument for electricity retail markets was made with little analysis. The primary evidence mustered came from overly sunny reports churned out by Koch-funded NGOs. Supporters also relied on a perhaps willfully shallow understanding of the UK's experience with electricity deregulation and assumed one-to-one institutional parity between Britain and America. Finally, argues Isser, the electricity deregulation movement seemed to assume that natural gas would stay cheap forever. It did not. Jeremiah Lambert points out that FERC also ignored the crucial differences between gas and electricity deregulation. Unlike gas, electricity must be used in milliseconds. Transportation is difficult, storage even more so. Electricity prices are also more volatile and, at times of peak load or scarcity, Lambert writes, open to manipulation by aggressive market actors. But deregulation prevailed regardless. The proving ground for this stew of policies was California, which featured the perfect confluence of interests to make it a pioneer in restructuring. In the mid-1990s, the California Public Utility Commission and the state legislature embarked on the project of creating a competitive electricity market. The result was a system in which all the players, from the utilities to the Greens to Enron, got what they wanted. A witness at congressional hearings years later would describe the market design adopted by California as a recipe for disaster. Paul Josko deemed it the most complicated set of wholesale electricity market institutions ever created on Earth and with which there was no real-world experience. The California market was spoiling for exploitation, and that's exactly what it got. Toward the end of the 1990s, Enron started to test the California market for weaknesses. Demand for electricity was inelastic. People prefer turning the light on to blackouts, which created opportunities for sellers to drive up the price. Around the same time, Enron's tricky accounting maneuvers and failed investments began to catch up with it. The company had lost nearly $12 billion. Ken Lay thus saw in the California market a money-making opportunity that he couldn't afford to pass up. Led by Tim Belden, Enron's West Coast traders began to unleash a series of colorfully named arbitrage exploits: Ricochet, Fat Boy, Get Shorty, and Death Star. to extract as much money from the California market as they could. As a result, Belden's trading unit saw its revenues rise from $50 million in 1999 to $800 million in 2001. The situation exploded in 2000, when a spring heat wave hit California. The ISO, however, could not demand that merchant generators fire up plants to maintain reliability, and the resulting supply problem created a profitable window for Belden's raiders. As the ISO declared escalating states of emergency and found itself in the painful position of having to buy electricity at any price just to keep the grid running. Belden's team made Enron nearly a quarter of its profits that year. The gains were so outlandish that the company buried them in its books to dodge potential backlash. Meanwhile, California saw rolling blackouts and watched its electricity costs increase by $20 billion over the course of a year. Enron was siphoning vast profits from the California grid without ever having owned a single power plant in the state. Years later, FERC found the time to investigate what had happened in California and discovered that withholding generation, strategic bidding, and the artificial escalation of natural gas prices were the big culprits. The California experience had cooled the fever for deregulation, and many other states halted their transition to competitive electricity markets. Traditional utilities still exist within and without RTOs. But while FERC has grown some teeth since the Enron days, and things have been relatively serene for a number of years, concerns still hang in the background. In an interview in 2019, Josko noticed that the massive build-out in renewables was free-riding on the fossil fuel fleet. These fossil plants were getting paid enough to cover their operating costs, but not much in the way of covering what would have been their ongoing capital costs. They're exiting the market slowly. At some point, enough will exit the market where this issue is going to have to be confronted, he said. The current structure is unlikely to work. In May of this year, FERC Commissioner Mark Christie said that the country was headed for a reliability crisis. A report from the North American Electric Reliability Corporation declared that the Central and Upper Midwest, Texas, and California were staring down the barrel of blackouts. As of early July 2022, these blackouts have yet to materialize, but grid fragility in the Midwest appears especially entrenched. What Josko feared in 2019 has come to fruition, and it was, in large part, the markets that brought us here. In the hope of forcing an energy transition, many states have committed themselves to massive renewables build-outs. The spot markets have been conducive to this effort. 80% of the renewables in America sit in RTO areas, because they were designed to onboard smaller generators. With America awash in cheap natural gas since the shale boom, reliability problems were largely solved by just-in-time natural gas's ability to ramp up supply when renewables dropped off the grid. On the whole, fossil fuel industry groups like the American Petroleum Institute (API) have been more honest and enthusiastic about this collaboration than green organizations such as the Sierra Club and the Natural Resources Defense Council, probably because it would undermine the latter's credibility and call into question their electricity market boosterism. But the impact of heavily subsidized renewables coupled with cheap natural gas forced traditional, reliable plants out of the market and made the entire system more reliant on a single fuel source, natural gas, for reliability. Renewables, which can bid into the negative, force down the clearing price in day-ahead markets and make it difficult for bigger power plants to compete. In some cases, renewable energy trade groups and the API have bragged about this dynamic. They see it as a David and Goliath story. Small generators take on the corrupt monopoly utilities and their big power plants, chopping them down with greater efficiency and competition. This narrative conveniently ignores the ways in which green policy initiatives have incentivized utilities to ditch their low-cost, reliable, and depreciating power plants in favor of renewables and natural gas, and have thus made David and Goliath brothers beneath the skin. Part of the difficulty in maintaining reliability within markets is that ISOs cannot demand that power plants weatherize, store fuel, or remain on deck to keep the system going. That would bolster the market power of traditional plants which provide the baseload power that ensures reliability. In other words, it would be market favoritism. Instead, Arcane and kludgy seasonal capacity auctions have been contrived in the hope of solving reliability issues, with limited success and with great resentment among everyone involved. In the case of the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, MISO, where the fragility is particularly acute, the Independent Market Monitor said that recent capacity auction results to get the region through the summer are the outcome we've been worried about for a decade. MISO is now facing serious capacity shortfalls that leave the region, especially its northern half, vulnerable to blackouts. capacity prices cleared at a mere $5 per megawatt per day during MISO's 2021 planning resource auction. A year later, however, the price soared to $236 per megawatt per day. Large fluctuations like this make it nearly impossible for anyone to make long-term decisions about keeping their power plants running. Eventually, it is easier for nuclear and coal plants to close up shop. MISO has lost 3,200 megawatts to plant retirements in the last year, and it expects increasing shortfalls in the coming years: 1,230 megawatts this year, 2,600 next year, and 10,900 by 2027. A shortfall as great as the electricity use of the entire state of Minnesota. To add more uncertainty, in MISO's capacity auctions, wind gets accreditation at about 15% of its installed capacity and solar at 50%. This allows MISO to add wind and solar into its firm category of energy. But wind and solar are neither reliable nor dispatchable. So MISO is now reliant on 6 gigawatts of phantom firm capacity that may or may not actually be there when they need it most. New York's independent system operator, NYISO, faces a similar problem. The state has aggressively pursued the green vision for decarbonization: close profitable nuclear plants, phase out fossil fuels, and build out renewables. But on July 1st of this year, NYISO announced that the system was already close to minimum reliability requirements and warned of potential systemic risks. While the state's bulk electric system meets current reliability requirements, risks to reliability and system resilience remain. NYISO's Power Trends report for 2022 revealed that the New York grid's installed reserve margin dropped from 20.7% to 19.6% over the last year. The grid operator also pointed out that in order to reach New York's climate goal of a carbon-free grid by 2040, 10% of the state's generation will have to come from resources that are not commercially available at this time. Texas, California, and ISO New England all face the same issues, and all of these regions are also building out massive amounts of wind and solar. Meanwhile, electricity prices in RTO areas are rocketing upward all over the country, in some places by as much as 233%. Electricity markets are no longer delivering cheap kilowatts, though there is significant doubt that they ever saved customers money in the first place. In Shorting the Grid, the hidden fragility of our electric grid, Meredith Angwin surveys the literature on prices in RTO areas and finds that all of these works note an increase in price in RTOs, though few argue that RTOs were to blame. None of the literature she consulted, however, argued that RTOs saved money for the customer. A report from the Massachusetts Attorney General's office revealed that the residential market for electricity has not saved customers in the state money. Even worse, the difficulty of keeping up with renewables is wearing out the component parts of traditional power plants at a time when their shoulder season for repairs has begun to disappear, due to the advent of hotter springs. And the lack of system-wide thinking has left RTO areas vulnerable to what Angwin calls the fatal trifecta: an overdependence on imports, just-in-time natural gas, and renewables. What began as a drive to make room for the little guy and reduce prices through decentralization has instead resulted in a Byzantine system of rules and regulations overseen by the federal government and negotiated by insiders far from the public eye. Deregulation has thus ironically succeeded at entrenching unaccountability. The grid is now more fragile, more expensive, and more opaque. And whatever gains in emissions reductions the overcommitment to renewables has achieved since 2005 have been overwhelmed by this year's global coal resurgence. It is not clear how the grid can be fixed. The rules governing it grow more arcane by the day. Various universities, utilities, NGOs, major financial institutions, politicians, and industry interests have too much at stake to turn back now. FERC wants to create more and bigger electricity markets. And those who deal in quick fixes like delusional transmission build-outs, hypothetical black box modeling, or various other wonkish tabletop role-playing games, ceased being honest brokers long ago. The political force that could meet the challenge of fixing the American grid would have to be both powerful enough and competent enough to achieve its aims. If there were such a political force, it would start by terminating the investment and production tax credits given to wind and solar, which would clear up price signals and halt the accumulation of entropy on the grid. Next, it would allow more straightforward capacity planning, valuing overall system integrity more than artificial market fairness, including but not limited to storing fuel on-site. At the state level, it would only allow utilities to recover the accredited capacity of any plant, which would disincentivize them from investing in unreliable resources that cannot perform most of the time. Such policy changes would mark at least the beginning of a move toward a more reliable electricity grid. Yet those who once dreamt of ruling the nation now despair of governing Kenosha, Wisconsin. Instead, we look across the Pacific to Australia, a nation which is further along this trajectory than we are and which has shut down its spot market operations due to the same perverse dynamics, and wonder how much more pain is required. Today, a growing number of voices call for a new American consensus that looks more like the corporatist world of the New Deal and post-World War II decades. Arguments for industrial policy, countervailing union power, and a new elite more tethered to the public interest pervade outlets left and right. If our present ambitions are to be modeled off this bygone era, however, then it would behoove us to investigate the lives and legacies of the men who made it so. David E. Lilienthal was one of them. He spearheaded the Tennessee Valley Authority, served as first chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission, and tried his hand at international development. Once a titan in the public sphere, biographies of Lilienthal have gone out of print, as have his own published works. But Lilienthal deserves a second look, as he embodies the New Deal era's greatest successes and aspirations, as well as its most troubling failures and missteps. David Eli Lilienthal was born at the very close of the 19th century in the residential quarters at the back of his family's grocery store and haberdashery in Morton, Illinois. His parents, immigrants Leo Lilienthal and Minna Rosnack, had arrived in the American Midwest when the region was, in the words of historian John K. Locke, the most advanced democratic society that the world had seen to date. The Lilienthals benefited greatly from the Midwest's ingrained pluralism, a rarity for Jews anywhere at the time Lilienthal could recall. No single instance of exclusion or hindrance because of my being a Jew, even though his hometown of Valparaiso, Indiana, was homogeneous majority Protestant with a small sliver of Catholics. His was a happy, petit bourgeois childhood shared on equal footing with his peers. The Midwest's deep civic republicanism formed Lilienthal's character in profound ways. Having been settled by yeoman farmers eager to escape the yokes of either old-world feudalism or the haughty pretensions that clouded New England, the Midwest had, from the Northwest Ordinance onward, inculcated its inhabitants with Republican political virtues through a variety of educational and civic associations. These traditions and habits only deepened after the Civil War as the Midwest became aware of itself as a specific region distinct from the South and the Northeast. Lilienthal's boyhood to his adolescence to college years saw him fully steeped in the Midwestern way of life. "I regard myself as a Hoosier," he mused in 1970. "I bear the mark of a boyhood and young manhood in Indiana and the Middle West more than any other place I have lived and worked." Throughout his youth, a parade of prairie politicos would sweep through Valparaiso. William Jennings Bryan, Eugene Debs, Clarence Darrow, and Wisconsin Governor Robert A. La Follette, whose son's gubernatorial administration Lilienthal would join as an adult, all made stops. A local progressive factory owner, James McGill, whom Lilienthal saw as a second father, introduced him to progressive thought. An aunt with whom Lilienthal was close awakened him to a more radical socialist approach to politics. Lilienthal displayed an early concern for the little guy, as evidenced by his speeches and essays as a boy. His sympathy for the labor movement waxed following his entry into DePauw University, where he would meet his wife, Helen, and from which he graduated Phi Beta Kappa. One summer, Lilienthal worked grueling manual labor jobs that exposed him to the brutality of industrial work. Another summer job for the Gary Tribune opened his eyes to the unfairness and cruelty of life in a company town. After graduating college, he would attend Harvard Law School, where he found himself under the wing of Felix Frankfurter and, eventually, Louis Brandeis. Labor law beckoned. As a young labor lawyer, Lilienthal performed well, but a different fight called to him. He was quickly drafted into the ranks of Midwestern progressives battling powerful monopolies. Previously, Midwesterners had defended their yeoman Republican lives from the railroads. Now, the major electric utilities became a new threat. It was an enormous fight over the cutting-edge technology of the time and its social consequences. Lilienthal performed so well here, soon working on Supreme Court cases, that he drew the eye of progressive Republican Philip La Follette in Wisconsin, who was making a bid to reclaim his father's governorship. La Follette wanted to take on the utilities. He was certain they were cheating consumers. He needed a young, aggressive lawyer to head up his Public Service Commission, PSC. Lilienthal was his man. In his fights against Wisconsin's utility industry, Lilienthal would display in equal measure his brilliance and character defects. Lilienthal expanded the PSC staff and launched aggressive investigations into utilities rate structures. He took his mandate to stick up for Wisconsin consumers seriously and worked himself to the brink of collapse for their benefit. For over 500,000 of them, he won $3 million in reductions. But Lilienthal's drive also proved a liability. Arrogant and combative, he often spoiled opportunities for compromise that may have otherwise soothed the political landscape, allowing for better and more productive relations between industry and the state government. His attempt to force AT&T's Wisconsin Telephone Company into a one-year, 12.5% rate reduction failed in the state's courts, and he left a bitter taste in the mouths of colleagues and opponents alike. In scrapping with Wisconsin's utilities, Lilienthal began to shift his ideological position away from the yeoman democratic impulses of his upbringing and more toward expert-led technocracy. He often despaired of democratic interference with the job he had to do. Often, his private writings despaired of the citizens themselves, and he grew skeptical of the will of the middle and working classes to defend their own interests. In many ways, he assumed the citizenry was unorganized, passive, and helpless in the face of private privilege. In the words of one biographer, his sense of duty as an active, informed, and paternalistic regulator was premised on this newfound pessimism. This tension would appear again and again in both his life and work. It also underscored a major difficulty with progressive liberalism itself. What relationship did the state and unelected officials have with democracy as such? Regardless, the battles in Wisconsin had proven that Lilienthal was ready for higher stakes. The national stage was laid out before him by Frankfurter, Brandeis, and public power veteran Senator George Norris of Nebraska. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt would give Lilienthal a starring role in one of his most ambitious projects. It would change Lilienthal and America forever. The American utility industry was born in New York, financed in New York, manufactured in New York, and headquartered its pyramidal holding companies in New York. Across the Niagara, meanwhile, Canada's public hydropower supplied better rates with fewer financial and political headaches. As governor of New York, FDR spent considerable time researching the power question, but failed to realize the dream of public power. The industry was too powerful to take on from Albany, but fortunes were about to change for the utility industry. Once the Great Depression hit, utilities foundered like every other business. But the industry's Achilles heel was the mistake of pushing ownership on consumers through the sale of non-voting stock used to prop up its holding companies. People lost their money, and the industry lost goodwill in equal measure. The industry would lose more still. A penetrating, several-year investigation by the Federal Trade Commission would reveal that the industry mouthpiece known as the National Electric Light Association had used industry money to pursue a national propaganda campaign larger than has ever been conducted except possibly by governments in wartime. The FTC's investigation confirmed the American public's suspicion that large monopolies were little more than insidious cabals crewed by self-serving manipulators. Worse still, utilities had charged their customers for NAILA salaries and operations. The scandal forced NAILA to change its name to the Edison Electrical Institute and sullied what was left of the utility industry's good name. By the time FDR hit the campaign trail, the industry was on the ropes. And it still had a major weakness: rural electrification. The business dynamics of the utility industry aligned perfectly with densely populated areas where it could extract rates from large numbers of consumers whose power needs grew daily. This same alignment of interests didn't play out in a rural setting with fewer customers per power line. Utilities weren't insensitive to the problem. They partnered with land-grant colleges and conducted studies on how best to solve the rural power challenge. But their inability to achieve meaningful results left them open to FDR's attack. In 1932, while campaigning in Portland, Oregon, FDR laid into the utility industry and put public power at the forefront of his agenda. He spelled out his desire for regional public power entities that would serve as a national yardstick to prevent extortion against the public and to encourage the wider use of that servant of the people, electric power. Roosevelt knew the industry would marshal the whole of its forces to stop him, so he threw down the gauntlet. To the people of this country, I have but one answer on this subject. Judge me by the enemies I have made. Judge me by the selfish purposes of these utility leaders who have talked of radicalism while they were selling watered stock to the people and using our schools to deceive the coming generation. The crowd roared. As part of his whirlwind first 100 days, FDR passed the Tennessee Valley Authority Act and tapped the brilliant hydraulic engineer and president of Antioch College, Arthur Morgan, as one of 3 chairmen to run it. FDR's plan was characteristically fuzzy. When asked, the president said that it's neither fish nor fowl. But whatever it is, it will taste awfully good to the people of the Tennessee Valley. In brief, TVA was to have agricultural work, hydrodamming and navigation works, and public power welded into a single project. The president deputized Arthur Morgan to manage the hydro division and to select 2 additional directors who would handle the authority's other 2 arms. Harcourt Morgan, no relation, was an obvious choice for agriculture. He, too, was a college president and agricultural scientist who had earned a warm reputation across the agrarian South despite his Canadian extraction. But who would head the power division? Most of the lawyers in the utility scene were too aggressive for Arthur Morgan's taste, but the young David Lilienthal came with commendations from none other than Justice Brandeis. Lilienthal had been eyeing the news of the TVA with skepticism. The federal government was getting into the power business, in the South no less. It occurred to me that the stories were mere dope stories, he wrote in his journal, and I couldn't see how I would fit into such a picture at all. Nevertheless, he met Arthur Morgan for an interview in Chicago at the Palmer House. When offered the job, Lilienthal balked. He told Morgan that he wasn't a Southerner. He was 10 years too young for the job and had no experience with large-scale engineering projects. Morgan gave him a week to make his final decision. Returning to Madison, La Follette told him to take the job. Any kind of a success in it would stamp a man for life. That was all Lilienthal needed to hear. A 33-year-old Lilienthal stepped off the train in Knoxville, Tennessee, a month later. The TVA was but a scattering of offices across the city plus a room in the Willard Hotel. Few employees had been paid at all. A sense of tension and uncertainty blanketed the undertaking. The first meeting between the chairmen, an 8-hour marathon lorded over by Arthur Morgan, did little to raise morale. Arthur Morgan's domineering approach succeeded only in aligning Harcourt Morgan and Lilienthal against him, a dynamic that endured throughout Arthur's tenure as chairman. While fundamentally we may be in agreement, there was some difference of opinion as to tactics and strategy expressed as between myself and Chairman Morgan, with Harcourt Morgan acting as a mediator, Lilienthal wrote in his journal. This will require working out. The working out never occurred. The tension between Arthur Morgan and Lilienthal would nearly sunder the enterprise. Arthur Morgan and David Lilienthal were too alike in character, too dissimilar in that character's expression, and too divergent in their aims to cooperate. Both men had petty, arrogant streaks that dimmed their judgment. Morgan was a progressive moralist and elitist who veered toward tyranny and impracticality. He saw the TVA as not primarily a dam-building program, a fertilizer job or power transmission job, but a designed and planned social and economic order. Driven by a puritanical zeal coupled with a penchant for benevolent paternalism and eugenicist thinking, Morgan envisioned ambitious educational projects, considered introducing local currency, wanted his valley dwellers to abstain from alcohol and tobacco, and intended to dispossess farmers who failed to apply sound agricultural practices. On the other hand, Lilienthal was a happy warrior who cared little for uplift. Welfare work and economic revision are two different things. I don't have much confidence in the first, he wrote. Lilienthal's job, as he understood it, was to make the TVA's public power provision a reality by means cunning and propagandistic if need be. Arthur Morgan often read Lilienthal's negotiation tactics and public persona as dishonest and political, whereas Lilienthal believed his maneuvers put the TVA in a better position in the eyes of the public and at the bargaining table with utilities. While both men believed in technocratic management for the public good, Morgan thought such a goal could be apolitically realized between experts, including the utility industry itself. Lilienthal, his rapier whetted in combat in Wisconsin, disagreed. If Arthur Morgan's sensibilities bent him toward cooperation, Lilienthal's pitched him toward competition with the utility industry. In any event, the region's poor farmers had to be convinced of public power, and Lilienthal brought them the good news. From 1933 onward, he gave dozens of public speeches, interviews, and radio broadcasts in support of the TVA. He understood that without public buy-in, the project would never happen. And to secure that buy-in, he relied on propagandizing against the utilities, making much use of Roosevelt's yardstick idea. He promised that the TVA would do what many Southern utilities thought improbable at the time: to increase consumption as a means for lowering power prices. Could the TVA do it? There was no way to know, but Lilienthal was determined. Besides, it was what the public wanted to hear. So successful was he in winning hearts and minds that when the TVA sent out a mailer asking for citizen feedback, it received responses like this: "The Power Trust has done more to sap the vitality of the nation than the hookworm. And I would rather be the most humble worker for the TVA and do all I could for humanity for a few short years and die than to be the whole Power Trust and wiggle in its hookworm slime for 1,000,000 years." Nothing made Lilienthal happier. "I'm having the time of my life," he wrote a friend. Without Lilienthal's risk tolerance and sustained full-court press, the project would likely have never succeeded. Yet with tensions high on the board, the TVA struggled mightily to get into the power business. Wendell Willkie, the president of the Utility Commonwealth and Southern, CNS, whose territory the TVA most threatened, drove the wedge between the board further. A fellow whose Willkie was Lilienthal's perfect nemesis. Whereas Lilienthal cut his teeth in labor law and as a utility regulator, Willkie emerged from the courts having championed private business in general and the utility industry in particular. He played up his folksiness, he pronounced power as par, and equaled Lilienthal in rhetorical skill. The TVA touches 7 states and drains the nation. As president of CNS, Willkie was a young gun who became a tribune for the industry as a whole in its fight against the Roosevelt administration's encroachments. Willkie's point was clear. The federal government had no business in the power sector, and even less business trying to put his company out of business. Public power had to be cut off at the pass by confining the TVA's area of operations. Lilienthal bucked all attempts at containing the project. He wanted to make the TVA as threatening as possible to the power industry. In his mind, the question wasn't, where could the TVA sell power? But, where couldn't it sell power? Frustratingly for him, Willkie had leverage. CNS was one of the only customers the TVA had at the start. Without revenues from that deal, the TVA would burn through cash and credibility it did not yet have. Both sides came to an agreement on January 4, 1934, to re-up on the deal. But what appeared as a truce was little more than a ceasefire. Lilienthal and Willkie would be back at the barricades soon enough. Meanwhile, legal challenges beset the authority from the beginning and would not let up for several years. By 1937, 34 suits had been filed against the TVA, with over 100 others challenging related parts of the administration's public power and utility reform efforts. Reflecting on the turmoil in 1938, one staffer lamented, "Almost from the beginning, we have been living in the court and have suffered from everything such a status implies. The authority had neither the legal staff, the stenographers, nor the legal library to handle the onslaught." Lilienthal snapped into action, hiring a roster of legal talent, many of whom shared Lilienthal's Harvard mentor Felix Frankfurter. Lilienthal's eye for good talent and a hands-off approach to leadership would become a hallmark of his career. The first major constitutional challenge came in the fall of 1934 when George Ashwander and 13 fellow holders of the Alabama Power Company's APC preferred stock filed a suit in Alabama to enjoin the company from going through with the January 4th contract with the TVA. In other words, preferred stockholders were trying to keep APC from obeying a deal worked out by the president of its parent company, Commonwealth and Southern, one Mr. Wendell Willkie. The Edison Electric Institute, then helmed by Willkie, also bankrolled Ashwander's legal efforts. Lilienthal was appalled and enraged at Willkie, who publicly touted the January 4th contract as evidence of his good faith. As the Ashwander case made its way through the appeals process, eventually vindicating the TVA, it constrained the amount of power the authority could sell, denying it much-needed revenues. 3 months after Ashwander was resolved, a case involving nearly 20 companies, 5 of them Willkie's, challenged the constitutionality of the TVA yet again. The TEPCO suit began on May 29, 1936, 11 days after Roosevelt reappointed Lilienthal to his position, despite Arthur Morgan's threats of resignation if the president did so. It was an election year and Roosevelt needed a fighter in Tennessee. TEPCO began in earnest that December and immediately scuttled power pool negotiations between Willkie and the TVA. Morgan had thoughtlessly parroted utility industry talking points throughout the negotiations, which incensed Lilienthal and dismayed the president. Tensions between the two then boiled over. Morgan found Lilienthal's propagandizing against the utility industry with the yardstick notion inherited from Roosevelt dishonest. He wasn't entirely wrong. Morgan also reviled what he saw as the New Deal's turn from cooperation with to punishment of the private utility industry. Having exhausted his internal threats, the chairman turned to the public several months into the TEPCO case. In a series of articles in The Atlantic, New Republic, New York Times, and Saturday Evening Post, he cataloged the improprieties of Lilienthal's power policy. He decried Lilienthal's false and misleading propaganda, which tended to substitute private dictation for democratic process of government. If the government had any sense of fairness about how to settle the power issue, then men like Lilienthal would be left without a place in the limelight. FDR could no longer refrain from interfering in the TVA. The president's detractors viewed Arthur Morgan as a martyr. The president shot a letter to Morgan asking for either evidence or retraction of his accusations. Morgan instead disappeared for months only to re-emerge as a surprise witness against the TVA during a proceeding in which he accused Lilienthal and Harcourt Morgan of defrauding the government. The latter, Morgan, and Lilienthal fired back, calling his accusations false and malicious interference. FDR came to Lilienthal for counsel. "What in the hell are we going to do about Arthur Morgan?" the president asked him. Lilienthal suggested Roosevelt call the directors to the White House so Arthur Morgan could present his case to the president. "I pointed out that by calling on both sides to produce facts," Lilienthal wrote in his journal, "he would avoid any charge of prejudging the case." After a stressful 6-hour meeting in which Lilienthal sucked down an entire pack of cigarettes, Morgan refused to supply evidence or answer straightforward questions. Lilienthal, meanwhile, conducted himself with sagacity. The president called for another meeting, but Morgan declined to attend. FDR had no choice but to remove him from office, after which Morgan accused his colleagues of conspiracy, secretiveness, and bureaucratic manipulation, and called for a fair and open hearing by Congress. Willkie made several appearances at the ensuing congressional hearings, the testimonies of which filled 6,000 pages. Lilienthal defended himself with aplomb, and Morgan was quickly revealed to be embittered to the point of delusion. What he offered as evidence was opinion. What he called dishonest was politics itself. At one point, even the Republican on Morgan's side shook his head at the chairman's accusations. So distant were they from fact. Ultimately, the hearings would exonerate his co-directors. The investigation had succeeded only in slowing the TVA's power business as it simultaneously took on the TEPCO case and the investigation. Lilienthal and Willkie found themselves back at it, but with both of their positions weakened. On Lilienthal's side, the fight against geographical limits to the TVA's market was lost to physical constraints. Lilienthal admitted that as soon as the barriers were set, the situation with respect to the power company's properties lying outside of such region becomes stabilized. On Willkie's side, the Public Works Administration threatened construction of a parallel transmission and distribution system. He could either sell or lose everything. Still, neither man relented. Lilienthal's capacity for entrenched animosity nearly cost the authority the deal it needed to get into the power business in earnest, a liability reminiscent of his time in Wisconsin. Only an undulant fever Lilienthal contracted from a valley farmer's unpasteurized milk unlocked his and Willkie's antlers. Joseph Swidler and Julius Cap Krug, two of Lilienthal's staffers, took over for their sickly director and got it done. TVA would purchase TEPCO's power plants and power lines while the municipalities would buy its distribution systems. Both sides left open negotiations for the purchase of other CNS properties in Mississippi and Alabama. The TVA would make TEPCO's bondholders and owners of preferred stock whole and dole out $7 million to the common stockholders. Lilienthal, still on the mend, met Willkie in New York on August 15, 1939, to formally hand him a check for over $78 million. Willkie accepted the note, saying, "Dave, this is a lot of money for a couple of Indiana boys to be handling." The challenges to the TVA, both external and internal, all found resolution between January 1938 and August 1939. The great experiment would, in the power division, prove successful. Thanks to Arthur Morgan and his technical staff, 21 TVA dams were shovel-ready or under construction by 1938. They also ran ahead of schedule, a record unheard of in the private construction industry. In 1933, only 250,000 Valley residents had electricity, and by the end of the 1930s, that number had quadrupled. Although the yardstick idea was half-baked, the TVA split the wholesale and retail sides of the business, relied on hydropower rather than coal, and used multipurpose dams and so could not offer one-to-one comparison to private industry. The TVA did bring rates down by increasing consumption as Lilienthal had gambled. Per capita electricity use in the valley was twice the national average, and the price of power one-half the national average. Even Wilkie begrudgingly admitted that the TVA was a well-run and successful organization. But Lilienthal scarcely had time to savor his victories. The TVA soon faced an internal threat: Interior Secretary Harold Ikes, who saw the authority as another jewel for his crown. A managerial talent of great stature, Ikes was also a cankered viper of a man. In 1938, FDR started to worry that if the United States were drawn into a war in Europe, its power supply couldn't rise to the occasion. Ikes convinced Roosevelt to recreate the National Power Policy Committee Ikes had once helmed, but under a new name. The National Power Policy and Defense Committee, mandated to pursue immediate concrete action necessary to meet power needs as estimated by the committee itself. As chair, Ikes planned to put all other agencies involved with the power industry under his thumb. Lilienthal knew that if Ikes got his way, he would strip the TVA's independence. But Lilienthal was ready. When Ikes nearly convinced Roosevelt to put all power agencies under Ikes's supervision in the summer of 1941, Lilienthal called on the support of Senator Norris, Leland Olds, Federal Power Commission, Cap Krug, Office of Production Management, John Lord O'Brien, OPM Chief Counsel, Senator Bone of Washington, Adolph Burley, Assistant Secretary of State, and Bernard Baruch. By mid-August, Ikes's power grab fizzled. Lilienthal's cadre stood firm against Ikes and let the president know it. When faced with opposition, Ikes threw a tantrum in the Oval Office and threatened to resign if he didn't get his way. Roosevelt, dismayed by Ikes's behavior, pulled his support. Lilienthal exhaled. "The Ikes bushwhacking seems pretty well turned back," he wrote in his journal. The defense against Ikes was a testament to Lilienthal's ability to cultivate, maintain, and marshal allies. But come winter, more challenges would arrive. On the clear December day after Pearl Harbor, the Federal Bureau of Investigation lifted President Roosevelt into Al Capone's recently confiscated limousine. Capone's was the only bulletproof vehicle in the federal government's possession. The president needed safe passage to Capitol Hill, where he would give his Day of Infamy speech. "There is no blinking at the fact that our people, our territory, and our interests are in grave danger," FDR told the American public. "With confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God." And thus America entered the war. After hearing FDR's speech, Lilienthal hoped that his job at the TVA would become easier as America found itself in dire need of the Valley's productive forces. He was both right and wrong. The nation would rely on the TVA for the arsenal of democracy, a fact that would turn old enemies into new friends and vice versa. Another reversal. Whereas Lilienthal once needed demand, now he needed supply. At the TVA's start, Alcoa belonged to Wilkie's camp, but their position softened over the course of the decade. Sensing that America may soon have to involve itself in the war roiling Europe, FDR called for a 50,000-plane air force in May of 1940. Alcoa suddenly had massive demand for its aluminum, which meant a great hunger for more power from the TVA in the middle of a 2.5-year drought. The authorities strained to give Alcoa all that it needed. In spite of the drought, TVA had supplied Alcoa with 150,000 kilowatts of power over contract. However, it was becoming more difficult to do so, writes Lilienthal's biographer. Things were so desperate in mid-May that Lilienthal seriously considered Bernard Baruch's idea of using ocean liners, aircraft carriers, and diesel-electric locomotives to generate electricity. Eventually, under pressure from Senator Harry Truman, Alcoa's board chairman Arthur Davis and Lilienthal met to cut a deal over the Fontana tributary site that Alcoa had kept from the TVA the previous decade. Alcoa needed big power from a big dam that only the TVA could build. The Alcoa negotiations saw Lilienthal at his shrewdest. Alcoa's first offer caught the TVA off guard in its softness. TVA would acquire the site at no charge provided Alcoa got the whole of the power produced at its 2 downstream dams as a result of Fontana Dam's presence, and that all dams would be lumped into a single system from which the extra power would be divided equally. But Lilienthal and his legal team puzzled out the consequences. Such terms would allow Alcoa to realize a $15 million windfall profit. Lilienthal countered, the TVA would buy the site in cash, split benefits from Alcoa's dams down the middle, and allow the unified system with the caveat that, because most of the benefits would come from TVA's Fontana Dam, Alcoa could not claim extra benefits. They met in the middle. TVA retained full control over the total system, but allowed Alcoa the extra benefits accruing to its 2 dams and 11,000 kilowatts of primary power, much less than Alcoa's original demand. The Alcoa deal marked a sea change in Lilienthal's ideology, indicative of the shift away from the early New Deal and toward a more cooperative, administrative state that joined hands with private industry. In a letter to a friend, he wrote that the TVA's relationship with Alcoa was a beautiful and illuminating example of the power of a monopoly even at a time of national peril, and even when pitted against a governmental organization like the TVA, which has no fondness for monopolies. Lilienthal was aware of the shift, recognizing that the agreement with Alcoa put TVA virtually into partnership with a huge private concern. So far as I know, there is nothing like it in the history of America. But national defense required yet more from the TVA. The authority proposed yet another dam, called Douglas, on the Tennessee River's biggest tributary. To do this, the TVA needed to flood more bottomland and execute another massive relocation effort. Unfortunately for Lilienthal, this meant awakening the jealous ire of a one-time friend. Senator Kenneth McKellar once fought for the TVA and helped Lilienthal with various issues in the authority's power business. But his view of the authority had broke the other way by the 1940s. Part of the problem traced itself back to Arthur Morgan, who had been high-handed and condescending to McKellar for the duration of his chairmanship. Moreover, Morgan had refused to play politics when it came to hiring and firing. Morgan saw to it that none of McKellar's patronage players found employment at the TVA. The second issue for McKellar was pettier still. McKellar disliked that credit for the TVA had gone to Senator George Norris. While Norris had protected the Muscle Shoals Dam from private interests until the TVA could incorporate it, and had helped fend off Ike's attempt to put the TVA beneath his aegis, Norris was a Nebraskan who, McKellar felt, did less to midwife the Southern project than he. Lilienthal's close relationship with Norris thus soured his once collaborative partnership with McKellar. Jealous, empowered, and motivated, McKellar opened up his enfilade in May of 1941. He threatened to strip the TVA of all appropriations unless the Douglas Dam bill was dropped. For Lilienthal, this meant yet another fight with existential stakes for the TVA. If we yield on this matter, Lilienthal wrote, then immediately we will be prey to every big and little politician in the valley, and every transaction, every purchase of land or equipment, will sooner or later start down the same route. Several OPM officials, the vice president, and even the president himself could do nothing to dissuade McKellar, whose stature kept both House and Senate Appropriations Committees at a standstill. But with the war heating up, in 1942, McKellar's crusade began to look like an attempt to sabotage national defense. He relented. The Douglas Dam bill passed. A TVA staffer in Washington, Marguerite Owen, teletyped to headquarters, Douglas Dam bill just signed. Start digging. The dam went up in record time. McKellar spent the rest of the wartime years as a thorn in Lilienthal's side. And he made it personal, directing political campaigns against Lilienthal that demanded his removal. To make it stick, they appeal to anything. Not accepting of course prejudice because I am a Jew. To fight off McKellar, Lilienthal again turned to the people for defense. He launched a counter-campaign against McKellar that brought local politicians and their constituencies together in a call to get the TVA out of politics. Lilienthal recognized the irony. Here again is the unusual picture of a politician urging the people to bring pressure on other politicians to lay off a public, that is, a politically created institution. Lilienthal's approach signaled yet another shift away from the original impulses of the New Deal. Of course, in the immediate term, he was attempting to stabilize and protect an agency that had spent the last decade under siege. Depoliticizing the TVA made good sense from that perspective. But it also meant that, in the long run, the TVA was now operating under post-democratic, technocratic pretenses, and Lilienthal had used the demos to do it. If this had disturbed him, Lilienthal pantomimed concern more than he felt it. He was, by his own admission, more talker than thinker, mentally on the quick side, but not profound. Still, his war for the TVA had given him much to think about. Back when he was fending off Ike's, he had been pressed to articulate just why the TVA should maintain its independence. An idea came: the grassroots. Lilienthal combined Brandeis, Tocqueville, and the burgeoning sense of liberal statism that had overtaken American politics. From Brandeis, he brought an insistence on regional control and accountability. From Tocqueville, an emphasis on decentralization. And from his statist commitment, the conviction that big government was inevitable and desirable. Technology as an instrument for the state to employ for the public good ran through his thinking, so long as science could be paired with transparency and accountability. first in speeches and then with a book in 1944, TVA. Democracy on the March. Lilienthal finally happened upon a post hoc vision of the TVA that captivated the world. The book sold well. Lilienthal rejoiced. The New Deal saw America begin its evolution from an agrarian republic punctuated by large metropolises to something closer to a cohesive nation-state. Lilienthal oversaw perhaps the most ambitious part of that transition. Rare is the man who can square what he has actually achieved with what he believes he has achieved. And Lilienthal was not so rare. In practice, his commitment to democracy was rhetorical. The TVA exerted great centralized bureaucratic power over the valley. The authority was more a public twin to the private utility model than an alternative to it, especially after Lilienthal pushed for depoliticization during McKellar's protracted assault. That he had both helped to build something of great benefit to the people of the valley, but had erected an institution exactly in the mode of James Burnham's fears didn't dawn on him. In his review of Burnham's The Managerial Revolution, Lilienthal called it superficial, pontifical, and as full of unsupported assumptions as a country dog is full of burrs. Managerial tyranny was not possible in America, he asserted, because the people still retained a choice between a parasitic managerial class and benevolent managers bound by principles of public service and democratic methods. Lilienthal would get a chance to find the perfect admixture of management and democracy a second time, in the shadow of the mushroom clouds that towered over Japan. In a little over a decade, the United States had evolved from a state so humble that its president had to ride in a commandeered gangster's car on the way to declare war, to a juggernaut capable of vaporizing 250,000 people in an instant. While many recognized that the New Deal and World War II had refounded the Republic, almost none knew its powers had experienced such radical, lethal hypertrophy. They found out the way David Lilienthal did. The news from Hiroshima. Lilienthal must have known that whatever was happening at what he called the Shangri-La plant, Oak Ridge, where Ernest Lawrence worked on plutonium production, was important because it made ever greater demands on TVA resources. That he knew so little speaks to the tight grip that General Leslie Groves, soon to become a Lilienthal adversary, had on the Manhattan Project. Lilienthal's reaction to the bomb allowed him to draw on ideas from Democracy on the March in a new context with global stakes. Over the course of the spring and summer of 1945, Lilienthal would take an impassioned stand for democracy to furnish technological development with positive values and thus positive results. In May at the University of North Carolina, Lilienthal emphasized that there were no guarantees science research and technology will work for good, without the moral moorings secured through democratic processes to nourish and strengthen the human spirit. A month later, at a college commencement, he would ask, "Are machines to control men, or are men to control machines?" The University of Chicago rewarded Lilienthal's summertime jeremiads with a September invite to a conference on nuclear energy. Lilienthal would share the stage with theologian Reinhold Niebuhr and Manhattan Project veterans like Leo Szilard. Lilienthal dressed down the scientific community for their secrecy when it came to developing weapons of nightmarish lethality. Unless the people are properly informed, policy regarding the atomic bomb will be neither sound nor enduring. Soon, Lilienthal would be called upon to work up a plan for what America should do with the atom now that the world knew about it and the Soviets sought weapons of their own. Undersecretary of State Dean Acheson tapped Lilienthal to lead a consultant group to draw up recommendations for the handling of atomic power for the president. In a meeting in January of 1946, Acheson told Lilienthal that those charged with foreign policy did not have either the facts nor an understanding of what was involved in the atomic energy issue, the most serious cloud hanging over the world, Lilienthal reported in his journal. Policy ideas and commitments were being floated and made without a knowledge of what the hell it is all about. Literally. Lilienthal understood what was at stake. The atom would fall under either military or civilian control. At the moment, the military, in the person of General Groves, possessed a monopoly on the lifeblood of democratic decision-making, information. But Lilienthal also intuited that no real secrets exist in science after a discovery has been made. So what kind of atomic policy should a democracy pursue? Lilienthal's consultant group, which included Robert Oppenheimer, General Electric CEO Chester Barnard, Manhattan Project alumnus Harry Wynne, and Monsanto executive and plutonium chemist Dr. Charles Thomas, received the green light by the end of January. So began Lilienthal's education in the atom. Lilienthal, once permitted behind the emerald curtain of the atom's power, trembled in awe. After Oppenheimer's first lecture in a battery of lessons on the nature of the atom, Lilienthal wrote, No fairy tale that I read in utter rapture and enchantment as a child, nor spy mystery, no horror story, can remotely compare with the scientific recital I listened to for 6 or 7 hours today. I feel that I have been admitted, through the strangest accident of fate, behind the scenes in the most awful and inspiring drama since some primitive man looked for the very first time upon fire. The gravity of the moment inspired the best in Lilienthal's managerial abilities. He expertly smoothed over disagreements and bound the men under his direction, all of them powerful personalities, leaders themselves, into common purpose. Lilienthal knew he was at the height of his power, as did the men about him. Lilienthal grew particularly fond of Oppenheimer. It is worth living a lifetime just to know that mankind has been able to produce such a being. But as Lilienthal's closeness to George Norris had raised Kenneth McKellar's hackles, so did his closeness with Oppenheimer rile Groves. Lilienthal got so bad he would consult Oppie on what tie to wear in the morning, Groves quipped. The men were primed for deeper conflict down the road. The group produced what would come to be called the Acheson-Lilienthal Report. It evinced great hope in the atom and bore the stamp of Lilienthal's dedication to civilian control and transparency. The report rejected banning the bomb, embraced civilian control of atomic policy, and emphasized the need for an international authority, the Atomic Development Authority, to oversee the atom's use. Last but not least, the report suggested America relinquish its monopoly on the bomb by sharing what it knew with the Soviet Union. The Soviets, in return, would agree not to develop the weapons. The report was largely well received as it offered hope to a world spent by the most destructive war it had ever known. Unfortunately for the group, Bernard Baruch, a hard-boiled anti-internationalist who, at 76 years old, knew next to nothing about the atom, got the nod to represent the United States at the United Nations Atomic Energy Commission. Lilienthal, flying home from Washington in the radioman's jump seat of AB-52, wrote that the news of Baruch's appointment made him sick. He believed America needed a man who is young, vigorous, not vain, and whom the Russians would feel isn't out simply to put them in a hole. Baruch has none of these qualifications. But Baruch understood a truth that men like Lilienthal refused to recognize. The Soviets would accept no fetters on their cultivation of nuclear capabilities. At the UNAEC, Baruch pushed for stiffer penalties for treaty violations, for Atomic Development Agency, dominion over uranium, and for stripping the Security Council of its veto power over ADA punishments. After another failed call to completely ban nuclear weapons, the Soviets walked away from the table. His criticism of Baruch aside, it is unlikely Lilienthal's ideas would have carried the day. His biographer points out that he and his men naively believed that the UN was the international body it aspired to be when in reality it was already more like a bazaar. Moreover, the idea that the Soviet Union, energy-starved and devastated in the aftermath of World War II, would have surrendered independence over domestic nuclear energy was farcical at best. Yet on August 1, 1946, Truman made real Lilienthal's vision for civilian control of the atom. The Atomic Energy Act cemented into law the public-private partnership Groves had laid the groundwork for during wartime. The Atomic Energy Commission (AEC) was granted a total monopoly on fissionable materials at home and abroad, provided foreign countries met safety and security standards, and the power to contract the work out. The AEC was also given substantial powers in licensing and patents. It became, as the Act's authors wrote, an island of socialism in the midst of a free enterprise economy. The most contentious move was a major win for Lilienthal. The Act gave the Commission control over all military applications and custody of atomic weapons, both assembled and unassembled. All of the government's Manhattan Project labs in Washington, Tennessee, New Mexico, and Illinois were then placed under the AEC's control. Harmonizing work between facilities across such a vast geography with contracted engineers from the private sector and university scientists, plus military and security needs, would expose weaknesses in Lilienthal's managerial capabilities that the structure of the TVA had papered over. True, the TVA was decentralized from other federal entities, but it was not decentralized in itself. Soon after the passage of the Atomic Energy Act, Truman tapped Lilienthal to head up the AEC. Of the 5 men Truman appointed, only one, Robert Backer, was a scientist. Sumner Pike had served on the Securities and Exchange Commission, Lewis Strauss was a financier, and William Waymack was the public director of Chicago's Federal Reserve Bank. Lilienthal quickly ran the men through team-building excursions to the facilities in their domain to great success. He also got the other committee members to agree to 3 major stipulations on how the commission would be run. No patronage, no partisan politics, and operations through private contracting. Next, the chairman had to wrest the Manhattan Project facilities from Groves, an old dragon who preferred his hoard beneath him. The general rightly saw the commission as a band of interlopers ignorant of the scope and scale of the program they were about to inherit. Groves was obligated to let go, but as Lilienthal and his men took hold of the atomic project, its enormity shook them. "We pull at a worm like a robin," said Waymack, "and the whole earth explodes and out comes a two-headed elephant." Were they really ready to tackle this problem? Lilienthal's instinctual optimism and drive ran roughshod over doubt, and perhaps personal reflection. Lilienthal's confirmation hearings for AEC chair in 1947 featured a rogues gallery of opponents from as far back as his days as a young labor lawyer in Chicago. Even worse, they were overseen by McKellar. In an atmosphere of anti-communism and resurgent anti-Semitism, Lilienthal would fight for months to keep his name out of the mud. Even his wife and daughter Nancy would fall under suspicion of being Reds. Yet McKellar eventually overplayed his hand on the communist sympathies question and allowed Lilienthal to put on one of the best rhetorical performances of his life. So successful was his rebuttal that the men on either side of McKellar clapped and journalists rushed to get transcripts. In it, Lilienthal managed to mount both the defense of the Constitution and the individual, but also savaged men like McKellar for their rabid pursuit of communists in their midst as a violation of those very principles. Lilienthal carried the day, but the process indicated that the atom would not play out on the same political terrain as public utilities. This new theater had yet more heated partisanship. The Red Scare elements of Lilienthal's confirmation process appeared more like a pretext for Republican score settling now that the New Deal's age of hegemony had ended, and was penetrated with military influence, corporate interference, presidential posturing, and foreign policy objectives. But there was no turning back now. Lilienthal had sprinted into the mouth of the Cold War's vertiginous political labyrinth. Once confirmed, Lilienthal soon ran into trouble. The first problem came from an inspection by Donald F. Carpenter, the new chairman of the Military Liaison Committee. In the spring of 1948, Carpenter toured the AEC's field offices and returned with a disturbing assessment of what he saw. He found that the decentralized structure placed almost impossible demands on the general manager, writes Lilienthal's biographer, Stephen Noose. Oppenheimer agreed, but Lilienthal reacted defensively to both men. They had touched a core weakness. Lilienthal was not a manager of the day-to-day and did whatever he could to avoid minutiae. He would, after a consoling chat with Oppenheimer, come around. But the dynamic Carpenter identified persisted, if with less force, throughout Lilienthal's tenure. Furthermore, the Manhattan Project relied on private industry in a way that the TVA had not. Arthur Morgan had insisted that the TVA maintain its own technical and construction staff, whereas General Groves by necessity had to rely on the engineering expertise of major firms like General Electric to get the atomic project off the ground. Lilienthal maintained these relationships as part of his decentralized approach. But the wartime quietude between labor and employers had ended. In a series of labor disputes between chemical firm Union Carbide and GE, Lilienthal found himself for the first time sitting across the table from the unions. With my long record as a pro-union man, and the fine labor record of TVA, it wasn't easy to say flatly and bluntly that we stood behind the contractor, Lilienthal wrote. But looking at our whole responsibility, that seemed the only thing we could do. National security depended on the smooth operation of these firms, which the companies knew, and used it as an opportunity to weaken labor. GE was especially keen on using the House Un-American Activities Committee's hearings on union loyalty as a solvent to help the company more easily scrape the unions from its hull. Lilienthal had no choice but to side with GE. Lilienthal was a new dealer of the old school no more. He couldn't afford to be. As the truce between labor and capital ended with the war, so did the sense of common cause between scientists, engineers, and the military. As it did in the union spats, security would trump Lilienthal's advocacy for more democratic and transparent handling of the atom. To fight this, Lilienthal leaned into his rhetorical gifts, hoping his inspirational leadership style could shift the nation away from Burnham's nightmare and towards something more like his vision in Democracy on the March. Lilienthal spent the first part of his chairmanship making media appearances and writing articles on the need for civilian education in atomic science and open communication between the government and the people. In a characteristic essay from 1948, he wrote that America's founding faith in the judgment of the people as a whole bore an important companion idea. The American people do not care for masterminding, by which he meant top-down, unchecked decision-making. Lilienthal recognized that the government monopoly over the atom and secrecy over some of its technology were necessary, but at cross purposes with core American political principles. In practice, the chairman's commitment to democracy was far more ambiguous. If democracy was something Lilienthal had come to rely on for moral authority, it was a process in which his faith had diminished substantially. In December of 1948, Lilienthal would take action directly counter to his pleas for more open and honest interaction with the public. Military Liaison Committee member Rear Admiral William S. Parsons wanted to publish a scientifically and politically vetted article meant to soothe the public's reservoir of unjustified fear about atomic weaponry. The atomic establishment, including fellow AEC members, had lavished Parsons's article with praise for both its style and substance. But Lilienthal asked President Truman to suppress the article, arguing that the American people be kept in a state of benign ignorance of the facts, on the chance that the Politburo are also ignorant. Neither his journals nor any other material suggest he recognized a contradiction between his public appeals and his political behavior. To square this contradiction, we might read what Lilienthal meant by democracy another way, benevolent paternalism honestly and openly pursued by the unelected. In short, a managerial society along the lines of the practice rather than rhetoric of the TVA. Still, he had struck on a real problem and struggled earnestly to resolve it. As historian Richard Rhodes phrased the contradictory stance of the Truman administration, the atom was too important to be left to the military, but it was also too important to be conveyed to the people. Expertise, secrecy, and security formed each of Cerberus's three heads, and no one knew how or if the beast could be tamed in a frightened public's favor. Meanwhile, Lilienthal's Wisconsin-era belief that elected representatives frustrated the work of capable men with a job to do deepened. He wasn't entirely wrong. There was constant badgering of the AEC with unfounded accusations of proto-McCarthyite flavor. Loyalty oaths and security clearance procedures had frustrated the AEC's attempts to recruit the brightest scientific minds, or even retain the scientific workforce it had already accumulated. Lilienthal and the rest of the AEC board, save for Strauss, wanted to award scholarships in atomic science to students even with doubtful security backgrounds. After Senator Burke Hickenlooper got wind of the situation, Lilienthal was forced, under extreme pressure, to accept loyalty oaths as a policy. Soon after, it was discovered that fissionable material had been misplaced at Argonne Laboratories, forcing Lilienthal to admit that the lab's property accounting procedures and our own are sloppy and lax. Hickenlooper then jumped on the chance to investigate Lilienthal and the AEC for incredible mismanagement. The hearings spanned 3 months, ran 1,300 pages, and wore Lilienthal down to the nub. The hearings turned up nothing and, if anything, did more to expose Hickenlooper as a hack than hurt Lilienthal. But as the committee demanded that the entire DC office of the AEC attend almost every single hearing, the commission lay dead in the water for the duration. Despite emerging victorious from the Hickenlooper morass, Lilienthal knew the accusations of red sympathies and mismanagement had tainted him. He wouldn't be reappointed. He accepted that. Worse still, the civilian nuclear power program hit wall after wall, in no small part because of the pressure to pursue military capabilities rather than civilian ones. Coordinating between GE, the labs, and various other sprawling limbs of the AEC proved nearly impossible as ambiguity over the agenda existed not just between the entities involved but within them. Oppenheimer summed up the situation in a memo to the General Advisory Council. "We despair of progress in the civilian reactor program. The Hawks were more unified and cleaved to a single process and objective: weapons production. Events outside his control would push Lilienthal and his ideas further out of favor. While he and Helen were on vacation, the world changed. Driving home from a dinner party on Martha's Vineyard on September 19, 1949, they found General James McCormick standing at the end of their driveway in the fog. Once in private, McCormick broke the news to Lilienthal. The Russians had detonated their first atomic weapon. Lilienthal recognized the whole box of trouble it portended. In the wake of the news, both Lilienthal and Oppenheimer lost their fight against the development of the hydrogen bomb. Both he and Oppenheimer agreed that developing a bigger bomb would have little to no deterring effect on the Soviets, who would, instead, build a massive weapon of their own in response. They cited as evidence the USSR's recent detonation. Others in the scientific community, the AEC board, the military, and the elected halls of power disagreed. America turned its face toward fusion weapons. Soon, Lilienthal would step down as chairman. Before the cameras, Lilienthal smilingly turned in his ID badge and then walked out to the front steps of the Public Health Building at 1900 Constitution Avenue to address the press and the American people. Lilienthal tried to revive the hopeful atomic spirit of 1946 in his parting words. For the past 4 years, I've been living with the atom day and night. As I leave to become a private citizen, I'm glad of this chance to share with the people of the United States my great sense of confidence in the future. If we are not timid, if we keep our shirts on, if we do not yield to hysteria and jitters, I believe that we stand at the beginning of one of the greatest periods in all of human history. Of course, Lilienthal wasn't done discussing the atom. He would continue to criticize the security state and its lack of transparency with the public. And it's not as if Lilienthal's entire tenure was a failure. His greatest success was helping seed what would become America's civilian nuclear power fleet, a dream to be realized after his tenure. Still, Lilienthal wrote in his journal the day before his resignation, "It was a hard experience, and my views didn't prevail. I hope I was wrong, and that somehow I'll be proved wrong. We have to leave many things to God. This one He will have to get us out of, if we are to get out." But private life called, as did the private sector, and more adventures besides. Lilienthal had served the American people loyally for nearly 20 years at the helm of 2 of its most controversial and consequential institutions. If his life in public service saw him at the forefront of change, private life would see him as merely a man of his time. His biggest blunders awaited. Lilienthal pivoted easily from progressive politician to private sector booster. Having made the leap in practice, first during the wartime TVA and continuing on through his time at the AEC, he was now free to make the leap in rhetoric. In the 1950s, Lilienthal published a series of articles on the vital role big business played in American life. These would culminate in a book titled Big Business, A New Era, 1953, which read like an unsophisticated version of John Kenneth Galbraith's American Capitalism. The Concept of Countervailing Power, 1952, that decried the Sherman Act and defended monopolies. In it, Lilienthal envisioned a basic economy act that would judge business not in terms of bigness, monopoly or oligopoly, but whether or not it furthered the public interest. Rather than offering a new vantage by which to appreciate the vices and vicissitudes of post-war corporatism, the book merely reflected its general premises and commitments, albeit with great enthusiasm. Many of his New Dealer friends were aghast at the about-face, though it could hardly have been too surprising given his experience working with monopolies and oligopolies. After leaving the AEC, Lilienthal was hired by the investment bank Lazard Frères, mostly for his name. This would prove a vital stepping stone. As he and Helen traveled the world for the first time, Lilienthal discovered just how far his name had rung out. Whether in Europe or the developing world, everyone wanted to meet the man responsible for the Tennessee Miracle. After an extended visit with Jawaharlal Nehru in India, who explained to Lilienthal the West's failure in recognizing what countries like his needed, it dawned on Lilienthal that he could export the TVA idea to countries pursuing economic development. What meaningful differences could there be between Colombia's Cauca Valley, Iran's Kazakhstan, or South Vietnam's Mekong Delta? Lilienthal soon found out. With capital from Lazard, he and Gordon Clapp, formerly of the TVA, founded the Development and Resources Corporation, DNR. The dynamic between the two would follow Lilienthal's managerial modus operandi. Ever the deal-maker, big dreamer, and sweet talker, he would commit DNR to large, extended, high-risk development projects, and Clapp would be left to execute Lilienthal's plans, however unreasonable. The stress on Clapp was acute, unnoticed by Lilienthal, and perhaps snatched Lilienthal's dearest friend and collaborator from him when Clapp perished from a heart attack. Whatever it cost him, Clapp remained loyal to Lilienthal to the last. Their first TVA-style project was in Colombia. Having fallen in love with the Cauca Valley region during his travels, he saw it as a perfect locale for the kind of project he had in mind. DNR met with military dictator Gustavo Rojas Pinilla. But working with a foreign dictator was different than working with one's own president. In 1957, Pinilla pulled his support for the project. DNR left the country. In the mid-1960s, the project would be reinstated and achieved great success without Lilienthal or DNR. Undeterred, Lilienthal looked toward Iran's Kazakhstan region for another try. He and the Shah hit it off. Lilienthal remained a steadfast friend and supporter of the Shah for the rest of his life, and DNR quickly secured a consultation deal. The World Bank was not convinced the project was workable. Iran was riven by internal factions, and the economy was hardly robust enough to handle major state investments without punishing inflationary problems. But DNR had Abul Hassan Ebtihaj, director of Iran's largest bank, on its side, who fought for the project and its independence as Lilienthal had for the TVA. They forged ahead and succeeded in building a series of dams, including the Pahlavi Dam, on the Des River. But the project itself was ill-conceived. Lilienthal remained pathologically committed to hydropower dams even when it was clear that thermal generation would have been cheaper, more efficient, and less demanding on state resources to build. Moreover, Lilienthal greatly misread the agricultural politics of Iran, and most of the agricultural efforts in the region succeeded only in uprooting and disenfranchising farmers. Eventually, DNR lost control and support for the project after the Shah arrested Ebtihaj and a competing agency, Kazakhstan Water and Power Authority, gutted DNR's resources. The Iran fiasco incurred major losses for DNR, which permanently destabilized the company. But another project beckoned. Lilienthal had met Lyndon B. Johnson when he was a Rural Electrification Act and TVA supporter in the 1930s. In the 1960s, neck-deep in the Vietnam War, LBJ reached out to Lilienthal for help. Could a TVA be built on the Mekong Delta? Lilienthal, worn out from the tedium of Iran's internal politics, thought South Vietnam might offer fewer headaches. Visiting the war-torn country did little to dissuade him, despite the incessant rumble of explosions. His involvement in Vietnam nearly cost him his relationship with his son. David Jr. seemingly ripped from the pages of a Philip Roth novel. David Jr. was an aspiring writer who worshipped his father, but he and his wife were also committed liberal activists, both dedicated to ending Jim Crow and the Vietnam War. Lilienthal's hard-headed patriotism. He felt a man was obligated to answer his president's call to service, appeared a foreign language to his son and daughter-in-law, who moved as far as Italy to put distance between them. While they patched up in later years, it caused great personal strain. Then the Tet Offensive scuttled all hopes for DNR's Mekong project. When Nehru met with Lilienthal in the 1950s, he told Lilienthal that when it came to international relations, people set out to answer questions without having knowledge and understanding requisite to frame the question they are seeking to answer. Americans visiting India see many things, but they are not receptive to what they see, they don't imbibe the things they see, are not receptive to things outside themselves. Lilienthal listened, but did not hear. By the end of the 1970s, Lilienthal had to dissolve DNR, which could no longer turn a profit. Age was catching up to Lilienthal as well. He was now more alone in the world as his closest friends and mentors had all shuffled off their mortal coils. His volatile whipsawing between ebullience and anxious despair grew more volatile still. And then there was his health. Hip surgeries put him out of commission for longer than he liked. Still, he was hopeful and working at the end of his life. Lectures, plans, business ventures on the horizon. On January 13, 1981, Lilienthal passed while asleep in his hotel room. Helen received a letter from Arthur Schlesinger Jr. a few days later. Dave was one of the remarkable men of the century, he wrote, remarkable especially in his unflagging and unquenchable commitment to the possibility of constructive work, so rare in an age given over so sadly to the work of destruction. David Lilienthal's life reflected the contours of American liberalism as it shifted in the warp and weft of the 20th century. Ironies abound in both his successes and failures. The sphinx of a liberal democracy freighted with large, unelected bureaucracies stood before Lilienthal, and he could not solve its riddle. So far, neither have we. But what can we learn from Lilienthal? 4 lessons from his life present themselves. The first is constancy. As Lilienthal's biographer notes, his 20-year career of taking on great public challenges stands out in the current atmosphere of revolving door politics. Sustained loyalty across presidential administrations seems a rarity when so many lucrative book deals, private sector jobs, and NGO opportunities tempt. If we expect a durable reorientation of the American political economy to something like the post-war consensus in which Lilienthal operated, then it would benefit those who want to climb aboard the ship of the state to make long-term fidelity to its voyage their pledge. The second is rhetoric. Lilienthal's greatest gift was his greatest weakness. He could spin a political tale advantageous to himself and his objectives, but in conflict with the facts of the matter. This problem is inherent to political life and especially to democracies, as Plato's dialogues between Socrates and the sophists attest. Where Lilienthal got into the most trouble was when he seemed to deceive himself about the situations for which he was responsible. The misadventures abroad during the latter half of his career attest to the danger. We can see this today as many boosters of the CHIPS and Inflation Reduction Acts want to argue that they have reawakened manufacturing in America. But while a few plants have been funded, U.S. manufacturing continues to face considerable challenges and China continues to strengthen its advanced manufacturing position. Certainly, the promised innovation hubs in flyover country inspire little confidence on the current trajectory. It's one thing to showcase tertiary results as typical political spin, and another thing to internalize the spin as a reality and walk away before the job is done. Third, there is no technological fix for politics, as politics is not a static, fixable problem. After Lilienthal had moved to the AEC, the TVA grew in lockstep with it. The AEC's energy needs would, by the 1950s, demand half of the TVA's power. Lilienthal's effort to supply poor Southern farmers with power had been conscripted into the war machine. To satiate AEC's power demand, the TVA built some of the largest coal plants in the world at the time and fueled them with strip-mined coal, tarnishing its sterling conservation record. The public condemned it. By the 1960s, critics were charging that the TVA was not an example of creeping socialism, as conservatives had feared, but of creeping conservatism, writes historian Thomas P. Hughes. The TVA had acquired a bureaucratic and technological momentum all its own. If the TVA, the Manhattan Project, and the AEC marked the shift from benevolent liberal statism to Eisenhower's military-industrial complex, the mid-century backlash to this trajectory signaled another major change for American democracy. Ironically, this backlash would prize the values Lilienthal espoused in his propagandizing for the TVA: the grassroots, public accountability, and decentralization. To heap on yet another irony, it is now the Democrats, in their zealous efforts to lower emissions, that strive to pry the TVA's monopoly apart. Finally, we must consider the conditions for productive patriotism that made a man like Lilienthal possible. Lilienthal's education and upbringing in the thick fabric of Midwestern civic life furnished him with the skills and values that allowed him to serve the American people. He recognized our country as distinct, valuable, and worthy of his best years and efforts. These are not unrelated phenomena. His writing attests to his reliance on the Western tradition in general and its American body of letters in particular for inspiration and guidance. If we desire more men and women like Lilienthal in mold, if not exactly in pour, then our education system and culture cannot afford their current post-American drift. Without a basic commitment to our society's continuation and without tradition, we are lost to ourselves. Great ambition and decadence alloy only in a single product: tyranny. Liberal education is, as the Midwestern tradition insisted, vital to a Republican citizenry. Even the folksy, prairie-born Harry Truman relied on Plutarch for insight. What do we talk about when we talk about the frontier? For more than a century, Americans haven't been able to avoid using that term to describe our society's past, present, and future. It may be time to find a better one. Frederick Jackson Turner inaugurated a new school of American historiography and a new strain of national myth when he wrote in 1893 that American society had been defined by the constant return to primitive conditions along the westward advancing line of settlement. The frontier preserved democracy, opportunity, and a vital spirit that together set the United States apart from Europe. But Turner declared that, with the disappearance of the physical frontier, announced to little notice in a U.S. Census Bulletin in 1890, an epoch in American history had closed. Turner's thesis gave rise to two twinned registers in American discourse that remain dominant today: laments, from right and left, over the dim prospects of an America without the frontier, and optimism about possible new frontiers, a capacious category encompassing everything from anti-poverty crusades and space exploration to technological innovation and urban gentrification. In recent decades, a critical version of the frontier narrative has gained salience. Accounts of settler colonialism invert previous generations' moral triumphalism, drawing attention to the frontier's violent exclusions without contesting its centrality in American history. Like most national myths, the concept of America as frontier society gestures, however imprecisely, at something real. Many realms of American life are still prone to periodic convulsions where the frontier drama is reenacted. But frontier, on close inspection, is not the best term on which to hang a theory of these convulsions. The word refers to the line drawn on a map to denote the approximate geographic extent of settlement. a line, as Turner admitted, that was inevitably deceiving, in that it couldn't capture the exact nature of the collisions and changes occurring in the broader area at the forefront of settlement. It was really those collisions and their consequences that Turner saw as the central feature in American history. The frontier was merely their rough address. What are the actual forces at work? Then, in the winning of America's new frontiers, beyond rosy encomia to heroic trailblazers and heated denunciations of exploiters and profiteers, what does this creative destruction look like in practice? It's clear that particular groups are involved in these endeavors, with particular collective interests tied to their new venture, and a specific relationship to the state. A new conceptual frame is needed to examine the political, social, and economic logic of the periodic upheavals in American life that result from these dynamics. We might call this process filibusterism, after its protagonists. Before the term filibuster, derived from the Spanish filibustero from Dutch vrijbuiter or freebooter, came to describe a method of legislative delay, it referred to a particular kind of 19th century adventurer. These original filibusters led expeditions into foreign countries in the Americas, seeking to conquer territory and, eventually, persuade the U.S. government to annex it. Tennessee native William Walker was perhaps the most famous of the early filibusters. After leading an army of mercenaries into Nicaragua and establishing himself as president of the country in 1856, he was driven out by Costa Rican-led forces and eventually handed over by the British Navy to the Honduran government, which executed him. Not a rousing success, but the process by which Texas and California became part of the United States, Americans settling land in a foreign country, establishing local control, and eventually obtaining the territory's absorption into the Union, can only be described as successful applications of the same set of tactics. In 19th century filibusters, we glimpse the contours of a dynamic that in different incarnations has replayed itself incessantly in American society, from the colonial period to the present day. A group makes an independent venture into some new area that ends with the venture's absorption by the state on terms favorable to the group in question. This logic applies broadly, from the backwoodsmen who defied the Crown's prohibition to cross the Alleghenies and settle what became Kentucky, to the machine politicians who integrated their apparatuses into the 19th and 20th century state, to the Uber executives who end-ran local prohibitions in a successful bid to obtain regulatory approval. Filibusterism is a better description of the events gestured to in these examples than land grabs, not just because it is less moralistic but because it points to the thing which makes all successful land grabs successful: that the state, in the end, signs on the dotted line. Filibusterism, in this broader sense, works like this. Without asking permission, a group moves into a loosely controlled territory and sets itself up there. The group knows that it is in violation, sometimes ambiguously, sometimes flagrantly, of established law or practice, so it seeks to entrench itself as deeply as possible, as quickly as possible, and in the greatest numbers possible. That way, it can increase its odds of survival. But the real goal is more than just survival. The group eventually hopes to convince the state not just to permit its activities, but to support them. This is because filibuster activity entails risk, and the state is the only actor powerful enough to defuse this risk and, ultimately, consolidate the filibuster's enterprise. But the state, in the majority of cases, is first ignorant, then reluctant to involve itself, then hostile to the filibuster cause. It is disruptive, it is risky. The state would rather leave it to its own fate, but sooner or later a decision has to be made. Crack down and wipe out the filibusters, a course that requires effort and expense, and makes enemies of the filibusters and their allies, or provide them the imprimatur and the support that they desire, something that also comes at a financial and political cost. Urban gentrification, the process by which professional class pioneers migrate into poorer urban neighborhoods, eventually resulting in the displacement of the established population, illustrates the dynamics of filibusterism well. Looking at the development of this phenomenon in brownstone Brooklyn from the 1960s onward, Suleiman Osman describes how the initial white-collar émigrés moved there with a sense of zeal. These were sympathetic figures in the eyes of the New Left, Jane Jacobs reading believers in urban life in all its racial and class diversity, in an age of suburban self-segregation. But by the 1980s, real estate in the Brooklyn neighborhoods the émigrés had colonized, many of whose names and supposed boundaries had been invented out of whole cloth by the émigrés themselves, was among the country's most expensive, and the previous residence days were numbered. No one told the gentrifiers to move into those neighborhoods. As Osman puts it, gentrification did not originate in City Hall. But once they were sufficiently established, it turned out they had things to ask of the state. Relentlessly opposed to central planning, associated with urban renewal projects and the hated Robert Moses, they battled their neighborhood's aging ward bosses, seeking to win decentralized power for themselves. By the 1970s, the white-collar émigrés had obtained a long list of public sweeteners and handouts, including special mortgages for young pioneers and tax incentives for home improvement. For the displaced residents, no such public help was forthcoming. As we all know, the broader story of gentrification, playing out in neighborhoods across the United States, most often ends with the creation of a new upper-class neighborhood, complete with upscale boutiques, WeWorks, and full integration into the luxury real estate market. A typical conclusion to a filibuster saga. Or consider the tactics employed to accomplish the rise of Uber, a more organized and well-capitalized filibuster project. The rideshare company rolled out its service in cities before obtaining regulatory approval, trusting, often rightly, that it could rapidly acquire a big enough user base to force local authorities' hand. Executives termed this strategy principled confrontation, a filibuster mantra for the 21st century. The novel aspects of the service Uber offered, black cars and rideshares called with an app, driven by contractors and assisted by an algorithm, inserted it into a legal gray area that the company exploited to the maximum. In Portland, Oregon, Uber launched without city officials' approval, then tried to elude regulators by individually targeting them, preventing them from calling cars on the app. In Seattle, in a matter of weeks, Uber was able to grow its ridership before the city even knew what happened. By the time regulators had arrived, Uber was too popular with citizens to try and shut it down. The company, along with competitor Lyft, outmaneuvered local authorities and entrenched taxi and transit unions by presenting them with a fait accompli. Portland, Seattle, and dozens of other cities had little choice but to change their laws after the fact to accommodate the rideshare service's emergence, including dropping rules requiring drivers to undergo background checks. The filibusters had one state permission and state protection. Filibusterism in its original form was colonial and involved taking over physical territory by force. But as the above examples suggest, we can talk about economic or even cultural forms of filibustering, the application of the same set of tactics to other realms. It is a kind of primitive accumulation that is repeatable indefinitely as new realms are opened up within a modern capitalist society, as Turner's Return to Primitive Conditions suggests. The United States certainly has no monopoly on filibusterism, which exists in all countries to some extent. Israel's West Bank settlers, with their ambivalent, intimate relationship with the Israeli state, offer a contemporary example of the classic form of filibusterism. But the phenomenon is probably most common in the countries of the New World. In Brazil, garimpeiros, illegal miners, and land speculators in the Amazon and agripastoral frontier in the center-west offer examples of a filibusterism broadly aligned with the right. Guilherme Bullis's Movimento dos Trabalhadores Sem Teto represents an attempt to reclaim the tactics of filibusterism for the urban left. Filibusters are essentially a type of committed speculator. Like wildcatters, they take advantage of chaos, but while wildcatters merely seek to profit while they can, filibusters are intent on going legit. More aggressive than mere boosters, sometimes they are formally organized, sometimes ordered only spontaneously. They are often, but not invariably, drawn from the middle ranks of society. They perceive themselves as the little guys, and they are not completely wrong. They tend to have some capital to invest in their new enterprise, but not lavish amounts. Large accumulations of capital get involved in a filibuster enterprise once it seems to have staying power. These can help the project secure final absorption by the state. The lavish infusions of venture capital that preceded Uber's most aggressive phase of expansion offer one example. And capital invariably cashes in once the filibuster project's approval by the state is guaranteed, a process that sometimes catapults a few of the filibusters themselves to the heights of wealth. But the big money tends not to be there at the outset. Though they are more closely associated with the right, the American left has not been able to resist defending filibuster groups when they seem to operate in alignment with its causes, from the Jayhawkers of Bleeding Kansas to urban gentrifiers for a time, to the growers and associated interests pushing marijuana legalization at the state level. The phenomenon of irregular migration to the United States presents a particularly interesting contemporary example of filibusterism, with some 11 million unauthorized residents effectively engaged in a collective attempt to compel the U.S. government to formalize the status of at least some of them. What is most important to emphasize about the filibuster, marking a stark contrast with the idealized figure of the pioneer, is the possession of agency but not independence. Filibusters move first, taking advantage of some state of affairs, a technological innovation, a slackening of control over some realm of political or economic life, to insert themselves and begin their operation. But their final success depends entirely on the state, as they understand perfectly well. No wonder, then, that many of Silicon Valley's wealthiest executives, having made their fortunes through forms of economic filibusterism, wringing protection for their fledgling enterprises from the state through subsidies, state contracts, friendly regulation, and more, pair encomia to the free market with a close relationship with the state. Such contradictions reflect the ambivalent position of the filibuster. The official ideology of Silicon Valley prefers to distinguish rent-seeking economic actors from genuine innovators. Filibusterism, as a concept, gestures at the process by which the innovator is established as the rent-seeker, was already the rent-seeker, albeit a special subtype, from the very beginning. Though filibuster groups have been controversial throughout American history, most are called pioneers or entrepreneurs by their defenders and are considered representatives of an American tradition of risk-taking and self-made industriousness. Certainly, many are brave and innovative. Such activities require a finely tuned opportunism and, generally, no small level of financial or personal risk. It is also undoubtedly true that filibuster activity, broadly construed, is responsible, directly or indirectly, for a large portion of the economic and political might of the United States, historically and today, from Silicon Valley to the fracking boom to Sunbelt real estate. But to see filibusters solely in heroic terms ignores their intention to socialize the risks they are undertaking. Their intrepid bid to establish themselves in a new endeavor will attain total success only when the state agrees to underwrite them. The benefits of the filibuster's success generally accrue first and foremost to the filibusters themselves, while the shared costs are sometimes high and are not always clear in advance. Democracy versus authoritarianism, state versus society, central planning versus the free market. These dichotomies fail to describe the filibuster phenomenon in full. A polity characterized by the emergence and assimilation of this type of venture is decentralized but not procedurally democratic, its state passive yet powerful, its society active yet, in the last instance, dependent. Where filibusterism is so widespread that it permeates society, it takes a toll on the state, which becomes accustomed to its role in dialogue with filibuster groups. The filibusters are nimbler, move faster, have a better sense of the landscape. The state is the slow-moving but powerful arbiter. A state repeatedly subjected to filibuster demands threatens to become a custodian state. It is a custodian in a double sense, in that it is chiefly occupied in dealing with demands of private groups to take custody of the projects they initiate, and that it is mostly engaged in trying to clean up the messes these groups make. The custodian state is not the night watchman state of libertarian fantasy. It is repeatedly compelled to exert its power by and on behalf of the filibusters. It still has the final say in a range of realms and the Weberian monopoly on violence. But it is reactive rather than active. Not capable of central planning, not capable of dirigisme, of surveying the polity and channeling private forces in one direction or another, it struggles even to formulate industrial policy, immigration policy, or to maintain an adequate welfare state. It is a slumbering giant or a Goliath facing a dozen Davids. And each filibuster demand, representing a request for state assistance to a single faction, depletes the resources that might otherwise be directed toward universal commitments. The filibusters notice new developments in the social realm quicker than the custodian state does, and the latter eventually settles into this short-sightedness, meaning often it cannot act capably to assist its citizens even when it wants to. In short, a state vitiated by constant encounters with filibusterism becomes the caricature drawn of it by libertarianism and its ancestors. The qualities attributed by libertarians to the state in general, ignorant, slow-moving but finally domineering, are in fact the qualities of the custodian state in particular. A typical view shared by American liberalism and sections of the right in different versions, on the other hand, holds that the dysfunction of the U.S. state comes from its being captured by special interests. Removing these interests' privileges and making space for nimbler and more innovative forces to supplant them is supposed to represent the formula for renewal. But a close look at filibuster dynamics through American history shows that the rot goes far deeper. It is precisely the innovators of today that become the vested interests of tomorrow, and in the course of their ascent these beloved pioneers are themselves responsible for perpetuating many of the debilities of the American state, then as now. All this has consequences for the current conjuncture. Domestically, America seems caught between restraining filibusterism and empowering it. With an eye to the world stage, the U.S. federal state, in many regards long accustomed to a custodian role, is now seeking to restore its capacity to act in the realm of industrial policy. This is to respond to its Chinese rival, possessed of a more socio-economically aware and active state that is comfortable defining and redefining the terms for a private sector that this state itself summoned into life not so long ago. Yet the entrenched filibusterism of U.S. society, though in many ways an advantage for America, has depleted its state's resources and is now rendering clumsy its efforts in the industrial realm, limiting their effects. To understand the possibilities presented by the current situation, it is necessary to look at how filibusterism has changed shape across the span of U.S. history. Filibusterism has thrived in America from the earliest colonial period. Circumstances offered ample opportunity. Besides the obvious appeal of colonial life to those with a special taste for risk and a desire to engage in some new venture, there was great distance from the metropole and great proximity to cultivable land, legal prohibitions and native inhabitants notwithstanding. An early 17th century example is presented by the takeover of Kent Island in the Chesapeake Bay, part of Catholic Maryland, by a canny Protestant named William Claiborne, who used it as an Indian trading post for decades, in defiance of Maryland's colonial rulers, all while seeking to get the English crown to award it to him instead. The state with which colonial filibusters were partnered in their delicate dance was, until independence, the English crown and its colonial emissaries. With the establishment of the Republic, this became the U.S. government, but the relationship did not change in kind. Filibusterism was not the sole method of westward expansion. At times it contended with the state's urge to plan, which asserted itself, after the filibuster chaos of the settlement of Kentucky and the immediate trans-Alleghenian frontier, in the orderly squares of the Northwest Ordinance, and in the internal improvements credo of the Whigs. But it was always a major force and often the chief motivator. Settlers deployed the tactics of filibusterism to draw the country across the continent in anxious collaboration with the U.S. government. First advancing beyond the territory where they could be protected from Indian attack, then obtaining further concession from their own government. Military incursions, new forts, fresh treaties banishing Native Americans further outward, all of these consolidated the previously outlying settlements, after which the settlers moved on, pushing the new boundaries and beginning the cycle anew. The boundary between settlers and the state could be tenuous, of course, and it partially collapsed with the election of Andrew Jackson, the first filibuster president, literally. As general, he had almost single-handedly, and partially by accident, wrought the incorporation of Florida into the United States. With mass expulsions of Native Americans, Jackson put the full repressive apparatus of the state in motion in order to open up new areas for settlement. Yet, not coincidentally, at the same time he sought, in his war with the first U.S. central bank, to weaken its capacity to act directly in other ways. Under Jackson's like-minded successors, the American state exerted itself to assist private groups' impetuous incursions into new areas, including by force of arms. The Civil War, besides expanding the reach and confidence of the American state, inaugurated a new stage in the cooperation between it and the filibusters. A model was provided by the Homestead Act of 1862, passed through Congress in wartime, with Southern resistance eliminated. At once throwing open new lands for settlement and setting formal guidelines for their apportionment, it sought to grant filibuster demands in advance while channeling them through the apparatus of the state in the hope that it could guide them toward the state's goal. This might be called state filibusterism, in which the state aims to transcend its merely reactive character, not by stamping out filibusters, but by intentionally harnessing their potential. Much could be accomplished through this method, but its limitations became apparent just as quickly. A Southern Homestead Act, intended to make use of the South's public lands to bring landownership to freedmen, after the withdrawal of the initial promise of mass confiscation of lands from Confederate planters, was passed in 1866. This proved completely hopeless, and moreover cruel of Congress to imagine the freedmen, with no capital to muster, were in any position to compete with the inevitable floods of speculators who swooped in to purchase and reclaim the mostly swampy land. The law was a failure long before it was repealed in 1876. The story of these two Homestead Acts indicates the double valence of the long American tradition in which the state itself opens new areas to be exploited by private actors in an attempt to accomplish indirectly some aim. The aim in question generally only gets accomplished if there is strong, pre-existing filibuster energy, and where there is strong filibuster energy, there is rarely the hope to uplift en masse a downtrodden group. Filibustering is not an activity the subaltern has much ability to participate in. We have seen that it is typically a petty bourgeois enterprise, and handouts to filibuster groups, whether tendered in advance or ex post facto, tend to come at the subaltern's expense. The transcontinental railroads, constructed at practically the same moment, represented another classic example of state filibusterism. The federal government gave out half the public land along the tracks to the railroad companies, keeping the other half for itself. But the rise in land values from the railroad would make the gift more than pay for itself. The railroad companies, meanwhile, put little or no money down and were crowned monopolists by the U.S. government for the favor of accomplishing on its behalf the settlement of the Great West and the projection of U.S. control over it. If the robber barons were prototypical filibusters catapulted into the commanding heights by the success of their enterprises, progressive reform represented, among other things, the typical hatred of the respectable classes for the lower middle-class filibusters, and their desire to restore order to a society racked with filibuster chaos through moral cleansing, a project that was eventually taken up by the state with some effect. The half-century from 1890 brought with it progressively greater limits on filibusterism. The New Deal moved in two directions at once, placing firm checks on filibusterism on several fronts, while bringing the state filibuster apparatus to unparalleled heights of sophistication and power, and reshaping American society in the process. The first tendency is illustrated in its financial interventions, including the early construction of a federal deposit insurance program, intended to tame wildcat banking and make the mercurial realm of finance, until then wide open to all sorts of filibusterism, into a domain surveilled by the state. But attempts to bring a measure of financial stability to American life in other areas transformed into something far more ambitious. In his classic study of American suburbanization, the aptly titled Crabgrass Frontier, Kenneth Jackson describes how the New Deal housing agencies, the Home Owners Loan Corporation and the Federal Housing Administration, were called into being to combat catastrophic conditions in the housing market, fully half of home mortgages in default by 1933, by which point construction of new housing was down 95% from 5 years previously. Introducing the self-amortizing mortgage, systematizing appraisals, insuring home loans on a mass scale, the New Deal state succeeded in lowering interest rates enough to make it cheaper for the middle and even lower middle classes to buy than to rent a home. Jackson credits these agencies for the sharp rise in homeownership from 44% in 1934 to 63% in 1972. The result was one of the largest mass movements in our history. The titanic rush of the middle classes out of the cities, a phenomenon accelerating to breakneck speed after the war. The filibuster activity unleashed by standardized, government-backed mortgages and the resulting flight to the suburbs was tremendous. Suburban developers laid out new tracts as fast as they could, trusting they could obtain incorporation and city services later for the new communities being constructed out of forest and scrubland. This was state filibusterism taken to an entirely new level. Not only had the state opened this frontier, it had helped create it out of whole cloth. In the process, it created novel bureaucratic state organs in the HOLC and FHA that worked to channel filibusterism and, for good and ill, in so doing became nearly as aware of changing social circumstances on the ground, at a granular level, as the filibusters themselves. If the New Deal state represented both a high watermark for state filibusterism and a certain transcendence of the limitations of the custodian state, the boom decades that followed would lean more toward the former. This was the age of Keynesian state filibusterism, and its most famous result was Silicon Valley. By making available lavish military-industrial contracts, the wartime and post-war state essentially introduced, intentionally, a new economic territory to be exploited by insurgent filibuster forces. The broader aim this national security state hoped to accomplish was simple: winning the Cold War, and it was only dimly aware of the domestic transformation it was enabling. The contracts were duly taken advantage of by canny figures like Stanford's Fred Terman, who saw in the federal money the makings of a tech cluster he helped nurture, and a chance to establish Stanford among the country's top universities. This local group, propelled also by David Packard of HP, the booster-in-chief of what would become Silicon Valley, soon gathered enough momentum soaking up state contracts to achieve its great filibuster goal, entrenching itself as an independent force facing the Eastern military-industrial technological establishment based mostly in the Boston area. Once done, the Western cluster acquired all the trappings of a mature enterprise: its own lobby in Washington, its own dominant titans, and its own pool of venture capital to allocate, to ensure that subsequent upstarts would not elude their grasp, as they themselves had eluded the grasp of the East. Summing up the course of events, historian Margaret O'Mara writes that Silicon Valley is neither a big government story nor a free market one. It's both. We can be more specific. It's a state filibuster story. O'Mara emphasizes that the developing tech cluster in the West was allowed to grow organically by the post-war state. Defense contracts were awarded, but it was not systematically planned. Compare that to de Gaulle's dirigiste answer to Silicon Valley, the plan calcul. a massive multi-year effort toward building a homegrown French computer industry, featuring education programs, corporate partnerships, and research parks. This is not to assert the superiority of the U.S. state filibuster approach, more successful in this case than the dirigiste method, but rather to illustrate that even at its most generous and most successful state filibusterism does not jolt the state out of its custodian role, nor out of its tendency toward detachment from and often ignorance of the cutting edge. As the 20th century drew to a close, state filibusterism in the United States became less ambitious. The major economic and demographic trends continued to be the ones first set in motion in no small part by state filibuster efforts during the post-war era. For example, the expansion of the Sun Belt, initiated by military-industrial largesse to a burgeoning aerospace and high-tech manufacturing industry, delighting ambitious Western boosters. The growth of the Sunbelt cities, Los Angeles, in an earlier phase, and Phoenix, the classic example of a post-war Sunbelt boomtown, represented a gargantuan filibuster effort on unprecedented scale. With frantic real estate developers erecting ranch-style houses as fast as they could, these entire growing cities counted for their success not only on the state contracts that anchored their high-tech economies, but on two other sources of political support: the provision, by the state, of new water resources for these desert or semi-desert cities, in Phoenix's case, from the hotly contested Colorado River supplies, and on the acquiescence of the polity as a whole to the vampiric role that the Sun Belt plays in the national economic geography, siphoning industry, people, and taxes away from the Northeast and Midwest states with their more robust labor protections and welfare apparatuses. Florida, with its own bristling array of wildcat real estate developers, also has its own distinctive method of wringing filibuster opportunity from the resources of the American state. By drawing retirees from a broad swath of eastern states, it channels federal money, via Social Security and Medicare, away from those states and keeps it for itself. In the 1980s, the modality of state filibusterism in the United States changed from Keynesian to neoliberal, or one could say from positive to negative. Keynesian tactics, involving the creation of subsidies or stimulus for some activity, are positive state filibusterism in that they use the power of the state to create a new ground for filibusters to exploit. Negative state filibusterism, in contrast, consists of inviting filibusters to colonize some territory formerly held by the state. In historical terms, the Louisiana Purchase is positive. The Homestead Act is negative. Although both modalities have their limits, negative state filibusterism has more obvious ones, in that the state does not have infinite bulk to slough off. A precise example of this transition is provided by the successful 1970s filibuster effort of the emerging biomedical industry university nexus to build an empire through intellectual property carved out of the post-war federal research economy. Though the major agencies each had their own policies, the federal government generally retained the patents for technologies discovered through its contracts, and universities generally had little involvement in the patent process. But during the 1970s, universities started pressing for patents, eager to draw benefit for themselves from new directions in technology, as the rising tide of federal university funding began to crest. Stanford and the University of California system led the way, but this was a broad-based filibuster effort. During the 1970s, the authors of a monograph on Bayh-Dole write, university patenting grew significantly and became less concentrated, including some schools with little or no previous experience. In response, the federal research state obediently tacked toward a more permissive policy with respect to federally funded inventions, and in 1980 the Bayh-Dole Act formalized the shift, allowing universities to keep the patents in most cases, with only march-in rights and a free license reserved for the government. Universities could then turn around and license the invention to private companies, which they happily did, first to small ones, then to big ones. Universities had lobbied hard for the shift, which lawmakers justified as a bid to revitalize U.S. industry amid fierce international competition by allowing nimble private forces to overcome bureaucratic red tape and harness the scientific breakthroughs of America's still world-leading research universities, thus making better use of the tax dollars that funded the research. Bayh-Dole initially gave preference to universities and small businesses, but restrictions on large businesses were lifted in 1983, and what restrictions remain have been customarily waived by the government for decades, as Eric Painert writes in these pages, essentially privatizing patent rights even when the law required that they remain public. Bayh-Dole was a tremendous concession to biotech filibusters, a bid to buoy emerging players like Genentech, whose 1980 IPO had Wall Street salivating, by undermining the federal research state. Taken together with a favorable Supreme Court decision the same year, Diamond versus Chakraborty, which allowed living organisms to be patented, It was part of a concerted negative state filibuster effort to create a replacement for the traditional heavy industry the country was losing. This effort achieved considerable success, as the growth of U.S. biotech and pharmaceutical companies attests, but the drawbacks of the new IP-intensive industries, including scarce employment and high-profit, low-investment behavior, are now well known. One could trace a similar negative state filibuster trajectory in the saga of financial deregulation and the parallel financialization of the U.S. economy since the 1980s, the state opening up a vast new terrain for speculative activity by partially disassembling the New Deal financial regulatory apparatus. Yet, over the past 2 decades, negative state filibusterism has crept toward its limits. There are fewer terrains left now within the state that can be palatably turned over to the filibusters. Even negative state filibusterism requires an imagination and intentionality now seemingly lacking, and political resistance to this model has grown. Instead, filibuster projects over the past 2 decades, as the above example of Uber suggests, have tended to be more of the classic variety, that is, not principally initiated by the state at all. Today, filibusterism in America is caught in an impasse. Challenges launched across the 2010s, from the liberal left and socialist left, seeking to tame filibusterism with the power of the state as the New Deal once did, are largely spent. Yet a right still carrying on its long love affair with filibusterism struggles to summon a vision for how the state might harness filibuster energy in a transformative, intentional direction, falling back on more or less heedless handouts like school choice, deregulation, and handicapping the administrative state, now achieving results with the downfall of the Chevron doctrine. Industrial policy under the Biden administration, on the other hand, has sought to revive the state filibuster tradition of the 20th century, erecting an architecture within the state of Phillips to filibusterism. But this program's comparative lack of ambition is evident. No new agencies, few new administrative apparatuses, most of the money spent on tax credits for businesses and individuals, hardly a precise tool, let alone one that enhances the state's capabilities. In the meantime, filibuster projects seeking state approval continue to reshape the American social landscape, some facing political resistance, illegal migration, drug legalization. Others, like sports gambling, hardly resisted at all. What is the best path forward? Taming filibusterism, a return to grand acts of state filibusterism, or simply letting filibusterism rip? America would be, if less dynamic, more just and reasonable with less filibusterism, and the extent of the U.S. state's continued deference to filibusters is an embarrassment, but the first option is most likely impracticable under current conditions. Filibusterism remains too strong a force in American life, and it is hard to discern how a political coalition could currently be assembled for the necessary reform and fortification of the state. A more practicable goal along these lines would be to shore up state provision of social services since, as we have seen, efforts to mobilize filibuster energy to remedy social ills are generally in vain. Filibuster energy can be a quite useful tool when directed toward other goals, and channeling it through new, more sophisticated state filibuster programs can make it into a somewhat more rational and orderly process, though this can be a dangerous game. Certainly, to permit unbridled filibusterism is to cede the field to forces that generally have no interest in the well-being of society at large, as the successful recent filibuster efforts by gambling interests suggests. For maximum effect, efforts to channel filibusterism should be more than mere giveaways to a filibuster group that seems sympathetic. The state should only make such giveaways when a goal of its own is accomplished simultaneously, and ideally only when doing so also improves its own capacities and attention to changes at the societal level. Creating new, continuously active bodies that can learn from filibusters as they aid them, Jigar Shah's loan program within the Department of Energy may be an example. Could be a goal of state filibuster efforts. But the fact of the matter is that a state dependent on filibusterism to accomplish its goals is extremely limited in its range of action. Where there is no filibuster appetite, it is unable to act. When there is more appetite than expected, it is overwhelmed and behind the action. Its most important accomplishments, as we see with Silicon Valley, generally happen by accident. These constraints will probably remain with us. Accordingly, what the filibusters themselves do next is likely to matter most for the forward trajectory of U.S. society. This is why better tracking of their movements and predicting them where possible is so important. For despite their powers of granular discernment, when it comes to abstraction or forecasting, filibusters are null, incapable, unthinking. Aware only of the circumstances in front of them, and thinking only of how to take advantage, they have little idea what broader consequences their own actions will soon bring for their society and for the world. Since it began operations in 2010, Uber has grown to the point where it now collects over $45 billion in gross passenger revenue, and it has seized a major share of the urban car service market. But the widespread belief that it is a highly innovative and successful company has no basis in economic reality. An examination of Uber's economics suggests that it has no hope of ever earning sustainable urban car service profits in competitive markets. Its costs are simply much higher than the market is willing to pay, as its 9 years of massive losses indicate. Uber not only lacks powerful competitive advantages, but it is actually less efficient than the competitors it has been driving out of business. Uber's investors, however, never expected that their returns would come from superior efficiency in competitive markets. Uber pursued a growth-at-all-costs strategy financed by a staggering $20 billion in investor funding. This funding subsidized fares and service levels that could not be matched by incumbents who had to cover costs out of actual passenger fares. Uber's massive subsidies were explicitly anti-competitive and are ultimately unsustainable, but they made the company enormously popular with passengers who enjoyed not having to pay the full cost of their service. The resulting rapid growth was also intended to make Uber highly attractive to those segments of the investment world that believed explosive top-line growth was the only important determinant of how startup companies should be valued. Investors focused narrowly on Uber's revenue growth and only rarely considered whether the company could ever produce the profits that might someday repay the multi-billion-dollar subsidies. Most public criticisms of Uber have focused on narrow behavioral and cultural issues, including deceptive advertising and pricing, algorithmic manipulation, driver exploitation, deep-seated misogyny among executives, and disregard of laws and business norms. Such criticisms are valid, but these problems are not fixable aberrations. They were the inevitable result of pursuing growth at all costs without having any ability to fund that growth out of positive cash flow. And while Uber has taken steps to reduce negative publicity, it has not done, and cannot do, anything that could suddenly produce a sustainable, profitable business model. Uber's longer-term goal was to eliminate all meaningful competition and then profit from this quasi-monopoly power. While it has already begun using some of this artificial power to suppress driver wages, it has not achieved the Facebook or Amazon-type platform power it hoped to exploit. Given that both sustainable profits and true industry dominance seemed unachievable, Uber's investors decided to take the company public, based on the hope that enough gullible investors still believe that the company's rapid growth and popularity are the result of powerfully efficient innovations and do not care about its inability to generate profits. These beliefs about Uber's corporate value were created entirely out of thin air. This is not a case of a company with a reasonably sound operating business that has managed to inflate stock market expectations a bit. This is a case of a massive valuation that has no relationship to any economic fundamentals. Uber has no competitive efficiency advantages, operates in an industry with few barriers to entry, and has lost more than $14 billion in the previous 4 years. But its narratives convinced most people in the media, investment, and tech worlds that it is the most valuable transportation company on the planet and the second most valuable startup IPO in U.S. history, after Facebook. Uber is the breakthrough case where the public perception of a large new company was entirely created using the types of manufactured narratives typically employed in partisan political campaigns. Narrative construction is perhaps Uber's greatest competitive strength. The company used these techniques to completely divert attention away from the massive subsidies that were the actual drivers of its popularity and growth. It successfully framed the entire public discussion around an emotive, us versus them battle between heroic innovators and corrupt regulators who were falsely blamed for all of the industry's historic service problems. Uber's desired framing, that it was fighting a moral battle on behalf of technological progress and economic freedom, was uncritically accepted by the mainstream business and tech industry press, who then never bothered to analyze the firm's actual economics or its anti-competitive behavior. In reality, Uber's platform does not include any technological breakthroughs, and Uber has done nothing to disrupt the economics of providing urban car services. What Uber has disrupted is the idea that competitive consumer and capital markets will maximize overall economic welfare by rewarding companies with superior efficiency. Its multi-billion-dollar subsidies completely distorted marketplace price and service signals, leading to a massive misallocation of resources. Uber's most important innovation has been to produce staggering levels of private wealth without creating any sustainable benefits for consumers, workers, the cities they serve, or anyone else. Prior to its IPO, Uber publicly released limited P&L results. These showed GAAP net losses of $2.6 billion in 2015 $3.8 billion in 2016, $4.5 billion in 2017, and $3.9 billion in 2018. In its April IPO S-1 prospectus, Uber recast all its historical P&L results, allegedly to isolate the terrible results in three major markets, China, Russia, and Southeast Asia, that Uber has abandoned from the results of its ongoing operations, which are the primary concern of potential investors. But Uber's S-1 included $5 billion, roughly $3 billion in divestiture gains, and $2 billion representing Uber's valuation of its untradeable equity/debt positions in the companies that took over its failed operations, as part of net income from its ongoing operations. This deliberate misstatement was designed to give potential investors the impression that the profitability of Uber's current marketplace services had improved by $5 billion, and that Uber actually made $1 billion net profit in 2018. If one correctly segregates ongoing and discontinued results, however, Uber's actual 2018 profit improvement was zero. Its ongoing operations lost $3.5 billion in 2017 and lost $3.5 billion again in 2018. The company's losses over the last 4 years from still ongoing operations were roughly $14 billion. Previously, Uber had been the only ride-sharing company with sufficient public data to allow a detailed analysis of business model competitiveness versus incumbent operators. But the March release of Lyft's IPO prospectus revealed that it has the same terrible economics as Uber, and there is no public evidence that any other ride-sharing company, such as Didi, Grab, Ola, and other large Asian operators, has a path to sustainable profitability. Like Uber, other well-known startups lost money at first, but unlike Uber, they quickly generated the strong positive cash flow needed to fund growth. The gross fares paid by Uber passengers increased from $9 billion in 2015 to $45 billion in 2018. If Uber had the powerful scale/network economies that allowed startups like Amazon and Google to rapidly grow into profitability, the results would have shown up in Uber's financial performance years ago. In fact, Uber's operating and investing activities burned $2.2 billion in cash in 2018, its 9th year of operation. Uber's GAAP profit margin was minus 135% in 2015. It appeared to improve to minus 51% in 2017 and, adjusting for the divestiture and non-cash equity gains discussed above, minus 35% in 2018. Yet these subsequent improvements were not driven by efficiency gains, but by the ability to force driver take-home pay down to minimum wage levels. If Uber drivers still received their 2015 share of each passenger dollar, Uber's negative margins would still be in the triple digits. Primarily, digital companies benefit from very strong economies of scale because the marginal cost of expansion becomes negligible once basic corporate infrastructure is in place. Uber, by contrast, provides a transportation service with a very small percentage of fixed costs. Costs increase with each additional vehicle and driver, and Uber incurs huge startup costs with each new city and country it enters. Uber and taxi services in general realize none of the network economies that some other transport companies enjoy, e.g., airline hub networks. They also have none of the Facebook-type network effects, following what is known as Metcalfe's law, by which each new user makes the network more valuable to all other users, which makes it nearly impossible for smaller competitors to survive. Uber has higher costs than the competitors it has displaced. If Uber's growth had actually resulted from superior efficiency, there would be ample evidence that it could provide taxi service at significantly lower costs than traditional operators. The opposite is true. Uber has higher costs than traditional operators in every category other than fuel. The cost structure of any urban car service company has 4 components. Vehicle costs, typically 18% of total, including acquisition, financing, maintenance, and licensing. Corporate costs, 15%, including dispatching, advertising, overhead functions such as IT and legal, and returns to shareholders. Fuel, 9%, and driver compensation, 58%, including benefits. Uber's business model shifts the vehicle costs, ownership, maintenance, insurance, that traditional companies use to incur to its independent contractor drivers. Passenger fares need to cover total, Uber plus driver, costs. But shifting the burden of vehicle costs and financing onto drivers makes those costs higher, since hundreds of thousands of drivers with limited capital and business experience cannot possibly manage these costs, as well as even a typical traditional cab company. Traditional cab companies also have much lower corporate costs, as they avoid Uber's huge expenditures in areas like political lobbying, global branding, IT development, big corporate headquarters, etc. Uber should also have higher driver costs than traditional operators, because the huge increase in the demand for drivers should have improved wages, benefits, and working conditions. As will be discussed below, however, Uber initially offered incentives that increased its driver costs, but since 2015 has suppressed take-home pay to minimum wage levels. This exercise of artificial market power cannot be considered an Uber efficiency or productivity advantage. While Uber has not achieved the global industry dominance its investors were originally seeking, its ability to reduce driver pay illustrates how it always intended to use market power as a major source of returns. Prior to Uber's market entry, the take-home pay of big city taxi drivers was only $12.17 per hour, and drivers needed to work 60 to 75 hours a week to earn that much. Despite extensively promoting how it would improve life for its driver partners, Uber actually reduced take-home pay to $9.11 per hour, below minimum wage levels in many cases. There have been multiple reports about drivers needing to sleep in their cars to make ends meet. A recent study of drivers for app-based companies in New York City showed that 90% were recent immigrants, largely from Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh, and 20% required public income supplements such as food stamps. Uber's entry substantially increased the demand for drivers. If labor markets worked as predicted by economic theory, this should have significantly increased driver take-home pay and improved working conditions. Instead, Uber exploited artificial market power to subvert normal market dynamics. Its extensive driver recruitment programs used gross dishonesty to deceive drivers, including ongoing misrepresentations of gross pay prior to deducting vehicle costs as net pay, and at one point the company claimed that Uber drivers in New York averaged $90,000 in annual earnings. Uber's shift of the full vehicle burden onto drivers created additional artificial power. Traditional cab drivers could easily move to other jobs if they were unhappy, but Uber's drivers were locked into vehicle financial obligations that made it much more difficult to leave once they discovered how poor actual pay and conditions were. Starting in 2015, Uber eliminated most of the incentives it had used to attract drivers and unilaterally raised its share of passenger fares from 20% to 25 to 30%. Almost all of Uber's margin improvement since 2015 is explained by this reduction of driver compensation down to minimum wage levels, not by improved efficiency. These unilateral compensation cuts resulted in a direct wealth transfer from labor to capital of over $3 billion. Comparable cuts at Lyft resulted in a labor capital wealth transfer of $1 billion. Traditional taxi service was widely disliked. In a perfect world, customers want clean, sparkling cabs, and don't want to pay higher prices for the increased availability and reliability required to get cars to instantly appear whenever they want. For major structural issues explain why traditional cab companies couldn't improve productivity and couldn't economically provide the level of service customers would have liked. These problems have long been understood and are inherent to every form of urban transport. Solving these structural barriers would require significantly reducing operating costs and significantly increasing the productivity of vehicles and drivers. Uber, however, has failed to reduce car service costs, and it hasn't meaningfully improved productivity. Far from revolutionizing the future of transportation, Uber has not solved any of the industry's long-standing structural problems. Most taxi demand is low-income. Higher fares would shrink traffic and reduce utilization. Taxi demand is sociologically bipolar. 55% of demand comes from people earning less than $40,000 per year, while 35% comes from people earning more than $100,000. Demand from lower-income people is driven by access to jobs in areas or at times of day, when transit service is poor or non-existent. Given the current income distribution of riders, any attempt to balance supply and demand will either drive lower-income passengers out of the market or result in wealthy customers being charged less than they might be willing to pay. Uber does not have the lower cost structure needed to improve service while keeping fares low, and apparently realizes that only a small portion of the market is willing to pay fares that would cover the true cost of its service. Higher prices would also reduce vehicle utilization and destroy any notion that Uber's business has exceptional growth potential. Uneven geographic demand creates unavoidable empty backhaul costs. Taxi demand, as with demand for every other form of urban transport, has extreme temporal and geographic peaks. Most cities have a dense core area where taxi demand is highest, and taxis operating within that zone can maintain reasonably high daily utilization. But the true cost of trips to neighborhoods outside that zone can be as much as twice normal trip costs since they will have an empty backhaul. Low-income neighborhoods receive poor taxi service because drivers rationally avoid trips where they won't find a return fare. Uber does nothing to create new demand that can fill those empty seats and has no way to vary fares based on backhaul utilization. People expect that the fare to the airport should be roughly the same at 6 a.m. when the cab will return empty, as at 4 p.m. when return fares are queued up. Extremely high cost of peak capacity. Peak taxi demand occurs during the late evening, especially on Friday and Saturday nights. As with rush hour transit and expressway peaks, the cost of the capacity needed to serve peak demand is 4 to 5 times the cost of serving demand on Tuesday morning. Cab companies cannot afford to provide all the expensive capacity demanded, creating conflict as wealthier people headed to restaurants and clubs fight over the limited supply of cabs with late shift workers at hospitals and warehouses. Uber has done nothing to reduce the high cost of peak service or find paying passengers anxious to travel at off hours. Uber's core business proposition, push a button, get a car, by definition requires far more capacity and much lower utilization rates than traditional operators. Overcapacity risk. Taxi businesses in unregulated markets have no natural barriers to entry, and thus face the risk of ruinous overcapacity that reduces utilization and precludes a workable balance of supply and demand. As both Uber and past cases of unlimited market entry have demonstrated, new entrants don't charge fares high enough to cover full operating costs, ensuring major losses for everyone. Uber did not suddenly discover ways to dramatically improve productivity and service quality that everyone else in the industry had been too stupid to recognize for the past 100 years. In fact, nothing in Uber's business model solves any of the major problems that have long frustrated users. Uber's popularity is based on manufactured narratives. Customers correctly perceived that Uber offered greater availability and reliability than traditional cab companies used to, but failed to recognize that all of these improvements required billions of dollars in unsustainable subsidies. If a new entrant in any other established industry suddenly offered much more service at much lower prices than incumbents ever had, the normal response would be to demand evidence about the productivity breakthroughs making this possible. Uber could not withstand this scrutiny, as it has no competitive efficiency advantages, and no plausible way to explain how it might ever provide these services and prices profitably. To divert attention from the subsidies that actually drove its popularity, Uber and its supporters put forward a variety of vague, unsubstantiated, and constantly changing PR claims designed to mislead the public into thinking its popularity actually had something to do with powerful efficiency breakthroughs. Uber claimed that its business model was based on cutting-edge technological innovations, which would overwhelm incumbents in any market anywhere. In reality, Uber's technology is less sophisticated than what airlines and other industries have been using for decades. Although Uber may have been an early adopter of smartphone app-based cab hailing, this service has been easily replicated by other companies, including traditional cab operators, and Uber has no significant advantage here. More importantly, there is no evidence that any of it creates meaningful efficiency gains, or that similar technologies led to major competitive upheavals in any other industry. Uber's business model hasn't worked anywhere, and it has failed disastrously in many markets that the company once claimed were strategically critical, including China, Russia, and Southeast Asia. Uber also claimed huge efficiency gains by offering flexible working conditions to people who want to be their own boss. And while Uber was able to take advantage of abysmal labor market conditions after the 2008 financial crisis, the claim that many of its drivers were entrepreneurial millennials with a preference for gig work has always been totally inconsistent with how its business actually operates. Some drivers may have been initially attracted by Uber's false claims about driver pay, but near minimum wage work is not a lifestyle choice. Uber's driver rules and incentives ensure that most drivers work full-time, and no large-scale transport service can survive if capacity only shows up when workers happen to feel like it. Above all, Uber argued that its business model and technology were so innovative that it had created an entirely new industry, ride-sharing, based on entirely new business concepts, the sharing economy. It insisted that it was a tech company selling sophisticated software and could not possibly be compared to taxi companies. In fact, however, Uber carries people from point A to point B, just like taxis have for 100 years. The tech company claim was really an attempt to get people to ignore its huge losses, since tech companies like Facebook had quickly grown into profitability. The software claim was designed to justify preventing its drivers from getting the labor law protections employees are entitled to, based on the argument that they were totally independent entrepreneurs who had freely chosen to purchase Uber's superior software products. Furthermore, nothing in Uber's business model is actually being shared. The only meaningful economic distinction between taxis and ride-sharing is that the latter avoids regulations that traditional taxis must still obey and depends on billions in predatory investor subsidies. Uber's claim that its growth resulted from customers freely choosing its superior service in competitive markets is fundamentally false. Competitive markets use price and profit signals to help allocate resources to more efficient uses. Uber grew because its years of billion-dollar subsidies totally distorted those signals and allowed it to drive more efficient producers out of business. Uber's investors always had a coherent strategy for earning returns on their investment. But this strategy was never based on building a company that could make money in competitive markets through powerful efficiency advantages. From the outset, the investor strategy was to use massive subsidies to achieve extremely rapid growth. Their goal was to attract a massive valuation based on this growth and capital markets' willingness to ignore the lack of profits because of the expectation that Uber would achieve the same type of growth economics as other prominent tech startups. From early on, investors hoped that Uber's heavily subsidized growth would allow the company to rapidly achieve global dominance of urban car services. Investors expected that such industry dominance would give Uber's platform huge and sustainable economic power, akin to what platform companies like Amazon and Facebook have achieved. The expectation was that this artificial market power would eventually allow the company to generate the profits that its operating economics could never produce in a competitive market. In pursuit of high equity valuations and eventual industry dominance, former CEO Travis Kalanick established a ruthless, monomaniacal, growth-at-any-cost corporate culture. This culture facilitated legal disobedience, competitor sabotage, harassment of critical journalists and of people who had sued Uber, obstruction of local law enforcement, and intellectual property theft. Startups that can finance growth out of positive cash flow do not need to valorize behavior like this, but Uber's investors knew it served as a signal that its eventual marketplace dominance was inevitable, that competitive or regulatory resistance was futile, and that journalistic probing was pointless. While Silicon Valley observers widely understood that Uber was pursuing industry dominance, the company developed PR narratives to distract the general public from its anti-competitive objectives. It emphasized how much Uber customers loved its smartphone app, the heart of its platform. Yet Uber's popularity was not driven by a superior user interface, but by the fact that its massive subsidies allowed the app to show more cab availability at lower prices than the traditional cab companies with comparable apps could show. Uber promoters also falsely claimed that its growth was the result of powerful network economies produced by Uber's platform that had magically converted taxis into a winner-take-all business. Needless to say, none of these claims were backed by any evidence of actual network economies, and no one could explain how these alleged platform-based economies could create quasi-monopoly power in an industry that had never even shown regional tendencies toward concentration. Nor could they explain why no smartphone app-based platforms in any other industry, airlines, pizza delivery services, etc., had ever driven most incumbents out of business or created close to $100 billion in corporate value. In reality, Uber never had any of these platform-based network economies or any of the other strengths that allowed companies like Amazon and Facebook to profitably grow. Companies like Amazon and Facebook have many problematic aspects, but unlike Uber, they achieved market power by first building a legitimate business base. Amazon developed enormous efficiency breakthroughs in e-commerce and distribution, while Facebook introduced a wildly popular new communication tool that had huge network effects. Both companies quickly generated strong enough cash flow to fund growth towards market dominance. The market power of companies like Amazon and Facebook was the result of their size, industry dominance, and immunity from new competitive threats. It was not created by their user interfaces. Platform power became a shorthand term for their overall market power, since the vast majority of consumers and suppliers had to deal with the platform, whether they liked the company or not. Uber's investors understood that this market power allows Amazon and Facebook to economically squeeze workers, suppliers, and cities, to manipulate the data presented to consumers, to force users to cede control of their personal data, and to expand into other markets where they have no advantages other than platform ubiquity. Uber has exploited some of this artificial market power against its drivers. But even with billions in predatory subsidies, it could never achieve the dominance and immunity from competition needed to exploit market power on a scale similar to Amazon and Facebook. Maintaining growth expectations thus required manufacturing narratives about expansion opportunities both within and beyond Uber's core car service business. As with the platform power/winner-take-all narratives, they depended on a willingness within Silicon Valley to assume that the link between Amazon-like growth rates and eventual Amazon-like equity appreciation is so obvious that there's no need to examine whether Amazon-like economics or market conditions actually apply here. Uber's original narrative about years of global expansion driven by a powerful business model that could overwhelm incumbent cab companies anywhere has already been abandoned. This was replaced by a narrative claiming huge synergies that would allow Uber's drivers to use the company's platform to profitably serve a variety of new markets, such as urban logistics and food delivery. Needless to say, no evidence documenting that the alleged synergies actually existed, or that they were strong enough to enable Uber to serve these markets profitably, was ever produced. Uber faces established, efficient competitors in these markets, which have even fewer competitive barriers than taxi service. Companies need to have strong and growing core business profits and cash flow before they can expand into other lower-margin businesses. The evidence suggests these businesses remain very unprofitable, and only remain in place so that Uber's IPO prospectus could show that the raw size of its operations was still growing. To deal with increasing awareness of its years of huge car service losses, Uber has trumpeted its major investments in autonomous vehicles. It claims this would transform profitability since eliminating drivers would remove 60% of Uber's costs. But there is no evidence that Stage 5 automation, cars with no steering wheels, is remotely close to widespread commercial adoption, and Uber gets zero return from its investments in this area until it is. Moreover, the economic impacts of this potential change, for Uber, are not as straightforward as the company's boosters claim. While automation would, hypothetically, allow car services to eliminate drivers, these savings would be offset, especially at first, by much higher vehicle costs, along with major capital risks that Uber currently avoids. It is unclear whether any single firm would eventually dominate this hypothetical industry, but there is no reason to believe Uber would be the most likely company to do so. The most ambitious or perhaps desperate narrative around Uber is that its true market potential is not taxis, but the entire urban transport business. Uber, it is claimed, will eventually displace private car ownership and become the Amazon of transportation. Uber's IPO prospectus highlights that the 26 billion miles consumers traveled using Uber's platform in 2018 represent less than 1% of the company's true market potential. But nothing Uber has done, or publicly contemplated, is remotely comparable to Amazon's integrated e-commerce businesses. Uber has no hope of expanding its transport services beyond taxis. Uber's costs are higher than traditional cab operators, and nothing in Uber's IPO prospectus offers any clue as to how it could ever reduce its costs to the point where they became competitive with mass transit or private cars. Uber's investors were always focused on the need to create the artificial market power that would allow the company to maximize the value of industry dominance. This meant that Uber had to achieve an explicitly political objective: the complete elimination of governmental oversight over taxi service. Taxis, like every other form of urban transport, have never been able to function as a totally private, investor-backed industry and have always been regulated. Taxis are a part of a city's transport infrastructure, providing service to areas and at times of day where other transit service is poor or non-existent, and in limited cases, e.g., airport trips, providing an economical alternative to private cars. Unlike totally discretionary consumer goods, public goods like transport, education, safety, and healthcare create important external benefits, access to jobs, increased development opportunities, that private operators cannot recapture but are critical to a city's economic health. Regulation was also designed to cope with the inherent structural problems affecting taxi economics described earlier. It is impossible to simultaneously maximize public benefits, service levels, market competition, and profitability. Actions to improve one of these variables beyond a given point will inevitably make, at least, one of the others much worse. People will not pay the fares that would cover the true cost of having sparkling clean cabs with well-trained and reasonably paid drivers constantly available. Raising fares or limiting service to high-demand zones where cab utilization could be maximized would destroy most of the critical public benefits taxis create. Given the structural profitability problems, unregulated operators would undersupply safety protections, insurance, and vehicle maintenance, and would naturally tend to eliminate competition in order to increase pricing power. Regulation also ensured that voters and taxpayers effectively controlled taxi service, just as they owned and controlled the urban highway and transit services that also provide important economic benefits. Regulators responsible to voters could establish a rough compromise between the irreconcilable objectives of maximizing public benefits, service levels, competition, and profitability. This rough compromise kept fares, vaguely, within reach of lower and middle-income citizens and rationed peak capacity by congestion and longer waits, as is done with rush-hour expressway and transit capacity. The combination of fare and entry regulations, roughly, ensured that total market revenue covered total market costs, including a living wage for drivers, and that the burdens of empty backhauls as well as the advantages of peak demand were widely shared. Unlike previous Silicon Valley startups, Uber made PR spending a top priority from day one. Other startups could rely on factual evidence about competitive advantages and financial results, perhaps supplemented by some PR spin. Uber had much greater communication challenges and had to artificially manufacture its entire public image. It had to convince the public that its growth was entirely based on powerful technological innovations and superior efficiency, while avoiding any scrutiny of its actual economics, especially its multi-billion-dollar subsidies and losses. It had to convince politicians and journalists that it was a tech company that had created an entirely new industry with unique dynamics, not a transportation company that could be forced to obey rules governing transportation companies. It had to convince Silicon Valley investors that its valuation should be based on the virtually limitless growth opportunities that companies like Amazon and Facebook enjoyed. And it had to sell the idea that all of the taxi industry's historic service and financial problems had been caused by regulators, and that allowing Uber to dominate a laissez-faire industry would magically solve them. Uber needed to convince local governments to transfer control of the taxi industry from democratically accountable bodies to private investors, a move that no local citizens had been demanding. Recognizing that all of these objectives had political components, Uber was the first company to build its entire PR program around the emotive propaganda-style narratives that have long dominated partisan political campaigns. Luckily for Uber, a campaign perfectly suited to its needs had been manufactured a few decades prior. In the early 1990s, a coordinated campaign advocating taxi deregulation was conducted by a variety of pro-corporate/libertarian think tanks that all received funding from Charles and David Koch. This campaign pursued the same deregulation that Uber's investors needed and used classic political propaganda techniques. It emphasized emotive themes designed to engage tribal loyalties and convert complex issues into black and white moral battles where compromise was impossible. There was an emphasis on simple, attractive conclusions designed to obscure the actual objectives of the campaigners and their lack of sound supporting evidence. This campaign's narratives, repeated across dozens of publications, included framing taxi deregulation as a heroic battle for progress, innovation, and economic freedom. Its main claims were that thousands of struggling entrepreneurial drivers had been blocked from job opportunities by the cab cartel and the corrupt regulators beholden to them, and that consumers would enjoy the same benefits that airline deregulation had produced. In a word, consumers were promised a free lunch. Taxi deregulation would lead to lower fares, solve the problems of long waits, provide much greater service, especially in neighborhoods where service was poor, and increase jobs and wages for drivers. Of course, no data or analysis of actual taxi economics showing how these wondrous benefits could be produced was included. When Uber began operations in 2010, the company immediately adopted this think tank template on a virtually copy-and-paste basis. But Uber succeeded where the think tanks had failed, because its investor-funded subsidies allowed it to directly link these manufactured narratives about innovations and the evils of taxi regulation to the tangible, albeit unsustainable, benefits of increased service and lower fares. But it never explained how it could do those things profitably, or why no one else in the history of the taxi industry had ever discovered Uber's magic formula. As is frequently seen in partisan political contexts, the central framing of Uber's PR narrative was an epic, us versus them battle, with fundamental moral issues at stake. Uber, the heroic technology innovator, was fighting a battle for progress and economic freedom against regulation, the enemy that Uber's investors had to vanquish. The us versus them framing stokes tribal loyalties, and the moral battle against evil forces framing precludes the possibility of careful analysis, open debate, or compromise. In Uber's case, it prevented people from looking at data about actual taxi industry economics or regulatory issues. Framing it as a battle for innovation and freedom masked less popular underlying objectives, such as the elimination of competition, safety protections, or the right of urban citizens to exercise oversight over important transport services. Despite massive funding from Silicon Valley and other institutional investors, Uber depicted itself as the innocent victim, intrepid programmers facing overwhelming disadvantages in their battle with the evil taxi cartel and the corrupt regulators protecting it. One venture capitalist defended Uber by arguing, "Uber is so obviously a good thing that you can measure how corrupt cities are by how hard they try to suppress it." Anyone who did not take Uber's side was painted as a bleeding heart clueless about the trade-offs that economic progress actually requires. The effectiveness of Uber's anti-regulatory propaganda was clear as early as 2012, when it demonstrated that it could easily mobilize its wealthier customers to flood local officials with social media messages whenever they threatened to apply ordinary taxi regulations to Uber. Those customers remained oblivious to the subsidies behind their service, and local officials remained oblivious to the fact that these displays of grassroots support had been artificially manufactured. There was already ample historical evidence that taxi deregulation would not produce the kind of benefits Uber was promising. In the early 1980s, immediately following airline deregulation, 17 U.S. cities deregulated their taxi industries, and then quickly reversed course when the efficiency gains and consumer benefits failed to materialize. Subsequent academic research as well as studies by the Urban Mass Transit Administration documented that fares in these cities rose faster than in other cities. Taxi productivity actually declined. Added service was limited to already well-served areas like airports. Added driver employment was negligible, and the added service quickly disappeared because fare revenue didn't cover operating costs. Since Uber knew that few would remember the failed 1980s taxi deregulation efforts, its promoters repeated the false think tank claim that the taxi deregulation they were seeking was modeled after 1970s airline deregulation and could be expected to produce similar benefits. Unlike Uber's efforts, however, airline deregulation was enacted through transparent legislative processes and based on open discussion and independent analysis of the potential consumer and public welfare impacts. And unlike Uber's totally laissez-faire objectives, airline deregulation was strictly limited to liberalizing entry and pricing limitations, while actually strengthening antitrust, consumer, and labor protections, as well as financial reporting rules. Airline deregulation sought to increase competition while ensuring level playing field conditions. Uber, on the other hand, was seeking to eliminate its competition, while simultaneously ensuring that incumbents still had to follow the rules that Uber was ignoring. Airline deregulation also eliminated DC-3 era rules, e.g., no market entry had been permitted since 1933, that independent studies had shown to have created serious inefficiencies in the 747 era. In the case of car services, however, no taxi regulations had been rendered obsolete by radical changes in the technology and costs of driving taxis, and no independent studies have shown any industry inefficiencies were caused by any specific regulations. Uber also falsely claimed that its surge pricing system would solve the peak demand problem and produce the same efficiency gains as airline revenue management. But the airline approach depends on major economic differences between long-haul intercity and short-haul urban transport. Peak airline demand includes a mix of time-sensitive and price-sensitive but schedule-flexible customers. Airline variable pricing offers price-sensitive passengers big discounts to shift to flights that would otherwise have had empty seats. This allows the airline to significantly reduce the number of planes and staff needed to serve a given level of overall demand. Thus, both industry efficiency and consumer welfare increase. Uber's surge pricing, by contrast, reduces overall consumer welfare, which is why regulators never allowed it previously. Virtually all peak urban travelers are extremely time-sensitive, and unlike airline passengers cannot comparison shop for travel options well in advance. No taxi users will shift their Saturday night plans to Tuesday morning to get a lower fare. Higher peak taxi fares will not get night shift workers to find different jobs. Uber's surge pricing does not improve productivity and does not reduce the high cost of peak taxi capacity. Less wealthy passengers, the majority of the market, are simply priced out of the market so wealthy customers can have shorter wait times. And with industry dominance, surge pricing becomes a tool that would allow Uber to gouge customers at will. Uber's market entry has in fact confirmed all of the major economic justifications for taxi regulation. Unlimited market entry has created ruinous overcapacity, so that no one can make money, and otherwise viable operators get driven out of business. Uber clearly undersupplied safety, insurance, and basic consumer protections relative to even the minimal levels regulators had required. In pursuit of revenue maximization, Uber pricing reduces major external public benefits, such as the ability of lower-income citizens to reach jobs poorly served by transit. Taxi regulations provided a rough compromise between legitimate competing interests, administered by officials accountable to voters. Uber is solely focused on the objective of private capital accumulation. By effectively manipulating media biases, Uber not only limited critical reporting, but got the business and tech industry press to enthusiastically amplify its preferred narratives, and to almost totally ignore the economics of the company and the industry. The company fed the media appetite for prepackaged, easy-to-grasp narratives. No news outlet wanted to miss the story of how Uber could be the next Amazon, and by faithfully repeating Uber's narratives, they would maintain access to the Uber senior executives that would make their stories stand out. Uber's heroic innovator narratives indulged the natural biases of the reporters embedded in Silicon Valley, where tech companies are viewed as the major driver of economic progress. Since reporters ignored Uber's subsidies and all other economic evidence, the link between Uber's breakthrough innovations and improved, cheaper service was treated as an established fact. And since this innovation was accepted as a powerful force, these reporters saw no need to understand anything about the old line industry being disrupted. Mainstream coverage of Uber almost never included interviews of anyone with first-hand knowledge of urban transport economics. The most emphatic endorsements of Uber's narratives came from the liberal mainstream media based in New York and Washington. Despite its libertarian, Silicon Valley origins, Uber recognized the importance of establishing strong user support in democratic cities like these, and hired David Plouffe, Barack Obama's campaign manager, to head its PR efforts. Wealthy elites in these cities were especially enthusiastic about Uber's improved, cheaper service, and so reporters had little interest in digging into the subsidies, driver exploitation, or regulatory disobedience issues. Outlets like the New York Times, Washington Post, New Yorker, Bloomberg, and The Atlantic were apparently oblivious to the fact that they were amplifying claims crafted by Koch-funded groups designed to undermine market competition, the concept of urban transport as a public good, and the legitimacy of any form of regulatory authority. The regular repetition of the company's narrative by seemingly independent, elite outlets concealed its manufactured, top-down origins, and established it as accepted public opinion not requiring further debate. For those reporters not susceptible to heroic tech innovator narratives, Uber provided the dominance is inevitable narrative. One did not need to have a Silicon Valley worldview to see that the company's massive funding and ruthless culture were running roughshod over any competitor, regulator, or journalist raising the slightest doubt about Uber's eventual success. If the end result was a foregone conclusion, there was no need to investigate whether Uber actually had the superior efficiencies normally required to drive competitors out of business. Moreover, the mainstream media journalists who had ignored economics were also incapable of explaining 2017's rash of public controversies and board turmoil. Uber had been sabotaging competitors, disobeying laws, and engaging in other problematic behavior for years. But the reporters who were invested in either the heroic innovator or inevitable dominance narratives simply ignored problematic behavior, or passed it off as the natural byproduct of Silicon Valley bro culture. Uber's wave of bad publicity crested with Susan Fowler's blog post about the company's cover-up of systemic sexual harassment. Other issues included a major Google lawsuit alleging theft of its driverless car intellectual property, a video showing Kalanick's profane tirade against a driver who had challenged compensation cuts, and the revelation that Uber senior executives had improperly obtained the confidential police files of a woman raped by an Uber driver. But because they had always ignored Uber's economics, the press failed to see that this behavior was the direct result of Kalanick's long-standing growth at any cost culture, which had always had the full support of the board. The press failed to notice that this degree of bad behavior is never seen at companies that can generate strong cash flow and profits based on powerful competitive advantages. But managers who can produce growth at all costs without real economic advantages know they are free to hit on female staff whenever they want. The press's failure to refocus Uber coverage on business model issues allowed Uber to claim that its cultural issues were temporary aberrations that could be fixed with diversity training and by removing a few bad apples. It also caused the media to misreport why the board fired Kalanick as CEO and replaced him with Dara Khosrowshahi. This was not triggered by the issues raised by Fowler, but by Kalanick's failure to take the company public. Kalanick had a long-range focus. He knew that the company's public growth and profitability claims were weak and wanted to delay an IPO until Uber had secured greater market power. The rebellious investors had no interest in waiting to see if Uber could become even more valuable in the next few years, however. Some of those investors may have been concerned that the window in which tech IPOs were seen as a hot commodity was closing. Others may have been concerned that Uber might never be able to go public with actual evidence of profitable growth. Khosrowshahi committed to an IPO in 2019 and will get a $100 million bonus if he achieves a valuation of $120 billion. Developing powerful competitive breakthroughs is hard. Figuring out how to generate strong positive cash flow from them while fighting established incumbents is even harder. Uber's innovative strategy was to skip all this really hard stuff. The company's strategy was to use an unprecedented level of investment funding to bulldoze its way directly to industry dominance and exploitable market power, and create a growth trajectory that would allow it to demand an Amazon/Facebook caliber equity valuation. This strategy was bolstered by a hyper-aggressive, monomaniacal, growth-at-any-cost culture, by PR techniques that masked Uber's losses as well as its lack of competitive advantages, and its open pursuit of unregulated industry dominance. Uber's investors fully understood that achieving extremely rapid growth and dominance without any meaningful efficiency advantages would require funding unprecedented levels of predatory subsidies. Investors provided $13 billion in equity funding through 2015 and $20 billion through 2018. This was 2,300 times the equity funding that Amazon required before its IPO. Unlike Uber, Amazon could fund its growth out of positive cash flow generated by its powerful efficiency advantages. Uber's investors, meanwhile, understood what was required and never complained about either the huge funding demands or the ongoing losses. Any bottom-line evaluation of Uber must start with the fact that the company has not built the proverbial better mousetrap. It has not materially reduced the cost or improved the productivity of taxis. Uber has not discovered a way to profitably provide enough taxi capacity to ensure users could instantly get one whenever they touched a smartphone button. But the company did discover an innovative, disruptive strategy that allowed a small group of private investors to create almost $100 billion in corporate value out of thin air. Today's Uber is clearly more popular than traditional taxi service, but this observation is economically meaningless. The only valid comparisons are with a hypothetical, subsidy-free Uber that could produce today's prices and service levels along with sustainable profits. If Uber could somehow convert the $14+ billion that it lost in the last 4 years to sustainable, growing profits, it would be one of the biggest corporate turnarounds in history. Conversely, if Uber fails to find the billions of dollars in operating efficiencies that it couldn't find over the past 9 years, it will have a devastating impact on the urban car service industry and the hundreds of cities that depend on taxis. As it struggles to reduce losses, it will be free to cut service and gouge the customers and drivers who are no longer protected by either regulations or meaningful competition. But Uber's demonstrated ability to use raw economic power on an unprecedented scale makes the risks to society even worse. It has demonstrated how billions in investment capital can fund the subsidies and artificially manufactured narratives that can totally skew how competitive markets are supposed to work. It was able to suppress already dismal wage and working conditions to sub-minimum wage levels while politicians and the media applauded its executives as heroic innovators. It was able to nullify long-standing laws and regulations and effectively privatize a key part of urban transport infrastructure totally outside normal democratic processes. Uber's investors benefited from a massive reallocation of industry resources to much less efficient uses. Capital markets declared that Uber might be the most valuable transportation company in world history without demanding actual evidence of improved efficiency or even a plausible explanation of how revenues could someday exceed costs. Other Silicon Valley investors amassed staggering riches while inflicting enormous damage on the rest of society, e.g., creating an uncontrollable surveillance apparatus, poisoning public discourse, exploiting massive anti-competitive power. But in these cases, one can at least point to some offsetting benefits: search engines, lower retail prices, useful social media tools. One can also argue that, in a different political environment, most of these gains could have been achieved while avoiding most of the costs. Uber, meanwhile, is unique because it is entirely exploitive. It has not created any sustainable offsetting benefits. The private wealth it has created comes entirely at the expense of the rest of society. In this, it at least helps destroy the last illusions that 21st century capitalism is being operated to serve the greater good. Uber always depended on pursuing artificial market power and destroying any constraints on the exercise of that power. It was always explicitly transferring wealth from labor to capital, and from democratically accountable public control to totally unaccountable private control. Uber is important because it also illustrates that propaganda techniques can be just as powerful in corporate settings as they have been in partisan political settings. Despite 9 years of disastrous financial results, and exposés of bad behavior that would have destroyed most companies, the press refuses to reconsider its narrative valorizing Uber as a heroic innovator that has created huge benefits for consumers and cities. The mainstream media doesn't even acknowledge that Uber manufactured these narratives. Investors will surely recognize what Uber has accomplished here, and will attempt to create corporate value by applying these same techniques in many more cases. Do Americans live today in a new Gilded Age, dominated by robber barons? It depends on what you mean by Gilded Age and robber barons. The real parallel to draw is between the generation that followed the Civil War and the present one. In both eras, the greatest problem hasn't been big business as such, but rather a particular kind of big business, private infrastructure corporations that control choke points in the U.S. economy, like railroads in the first Gilded Age and online giants like Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Twitter in the second. The solution to the ills of our second Gilded Age is the same as the one for the first, not antitrust campaigns indiscriminately targeting all large and successful firms, but public regulation of a few essential commercial and social infrastructure firms. In popular memory, shaped by progressive historians in the first half of the 20th century, industrial capitalists wearing top hats and gold watch chains came to power during the Civil War, defeated the agrarian Confederates and tyrannized factory workers and small farmers until the New Deal of the 1930s. But this cartoon version of history confuses two different eras that followed the Civil War. In the first period, from 1865 until the 1890s, there were few big businesses in the U.S. other than the railroads. When Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner wrote their satire The Gilded Age, A Tale of Today, 1873, the richest Americans were railroad infrastructure executives like Cornelius Vanderbilt, Leland Stanford, Collis P. Huntington, and Jay Gould, and financiers who invested in railroads like J.P. Morgan. In the late 1880s, the only big manufacturing firm listed on the New York Stock Exchange was one related to the railroads, Pullman's Palace Car Company. As late as 1881, the value of Carnegie Steel was only $5 million, at a time when 41 American railroads were valued at $15 million or more. In 1886, when John D. Rockefeller's Standard Oil Company controlled 90% of the U.S. oil industry, then used mostly for illumination by kerosene lamps, Standard Oil's value of $33 million was dwarfed by that of numerous individual railroads, including the New York Central Railroad. Only with the great merger wave of the 1890s and early 1900s, and subsequent waves of business growth and mergers, did giant manufacturing firms come to overshadow railroads, including many giants that are familiar today, from the Ford Motor Company to General Electric. Firms in both manufacturing and infrastructure sectors benefit from scale. Manufacturers often need long production runs and high sale numbers to recoup the costs of initial investment in plants and benefit from increasing returns to scale and diminishing marginal costs of production. A car factory is expensive to build, but once built, if it can crank out one car, it can crank out 10,000. By contrast, infrastructure grids benefit from network effects. A railroad that connects 100 towns is more efficient and useful than a single railroad line between two towns. The phenomenon of increasing returns to scale in manufacturing makes it hard, but not impossible, for new entrants to break into manufacturing sectors dominated by existing big firms or their modern equivalents. Firm-like supply chains with many suppliers orchestrated by original equipment manufacturers, OEMs, like Apple and Nike. Even so, outright monopolies are rare in manufacturing, where there tend to be a few large, rival, oligopolistic firms in sectors like automobiles, planes, and telephones. Automobile manufacturers are big companies, to be sure, but none has more than a small share of its particular market. In 2019, before the COVID-19 pandemic, Toyota had the highest global market share of all car makers, a measly 10.2%, followed by Volkswagen, 7.59%, Ford, 5.59%, and Honda, 5.46%. The global market for actual physical phones, as opposed to service networks like Apple's, is also competitive. In the first quarter of 2021, Samsung led with 22% market share, followed by Apple with 17%, China's Xiaomi with 14%, Oppo with 11%, and Vivo with 10%. Software firms, as opposed to online infrastructure firms, can be competitive as well. For example, Google's Office Suite software is gaining on Microsoft's still dominant version. Monopoly is a much greater danger in infrastructure than in manufacturing or services because the benefits of scale for infrastructure firms come from network effects. Bigger networks are more efficient, and the most efficient would be a single network. Even libertarians like Milton Friedman recognize that in networks like electricity and water, free market competition would tend to produce a single technical monopoly, to use Friedman's phrase. Like the phrase Gilded Age, the term robber baron is often misunderstood. Today, robber baron is used loosely as a pejorative term for capitalist or rich person. But the metaphor of the robber baron itself alludes to economic predation by owners of choke points in transportation. The original robber barons were medieval German aristocrats with estates along the Rhine River who forced riverborne merchants and travelers to pay tolls in order to proceed. Like the railroad barons of the First Gilded Age a century and a half ago, most of today's superrich tend to have made their money not by inventing flying cars or robots, but by controlling important commercial networks and information. Jeff Bezos in retail, Mark Zuckerberg in social media, Michael Bloomberg in terminals disseminating stock market information. The few American celebrity billionaires who actually make physical things in the United States tend to be de facto government contractors, dependent on government tax subsidies or contracts for what they make: electric cars and batteries in the case of Elon Musk, and rockets in the case of Musk and Bezos. Both Musk and Bezos originally made their fortunes in the commercial infrastructure sectors of finance and retail, respectively. Pity the country whose richest and most influential people are infrastructure tycoons like Cornelius Vanderbilt in the 19th century, or Mexico's Carlos Slim today. The largest part of Slim's fortune is based on the privatization of Telmex, the Mexican telephone monopoly, during the 1990s. In 2019, Slim's business empire accounted for 70% of the mobile phone line market in Mexico and 80% of the landline market. Slim is not an entrepreneur who invented a new product like Thomas Edison, Henry Ford, or Steve Jobs. He was already rich, bought a privatized government utility, and raked in the fees from a captive consumer market. Largely as a result of the windfall from the privatization of the Telmex public utility, in April 2021 Slim was the 24th richest person in the world, according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. For a time starting in 2015, he was the largest shareholder of the New York Times. Many of today's household name American billionaires, including Zuckerberg and Bezos, are more like Carlos Slim than like Edison, Ford, or Jobs. Instead of making profits by selling innovative goods or services, they rake in toll fees from the need of businesses and individuals to use the quasi-monopolistic platforms they control. Warren Buffett has explained his ideal business: high pricing power, a monopoly. In 2009, his firm Berkshire Hathaway purchased 77.4% of the shares of BNSF Railway, the largest purchase by Berkshire Hathaway to date. Essential infrastructure firms in transportation and telecommunications tend to have power over other businesses and consumers in ways that manufacturers can only envy. In the 1920s, Americans who did not like Ford Model Ts could buy Packards, Chryslers, Studebakers, or, if they were adventurous, Stutz Bearcats. But in the 1880s, if you were a farmer or small manufacturer in the United States and the local railroad monopoly refused to ship your products or charged crippling fees, you were out of luck. Even if they are not operating in physical space in the way a railroad company does, firms that control choke points in commerce can act as de facto infrastructure monopolies or oligopolies. The search market, for example, may seem competitive. In 2019, according to Marketing Land, 44% of people went directly to Amazon to begin searching for products, while only 34% used Google, Bing, or Yahoo. But here's the problem. Unlike in manufacturing or other markets, in practice, even a moderately high market share for an infrastructure grid or online platform can function like an absolute monopoly. How many shoppers looking for coffee makers, after all, check Amazon, then check Google, then Bing, then Verizon Media, then write down and compare lists of the various results to see if any coffee makers were left out? Similarly, a coffee maker company that Amazon arbitrarily chooses not to show suffers through no fault of its own, even if it were listed on lesser-used sites. Today's robber barons and their toll booth enterprises wield vast and unchecked social and intellectual power, as well as market power. Amazon is far from monopolizing groceries, but it is a de facto infrastructure monopoly when it comes to book sales, and it uses that raw power to censor books that question the Progressive Party line for ideological rather than commercial reasons. For example, Amazon banned Ryan T. Anderson's 2018 bestseller When Harry Became Sally, responding to the transgender moment, and explained in a letter to Republican members of Congress. As to your specific question about When Harry Became Sally, we have chosen not to sell books that frame LGBTQ+ identity as a mental illness. Although there is a debate among psychiatrists about how to classify gender dysphoria, Amazon has decided to censor scientific and theological debate on issues where it threatens the party line of progressive democratic orthodoxy. When you search Amazon today, When Harry Became Sally is nowhere to be found, but in truly Orwellian fashion, Amazon does sell Kelly Novak's rebuttal to Anderson's now-disappeared book, Let Harry Become Sally, responding to the anti-transgender moment.
Amazon also selbst mein Kampf.
There is a point at which a retailer ceases to be a firm in a marketplace and becomes, in effect, a marketplace itself, in which other vendors compete to sell their goods and services. A de facto public marketplace cannot complain when the government regulates it. Capitalist markets were, in their origins, public markets in medieval Western Europe created by kings or towns and subject to public regulations and laws. For the public to regulate a firm that was once a retailer but has since metamorphosed into a de facto public marketplace is merely to reassert the authority of the sovereign state, like subjecting a private security company to stricter government regulation once it has expanded into a private army, even if it started out as 3 guards at a shopping mall. The crisis of the new Gilded Age, then, is not caused by big business as such or even by competitive businesses owned by tech billionaires, as the Microsoft and Google software rivalry suggests. The threat in today's second Gilded Age comes from the lack of public regulation of a small number of commercial and social infrastructure platforms and grids that vast numbers of other businesses and consumers must use, with no realistic alternatives. Fortunately, we know what to do. In the early 20th century, it looked as though the private electric infrastructure empires of tycoons like Samuel P. Insull would rival those of the railroad tycoons of an earlier generation. But in the modern United States, there are no electricity kings or water barons, thanks to public utility regulations from the Progressive Era and the New Deal. Electricity and water are provided at regulated rates by private firms supervised by government commissions or, in some cases, direct provision by municipal governments. I address my checks for my electric utility bills to the city of Austin, Texas. Similarly, apart from a few toll roads and highways, streets in the United States are free and paid for out of taxation, to the perpetual distress of libertarians who want to make you pay a toll to the shareholders and managers of a national or global corporation every time you get on a highway. Search engines like Google, online sales platforms like Amazon, and even Facebook, to the extent that they are essential in connecting consumers with advertised products, are in different ways successors to the Yellow Pages phone directory in the days of Ma Bell's government-regulated monopoly. There is no need to recreate something like the old AT&T regulated telephone monopoly of the 20th century. Instead, the federal government should license any firm that functions in whole or in part as a search engine or general sales platform, but only in return for the firm's agreement to obey a single set of industry-wide rules and standards set by Congress or an executive agency under congressional, presidential, and judicial oversight. What those government-imposed rules on all government-licensed online infrastructure platforms should be can be debated. That's what democracy is for. The government might make it illegal for platforms to promote their own product lines. The Yellow Pages did not advertise its own Yellow Pages lawnmowers and Yellow Pages bicycles. Political or ideological discrimination against users of a platform should be illegal, with narrowly defined exceptions for pornographers and the like. Note to censorious, authoritarian progressives. The new, uniform government rules for online commerce and communications should not define all conservatives or libertarians as fascists for the purpose of banning them from public infrastructure utilities. To name one example, the federal government, not individual firms, should write the standardized public terms of service for all internet firms that are allowed to access customers and do business in the United States. No longer would you click on a website and see a pop-up asking you to agree or disagree to giving up your right not to be tracked and not to have your browsing habits sold to other companies. A single standard contract specifying user rights and dispute resolution methods should be set by federal law, not imposed on users by vendors in the form of different, but equally unintelligible pseudo-contracts. In short, essential online platforms that function as de facto monopolies should be highly regulated, low-cost, low-profit, or no-profit public utilities like water and electricity. States and cities should have the authority to create their own low-cost municipal search engines and online retail platforms, paid for out of taxes, if they choose, like existing public water and electric utilities. Today, Consolidated Edison, Con Edison, is one of the largest private but publicly regulated electrical utility companies in the country. Yet you're unlikely ever to have heard of its chairman, president, and CEO, Timothy P. Cawley. In 2020, Cawley's total compensation in cash and equity was $2.8 million. In a well-governed American economy, the celebrity tech tycoons whose banal pronouncements, marital lives, and vanity trips into outer space are covered by the media, and whose firms increasingly determine what Americans can and cannot read, view, or listen to, would be CEOs of regulated utilities like Con Edison. They would be as relatively obscure, modestly paid in comparison, and lacking in discretionary power over other companies and individuals as Timothy Cawley. As the example of Con Edison suggests, we Americans can find models for regulating today's essential intangible infrastructure utilities in the way that we regulate railroads, electric, and water utilities. Far from harming American capitalism, turning today's unregulated online infrastructure companies into privately owned or publicly owned regulated utilities would not harm firms in other sectors, and might even free most companies and consumers alike from excessive charges and arbitrary power. A mixed economy with a dynamic market sector does not necessarily produce infrastructure robber barons. In fact, industrial capitalism works best without them.